C-139 The Gathering of Heroes. You haven't even entered the top 10 of the Silver Blade board, and you're looking for trouble with me. You really think your life is too long? The corner of Yang Fann's mouth curled up, and a trace of a cold smile appeared on his face. Only Shen Wuxuang and a few others could make him his opponent. No matter how many others came, he just wanted to kill them all. However, through Luo Tianya, Yang Fann was sure that he was on the hunting list of the 3 sects' disciples. You want to kill me? I want to see if you have enough strength. Yang Fann smiled coldly and waved his hand. Luo Tianya's corpse was kept into the universe bag. Yang Fann didn't care about Luo Tianya's cultivation. What really caught his attention was Luo Tianya's low-grade 7th grade bloodline. If he devoured Luo Tianya, his bloodline would improve by a lot. It could be said that the exotic beast and the human martial artist had their own priorities. The blood essence in the exotic beast was more than 10 times stronger than a human martial artist. After Yang Fann devoured them with the heaven and earth devouring method, he would be able to improve his cultivation base even faster. However, it wasn't as if there was nothing special about a human martial artist. After Yang Fann devoured them, it would be easier for him to improve his bloodline talent, especially the geniuses. As long as he devoured a single genius, his bloodline would be enhanced by a lot in the next moment. Yang Fann spread out his hand, and a dark gray universe bag appeared in his hand. With the spiritual sense, he easily destroyed the spiritual brand that Luo Tianya had left behind. In just a breath's time, everything about the universe bag was clearly exposed in Yang Fann's mind. Luo Tianya has gained a lot during this half a day within the universe bag. There were nearly 100 years of spiritual medicine. If it was converted into a spirit stone, even if it wasn't 1,000, it wouldn't be much different. Apart from that, there were actually 3 top-grade spiritual medicines that were far older than 100 years old. One was a 300-year-old Polygonum multiflorum, and the other was a 500-year-old 3-leaved emerald grass. The last silver-bearded crimson ginseng was over 800 years old. The worst of the 3 spiritual medicines was a 300-year-old he-head crow, and its value was no less than 300 years of spirit stone. And the most precious was the 800-year-old silver-bearded crimson ginseng. Its price was 3,000 spirit stones. There were also many people who bought it. Adding on Luo Tianya's original savings and all of his belongings together, he was slightly better than Baili Yunfei, who had spent his entire life collecting Baili Yunfeis. Nearly 50,000 spirit stones had made Yang Fann a huge profit. What made Yang Fann the happiest was that the universe bag Luo Tianya used was also a high-grade universe bag, and it was even a level higher than Baili Yunfei's universe bag. The size of the universe bag was so large that it had a total of 30,000 cubic meters. Within the many high-grade universe bags, it could be said to be at the top. Baili Yunfei's universe bag was 50 meters long. It was tall and 10 meters wide, and had a total of 5,000 cubic meters. It could be used to store those exotic beasts. The exotic beasts had reached the Beast General Level 1, and their bodies were at least 1 or 2 feet long. The bigger ones were over 10 feet long, and it wasn't impossible for them to be 20 or 30 feet long. As for the 20 to 30 feet large creature, Yang Fann had no choice but to refine them on the spot, and it was somewhat inconvenient. Now, he had Luo Tianya's universe bag. He didn't have to worry about it for a short period of time. No matter how big the Beast General was, it could still be stored inside. Yang Fann slightly refined the new universe bag and returned to the blood spirit fruit tree. He sat cross-legged and quietly waited for the blood spirit fruit to ripen. Time slowly passed. Soon, another 10 hours passed. The blood spirit fruit had almost completely ripened. At most, it would ripen in an hour. And at this moment, the fragrance emitted by the blood spirit fruit had already spread to a radius of 500 miles. Countless exotic beasts and demons were crazily surging towards the blood spirit fruit tree, and there was no lack of beast generals within them. There was even a lower demon general. However, regardless of whether it was a lower demon general or a lower rank general, they were still too weak for Yang Fann. Unless they had a few hundred or thousands of Yang Fanns, it was impossible for them to threaten Yang Fann. In the end, all of these demon generals and beast generals died tragically under Yang Fann's fist, contributing a tiny bit of strength to Yang Fann's growth. In the blink of an eye, another hour passed. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, the blood spirit fruit will completely mature. With this high-grade 4-star spirit fruit, my parents will also have a chance to step into the Marquis stage in the future. Yang Fann looked at the rapidly maturing blood spirit fruit, and his heart began to race. The longevity of a martial master stage warrior could last for 200 years. Patriarch Wu Hu's longevity could last for 400 years. For an ordinary man who only had a longevity for 100 years, that was equal to immortality at this moment. An extremely surprised voice came from not far away. There is a blood spirit fruit that is about to mature. My luck is here the next moment. A majestic and upright sword chi came from the eastern horizon. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived 1,000 feet away from the blood spirit fruit tree. A peerless swordsman walked out from the sword chi. He was a young man who was less than 30 years old. He was wearing a green robe and carrying a sword on his back. He looked dignified, and he looked like he was the ruler of the world. There was a pleasant surprise that couldn't be concealed between his brows. He was called Qingyu Sword, and his real name was Fang Qingyu. He was ranked 13th in the Earth Sword rankings, but he definitely had the strength to fight against the 10 great Earth Boards of the Earth Board. Fang Qingyu, if you want the blood spirit fruit, you have to ask me. Suddenly, another cold shout sounded. A person stepped into the air and arrived. He wore an earthen yellow robe. He looked to be 27 or 28 years old, and his expression was cold. There was a machete hanging from his waist, and he seemed to be dominating the world. An invisible saber chi burst out from his body. It cut through the surrounding air. He was called Bending Blade Man. His real name was Fu Hongcheng, and he was the true top 10 in the Bawangdao Palace. He was ranked 10th in the Silver Blade Board. Anyone who sees the treasure will have a share. Brother Fang, Brother Fu, it's not a good habit to keep everything to yourself. A slightly playful voice sounded in everyone's ears, and then a green python appeared out of nowhere and flew over from the west. This green python was over 30 meters long. Its scales were glittering all over its body, and it was emitting a ferocious aura of a barbarian emperor. Its tail moved as if it could easily blast apart a huge mountain. It was incomparably divine, and it was a mighty existence under the heavens. A man in green clothes stood proudly on top of the python. He looked to be in his 20s, and he had handsome facial features. He held a white jade fan in his hand, and his face carried a trace of cynicism. He looked like a wandering gongzi. I am young Master Green Dragon, Qin Yong. Whether it was Fang Qingyu or Fu Hongcheng, they both frowned slightly. In terms of their own strength, both of them were confident that they could defeat Qin Yong. However, the disciples of the Purple Spirit Sect were good at raising exotic beasts. The green python that they had raised since young was not easy to deal with. It possessed a trace of the bloodline of divine beasts, flood dragons, and flood dragons. Among the many intermediate exotic beasts, it could be considered one of the best. None of them had the confidence to defeat Qin Yong and the green python right at this moment. From the northern side of the blood spirit fruit tree, the sound of the earth splitting apart and the mountains splitting apart could be heard. It shook the land within a 100-mile radius, causing it to tremble violently. The next moment, a huge monster appeared in everyone's line of sight. It was a giant bear exotic beast. It was 100 feet tall, and its ferocious aura filled the sky. Its lantern-sized bloody eyes flickered with a bloodthirsty light, and it was filled with brutality and ferociousness. The giant bear's entire body was covered in blood-red fur, and even to the extent that it was covered in blood-red fur, there's still some blood dripping on it, as if it just came out of a sea of blood. With every step it took, a deep pit would appear on the ground, and cracks would appear everywhere. Senior Brother Qin, you are really fast. A voice came from the giant bear's palm. It was a black-haired young man. His appearance was elegant, and his messy black hair was scattered on his shoulders. In his eyes, there were dots of divine light flashing, as if he was preparing for a terrible catastrophe. Just a casual glance from him could give people terrifying pressure. He's Bloody Bear King, Xianxia. At this moment, Fang Qingyu and Fu Hongcheng's brows were tightly knitted together. Qin Yong was already very difficult to provoke, and with the same troublesome Xianxia, it would be even harder for them to obtain the blood spirit fruit. However, right at this moment, a domineering voice ripped apart the heavens and earth. All of you, get lost. I'm determined to obtain the blood spirit fruit. Whoever dares to compete with me for the blood spirit fruit, I'll take their lives. C-140 Yang Fann fought against the dark evil cloud. Who wants to compete with me for the blood spirit fruit? Come out. Fang Qingyu and the other three's facial expression changed dramatically. Their voices were filled with endless resentment. All of them were the top geniuses of their respective sect. Even some sect elder had to give them some face when he saw them. They had never been looked down upon like this before. Did this man really think that they were insignificant weaklings that could be easily bullied? At this moment, A brilliant sword light flashed across the dark gray sky, a peerless sharpness that caused one's heart to palpitate and tremble instantly enveloped the area within a few miles, causing Fang Qingyu's entire body to tremble. The words that were about to come out of his mouth were instantly swallowed by them in the next moment. An extremely terrifying sword beam tore through the sky and arrived in front of them. This sword light contained a dense will of destruction. It was as if it could easily pierce through the void and destroy everything in the world. In less than a breath's time, a man dressed in black clothes. He had a sword on his back and his hair was tied up. A young man with an extremely cold expression walked out from the brilliant sword light. He did not drive a bear, nor did he ride a flood dragon. However, the might that he emitted was far from what Qin Yong and Xianxia could compare with. Wherever he passed, the air rolled and dispersed. It was as if the supreme sword immortal had come to the mortal world. People could not help but kneel on the ground and worship him. Anxian, senior brother. Qingyu's sword, Fang Qingyu, suddenly swallowed his saliva. There was only bitterness on his angular face. Anxian, senior brother, had come personally. Was there still a portion of this blood spirit fruit left for him? Fang Qingyu wasn't the only one who was in despair. Bending Blade Man and the other two were the same as well. Fu Hongcheng and Anxian were one of the top expert among the young generation of the sect. Black Divine Sword was the only one who could defeat him. The rest of them were only slightly stronger than him. Although Fang Qingyu and the others could be considered as one of the top sects among the young generation of the sect, they were still comparable to Anxian. The difference wasn't just a little. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that, one-on-one, could he take 3 strikes from Anxian? It was a big problem. I don't want to kill anyone today, you guys can leave. Anxian looked down at Fang Qingyu and the others and said domineeringly. He did not put Fang Qingyu and the others in his eyes at all. It was as if Anxian could spare their lives. It was a great kindness. He is so detestable. Fang Qingyu and the other 3 gritted their teeth. Blue veins popped out on their foreheads. Although they were not as good as Anxian, they were all peerless geniuses. They had never suffered such humiliation before. I'll count to 3. If you don't leave now, I'll kill you all. The cold shine flashed across Anxian's eyes, and his voice was extremely cold. Even if Fang Qingyu was from the same sect, if he stayed here after 3 breaths of time, he would still kill him without mercy. Are we going to give up on the blood spirit fruit just like that? Fang Qingyu and the other 3 were filled with anger and hesitation. This Anxian had gone too far. However, they didn't have the courage to make Anxian their enemy. Black Divine Sword and Anxian weren't easy to bully, but the Heavenly Sword rankings and expert had come. Anxian was not someone Fang Qingyu and the others could match. However, they were unwilling to give up on the blood spirit fruit just like that. The blood spirit fruit was a high-grade 4-star spirit fruit. If they missed it, in the future, it would be hard for them to find a second one. It's hard for countless martial artists to find a blood spirit fruit in their lifetime. I'm not willing to give it away so easily. At some point in time, Fang Qingyu and the other 3 men's faces were twisting, and they were struggling in their hearts to the extreme. 2. Fang Qingyu and the others were in a state of panic. Anxian's reputation was not undeserved, but when they looked at the blood-red blood spirit fruit on the crown of the tree, they were unable to take a single step forward. Once they missed a top-grade spirit fruit like the blood spirit fruit, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. 3. It seems like you don't want to leave this place alive. A cold and emotionless voice came out of Anxian's mouth. Endless killing intent burst out from his body, crushing all directions, causing the air in all directions to produce rustling sounds. It was as if he was kowtowing and begging for mercy. I will fight you with my life. In the end, Fang Qingyu and the others' greed had suppressed their fear of Anxian. As long as they could swallow the blood spirit fruit, they would at least have the bloodline of a 7th grade high grade, or even break through to the grade 6 spirit pulse. A monster that defies the heavens, who had surpassed unparalleled divine sword and Shen Wushuang, was their chance to become a higher genius. Let's attack together. We'll deal with Anxian first, then we'll divide the blood spirit fruit. Fang Qingyu and the other 3 men looked at each other, and soon made a decision. In a one-on-one fight, they were indeed no match for Anxian, but when the 4 of them joined hands, it was different. It was not like they did not have the strength to fight Anxian. You are courting death. A frightening cold shine flashed across Anxian's destructive eyes. He was ready to get rid of these people who didn't know what was good for them. Right at this moment, a low cough came from underneath the blood spirit fruit tree, it seems like I was the one who discovered this blood spirit fruit first, right? These people were fighting for the blood spirit fruit in front of Yang Fann, the one who had discovered it. Was this really a good idea? Yang Fann, you are just an ant. You don't want to run away, but you still dare to bark. I have to say, you really have guts. An Xian's gaze shifted. He looked down at Yang Fann from above and spoke in a cold voice. Fang Qingyu and the other three's attention was entirely focused on An Xian, so they didn't notice Yang Fann. Although An Xian had seen Yang Fann, he didn't put Yang Fann in his heart. Fine, I will deal with you first. After getting the reward, I'll come back and kill these 4 trash. Old Master Absolute Saber gave a great reward. No matter who killed Yang Fann, they would get 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones. In addition, they would have a chance to enter the pagoda and cultivate for a month. Sky Sword Ancestor of the Iron Sword Sect was also not one of them. As long as they killed Yang Fann, not only would they have the chance to choose the ultimate martial skill from the Sword Pavilion, they would also get 10 sword stones. The sword stone was also known as the Stone of Sword Intent. It had a significant effect on comprehending the sword intent. 1 sword stone was enough to let 1 or 3 levels of sword intent sword cultivator enter the sword intent initial completion realm in one go. 10 sword stones were even enough to allow An Xian's sword intent to reach a higher level, and step into the mastery of sword intent in one go. The value of the sword stones was so high that even if he were to bid 10,000 spirit stones, there would still be many buyers in the next moment. A jet black sword beam shot out from An Xian's body. Under the support of the small success stage's dark sword intent, this sword beam was incomparably terrifying. It could penetrate the heaven and earth and cut through all living things. Wherever it passed, the void would be instantly penetrated. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of Yang Fann. Yang Fann reacted instantly. He raised his hand and punched out. The terrifying force was like the roar of ancient devil god and the stomp of thousands of beasts. In just a breath's time, the brilliant sword beam was shattered into pieces, scattering all over the ground. You can actually block my sword. A trace of surprise flashed across An Xian's dark eyes. Although this sword attack was just a casual attack, it still had the power to kill 6th layer martial master with the help of the 4 layers of dark sword intent. Looks like I have to be a little more serious in the next moment. An Xian unsheathed his sword from the sheath on his back. With the sword in hand, An Xian's aura suddenly changed. It rose steadily and crazily. He was like a supreme divine sword, piercing through the sky around his body. There was a desolate image of a tree. The sun and the moon were dim, and the stars were dim. It was as if everything in the world would sink under the influence of his sword intent. Forever. Yang Fann, I will kill you. With a sneer, An Xian thrust his sword forward. C-141 Kill. The sky is shaking in the blink of an eye. Everything within a few miles of An Xian was covered in darkness. It was as if the entire world had fallen into the limitless darkness. What's going on? Why did the world turn black all of a sudden? My perception seems to be affected all of a sudden. 6 layers of sword intent. This must be 6 layers of sword intent. Qingyu sword, Fang Qingyu, and the others were all shocked. It affected their minds. Obstructing the 5 senses was the symbol of a peak small completion sword intent. At the same time, they felt a deep sense of defeat. They were also the few young heaven's pride, but now, they had only just reached the small completion of the concept. They wanted to comprehend the 6th level of the concept. Without a few years, or even longer. It was simply an extravagant hope. After the small completion, every bit of improvement was hard to come by. Many martial master cultivators who had cultivated for dozens of years might not be able to bring the concept to the next level. Right at this moment, a sword light pierced through the sky and rushed towards Yang Fann's chest. This sword light was extremely stunning, as if it was a shooting star. It was bright and sharp, and the sword chi swept across 30,000 miles. Its speed far exceeded the speed of sound by 10 times, making it impossible for people to dodge. What a fast strike! We can't block this sword at all. Fang Qingyu and the other 3 men's hearts were beating wildly. A thick aura of death swept across their hearts all of a sudden. They didn't have the slightest confidence that they could withstand this sword strike. Even if they managed to resist it, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to escape from being seriously injured in the end. Is this the strength of Black Divine Sword and An Xian? Vaguely, Fang Qingyu and the other 3 felt like retreating. If the 4 of them joined forces, would they really be able to defeat An Xian? Right at this moment, Yang Fann attacked. He took a step forward. Boundless wind burst out from Yang Fann's pores, tearing the sky apart. It stirred up the wind and clouds in the sky. Without realizing it, Yang Fann's figure seemed to have become much stronger all of a sudden. He gave off a majestic feeling, as if he was an undefeatable warlord that had descended to the world. People couldn't help but kneel on the ground and worship him. Yang Fann's voice was like a bronze bell, roaring like a god. The next moment, Yang Fann threw out a punch. The power contained in this punch far exceeded the power of 30 million cauldrons. It could easily blow up a mountain. The sword light where his punch passed shattered inch by inch like ice, turning into bits of powder. What? He actually blocked this sword. Xianxia let out a low cry, his deep eyes flashing with a trace of seriousness. His calm mind started to ripple. He didn't hold back much from this strike. Under the restraint of the 6th level of sword intent, Yang Fann probably wouldn't have time to react before his chest was pierced through by the sword. He should have died a violent death. However, he did not know that Yang Fann was best at using his mental energy. With Yang Fann's terrifying mental energy, not to mention the 6th level of sword intent, even the complete sword intent would not be able to affect his mental energy and slow down his 5 senses, let alone the 6th level of sword intent. I want to be a polite person. Xianxia, I want to return your fist to you too. After letting out a cold whistle, Yang Fann counterattacked in shock, and his strength instantly increased to the 12th level. As his body moved, he had already crushed the void and appeared in front of Xianxia. Surprisingly, he threw a punch down. Yang Fann didn't hold anything back. He pushed the power of the shell to its limit. The power contained within it was far beyond the imagination of the world. It was almost 50 million ding of strength. This was a terrifying attack that was comparable to a high-grade beast general. He threw out a punch that was earth-shattering, suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earth. Large patches of voids exploded in all directions. Countless mushroom clouds rose up, as if it was a huge disaster. How is this possible? Xianxia's heart jumped. At this moment, Yang Fann actually gave him the feeling that he was looking at the face of Zhu Yishan. It was simply unbelievable. However, Xianxia was a man with a firm mind after all. His combat experience was incomparably rich. Although he was deeply shocked, his hand movements were not slow. The high-grade treasure weapon in his hand, the dark flame ancient sword, drew a strange arc in the air. Hundreds of thousands of dark sword beams tore through the air, each of them a few feet long. Each sword beam contained a terrifying dark sword intent. It had the intent to pierce through the void and cut through all things. It could easily cut through anything. He was able to kill a 3rd Empyrean martial master. Hundreds of dark sword beams kept slashing at each other. In just a breath's time, they were able to dismember the terrifying fist force. Suddenly, Xianxia's expression turned serious, and he said solemnly, Yang Fann, I have to say, I have really underestimated you. Your talent is so high that it is even beyond Sky Sword ancestors' imagination. If I give you another year or two, I won't be a match for you. What a pity your good luck ends here. Today will be the day you die. Endless killing intent was boiling in Xianxia's heart. He had never wanted to kill someone like today. Yang Fann was a genius, and he wasn't even 16 yet. His combat strength was already on par with the 4th person in the Earth Sword rankings. Such talent and potential was definitely the only one he had ever seen in his life. If he allowed Yang Fann to continue growing, he would certainly become the biggest threat to Iron Sword Sect. They would all live under his shadow. There would never be a day where he would rise from the ashes. Yang Fann must die. The surrounding air began to boil, and the aura of his entire body began to rise crazily. His sword force, which was like a peerless evil dragon, was rising steadily, without any restraint. Large tracts of voids were cut into pieces by the invisible sword chi, and the surrounding area was completely filled with terrifying sword forces. At this moment, Yang Fann, who was 1,000 feet away, was like a lone boat in a raging ocean. He was in danger of being overturned at any moment. Yang Fann, you can rest in peace now that you have forced me to use this technique. At this moment, Xianxia was like a sword god that had descended to the mortal world. He was announcing Yang Fann's order. Die. Black dragon of the night. Boundless sword light exploded with Xianxia as the center, shooting into the sky. Every sword light was as black as ink, representing the endless darkness. It was extremely sharp and fierce, causing all living beings to feel despair. At this moment, thousands of sword beams suddenly formed a terrifying sword beam that looked like an ancient black dragon. It was dozens of meters long, as if the ancient black dragon had been resurrected. In an instant, the terrifying aura of the archaic wilderness completely erupted, engulfing the world. After a dragon roar that made all beasts submit, the ancient black dragon crushed the void and charged at Yang Fann. Its speed was dozens of times faster than the speed of sound, so fast that no one could react in time. Wherever it passed, the world was in chaos. Not a single blade of grass grew. Everything was sucked out. Everything seemed to be eroded by the terrifying power of darkness, in all directions. There were traces of destruction everywhere. What a terrifying sword strike! This is the forbidden arts I used. I couldn't even hold on for a single breath of time. Terrifying! He is truly too terrifying. An ominous omen of collapsing enveloped Xianxia and the other three men. Just the lingering aura of his aura made them unable to muster up any will to resist. The gap between them was just too great. I choose to withdraw at this moment. They no longer had any thoughts of competing with Xianxia for the blood spirit fruit. Even if the spirit fruit was good, if they lost their lives, everything would be in vain. Yang Fann is also considered a rare peerless evildoer, but unfortunately, he is going to die here. This is a great tragedy. C-142 killed Dark Evil Cloud Mortal Board First, who was less than 16 years old, was rarely seen in this world. Since ancient times, there were very few people who could compare with him. However, the disciples of Iron Sword, Violet Spirit, and Eight Desolations did not pay much attention to Yang Fann. Potential was ultimately potential. It had not been converted into strength, and Mortal Board First could only barely make it into the top 20 of the Earth Board. Therefore, Black Divine Sword, Xianxia, didn't put Yang Fann in his eyes at all from the beginning. He thought that Yang Fann was just an ant that could be killed with a casual strike. He never thought that Yang Fann would be so easy to kill. This ant was so terrifying. Every move he made was far more powerful than 10 million cauldron strength. His combat strength was almost on par with the top expert of the young generation. Finally, in order to kill Yang Fann, Xianxia finally didn't hold back any longer. He used the ultimate skill, Black Dragon of the Night. This was one of the rare ultimate martial skill in the Heavenly Sword Sect. It used the sword to transform into a dragon, as if the ancient Black Dragon had come back to life. It had the power to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. This sword strike was too terrifying and terrifying. Even the high and mighty Nine Heavens Elder would be severely injured if he didn't die under the ancient Black Dragon's attack. At this moment, pity flashed across Xianxia's and the other three's eyes. They looked at Yang Fann's corpse as if they were looking at a corpse. None of them thought that Yang Fann could withstand this deadly sword strike. There was no other possibility besides death. You can die in peace under the Black Dragon of the Night. Xianxia, who was dressed in black, looked like the god of death who controlled the life and death of all living beings. He held the famous scythe of the god of death, wanting to harvest Yang Fann's soul at that moment. You want my life? You are not qualified. Black Iron Battle Body. With a disdainful shout, an endless light burst out with Yang Fann as the center. It was extremely bright. In an instant, endless wind burst out from his pores. Every gust of wind was equivalent to a full-force attack from a low-grade martial master. Almost at the same time, Yang Fann's body began to expand at a visible rate. His entire body was covered in a layer of iron. His breathing became more condensed, and his chi became even more violent. His strength, speed, and endurance had all increased. Exponentially. This Yang Fann still has hidden strength as he's still human. Xianxia and the other three, who were watching Yang Fann being crushed by the ancient Black Dragon, suddenly changed their expressions. How could there be such a monster in this world? His combat strength had already surpassed theirs by a lot just now, but he still had the ability to hide his combat strength. The scariest thing was that this monster wasn't even 16 years old. Yao Yao thought back to the time when they were 15 years old, and what kind of cultivation base they had. It seemed like they didn't even have the combat strength of a half-martial master, right? The gap between them was more than 10,000 times. Why was the heavens so unfair? Black Dragon. I'll slay the dragon today. Yang Fann's voice was as loud as a bronze bell, as if Devil God was roaring. Die. His voice had just fallen. Yang Fann directly crushed the void and jumped onto the Black Dragon's head. He faced the Black Dragon's head and smashed down with his fist. The true beginning Black Iron Battle Body was more than twice as strong as before. Yang Fann's strength had increased by more than 5 times. The terror of this punch had exceeded the imagination of humans. The strength contained in this punch had reached 250 million ding. If Patriarch Wu, who had just opened one of his acupoints, didn't use any secret technique, martial skill, then he would be dead by now. A full-force attack would usually be the strength of 100 million ding. This was a terrifying force that even the 10 Empyrean martial masters' expression would change when he heard it. He threw out a punch, causing the wind and clouds to surge. The surroundings were in a state of great destruction. The invincible force exploded on the ferocious dragon head. It was as if a comet had crashed into the earth, and the sound of stars exploding rose and fell one after another. In less than a breath's time the ancient black dragon let out a mournful cry as its huge dragon head began to crack. The thin and dense cracks on its head were like spider webs that continuously spread throughout its entire body. Finally, it completely broke apart. It broke. He broke my black dragon of the night. How is this possible? An Xiaoyan was no longer as calm as before. His cold face was filled with disbelief. The black dragon of the night was his strongest killing move. The power of this attack was almost comparable to the full force of Empyrean martial master's attack. Among the young generation, except for the unfathomable unparalleled divine sword, Shen Wuxuang, no one else could break his ultimate skill so easily. After killing the ancient black dragon in one strike, Yang Fann's speed didn't slow down at all. He moved his body, crushed the void, and lunged at An Xiaoyan. He wouldn't show mercy to An Xiaoyan just because An Xiaoyan was lost and thought he wanted to kill him. Then he must be prepared to die. Yang Fann's expression was ferocious, as if the Asura from hell had come back to life. He did not hold back at all and threw out a punch. 250 million cauldron strength swept across everything. This punch seemed to be able to blow up the stars and shatter the continent. There were mushroom clouds everywhere, and even the space seemed to be distorted, as if it had reached the limit of what it could withstand. An ominous omen swept across An Xiaoyan's heart, causing him to let out a wail. In a split second, he was forced to thrust his sword out. His fist smashed onto the high-grade treasure weapon and dark flame sword. A terrifying thing happened. The high-grade treasure weapon dark flame sword, which was several times harder than the black iron, began to crack. Thin and dense cracks continued to spread upwards. In less than half a breath's time, S had completely turned into iron fragments. After the black iron battle body became a true beginning, Yang Fann's body defense was like a high-grade treasure weapon. When he unleashed his full strength, the body defense's strength would also increase by more than 5 times. At this moment, Yang Fann's body was so terrifying that even if it wasn't as powerful as a supreme-grade treasure weapon, it wouldn't be much different. In addition to the invincible strength of 250 million cauldrons, it was perfectly normal for him to break a high-grade treasure weapon in the next moment. A terrifying and invincible force swept across An Xiaoyan's body. In an instant, the intermediate high-grade treasure weapon armor on An Xiaoyan's body began to break. The sound of bones breaking sounded like firecrackers. His entire body was sent flying away like a broken gunny sack. Small mushroom clouds kept rising from his broken body. He couldn't live anymore. He's dead. Black divine sword, An Xiaoyan, is dead just like that. How could this be? In midair, Qingyu's sword, Fang Qingyu and the other 3 men's bodies swayed. They nearly fell from the sky. Their widened eyes were like 2 duck eggs. They seemed to have seen the legendary ghost. Unparalleled divine sword, An Xiaoyan, was the 5th person in the Earth Sword rankings. He was one of the young leaders of the Iron Sword sect. His strength was profound. Even some sect elder were no match for him, while Yang Fann was just a young man who was less than 16 years old. He had started cultivating since he was young with a small mortal board and expert. It was impossible for him to be a match for An Xiaoyan. Right at this moment, with a flash, Yang Fann had caught up with An Xiaoyan's flying corpse. He kept An Xiaoyan's corpse into his universe bag. The next moment, Yang Fann's eyes turned and his cold gaze swept across Fang Qingyu and the other 3. The corner of his mouth curled up and he said, "It's your turn." C-143 surround. The battle between Yang Fann and An Xiaoyan had greatly exceeded the expectations of Fang Qingyu and the other 3. They initially thought that An Xiaoyan would be able to kill Yang Fann with ease, but they never thought that it would be Yang Fann who killed An Xiaoyan instead. Just as Fang Qingyu and the other 3 were about to die from shock, Yang Fann's cold and emotionless gaze fell upon them. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Obviously, he wanted to kill the 4 of them. "Yang Fann, what are you trying to do? We have never offended you." When he saw Yang Fann's cold gaze, a bone-piercing chill struck Fang Qingyu's heart, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. This was a heaven-defying monster that could even kill An Xiaoyan. If he really had any evil intentions towards them, the consequences would be unimaginable. "That's right, Yang Fann, we didn't offend you. The blood spirit fruit is yours. We leave immediately." "Yang Fann, we will leave immediately." Fu Hongcheng and the other 2 also broke out in cold sweat. No one knew when, but their hearts had already jumped to their throats. At this moment, how could they care about fighting over the blood spirit fruit? They only hoped that Yang Fann would show mercy and let them go. You didn't offend me. Do you think I am a 3-year-old kid, so easy to deceive? Yang Fann sneered. If it wasn't for Xianxia taking the initiative to attack, would these 4 people not kill him? If the one who lost today was Yang Fann, would they be kind enough to let him live? In the martial artist, mercy was the most taboo. Good people did not live long, and disasters were left behind for thousands of years. The path of martial arts was a path of slaughter. Only by fighting and killing would one be able to walk a long path in. The next moment, Yang Fann's figure moved and crushed the void. In less than half a breath's time, he had already arrived in front of Fang Qingyu, who was the closest to him. He threw out a punch 25,500 cauldron strength. It was once again unleashed, and it swept across the heavens and the earth. Under this invincible force, even someone as strong as Xianxia would fall into despair, let alone a Fang Qingyu who was more than a level weaker than Xianxia. He only had enough time to let out a wail before Fang Qingyu's heart was shattered by Yang Fann's punch. Yang Fann moved his spiritual sense and pulled Fang Qingyu's broken corpse back into the universe bag. Without stopping, he lunged at the silver blade board's 10th man, Bending Blade Man. With a cold shout, Yang Fann threw his palm at Fu Hongcheng. This palm strike was like slapping a fly, but it was powerful enough to destroy everything. Wherever it passed, the void would collapse, and the surroundings would be filled with destruction without any resistance. Fu Hongcheng's head exploded like a watermelon. Run Shang Jr. Brother. Quick, let's split up and run. Yang Fann's ruthlessness made Qin Yang and Junior Brother feel like their guts were about to explode. They could not even muster up the slightest bit of resistance. They hurriedly urged their mounts to flee in 2 different directions. Qin Yang's plan was not bad. After all, Yang Fann only had 1 person, and he could only chase 1 person. Of course, whoever died in the end would have to depend on the heavens. If Yang Fann was really just a body cultivator, Qin Yang's plan would have succeeded. Unfortunately, not only was Yang Fann a terrifying body cultivator that was comparable to a high-grade beast general, he was also a peerless sabresman. His attainments in the Blade Dao were not inferior to his attainments in the body cultivator. The corner of Yang Fann's mouth cracked, and a trace of disdain appeared on his face, trying to escape. You didn't get my permission. In the next moment, Yang Fann's body trembled. A terrifying blade light suddenly burst out from his body. In an instant, it split into 2, then 2 into 4. It crushed the void and slashed towards Qin Yang and Shang Lia. Each blade light was 10 times faster than the speed of sound, and the power contained within it was even more terrifying. It could easily kill a 7th layer elder. How is this possible? This was the last thought that came to Qin Yang and Shang Lia's mind. Immediately, they saw 2 heads soaring into the sky. Their eyes were filled with anger and disbelief, and they died with everlasting regret. One should know that a person's energy was limited. Even a monster like Shen Wushuang only cultivated the sword Dao and dared not dabble in other kinds of cultivation. As for Yang Fann, not only was he not weaker than giant spirit divine general Zhu Yishan in the Dao of body cultivator, but he was also cultivating blade Daos. Yang Fann placed the corpses of Qin Yang and Shang Lia, as well as their mounts, into the universe bag. Then, he flashed a few times. Once again, he arrived under the blood spirit fruit tree and began to count the spoils of this battle. Xianxia and the other 3 were the rare peerless geniuses of the younger generation. The weakest among them was a low-grade 7 bloodline expert, especially Black Divine Sword and Xianxia, who were only a little bit away. He would be able to transform into a grade 7 high-grade bloodline, which was a very high grade. It was not any lower than Yang Fann's. After Yang Fann devoured their bloodline, his bloodline would surely advance further. He would truly transform into a 7th grade high-grade bloodline. At that time, Yang Fann could be considered to have truly stepped into the ranks of the top geniuses of Great Tang Dynasty as expected of the young generation. These people, no one is lower than Luo Tianya in terms of value. Yang Fann forcefully wiped away the universe bags on the spiritual brands of the 5 men. Yang Fann's heart was immediately filled with joy. Amongst the 5 men, the one with the lowest value was Bending Blade Man and Fu Hongcheng, but even so, the value of all the treasures in his universe bag was close to 100,000 spirit stones. It was no less than some 7th layer elders, and Black Divine Sword and Xianxia were even more terrifying. Just the universe bag alone was almost equal to all of Fu Hongcheng's belongings. That was a top-tier universe bag that was 1 grade higher than a high-tier universe bag. The space within it was vast. There were a total of 100,000 cubic meters, and the spiritual sense was piled up like a small mountain. And these were just middle-grade spirit stones. Counting middle-grade spirit stones in, just the spirit stones alone were as high as 500,000 spirit stones. When the other treasures were combined together, they would at least be worth millions of spirit stones. It was not any less than the elders of level 8. What made Yang Fann the most excited was that within An Xian's universe bag, he actually found a blood spirit grass, and with this blood spirit grass, adding the flood dragon snake blood pill that Mortal Board first had rewarded him, he was very confident that he could raise the bloodline of the two old men to mid-rank 8. Lastly, with the help of the blood spirit fruits, the two old men could become 7th rank bloodline warriors in one go. However, they could reach the 6th level, or even more after the time it took to make a cup of tea. The blood spirit fruit had finally completely matured. The rich fragrance caused the exotic beasts within a 1,000-mile radius to riot. However, what was surprising was that not a single exotic beast dared to approach a 5-mile radius of the blood spirit fruit tree. There were dozens of beast generals. There were also hundreds and thousands of top-grade exotic beasts that had died tragically. The aura of death that was left behind was simply too terrifying, causing countless exotic beasts to be frightened. They didn't dare to take a step closer to this place. After all, exotic beasts were different from wild beasts that only had their instincts. The intelligence of an intermediate exotic beast was comparable to that of a 3 or 4-year-old child. As for top-tier exotic beasts, their intelligence was no less than that of an 8 or 9-year-old youth. As for beast generals, their intelligence was comparable to that of an adult. It's finally ripened. Looking at the fully transformed dark red blood spirit fruit, Yang Fann heaved a sigh of relief. In the next moment, Yang Fann's spiritual sense turned into a pair of invisible hands and plucked the blood spirit fruit. He carefully put it into a jade box. Only at this moment did Yang Fann finally feel relieved. Looking at the blood spirit fruit tree that had no fruit, Yang Fann secretly felt that it was a pity. The blood spirit fruit was incomparably precious. The blood spirit fruit tree was also a rare spiritual root in the world. If possible, Yang Fann really wanted to move it away. Unfortunately, this was the demon spirit secret realm. Although the universe bag space was vast, the blood spirit fruit tree entered. It wouldn't take long before it withered and died. Finally, Yang Fann cast a reluctant glance at the blood spirit fruit tree. His figure moved and disappeared under the boundless night sky 3,000 miles away from strange devil's forest, on a black land. Tens of millions of exotic beasts were surging towards a place like a tide. In the center of the endless exotic beasts, one could faintly see a few human figures fighting with all their might. The sword chi and saber light were sweeping across the land, killing numerous exotic beasts. However, there were simply too many exotic beasts. They were like a vast ocean, endless and impossible to kill. As time passed, one exotic beast after another fell onto the black ground. Their blood had already dyed the black ground red. However, the auras of those human figures were gradually weakening. In the end, there were even some casualties amongst them. C-144 Rescue Die. The power of the shell instantly rose to the 8th layer, and with an explosive force of more than 30 million cauldron strength, it chopped off the head of a lower demon general. This is the 3rd demon general I encountered today. After putting the corpse of the lower demon general into the universe bag, Yang Fann furrowed his brows slightly. There was a faint trace of uneasiness in his heart. Today, it had been 3 days since he picked the blood spirit fruit. In these 3 days, the number of Yang Fann had encountered had reached 12. This was obviously abnormal. The demon general was the strongest existence in the demon spirit secret realm. In addition, every 10 years, there would be disciples from the 4 sects entering the secret realm to hunt and cleanse the demon general. In this huge secret realm, it was very difficult for the number of demon generals to exceed 100. Many disciples of the sect were sent out of the demon spirit secret realm a month later, but none of them were able to find a demon general. However, he had only been in the secret realm for 4 days, and he had already encountered 14 demon generals. Furthermore, it was in the Dead Swamp, a place that almost no demon general wanted to step foot in. I hope it's just that I thought too much otherwise. The trouble will be huge. A trace of seriousness flashed across Yang Fann's face. Lower demon generals were nothing to him. As long as he wasn't surrounded by hundreds of demon generals, he would be able to deal with them. However, it was different for the other disciples of the sect. Besides the top 10 disciples of the Earth Board, no one else dared to claim that they could win a demon general for sure. The demon general was a synonym for terror. Even the lowest level lower demon general had the strength to challenge an intermediate martial master. I hope senior brother and the others are lucky. After comforting himself, Yang Fann continued his journey. Soon, another 2 hours had passed. Currently, Yang Fann was only 3,000 and a few hundred miles away from the second level of the demon spirit's secret realm, Strange Devil's Forest. With his speed, he would be able to enter the Strange Devil's Forest in 2 days at most. After a moment, Yang Fann's figure slightly paused. He could smell an extremely strong scent of blood coming from the front. At the same time, it was accompanied by the roars of beasts, along with faint human cries. Someone is fighting with the exotic beast. Yang Fann's heart tightened. He could not help but speed up his pace. It was fine for the disciples of the other 3 major sects, but if it was a fellow disciple of Seven Stars Sect, he would not be able to do nothing to save them on the black ground several dozen miles away from Yang Fann. Under the control of dozens of low-grade exotic beasts, tens of thousands of beast generals were surrounding and killing a group of human disciples. There were men and women in this group, and on the left chest of each of them was the symbol of the Big Dipper. However, the colors were different, some were gold, and some were silver. Without a doubt, these people were all disciples of the Seven Stars Sect. With a delicate shout, Gong Wuxia, who was wearing a red Tianluo dress, smashed a 10-meter-long exotic beast with her palm. The scarlet flame star python's ferocious snake head was breathing heavily. The pink Tianluo dress had long been dyed red by fresh blood. It was unknown whether it was the fresh blood of those exotic beasts or her fresh blood. Perhaps it was both. Even her flawless white face was stained with blood. In fact, other than Gong Wuxia, the other 8 disciples of the Seven Stars Sect were the same. Their bodies were dripping with blood. They looked like they had just been fished out from a sea of blood. Their faces were pale and their breathing was rapid. It was obvious that they had used up too much of their energy. Almost all of them were injured, and some of them were even coughing out blood from time to time. How miserable! You break out of the encirclement. Marong Bing, the 7th person from the Yuheng's monster and mortal board, had sealed a level 9 exotic beast with his sword. He was panting heavily. After 6 hours of tough battle, he had been continuously attacked by countless exotic beasts. Although he had not been injured, the inner force in his body was already insufficient. If he did not break out of the encirclement, he was afraid that he would only die. Gong Wuxia shook her head and laughed bitterly. Her voice was filled with bitterness. How could she not want to break out of the encirclement? But was this possible? The dozens of beast generals in the outermost region did not attack the other exotic beasts. It was just that they did not want to suffer any injuries. However, once they chose to break out of the encirclement, those dozens of beast generals would definitely give them a thunderous blow. It wasn't that they hadn't tried breaking out of the encirclement before, but the result was that those beast generals were able to bring them back. Because of this, they even lost a few corpses of their fellow disciples. Right at this moment, a mournful wail suddenly sounded out. The 43rd Mortal Board, one of the top 10 disciples of Yuheng, Ku Linfang, had finally used up all his inner forces. He could no longer withstand the bombardment of a few level 9 exotic beasts. His heart was crushed by the claw of a level 9 lightning sable. In an instant, all his flesh and blood were devoured by the surrounding exotic beasts very quickly. A deep sadness engulfed the hearts of Gong Wuxia and the others. Many of their hearts and minds were filled with a strong sense of despair. Their eyes were lifeless, without a trace of color. Could it be that I am going to die in the hands of these beasts today? I am not willing. A roar of unwillingness burst out from Gong Wuxia's heart. She entered the sect at the age of 13 and passed the 800-meter bronze warrior's lane at the age of 15. She became the new human king of the outer sect and became one of the top 10 disciples of the Tianshuan at the age of 17. At the age of 18, she was the first to fight the mortal board. She had obtained 36 mortal boards, and had cultivated hard for 2 years. She had successfully comprehended the concept, and had entered the top 10 of the mortal board. Now, she was ranked 5th in the mortal board, and she would at least become an elder of the peak pulse in the future. If possible, she could break through to the martial master level 10. She would become one of the top expert in the sect, and she would die here. How could she accept this? It happened so fast. The reinforcements are here. Hold on, everyone. An exclamation of hope like the light of dawn broke the cage of despair in everyone's heart. It's Yang Fann, senior brother. Yang Fann, senior brother has come to save us. The reinforcement was Yang Fann. It was only a few minutes after Yang Fann used his full strength. Although there was only one reinforcement, Gong Wuxia and the others who were surrounded were refreshed. Even their exhausted physical strength seemed to have recovered. All of a sudden Yang Fann was synonymous with miracles. In the mortal ranking war, at first, There were a few people who were optimistic about Yang Fann, who thought that he could defeat young Master Zhu Long and Ma Wenlong, who thought that he could defeat Hundred Swords Lord and Bai Li Yunfei. In the end, not only was Ma Wenlong killed with a single punch, even Bai Li Yunfei, whose combat strength had increased by more than 10 times after consuming the intensive explosion pill, was killed by him. The exotic beasts that surrounded them were very powerful, and there were even dozens of beast generals hovering around them. But who could guarantee that Yang Fann would not create another miracle? Right at this moment, a lower-ranked general and green-eyed golden eagle that was hovering 1,000 feet in the sky noticed Yang Fann's figure. In the next moment, the green-eyed golden eagle turned into a ray of golden light and cut through the void. In less than a breath's time, it appeared above Yang Fann's head. Its sharp claws, which were sharper than mid-grade treasure weapons, extended towards Yang Fann's head. The exotic beast didn't know any martial skill secret technique. This claw didn't have any fancy moves, but the power contained within it was extraordinary. It was close to 5 million cauldron strength, and it could kill ghosts and gods and shake the stars. In addition to the terrifying speed of the green-eyed golden eagle, which was like a golden light, it made people unable to guard against it. Its power suddenly skyrocketed. If 6th Empyrean Martial Master wasn't careful, he would be killed by its brother Yang Fann. Be careful Yang Fann, senior brother, dodge C-145. He was invincible. Within the beast horde, Dong Wuxia and the others felt their hearts jump to their throats. Now, they had placed all their hopes on Yang Fann. If something happened to Yang Fann, then all of them would be unable to escape from the exotic beast's demonic claws. At this critical moment, Yang Fann suddenly threw a punch forward. Yang Fann had used the 8th layer power of the shell in this punch. When the punch was thrown out, nearly 30 million cauldron strength swept across the world. This strength could literally destroy everything, shaking the sun and moon. Accompanied by a shrill eagle cry, the sharp claws of the green-eyed golden eagle, which were capable of splitting metal and splitting rocks, that were not any weaker than intermediate treasure weapons, began to crumble like porcelain. The violent and unparalleled force continued to spread. This force swept across the entire body of the green-eyed golden eagle. In an instant, the green-eyed golden eagle's body, which was nearly 10 meters long, flew backwards like a broken gunny sack. Terrifying mushroom clouds rose from the broken body of the green-eyed golden eagle. Its life force was rapidly weakening. Looks like it won't be able to live anymore. The green-eyed golden eagle was killed by Yang Fann just like that. Dong Wuxia was very shocked in her heart. She slowed down. She was almost ambushed by a level 9 exotic beast. This was too shocking. This was one of the best among the low-grade exotic beasts. It was only a step away from the intermediate exotic beast. If it wasn't for the law of the mystic realm's suppression, perhaps it would have broken through a long time ago. Its strength was too powerful. Even 5 Empyrean Martial Master might not be able to defeat it. If one added in its terrifying lightning speed, then it was simply too powerful. Even if she was at her peak, if she were to face this green-eyed golden eagle, perhaps she would not be able to defeat it either at this moment. Rumble, 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 the ground trembled. A huge monster charged towards Yang Fann. It was a huge ape exotic beast, and it was 15 meters tall. Its body was filled with a ferocious aura, and its eyes were bloodshot. It looked like a bloodthirsty beast. In its hand was a 30-meter-high mixed steel column. The weight of the mixed steel column was probably more than 10 million kilograms. It was like the resurrection of an ancient tyrant. Its ferocious power was incomparable. Great strength, explosive ape, lower-ranked general. Its temper was violent and bloodthirsty. It was a famous Herculean warrior among lower-ranked generals. Its power was very terrifying. It was not the slightest bit weaker than those intermediate beast generals. In fact, it might even surpass the intermediate beast generals. This was not the end. 2 more Yang Fanns charged out from Yang Fann's left and right sides. They charged straight at Yang Fann. On the left was a giant yellow tiger that was nearly 80 feet long. It was huge. It had a horn on its head. Vaguely, this horn was somewhat similar to the legendary dragon horn. Dragon's nature was a bit lustful. It liked to play around, making everything in the world have the bloodline of dragons. And this dragon horn tiger had a trace of the divine beast true dragon's bloodline. Although that trace of true dragon bloodline was so thin that it could almost be ignored, but a god-beast bloodline was a god-beast bloodline. Within the countless lower-ranked generals, the dragon horn tiger could absolutely be considered a top existence. It even had the ability to challenge the power of intermediate beast generals. The beast general on the right was even more extraordinary. It was a terrifying giant beast with a body length of more than 30 meters, as if it was a legendary divine beast or Suani. However, compared to the legendary Suani, it only lacked a single golden dragon horn lower-ranked general, Kangni. It was the descendant of the legendary divine beasts, Suanis, and divine beasts. It possessed a trace of the bloodline of Suanis and Suanis. If not for the suppression of the law of the mystic realm, perhaps the Kangni would have advanced to a high-level beast general. It could even break through the shackles and step into the beast commander. Compared to the other beast generals, descendant of a divine beast, who possessed the god-beast bloodline, could be considered a genius amongst the martial artist humans. Their speed of advancement was so fast that the other exotic beasts simply couldn't compare with them. Many beast generals couldn't even advance one level after hundreds or thousands of years. After that, descendant of a divine beast would need several decades, or even shorter, before they could successfully level up. The gap between them could not be measured by logic. Even though the Kangni was only a lower-ranked general, ordinary intermediate beast generals could not be compared to it. When the three great beast generals joined forces, even an ordinary sect elder would face the danger of death. Gong Wuxia and the others had just calmed down when they immediately became nervous again. Three great beast generals want to stop me. You all are looking down on me too much. Yang Fann's face revealed a trace of contempt. Although the strength of the three great beast generals wasn't weak, to an ordinary earth-born disciple, no matter which one it was enough to make them feel despair. They didn't have the strength to resist at all. But to Xiao Tian, Shui Wuxing, and other top-grade monsters, this was nothing. Even Fu Hongcheng and the others. When they faced these three great Xiao Tians, they also had the strength to fight in the next moment. Yang Fann's figure moved, and he directly cut open the void. In an instant, he appeared in front of the great strength explosive ape. Then, he threw out a punch. This punch, Yang Fann exerted all of his strength. His power of the shell was completely unleashed. The force of nearly 50 million cauldrons had shocked everyone present. This was an invincible force that even Fu Hongcheng and Fang Qingyu, who were the top 10 earth-born warriors, would feel despair in their hearts. Although the strength of the great strength explosive ape was comparable to an intermediate exotic beast, it still didn't have any effect on it. It could only obediently accept this punch. There was no second possibility. Rumble, the earth trembled and the mountains shook. The great strength explosive ape's body, which was 15 meters tall, fell to the ground with a loud bang. All the exotic beasts within a radius of 1,000 feet had died as well. All of you, go to hell. In less than half a breath's time, Yang Fann had already arrived above the dragon-horn tiger. He struck with his palm without hesitation. This palm was like the palm of a god. It destroyed everything and suppressed the entire world. The void collapsed. All directions were turned into nothingness. A large amount of the air was completely vaporized. Bang! The dragon-horn tiger's ferocious and terrifying tiger head was like a huge watermelon that was smashed into pieces in an instant. Fresh blood mixed with brain matter splattered everywhere. The Kangni that had just approached Yang Fann let out a sorrowful cry and started running. The intelligence of an ordinary lower-ranked general had already surpassed that of a 12 or 13-year-old youth. Not to mention that this was only a Kangni with a god-beast bloodline. Whether it was a great strength explosive ape or a dragon-horn tiger, at most, they were only slightly inferior to it. In the end, these two divine beasts were directly slapped to death by that terrifying human. If it continued charging forward, then it's impossible but death. The Kangni was not the kind of fool who would charge forward even though he knew he was going to die. You want to run? Have you asked me? Yang Fann let out a ferocious laugh. Immediately after, his figure moved, and he caught up to the Kangni. These god-beast bloodlines that descendant of a divine beast had were all very nutritious items. There were several exotic beasts of the same level on top of each other. Go to hell. Rumble, the palm technique that fell from the sky reappeared. The force of nearly 50 million cauldrons swept through everything. So what if it was descendant of a divine beast? Under absolute power, they would still die. The Kangni let out a despairing wail. Its ferocious lion head exploded with a loud bang, but it was still dead. They're dead. The three great beast generals died just like that. Brother Yang Fann is really too strong. Brother Yang Fann's strength is not weaker than those elders. Ha ha ha, good. We are saved. While they were feeling shocked, endless hope engulfed their hearts. The stronger Yang Fann's combat strength was, the higher the possibility of them escaping alive. However, right at this moment, a heaven-shaking beast roar resounded in all directions. It was so loud that it could be clearly heard even from dozens of kilometers away. In the next moment, The 32 beast generals that were hovering around him all went berserk. Almost at the same time, they charged towards Yang Fann. Now were finished at this moment. It was as if a bucket of bone-chilling ice water had been poured onto their hearts, extinguishing the fire of hope that had just been ignited, causing them to once again fall into the limitless darkness. C-146 kaboom 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 kaboom. We are finished now. All the disciples of the Seven Stars Sect, including Gong Wuxia, had lost all hope. A total of 32 lower-ranked general had become Yang Fann's enemy. Among them, there was also descendant of a divine beast. This was too terrifying. Even the number 1 youth in the young generation, the number 1 Earth-born Xianxia, could only die under the siege of so many beast generals, let alone Yang Fann. Although Yang Fann was powerful, except for those die-hard fans who blindly admired him, basically no one thought that Yang Fann could defeat Xianxia. In terms of potential, Yang Fann was indeed unmatched. He could be called the second person after 7 Stars Monk, but potential was not equal to strength. If Yang Fann wanted to beat Xianxia, he would need at least another 1 or 2 years of hard work. In the blink of an eye, 32 beast generals surrounded Yang Fann. There were beast generals everywhere at this moment. In the center of the countless exotic beasts, there was a blue-shirted young man. Currently, his blue robe had already become a bloody robe. His eyes sparkled. Then, he whispered to Gong Wuxia and Marong Bing, junior sister Wuxia. "Brother Marong, let's take the opportunity to break out of the encirclement." Previously, they were unable to break out of the encirclement. It was because a group of beast generals had been guarding the area. Now, all the beast generals had been attracted by Yang Fann. If they took the opportunity to break out of the encirclement, there was a high chance that they could break out successfully. Yang Fann's life and death was not within his consideration. Shut up. Gong Wuxia's face turned cold, and her eyes were filled with disdain and disgust. Yang Fann had come to rescue them out of good intentions. If they abandoned Yang Fann and escaped by themselves in order to live, it would be ungrateful. This had completely exceeded Gong Wuxia's bottom line. "Junior sister Wuxia, I am doing this for everyone's good. It is better to die alone than to die together with everyone." "Lu Yan, shut up. If you dare to say it again, you will be ungrateful." "If that's the case, I'll kill you this time." It was Marong Bing who spoke. Although he wasn't a good person and had killed at least 800 people, he wouldn't do such a shameless thing. Although the rest of them didn't say anything, they could clearly see the disdain in their eyes. Lu Yan actually wanted to abandon Yang Fann. He was truly shameless. "All right, all of you are good people, you are all loyal to your friends. Only I am a bad person, I have no loyalty." Of course, Lu Yan was just thinking about this in his heart. He didn't dare to say it out loud. Marong Bing was very cold. If he dared to say it out loud, Marong Bing would definitely kill him. "If you want to die, go and die. I still have a bright future ahead of me. I won't die with you all," Lu Yan muttered in his heart. He looked around, looking for an opportunity to break out of the encirclement. Suddenly boundless light burst out from Yang Fann, shining in all directions. The next moment, terrifying gusts of wind that could destroy mountains burst out from Yang Fann's body, spreading across the world. It wreaked havoc in all directions. Yang Fann's body was expanding at a visible rate, and his breathing became even more condensed. His aura became even more violent, and his strength, speed, and endurance were rising steadily. Streaks of silver light covered his entire body. From afar, he looked like an ancient god that had descended from the heavens. His divine might was like a prison, sweeping through everything in its path. It caused one to involuntarily kneel on the ground and worship the divine being in one's heart. The combined might of 32 beast general was so powerful that even 9 heavens experts could not resist it. Yang Fann did not dare to underestimate it. After the battle with Xianxia, Yang Fann once again used all of his strength to activate the black iron battle body. Yang Fann has hidden his true strength. There is still some suspense in this battle. Gong Wuxia and the others looked at the glittering and bright Yang Fann, who looked like a resurrected ancient warlord. They were filled with hope. "Once again go to hell," Yang Fann shouted coldly. His body crushed the void. In an instant, he appeared above the head of a golden crystal snake. Then, he struck out with his palm. It was a swift and decisive strike. Under the enhancement of the black iron battle body, the strength of this palm strike was as high as 250 million ding. The strength was terrifying enough to destroy everything. As the palm struck down, an area of 300 meters seemed as if the sky had collapsed, and the heavens shook and the earth shook. The sounds of stars disintegrating were everywhere. The high-grade golden crystal snakes, from the golden crystal snake to the ordinary high-grade exotic beasts, had already been shattered. Fresh blood and minced meat scattered all over the ground. What a savage strength! Just a tiny bit of fear was enough to crush me into pieces. Brother Xiao was only so. This is too scary. All the disciples of the Seven Stars Sect, including Gong wuxia, were shocked. The fire of hope in their hearts became brighter and brighter. However, right at this moment, the 9 lower-ranked generals arrived in front of Yang Fann. In an instant, the wind blades, flames, and ice mercilessly devoured Yang Fann. The earth trembled, the voids trembled, and a large patch of black soil disappeared, leaving behind a huge crater. Once the demonic clan advanced to the demon general realm, they would awaken their natal demon skills. When the exotic beast advanced to the beast general realm, they would also awaken their own unique skills. This was especially true for descendant of a divine beast, who had a pure bloodline. He might even awaken his special abilities. No, how could this be? Why, at this moment, Gong wuxia and the rest were completely driven mad. God had given them hope again and again, but he had mercilessly killed them again and again. The natal skill was the beast general's strongest killing move. If a peak martial master level 10 expert was struck by the natal skill, even if it didn't die, it would lose half of its life. Just as everyone was in despair, a powerful silver light burst out from the deep pit that buried Yang Fann, soaring into the sky. This endless silver light contained a terrifying life force and strength that could not be described with words. It dominated the wilderness. Yang Fann slowly walked out from the endless light. What was shocking was that apart from his tattered clothes, he didn't seem to be injured at all. With the black iron battle body, Yang Fann's body was almost as strong as a supreme-grade treasure weapon. The terrifying defensive power of the black iron battle body was unprecedented. Even a high-level martial master wouldn't be able to hurt him if he didn't have a supreme-grade treasure weapon in his hand. Although the combined attack of the 9 great beast general was powerful, and it was powerful enough to destroy an intermediate treasure weapon, or even severely injure a high-grade treasure weapon, it wasn't enough to destroy a supreme-grade treasure weapon. Brother Yang Fann is fine. This is great. Everyone was pleasantly surprised, but also endlessly shocked. His defense is too high. He is like a god. For a moment, everyone forgot to resist. They forgot that they were still being surrounded and killed by countless exotic beasts. They just stared blankly at Yang Fann. They were truly shocked. That was the most powerful strike of the 9 great beast generals. Fortunately, the exotic beasts that surrounded them were so scared that they forgot to attack. Otherwise, if they were really torn into pieces by the exotic beasts because of their shock, they would be in a miserable state. I'm in pain now. It's my turn to hit you. The corner of Yang Fann's mouth cracked open, and he revealed a ferocious smile. In the next moment, Yang Fann took a step forward, and the heavens shook and the earth shook. He struck out with his palm, and an incomparably violent force instantly enveloped the 2 beast generals. This palm was like a divine sky law, and wherever it passed, the void in the air would collapse, and the area within a few miles would be in a state of great destruction. In less than a breath's time, the 2 beast generals were killed by Yang Fann. The group of beasts roared. It was a pity that it was useless for them to keep attacking Yang Fann. Yang Fann's body was comparable to a supreme-grade treasure weapon. As long as he wasn't hit by a dozen or 20 beast generals at the same time, he would only feel pain, but he wouldn't be injured. And Yang Fann's every palm strike was earth-shattering, like the furious strike of an ancient giant. Whether it was descendant of a divine beast who possessed a god-beast bloodline or an ordinary beast general, they all died under Yang Fann's attack. Countless mushroom clouds rose up, and large patches of voids were destroyed. It was as if 3 calamities and 9 calamities had happened, accompanied by the miserable howls of wild beasts. Before they died, the number of beast generals rapidly decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was the same with countless high-level exotic beasts. It was a complete one-sided slaughter. C-147. Too careless on the Black Land, Yang Fann relied on his terrifying physical body that was comparable to a supreme-grade treasure weapon. He did not put up any defense and charged forward recklessly. Every punch he threw killed a large number of exotic beasts. The group of beast generals and the army of exotic beasts were miserable beyond words. He was really too much of a bully. They used all kinds of strange techniques, but they were unable to harm him. However, each of his attacks had great power. In just a short period of 20 breaths, nearly half of the 32 beast generals had been lost. As for the ordinary middle and high-grade exotic beasts, they had suffered heavy casualties. At least 30,000 of them had died. There was really no way to continue this war. The terrifying force of 250 million cauldrons crushed down once again. Wherever the force passed, ripples appeared on the 4-direction space. It seemed to have reached the limit of what it could withstand, and it could break at any moment. 2 terrifying mushroom clouds rose up, and 2 more beast generals were shattered by Yang Fann. Blood and brain matter were scattered all over the ground. Brother Yang Fann is really too strong. Those beast generals are not Brother Yang Fann's match at all. Gong Wuxia and the others looked at Yang Fann, who looked like a god who had been resurrected. Their eyes had turned into worship. It was as if they were looking at the holiness in their hearts. Even Brother Xiao Tian isn't a match for Brother Yang Fann, right? Although Thunder God Sword's strength was amazing and he was just an ordinary expert of the sky ranking, it would be very difficult for him to defeat dozens of experts like Yang Fann, who was like an ant, with dozens of lower-ranked generals. Killing 32 beast generals was very difficult. Even that 9 Empyrean martial master might be surrounded and killed by them. The earth shook and the mountains shook. The sky collapsed. Another 2 beast general were destroyed by Yang Fann. At this moment, the remaining 12 beast general could no longer withstand the fear in their hearts and completely collapsed. That human martial artist was a monster. He was not someone they could defeat. If they continued to stay here, besides death, there was no other possibility. Beasts had the instinct to seek fortune and avoid disaster, not to mention the beast general, which was as intelligent as humans. In an instant, 12 beast generals scattered and fled in all directions. After forcefully keeping the 3 beast generals, Yang Fann no longer chased after them. Although as long as he was willing to expose his supreme blade Dao cultivation base, it wasn't impossible for him to keep all of these beast generals. However, after pondering for a moment, he suppressed the thought of exposing the blade Daos. At this moment, there were still many fellow disciples present. The martial artist world was filled with danger. Only by grasping sufficient trump cards could one win by surprise, turning defeat into victory in a dangerous situation. Once the trump card was exposed, it was no longer a trump card. It was not worth exposing a trump card for a few low-grade exotic beasts with his current cultivation base. If he wanted to make another breakthrough, he would need to devour at least hundreds or thousands of lower-ranked generals. A few lower-ranked generals would not have much of an effect on him without the suppression of the group of beast generals. The exotic beast army, which had long reached the brink of collapse, was completely routed and scattered in all directions. They were like a tide that surged in all directions. "We've won in an instant." Gong Wuxia and the others burst into deafening cheers. Their faces were filled with the joy of surviving the disaster. Some of them even had tears in their eyes. This time, it was really too dangerous. They were just a little bit away from dying with a complete corpse in just a breath's time. Yang Fann had already collected all his spoils of war. However, he only kept the corpses of the 20-plus beast general. As for those exotic beast, whether it was intermediate exotic beast or top-grade exotic beast, Yang Fann didn't take any of them. Of course, he didn't care about the corpses of these exotic beast either. In the next moment, Yang Fann appeared in front of Gong Wuxia and the others. "Brother Yang Fann, thank you for saving us. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to escape death. We will never forget your great kindness. In the future, if you have any orders, we will not dare to disobey." Yang Fann, senior brother. "My life will be yours from now on. I will listen to any of your orders." Yang Fann, "I owe you my life." Gong Wuxia and the others all went forward to thank Yang Fann. If it wasn't for Yang Fann's timely arrival today, they would have died in the end. Of course, no one knew how many of them were truly willing to work for Yang Fann. "This is what I should do." Yang Fann laughed lightly and did not care. They came from the same sect and he happened to encounter such a situation. He also had the ability to save them, so he naturally could not leave them to die. Of course, if it was not possible, Yang Fann could only apologize to them. He could not fall into a desperate situation because of a few fellow disciples he had only met once. Yang Fann admitted that he wasn't that great. Seeing Gong Wuxia and the others still wanted to thank him, Yang Fann hurriedly changed the topic. "By the way, Sister Gong, Brother Marong, why are you all trapped by these beasts? And Senior Sister Situ, where are Brother Yan and the others?" This was also what Yang Fann did not understand. The transportation array of the Seven Stars Sect could at most transport 36 people at a time. Apart from the Tianshu branch, which had the largest number of people, the rest of the 6-peak pulse were basically mixed teleportation. The relationship between the Tianshuan and the Yuheng had always been good. Therefore, the disciples of both branches basically entered the demon spirit secret realm at the same time. With Situ Jing and Yan Chuo's cultivation base, even if they were not a match for the exotic beast army, however, it wouldn't be a problem for them to lead the group and break out of the encirclement. Could it be that they made a mistake during the teleportation just like him? Suddenly, Yang Fann's expression changed slightly. A thought leapt into his mind. When we appeared in Demon Spirit Secret Realm, we had already disappeared without a trace of senior sister Situ and the others. Very quickly, Gong Wuxia confirmed Yang Fan's guess. They were also unlucky. Once they entered the secret realm, not to mention that many of their fellow disciples had disappeared without a trace. They were also very unlucky to have fallen into a demon cave. There was also a lower demon general inside. They had finally escaped from the demon cave with great difficulty, and accidentally broke into a beast cave. They were being chased by countless exotic beasts, and in the end, they were surrounded here. Their bodies and souls almost died. Looks like it's not what I thought it was. I was the only one who made a mistake. I'm afraid that all the teleportations were wrong. There are also the demon generals that are continuously surging. We are in trouble. Yang Fan's expression turned serious. The uneasiness in his heart intensified. His intuition told him that there was a conspiracy going on, and it was approaching them all. Sister Gong, Brother Marong, what are your next plans? Forcibly suppressing the uneasiness in his heart, Yang Fann asked again. Hearing this, Gong Wuxia did not directly answer Yang Fan's question. Instead, she asked, Brother Yang Fann, you should be preparing to head to Wanling Mountain, right? That's right. Yang Fann nodded slightly and admitted frankly. Although he had obtained the blood spirit fruit, and even without the spirit bone pill refined by the bone spirit grass, his parents could still break through to the bone forging with their painstaking cultivation. However, Yang Fann still wasn't prepared to give up on his previous plan and go to Wanling Mountain to pick the bone spirit grass. Moreover, the Wanling Mountain had more than half of the high-grade demon spirit secret realms gathered there. Gong Wuxia's beautiful eyes lit up, and there was a trace of anticipation on her pretty face as she said, Brother Yang Fann, I wonder if we can follow you to the Wanling Mountain. C-148A Zan artifact was discovered. Gong Wuxia's beautiful eyes sparkled. She looked at Yang Fann with anticipation. It had only been 4 days since they entered Demon Spirit Secret Realm. They had not even walked 2,000 miles, but they had already experienced a few life and death situations. If it was just them alone, they might not have reached the Wanling Mountain yet. They had already met with misfortune and fell on the way. However, she wasn't willing to give up on going to the Wanling Mountain just like that. The Wanling Mountain was the core of the Demon Spirit Secret Realm. More than half of the high-grade Demon Spirit Secret Realms in the Demon Spirit Secret Realm were gathered there. They had already entered the Demon Spirit Secret Realm. If they hadn't reached the Wanling Mountain, they had never really entered the Demon Spirit Secret Realm before. However, if they could travel with Yang Fann, everything would be different. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. They had witnessed Yang Fann's strength with their own eyes. He was definitely the top expert amongst the young generation. Even Brother Xiao Tian, who was ranked first on the Earth board, might not be a match for Yang Fann. If they had him to protect them, they would be able to smoothly arrive at Wanling Mountain. In the next moment, everyone echoed, Brother Yang Fann, it's safer to have more people. Next, let's go together. That's right, Brother Yang Fann. If there's an accident, we can also take care of each other. That's right. Brother Yang Fann, since we're going to Wanling Mountain, let's go together. It is safer with more people. It is you guys who are safer. Yang Fann was speechless. Among these people, the most powerful ones were Gong Wuxia and Marong Bing. They had the power to fight the lower rank general. The rest of them, let alone fighting the lower rank general, could they even fight a top-grade exotic beast? All of them were unknown. To Yang Fann, they were just a bunch of burdens. If they really encountered any danger, Yang Fann might as well hope that the heavens would suddenly open their eyes. A bolt of heavenly lightning was descending to help him eliminate his enemies. It was useless to count on them. Junior brother Yang Fann, what do you think? Gong Wuxia asked again. Her voice was gentle. It was as beautiful as 100 spirit birds. Sister Gong, this. A trace of hesitation flashed across Yang Fann's deep eyes. Bringing them along would only drag him down. Moreover, to put it bluntly, if he really went with them, whether or not they could make it to Wanling Mountain was still unknown. Under the suppression of the law of the mystic realm, everyone's speed is dropping more than 9 levels. Under the circumstances where Yang Fann did not waste any time and was rushing at full speed, it would take him at least 3 or 4 days to reach Wanling Mountain. If it was Gong Wuxia and Marong Bing, they would need at least 10 days to half a month to reach Wanling Mountain. The others would only need more time. They could only stay in Demon Spirit Secret Realm for a month. It had already been 4 days. What if they encountered some dangerous situations along the way? They might be teleported out of the secret realm while they were still on the way. However, Yang Fann felt a little embarrassed to reject them just like that. No matter what, they were from the same sect at this moment. Junior brother Yang Fann, we are all disciples of the Seven Stars Sect. You won't be so cold to us, right? A somewhat strange voice came from behind Gong Wuxia. The person who spoke was Lu Yan. Lu Yan might not be able to see that the goddess in his heart was focused on Yang Fann, or perhaps he was just unhappy with Yang Fann. Even if Yang Fann had saved his life, he still hated Yang Fann. When Gong Wuxia heard this, her heart immediately trembled. She secretly cursed, Lu Yan, what nonsense are you spouting? Junior sister Wuxia, what nonsense am I spouting? We are both disciples of the Seven Stars Sect, so we naturally have to support each other and help each other out. Since junior brother Yang Fann has the ability to bring us to the Wanling Mountain, why don't he bring us along? At the end, Lu Yan didn't forget to discuss Yang Fann. Junior brother Yang Fann, what I said makes sense, right? You are Lu Yan, right? I am not your father. I do not have the time to take care of your food and drinks. Yang Fann's expression turned slightly cold. The trace of embarrassment in his heart was completely extinguished by him in the bud. He was neither a relative nor a friend of theirs. He had saved them once because of their friendship as fellow disciples. Did he have to take care of them for the rest of their lives? Besides, Demon Spirit Secret Realm was not an easy place to live. Since they dared to enter the Demon Spirit Secret Realm and fight for opportunities, they must be prepared to die. Yang Fann, you. Upon hearing this, Lu Yan immediately became furious. Lu Yan was one of the 23 people in the mortal board. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? I think you don't want your tongue anymore. Yang Fann raised his eyebrows. The anger in his heart was starting to get out of his control. What did this Lu Yan think he was? He actually dared to make a request. Yang Fann looked at Lu Yan as if he was looking at a dead man. Lu Yan saw Yang Fann's gaze. Lu Yan's body trembled, and a bone-piercing chill struck his heart. His forehead was covered in large beads of sweat at some point in time. He had really been bewitched by ghosts. He had actually dared to speak to this dark star in such a manner. Wasn't he tired of living? At this moment, Lu Yan wished he could give himself a few big slaps. He wanted to ask Yang Fann for mercy, but he didn't want to lose face. Yang Fann coldly glanced at Lu Yan, and Yang Fann didn't pay any more attention to him. Lu Yan was just a clown. He did not have that much time to waste with him the next moment. Yang Fann's gaze turned, and he directly said goodbye to Gong Wuxia and the rest. Sister Gong, Brother Morong, I still have matters to attend to. I will take my leave first. Yang Fann had already made up his mind not to go with them, so he didn't want to get entangled with them anymore. They had just met by chance, and because of their friendship as fellow disciples, he could save their lives. He treated them well. As soon as his voice faded, Yang Fann spread his body and flew into the sky. Brother Yang Fann. Gong Wuxia still wanted to say something, but Yang Fann had already disappeared from their line of sight. After a while, Lu Yan, who was still frightened and afraid that Yang Fann would cause trouble for him, felt that Yang Fann had already gone far away. He immediately changed his expression and said, I knew it. Yang Fann is unreliable. In his eyes, there is no senior brother or senior sister like us. Lu Yan. Before Lu Yan could finish his sentence, a fist the size of a sandbag landed on his left eye. Why did your parents give birth to you? Don't forget, it was brother Yang Fann who saved your life. That's right, one must have a conscience. If it wasn't for Yang Fann, senior brother, you would have become a pile of shit. I'll beat you to death. You ungrateful bastard, you're talking nonsense. You've angered brother Yang Fann and made him leave. I have been annoyed by Lu Yan for a long time. Who does he think he is? He still wants to give up on brother Yang Fann and escape by himself. Why didn't your dad just abort you? You will only embarrass yourself. At this moment, the anger in everyone's hearts was completely ignited. Yang Fann was their savior. If it wasn't for Yang Fann, they might have already been dismembered by the exotic beast army a long time ago. It was fine if Lu Yan wasn't grateful to Yang Fann, but he still dared to sneer at Yang Fann. Lu Yan was truly shameless. Furthermore, it was because of Lu Yan's nonsense that Yang Fann abandoned them and left. If they had Yang Fann to protect them, their safety would be more than 10 times higher. It was all the fault of this ungrateful Lu Yan. Fists as big as sandbags kept hitting Lu Yan. In the end, even Gong Wuxia and the other girls joined the group that beat Lu Yan up. This Lu Yan was too infuriating. After Yang Fann left Gong Wuxia and the others, he continued towards his goal, Wanling Mountain. Very quickly, a day passed. At this time, Yang Fann was only a few hundred miles away from the strange devil's forest. At most, it would only take 10 minutes for him to enter the strange devil's forest you are courting. Death. Yang Fann's figure paused. He suddenly threw out a punch, shattering a top-tier exotic beast that was about to attack him. Suddenly, Yang Fann's body trembled. He looked ahead in disbelief. He saw a broken stone tablet standing on a flat ground a few hundred feet away. There were a few blurry words carved on it. The words at the bottom of the tablet were relatively clear. He could recognize the word, tomb. It was a tombstone. What attracted Yang Fann's attention was a long black blade that was halfway into the ground in front of the tombstone. Yang Fann's expression changed slightly. The long black blade was covered with a terrifying murderous aura that was almost solid. He only took a glance at the blade, and the murderous aura on the blade caused his mind to tremble slightly. After Yang Fann devoured the blood of An Xiaoyan and the others, his bloodline had smoothly advanced to the 7th grade high grade, and his strength had increased by several levels. Even his mental energy had improved by quite a bit. Previously, Yang Fann's mental energy was on par with some of the Patriarch Wuhu's. Now, his mental energy had increased by several levels. He was no longer any weaker than some Marquis Layer 1 experts. Not to mention ordinary treasure weapons, even those supreme grade treasure weapons could not shake his mind to such an extent. This black long saber was absolutely a profound artifact. Moreover, it was very likely that it was not an ordinary low-grade profound artifact. Unconsciously, Yang Fann's breathing began to become rapid. C-149. Your luck ends here. The profound artifact was a treasure used by expert at the martial marquis stage warriors. Every single one of them was priceless. Even the lowest grade low-level low-grade profound artifact was worth as much as a few 10,000 spirit stones. It was not an ordinary low-grade spiritual stone, but a middle-grade spirit stone. If it was a middle-grade Zon artifact, its value could reach several 100,000, or even more than 1,000,000 middle-grade spirit stones. I'm really lucky. Yang Fann's figure moved. He had already crossed several dozen zhong and appeared in front of the broken tombstone. He reached out with his right hand and grabbed the hilt of the tombstone. He lifted it up with force. It was extremely strange. It was as if the flames from hell had shot up into the sky and vaporized the air in all directions. Even the space seemed to be slightly distorted. What a black long saber. It was almost materialized into a murderous aura that surrounded the surroundings. Anyone who took a look at it would feel their mind trembling, as if they had fallen into the nether hell. If his mental cultivation base was slightly weaker and he used this saber, if he wasn't careful, he would forever sink into it and become the devil that only knew how to kill. This was a blade of slaughter, a blade of evil. It's classified into the top of the middle grade Zon artifact. Yang Fann carefully sized up this black saber. His heart slightly tightened, and an indescribable joy burst forth from his eyes. Ordinary middle grade Zon artifacts were worth nearly 1,000,000 middle grade spirit stones. And this black long blade was close to a high grade profound artifact. If he was willing to sell it, selling it for 3,000,000 middle-grade spirit stones wouldn't be a problem at all. If 3,000,000 middle-grade spirit stones were converted into low-grade spiritual stones, it would be 300 million low-grade spiritual stones. If exchanged for black irons, it would be a total of 3 billion jin, 5 million tons of black irons. When a black iron battle body cultivated to the small success stage, it would only be a mere 10,000 tons of black irons. But when it cultivated to the mastery, it would only be a million tons of black irons. If Yang Fann sold this black long blade, not only would he have a chance to let the black iron battle body step into the small success stage, he would also be able to take a big step towards the mastery. Of course, Yang Fann was just thinking about it. He would not do it. Yang Fann was still a sabersman. With this long blade, absolutely a great help. It was enough to increase his combat strength by several times. It is indeed worthy of being a middle grade Zon artifact. It is indeed sharp. Yang Fann's index finger gently touched the blade. He could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. With just a light touch, a cut was made on his finger. Yang Fann's physical body was almost comparable to a high-grade treasure weapon. If he used a little bit of force, even a supreme-grade treasure weapon wouldn't be able to block his saber. If he could refine it all, he could unleash the full power of this black saber, even if it was an ordinary low-grade profound artifact. Can't even take a few hits from him at this moment. A group of people were speeding towards Yang Fann's location a few miles away. Clearly, The birth of this black blade had attracted the attention of many people. Someone is coming. As soon as the group of people were 3 miles away from Yang Fann, he sensed something. His terrifying senses were comparable to a Layer 1 Marquis. Even if they didn't release the spiritual sense, they wouldn't be able to escape from his senses within 3 miles in the next moment. Yang Fann kept the black blade into his universe bag unhurriedly. The profound artifact that he hadn't refined was just a very sharp long blade. Furthermore, Yang Fann didn't think that this person had the qualifications to make him draw his blade after a period of time. A brilliant sword light flew over from the sky. The lingering charm of the sword chi filled the void. A peerless swordsman walked out from the sword chi. He was wearing white clothes, his facial features were clear, and his spine was straight. Autumn Rain Sword Han Chuyu, the 10th person in the Iron Sword Sect's Earth Sword rankings. Although he wasn't as good as An Xiaoyan and the other 5 great monsters, he was still one of the few monsters amongst the younger generation. He possessed the bloodline of a middle-grade rank 7. As long as he had some fortuitous encounters, he would have the possibility of not stepping into the Marquis stage in the future, and becoming the ancestor of the sect. Not long after, another 7 people descended from the sky. All of them wore white clothes, carried swords on their backs, and were dressed in standard sword cultivators. They were all disciples of the Iron Sword Sect. Although these people weren't as powerful as Han Chuyu, they were still the best of the younger generation. Even the weakest of them had the strength to fight against the mortal board. The strongest amongst them wouldn't be much weaker than the 10th Earth Board from the 7 Stars Sect. Brother Han, he is Yang Fann, a short disciple of the Iron Sword Sect, exclaimed. There was an unconcealable joy in his voice. In the eyes of many disciples of the Iron Sword Sect, Yang Fann was a treasure in human form. He had 20,000 middle-grade spirit stones. 10 sword stones. Even if Han Chuyu and senior brother got more, what they got was even less. That was not a small amount of money. Yang Fann, hand over the treasure. Then surrender and I will leave you with a complete corpse. Han Chuyu's tone was cold. He was like a high and mighty god, looking down at Yang Fann. He didn't put Yang Fann in his eyes at all. Han Chuyu was very confident in his own strength. Besides, he still had the help of 7 junior brother. With the combined strength of the 8 of them, the entire 7 Stars Sect, apart from the number 1 Earth Board, Thunder God Sword, Xiao Tian, they also had the ability to fight. Even if Yang Fann had some strength, could he still be comparable to Dongfang Bai and Situ Jing? Don't joke around. Even if Yang Fann started cultivating since he was young, he wouldn't be so terrifying. You want me to surrender without putting up a fight? With just a few of you trash. Yang Fann was disdainful. Even the 4th person of the Earth Sword rankings, Black Divine Sword An Xiaoyan, had died under his iron fist. He also didn't know where these trash got their confidence from. How could they dare to speak to him like this? Yang Fann, don't you know what's good for you? I'll give you one last chance. Go to hell. Yang Fann didn't wait for Han Chuyu to finish his words. He let out a loud shout and moved his body. He thrust his palm at Han Chuyu. Although Yang Fann hadn't used his black iron battle body, he had also used the 8th layer power of the shell. No matter what, Han Chuyu was the 10th person in the Earth Sword rankings. If he was in the 7 Stars Sect, he would have a high chance of breaking into the top 5 of the Earth Board. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 million cauldron strength were unleashed. Wherever his strength went, everything would be destroyed. How is this possible? An endless sense of despair swept across Han Chuyu's heart. It was as if he had fallen into absolute darkness, with no hope at all. No sword breaking the 9 heavens in the nick of time, Han Chuyu unleashed his strongest attack. The sword chi swept across 90,000 miles, and it contained a supreme will, a sword force that was almost above the 9 heavens. It was as if under his sword, even the 9 heavens would be shattered in an instant. However, in front of absolute power, everything was futile after a while. A terrifying force shattered the brilliant sword glow into pieces in the next moment. The next moment, Yang Fann's body continued to expand in Han Chuyu's pupils. He was like a supreme heavenly god from the 9 heavens, shining brightly. In an instant, he had taken away all of Han Chuyu's mind at that very moment. The remaining force struck Han Chuyu's chest. The intermediate treasure weapon-grade treasure garment was like a piece of paper. It broke with a single stab. A violent force penetrated his body. Along with the crisp sound of his ribs being crushed, there was also a creepy sound of his heart exploding. Han Chuyu fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string. Han Chuyu was instantly defeated by Yang Fann. Brother Han one after another, Sorrowful cries sounded out from the mouths of the Iron Sword Sect disciples. At the same time, endless fear and despair spread across their hearts. Han Chuyu, senior brother, was the 8th person in their Iron Sword Sect's Earth Sword rankings. His strength was even greater than many sect elders. Even if the 7 of them joined forces, none of them are his match. However, he was actually unable to block Yang Fann's palm. It was too terrifying. Let's run. At this moment, everything was thrown to the back of their minds. They only had one life. If they lost it, everything would be gone. At the same time, their hearts were overflowing with hatred. That was their hatred towards Sky Sword Ancestor. They hated Sky Sword Ancestor for lying to them. Yang Fann was obviously very strong. If he didn't come and cause trouble for us, we were just lucky. We still want to kill him. This is completely forcing us to die. You want to escape. You really don't put me in your eyes at all. All of you, go to hell. With a ferocious laugh, Yang Fann struck out with his palm. In an instant, a huge flaming palm that was 1,000 feet in size descended from the sky, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. This was the sun palm that he hadn't used in a long time. Although the intermediate martial skill was of little value to the current Yang Fann, and couldn't provide any amplification effect, with the support of more than 30 million cauldron strength, it was still enough to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth, and burn mountains and boil seas. Rumble wherever the flaming hand passed. Everything, including materials, voids and air currents, as well as the 7 elites of the Iron Sword Sect, was vaporized. There were burn marks everywhere. Right at this moment, a light clapping sound came from not far away. Yang Fann, I have to say, everyone in the world has underestimated you. Among the younger generation of 7 Stars Sect, there are very few who can defeat you. If you were given a few more years, even Shen Wushuang wouldn't be able to suppress you. It's a pity that you have met me. Your good luck will end here. C-150 Profound Iron Battle Body vs. Barbarian King. True body. The earth trembles like the stampede of beasts. The next moment, the brawny bald man stepped forward. With every step he took, a deep pit would appear on the ground, and cracks would appear everywhere. The man was covered in beast skin, and his muscles bulged. His body was emitting the aura of the ancient wilderness, causing the air around him to emit rustling sounds, as if it could not withstand his terrifying aura. Chi-Hu, the descendant of the ancient barbarian race, the 3rd person in the Purple Spirit Sect's Earth Spirit rankings, and also the number 1 person in the Purple Spirit Sect's body cultivator. He and the unusual being from the Iron Sword Sect, Giant Spirit Divine General Zhu Yishan, were regarded as the body cultivator geniuses of the younger generation. Yang Fann, I have to say that the old ancestor and the others have underestimated you. I have rarely seen someone as talented as you in my life. Even Shen Wushuang, that monster, can't compare to you. If you were allowed to grow, no one from the 4 major sects or even the great Tang dynasty would be able to defeat you. It's a pity that you won't have that chance. Chi-Hu looked down at Yang Fann. He spoke frankly and confidently. Killing intent could be seen in his eyes. A monster like Yang Fann must be killed in the cradle. Otherwise, he would become the nightmare of Purple Spirit Sect. Furthermore, the reward of the Purple Spirit Sect was also extraordinary. Patriarch Zhuling had already spoken. No matter who killed Yang Fann, he would get a Fire Luan egg. The Fire Luan was the direct descendant of the Beast Lord Hong Luan. It possessed a trace of the bloodline of the Divine Beast and Fire Phoenix. It was a lower-ranked general when it was born, and when it matured, it was a top-notch beast general. If it was a little luckier, it had a high chance of breaking through to the Beast Commander. It was once in the capital's Luoyang. The egg of the Fire Phoenix was sold for a sky-high price of 300,000 middle-grade spirit stones, even if it wasn't auctioned off. Selling 50 to 60,000 middle-grade spirit stones at random was absolutely a piece of cake. Many people have said the same thing to me, but I am still alive and well in this world. However, all of them died one after another. Chi-Hu, you won't be an exception. Yang Fann licked his red lips, and a bloodthirsty look flashed across his eyes. Chi-Hu regarded him as his prey. He also regarded Chi-Hu as his prey. Chi-Hu had the middle-grade rank 7 bloodline, and he also had the bloodline of a powerful ancient race in his body. This Chi-Hu was definitely not inferior to a rank 7 high-grade bloodline expert. Moreover, young geniuses like Chi-Hu were very rich. Their value was even higher than many sect elders. Yang Fann, you have defeated a few useless people, but you're not my match. The strength you displayed just now was indeed powerful, similar to that of a high-grade beast general. If it was a year ago, your ability was still qualified to fight me. However, after a year of bitter cultivation, my strength has increased by a lot. Yang Fann, you have absolutely no chance of winning. If you surrender now, I will give you a complete corpse. Qihu chuckled. He had seen the power that Yang Fann had just displayed. He did have the qualifications to fight him, but that was all. Are you done with your nonsense? Yang Fann's face turned cold, and a hint of disdain appeared on his face. Both Han Chuyu and Qihu were the same. They all thought that they could defeat Yang Fann. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Then don't blame me for being heartless. Watch how I break all the bones in your body. Qihu was so angry that he laughed. His eyes were filled with bloodthirstiness. He was like an enraged beast, wanting to eat people. You talk too much nonsense. I'll kill you. Yang Fann's aura was rising steadily, and the airflow around him was surging in the next moment. Yang Fann took a step forward, and the sky shook and the earth shook. It was as if 10,000 beasts were galloping. You still dared to take the initiative to attack? Qihu's expression changed. His heart was burning with anger. Before he could attack, the reptile in front of him took the initiative to attack. The surroundings trembled, and the void trembled. Qihu's aura also rose crazily. A strong wind that could destroy mountains burst out from his fur, wreaking havoc in the world, and crushing countless voids. Both of them were top-grade body cultivators of the young generation, and they both had the power to tear apart beast generals. This time, it was simply like the collision of two ancient giant beasts. With a furious roar, Yang Fann finally threw out a punch. This was a pure punch. There was no fancy moves or moves, but it was like a falling star. The power of this fist was enough to blast apart stars, shake the sun and moon, and destroy everything. Don't be so arrogant. Qihu also threw out a punch. This punch was just as terrifying, as if an ancient barbarian had descended from the heavens. It had the power to destroy everything and suppress the universe. The two of them exchanged a punch with each other in all directions. Everything within a 10-mile radius was exploding in the next moment. Yang Fann took 7 steps back in a row. Every step he took left a horrifying crater in the ground. Qihu also took 6 steps back in a row. This time, Qihu had gained the upper hand. This was the first time Yang Fann had suffered a loss in terms of strength. Qihu was indeed worthy of being a descendant of the ancient barbarian race. He was born with the true body of barbarian king and possessed extraordinary strength. Yang Fann, you should be proud that you were able to block my 8th layer punch. However, your good luck has come to an end. Next, I will use my full strength to blow you up. Qihu's voice was like the roar of a thunder lord. It was deafening and carried a strong sense of superiority. Did he also use the strength of a 8th layer? Looks like the pure strength of body and I are on the same level. It can be said that we are equally matched. With a thought, a deep disdain flashed across the corner of Yang Fann's eyes. I didn't use my full strength either. Impossible. Qihu's body trembled. Disbelief flashed in his eyes. The current Yang Fann's combat strength was on par with these young geniuses. Go to hell. I'll unleash all of my strength. 50 million ding of strength exploded out all at once. This punch seemed to want to blow up the sky. Wherever the force passed, the void shattered like a porcelain bottle. I'm not afraid of you. Yang Fann did not show any signs of weakness. He also raised all the strength in his body and punched out. The fists collided like the collision between ancient ferocious beasts. The energy whirlpools tore through the surroundings and exploded into terrifying mushroom clouds, as if it was the end of the world. In the battle between martial artist warriors, the battle between blade artists and sword artists was the most horrifying. If one person was not careful, his concept would be broken, and he would fall into the mortal world and become a waste. And the most hot-blooded battle was the battle between body cultivators. Every punch would hit the flesh, and the blood would boil. Unfortunately, there was no one in the surroundings, and no one could witness this peak battle. You actually hid your strength. You really are a monster. Qihu was extremely shocked. He looked at Yang Fann as if he was looking at a ghost from the legends. How old was Yang Fann? He seemed to be less than 16 years old. How could there be such a monster in the world? Compared to him, Qihu was just an ordinary person. In the next moment, an incomparable killing intent erupted from Qihu's body. Today, Yang Fann must die. If a monster like Yang Fann didn't die, Qihu was afraid that he wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully in the future. The game ends here. Barbarian King Bloodline, Open C-151. Burn the bloodline. The ancient barbarian bloodline was what Qihu relied on. His combat strength would increase exponentially, as if the ancient barbarian king had come back to life. He could easily suppress the ancient barbarian race for thousands of years. Of course, it was not without side effects. Once the barbarian king bloodline was fully activated, in the next few days, he would be in a weakened state, with all his combat strength. He wouldn't be able to unleash the full strength of a 8th layer, so it wasn't necessary. Qihu would never easily activate the Barbarian King bloodline in his body. However, at this moment, Qihu could not care less whether he was weak or not. Yang Fann must die today. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep and eat in peace in the future. Yang Fann's potential was too shocking. It was simply shocking. His combat strength had already caught up to young giants and the others before he was even 16 years old. If he was given a year and a half, it would be terrible. The young generation, including Shen Wuxuang, it was likely that no one would be a match for him. In fact, even the older generation, as long as it wasn't the old ancestor who attacked him personally, no one would be able to do anything to him. Barbarian King bloodline, activate rumble. A powerful golden light burst out from Qihu's pores and shot into the sky. This golden light contained an indescribable power. A single ray of golden light seemed to be able to destroy a 1,000 feet tall mountain. It was extremely terrifying. In the next moment, horrifying roars reverberated beside Qihu. It was as if there were thousands of ancient barbarians roaring at the sky, shaking the entire world. Boom, boom, boom. Qihu's strength and aura rose steadily and crazily, as if it would never end. Suddenly, his entire body expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was 10 feet and 3 feet. 15 feet tall, 10 feet, 7 feet. 1. 9 meters. 2. 3 meters. 2. 7 meters. In the end, it transformed into a 30-meter tall trident, covering the sky and covering the earth. It made people feel like they were standing on a towering mountain. He had a feeling that he could not be defeated in an instant. The majestic aura of the archaic wilderness wreaked havoc and swept across the world. Rumble, 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 rumble. With a single step forward, an endless hurricane erupted from every cell in Qihu's body. A vortex appeared in all directions, tearing everything around him into pieces. Yang Fann, the game ended here. After activating the Barbarian King bloodline, the strength in my body suddenly increased by 3 times. Not only that, you have no chance of winning. Qihu's voice was very calm, as if he was announcing something. Rumble. As soon as he finished his words, Qihu threw out a punch. This punch was incomparably terrifying, like the furious punch of the ancient barbarian king. It was like God and Devil's punch had created a giant tornado, surging violently like a peerless evil dragon, sweeping across the world. Even the 4-direction space began to distort under this punch, as if it could break at any time. This was the most powerful punch. Under the Marquis stage, almost no one could withstand this punch. Yang Fann, go to hell. Obediently, a cruel smile flashed across Qihu's mouth. His eyes, which were as big as clay pots, narrowed slightly. It was as if he could already see the beautiful scene of blood flying and brain matter splattering everywhere. At that moment, Yang Fann raised his eyebrows and revealed a trace of a cold smile. Qihu, is it very strong for your strength to increase by 3 times? Today, I will let you witness the power of my black iron battle body. What? This kid still has some secrets. Upon hearing this, Qihu's hill-like body trembled slightly, but he quickly denied it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yang Fann, you still dare to deliberately mystify me when you're about to die. Do you really think I'm that easy to deceive? Qihu would not believe it, and he was even more unwilling to believe that Yang Fann was still hiding something. Rumble. An incomparably violent force continued to crush towards Yang Fann. However, right at this moment, rumble, the heavens shook, and space trembled. Yang Fann's aura rose wildly once again. Rays of extremely brilliant silver radiance erupted from his skin and his body grew taller inch by inch. The violent aura soared into the sky like a peerless evil dragon, wreaking havoc in the 9 heavens and stirring up the starry sky of the universe. Boom, hong, boom. The brilliant silver light illuminated the 9 states. In the blink of an eye, Yang Fann had transformed into a 3-meter tall silver light giant. It was as if the god of silver armor had descended upon the world. His divine might was like a prison, sweeping through everything in its path. Qihu, come and die. Boom. Yang Fann took a step forward, and his energy soared once again. He was like a towering mountain, and everyone looked up to him. Crack, crack, crack. The voids in all directions seemed to be unable to withstand Yang Fann's violent aura. They were like shattered mirrors, filled with cracks. In less than half a breath's time, rumble, the 2 ancient giant beasts collided together, fist against fist. It was like a needle meeting wheat. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. It was as though a comet had crashed into the earth. In a radius of several tens of kilometers, explosions could be heard everywhere. Countless mushroom clouds were rising continuously. Rustle, 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 rustle. Qihu's hill-like body retreated rapidly. With every step he took, he retreated rapidly. All of a sudden, a huge crater was created in the ground. Even the space between their thumb and forefinger seemed to be cracking. Drops of blood, which were as heavy as thousands of kilograms, kept dripping down, creating a huge crater on the ground. On the other hand, Yang Fann stood in his original position, not backing off at all. 250 million cauldron strength versus 180 million cauldron strength. The result was already determined. The gap of 70 million cauldrons was not something that could be easily made up for if not for Chi-Hu's incomparably terrifying physique that was even slightly superior to a high-grade treasure weapon. This punch. It was not as simple as a crack on the palm of one's thumb and forefinger. His entire arm might have been shattered into pieces. Ah, how can you be so strong? How can you be so strong? Chi-Hu's voice was almost crazed. The injuries on his body were only a small part, the mental blow was the main point. He thought that he would use his trump card to activate his bloodline. He had never thought that he would be able to completely suppress Yang Fann. Not only did he not gain the upper hand, he was even completely suppressed by Yang Fann. He couldn't accept it. He really couldn't accept it. He was not even 16 yet. Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, it was impossible for him to have such a monster at this moment. Yang Fann took another step forward, and the 250 million cauldrons exploded out once again. He threw out a punch, sweeping across the 8 directions, covering the heavens and earth, swallowing the heavens, and suppressing the 9 heavens. The kindness he showed to his enemies was the cruelty he showed to himself. He wouldn't let Chi-Hu go just because Chi-Hu was lost in thought. Today was the day he and Chi-Hu were the only ones who could leave this place alive. Rumble. The air currents in all directions distorted, then caved in, then expanded, and finally exploded. Ah, Yang Fann, you're fucking courting death. The aura of extreme danger caused Chi-Hu to snap back to his senses. This was not the time for him to be in a daze. In the blink of an eye, he threw a punch forward. Rumble. The sound of the stars disintegrating echoed out in an endless stream. Bang, bang, bang. Yang Fann kept beating him up violently, inch by inch, not giving Chi-Hu any time to catch his breath. Every punch, every strike exceeded 200 million cauldron strength, just like Devil God's roar, the furious strike of a heavenly god. Arg arg ah. Chi-Hu resisted with all his might, but the difference in strength between tens of millions of cauldrons was not something to be trifled with. Very quickly, Chi-Hu was completely suppressed by Yang Fann. He could only parry the attack without any strength to fight back. He even spurted out a mouthful of blood from time to time. Only a top-grade body cultivator like Chi-Hu, the body, was incomparably powerful. If it was any other sword cultivator or saber user, they would have been destroyed by Yang Fann long ago. But even so, after hundreds of punches, they had almost reached Chi-Hu's limit. Yang Fann, don't force me, don't force me. While blocking Yang Fann's crazy attacks, Chi-Hu's eyes were staring at Yang Fann, as if he was trying hard to suppress something. So what if I force you? Chi-Hu, you will die today. Yang Fann sneered disdainfully. His hands kept moving and he kept beating him crazily. Roar. At this moment, Chi-Hu was like a beast that had been forced into a desperate situation. He let out a shrill beast roar. Resolution flashed in his eyes as he spurted out blood. His voice contained infinite madness and resentment. Yang Fann, it was you who forced me to do this. It was you who forced me to do this. Roar. Burn. Barbarian King Bloodline. C-152. Exposing his trump card. Chi-Hu, who had completely activated the Barbarian King Bloodline, was incomparably terrifying. Every punch, every strike. His strength exceeded 180 million ding, just like the human-shaped savage beast. It was rare to find a worthy opponent below the Marquis stage. However, there was always someone stronger than the strong. There was always a mountain higher than the strong. Yang Fann's black iron battle body was even more abnormal, causing his strength to increase by more than 5 times. With just a wave of his hand, he had a total of 250 million cauldron strength. Chi-Hu could only defend himself from the attack, and he didn't even have the strength to resist. Under all kinds of helplessness, Chi-Hu finally made up his mind. He would use his last trump card, burning his Barbarian King Bloodline. Roar. Yang Fann, I will break every bone in your body and torture you to death. Only by doing this can I vent the hatred in my heart. Chi-Hu's voice was like a shira from hell, piercing into his heart and causing blood to flow. His hatred was monstrous. Burning one's bloodline was different from stimulating one's bloodline. That was the complete consumption of the Barbarian King bloodline in his body. Once it was ignited, the Barbarian King bloodline in his body would disappear completely. From today onwards, he was afraid that he would be removed from the list of young giants, not to mention comparing him to the other great young giants. Even if he could get into the top 10 of the Earth's spirit rankings, it was still unknown. If he wasn't really forced to make a decision, he absolutely wouldn't be willing to reach this step. It was all because of Yang Fann. It was all because of that beast, Yang Fann, who was forcing him. Otherwise, how could he have reached this step? This grudge, this hatred. He couldn't live under the same sky. Even if he used all the water in the world, he still wouldn't be able to wash up Rumble, an ancient and mighty archaic wilderness aura that was both epic and mythical, rushed out of Chihu's body. All of a sudden that body that was close to collapsing started to recover at an exaggerated speed. In less than half a breath's time, it recovered to its original state. Boom boom boom. The four-sided void began to collapse like a mirror. Chihu's 9 tall body began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, his cultivation base also rapidly increased at a terrifying speed. Martial Master late period of 5th layer. 5th level huge perfection Martial Master 6th layer. 6th layer mid stage, peak 6th layer. Finally, he reached the limit of the 6th layer before he stopped rising. At this moment, Chihu's entire body had transformed into a terrifying giant spirit that was nearly 30 meters tall. His entire body was emitting a blinding golden light. The magnificent aura of the archaic wilderness covered the area within a few miles, as if an ancient god of berserkers had been resurrected. His eyes were like the sun and the moon, and his mouth was like a sea of blood. With just a single movement of his body, he could suppress the ages and destroy everything. Power. A rumbling sound erupted from Chihu's body. It was no longer his voice, but the roar of Devil God from the 9 hells purgatory. Even the heavens and earth were trembling because of it. Powerful. Really powerful. At this moment, even if Patriarch Wu came personally, I have the confidence to kill him with a punch. Chihu's ferocious face revealed an intoxicated expression. An invincible power was enough to make anyone addicted to it. Yang Fann. Now, in my eyes, you're just like that aphid that I can easily kill. Weak, you're really too weak. Kekakik. Rumble. Chihu's terrifying body was like devil gods. Hong Long. Chihu's terrifying body moved slightly, causing the voids in the surroundings to explode. Countless mushroom clouds rose into the sky, and even the space was filled with traces of destruction. Horrifying. The current Chihu was truly terrifying. Burn the bloodline. Yang Fann's face finally showed a trace of seriousness. The current Chihu's combat strength had increased by more than a few times. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was invincible under the Marquis stage. He was definitely the only formidable opponent he had ever met in his life. However, it was only a serious expression. If one were to talk about fear, then it wouldn't be. Currently, he had only used the black iron battle body. He hadn't even used the 3rd level of his combat strength at that instant. Lowly aphid, your death has arrived. Let me crush a portion of your bones first. Chihu grinned hideously. He did not want to kill Yang Fann with one strike. He wanted to torture Yang Fann to death bit by bit. He wanted to let him taste what it meant to beg for death. Only by doing so could he vent the hatred in his heart in the next moment. Rumble. The heaven-sheltering big hand crushed the void with a loud bang, and it pressed down on Yang Fann. There was nothing profound about this palm strike. It was just a casual palm strike. It was like slapping a fly. However, the power contained within it was simply astounding. It far exceeded 500 million ding of power, and it was enough to make countless 10th grade martial master despair. Bang bang, boom. Where the power passed, in all directions, the vital energies were shattered, creating a chaotic scene. The voids were destroyed everywhere. The sound of stars exploding sounded like the wrath of a god. Puny aphids, regretted despair cruel. However, to Chihu's disappointment, there was no trace of fear on Yang Fann's face. At most, it was just a slightly solemn expression. Chihu, if you want my life, you are still far from it. With a sneer, Yang Fann finally struck out a trump card. He was not like Chihu, who was a pure body cultivator that could not be pure as soon as his voice faded. The spiritual energy in Yang Fann's body that could terrify countless high-level martial master warriors. It was like a surging river. It started to surge in the next moment. Boom boom boom. An incomparably violent aura erupted from Yang Fann's head like a peerless evil dragon. It was like a cosmic storm that swept across the universe. The voids in all directions could no longer withstand it. The violent aura exploded one after another, and countless whirlpools appeared, devouring everything in all directions. At this moment, Yang Fann's tall body seemed to have grown a few times taller. It blotted out the sky and covered the earth. It was as if the ancient warlord had descended from the heavens. It gave people an undefeatable feeling, like a towering mountain spirit cultivator. Are you fucking a spirit cultivator? Chihu's entire body trembled. He immediately cursed. He had seen abnormal people before. He had never seen such abnormal beings before. One should know that a person's energy was limited. Even peerless evildoer only dared to cultivate one Tao. However, Yang Fann actually cultivated 2 spirit bodies. The most terrifying thing was that his attainments in both Tao were the Tao of body cultivator. Compared to the top body cultivators of the young generation, he was a notch better. The Tao of spirit cultivation was also unfathomable. Bitch, the heavens are your father, right? All good things have happened to you in the blink of an eye. Yang Fann did not show any signs of weakness. He took a step forward and punched out as well. The body cultivator used all the spiritual energies to temper the body. Were comparable to bodies. With just the strength of the body, however, the items within the item. As for spiritual cultivators, it was the exact opposite. The combat strength of the 9th level and 9th level were all above the spiritual energy in his body. The power of the shell was extremely weak, and it had 2 spiritual bodies. The spiritual energy and the body advanced at the same time, but this was also the most difficult part. Many people would find it hard to achieve anything even if they cultivated bitterly for the rest of their lives. However, Yang Fann was a different kind of person. Although he also had a spiritual body, he was different from ordinary dual cultivation martial artists. In the body cultivator Tao, he mainly relied on refining the essence of the black iron to cultivate. He did not need to consume the spiritual energy in his body. Even beginnings could assist in the cultivation of spiritual energies. The amount of spiritual energy that Yang Fann could store in his body was dozens, or even hundreds of times more than that of a 7th grade high-grade warrior at the same level. Of course, it wasn't without drawbacks. Every time he broke through, he would consume resources. At the same time, it would also be dozens, or even hundreds of times more than a martial artist warrior at the same level. Under the enhancement of the spiritual energy in his body, the power of Yang Fann's punch had more than doubled. The power contained within had also exceeded 500 million cauldron strength. Rumble, the heavens and earth split apart, the mountains and rivers shattered. Rustle, brush, rustle. Yang Fann retreated more than 10 steps in succession before he managed to stop himself from retreating explosively. Chihu did not feel good either. He only took a few steps less than Yang Fann. Impossible, this is impossible. You can't possibly have such strength. You can't possibly have such strength. Chihu's voice was close to madness. He was like a mad beast, unable to accept it. He really couldn't accept it. At this moment, he had already ignited his own bloodline. His strength exploded several times in an instant. It was the number 1 youth of the 4 sects, Shen Wuxuang. They were going to be mercilessly suppressed by him. How could they not be able to take down Yang Fann? Yang Fann did not care how shocked Chihu was. He charged forward once again, surpassing 500 million cauldron strength, and once again enveloped Chihu. Rumble, the violent force seemed to be able to destroy the 9 heavens and 10 earth. In all directions, the scene of doomsday could be seen everywhere within a radius of dozens of miles. Yang Fann, you are courting death. Chihu kept roaring, and the power in his body was surging crazily. The road was like a great river. It rushed down and swept across the starry sky of the universe. Rumble, C-153 Strange Devil Forest. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The battle between Yang Fann and Chihu was like a collision between 2 ancient ferocious beasts. In all directions, large patches of voids were destroyed. It was as if the land within a 100-mile radius had been plowed. There were countless large sinkholes. Countless exotic beasts were affected by the impact and were destroyed by the terrifying aftershock. Chihu, who was burning his barbarian king bloodline, was incomparably terrifying. It was as if the ancient barbarian king had come back to life. Every punch and kick was extremely powerful. It could easily blow up a sect elder. However, Yang Fann, who had a spiritual body, was also extraordinary. Although he wasn't as powerful as Chihu, his all-out attack had exceeded 500 million cauldron strength. It was only slightly weaker, and there wasn't much of a difference between them. Therefore, in this battle, the 2 of them could be said to have met a talented opponent. In just the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, the 2 of them had exchanged hundreds of blows. Although Chihu had slightly gained the upper hand, he didn't have an overwhelming advantage. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of stars exploding rose and fell in an endless stream. Endless mushroom clouds were rising, and a large number of voids were destroyed, turning into chaos very quickly. The 2 of them exchanged over 100 blows. Gradually, traces of Anxiety flashed across Chihu's ferocious face. In his heart, he let out an unwilling roar. Bitch it, how could this little brute be so strong? How could he be so strong? Bitch it, if this continued, I'll definitely be the one to lose. There was a time limit to the secret technique. After all, the barbarian king bloodline in his body could not be burned endlessly. After a series of crazy explosions, more than half of the barbarian king bloodline in his body had been consumed. In another 20 breaths' time, the barbarian king bloodline in his body would be completely burned out. On the other hand, Yang Fann's breathing was slightly rapid. There was not much change, and it was obvious that he had not reached his limit yet. Not to mention 20 breaths, it would be 200 breaths. He would still be able to hold on, and once the bloodline in his body was exhausted, what else could he use to fight Yang Fann? No way, I can't die here, I can't die in the hands of Yang Fann. This little brute Chihu had a thought of retreating. Die with a furious roar, he concentrated all of his strength into a punch, forcing Yang Fann back. Chihu's figure turned into a ray of light, and escaped into the distance. However, it wasn't easy for Chihu to escape. The body cultivator was known for its strength, and not much of it was good at speed. It was the same for Chihu. His speed could only be considered mediocre, and there was nothing special about it. However, Yang Fann was different. His spiritual body was F-king strong, and his speed was also what he relied on. In less than a breath's time, Yang Fann had caught up with Chihu. He threw out a punch that exceeded 500 million cauldron strength, and it instantly enveloped Chihu, forcing him to turn around and fight. Bang bang bang. The heavens shook and the earth shook. Mountains and rivers shattered. It was as though doomsday had arrived. 3 breaths. 5 breaths. 7 breaths. Ah bastard, scram, get lost. As time passed, Chihu went completely crazy. He was like a wild beast, using both his fists and legs to madly attack. Unfortunately, it was useless. Yang Fann was like a bug that clung to his bones. He was firmly tied up, making it impossible for him to escape. Finally, after 20 breaths of time, the last trace of the barbarian king bloodline in Chihu's body was completely exhausted. In an instant, Chihu's cultivation base and aura dropped at a terrifying speed. He was at the peak of the 6th layer, and he was now at the peak of the 6th layer. 6th layer mid-stage 5th level of perfection. Late period of 5th layer. At the same time, the nearly 30 meters tall majestic body began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. 70 feet. 15 feet. 30 feet. Yang Fann's figure slightly paused as he looked at the man who had been beaten back to his original form. A playful expression flashed across Chihu's face as he said, "Chihu, did you just say that you wanted to crush all the bones in my body and torture me to death?" Hearing this, Chihu's body quivered. His pale face was so frightened that it was bloodless. He hurriedly shook his head to deny it. "Misunderstanding, everything is a misunderstanding, a joke. It's just a joke. Yang Fann, you must not take it seriously." At this moment, he was afraid. Chihu was truly afraid. Countless people had said that they were not afraid of death. However, when death really came, how many people could face death calmly? Even an ant could live secretly, let alone a human misunderstanding. A joke. Chihu, oh Chihu, could it be that you think I'm that 3-year-old child? Yang Fann felt that it was funny. At this stage, did he really think that he would let him go? The next moment, Yang Fann's expression suddenly turned cold. "All right, the game ends. Here, go to hell." Obediently he raised his right hand and slammed it down at Chihu. This palm was just a casual strike from Yang Fann. He did not even use the spiritual energy in his body, but the power contained within it still exceeded the power of 100 million cauldrons. Ah don't. With an unwilling wail, Chihu had no choice but to muster up all the strength in his body, wanting to block this terrifying palm. A breath ago, this strike was nothing. With a wave of his hand, Chihu was able to block it. Even if he was at his peak, he could still activate the barbarian king bloodline in his body. It wasn't difficult for him to block this attack. However, at this moment, the barbarian king bloodline in his body was burning up. He had less than a tenth of his combat strength left. Any one of the 5 Empyrean martial master could easily kill him. Trying to block this palm strike that could even kill a high-level martial master was no different than a fool's dream in just a breath's time. Poochie poochie poochie. The intermediate high-grade treasure weapon on Chihu's body turned into powder. Immediately after that, his body began to crack, and cracks that looked like spider webs appeared all over his body. Kacha crack crack. The sound of bones breaking sounded like firecrackers. The sound could be heard without end. In Chihu's entire body, not a single piece of his 360 bones had been completed. All of them had shattered. Bang! His entire body was like a sandbag that had been sent flying. He was sent flying several hundred meters away. He landed heavily on the ground, creating a huge human-shaped hole. He unconsciously twitched twice, and there was no longer any movement at this point. After Black Divine Sword and Anxian, another young giant had fallen in Yang Fann's hands. The spiritual sense moved. After putting Chihu's corpse back into the universe bag, a trace of disappointment flashed across Yang Fann's face. After Chihu ignited the Barbarian King bloodline, his bloodline talent fell again and again. Not to mention comparing it to Anxian, who was also young giants, even comparing it to the Autumn Rain Sword, Han Chuyu was inferior. It would greatly reduce Yang Fann's help. However, very quickly, all the worries in Yang Fann's heart were swept away. Chihu was indeed worthy of being one of young giants, the #1 body cultivator among the young generation of the Purple Spirit Sect. His wealth even surpassed Black Divine Sword and Anxian. There were 800,000 low-grade spiritual stones in it. The number of middle-grade spirit stones reached 6,000. Inside, one had to know that each high-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Furthermore, there was no market for them. In some black markets, one high-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 20,000 spirit stones. It was not a difficult matter. Adding in all the other treasures, even if the total amount was less than 4 million low-grade spiritual stones, it wouldn't be too much of a difference. Satisfied, he put away Chihu's universe bag. With a flash, Yang Fann appeared 1,000 feet away. After a few leaps, he disappeared into the vast sky. An hour later, Yang Fann finally passed the dead swamp where the exotic beast was running amok. Very quickly, a large forest appeared in his field of vision. The forest was vast and boundless, with no end in sight. It was terrifyingly silent, as if there was no life in it. The second level of the Demon Spirit Secret Realm, Strange Devil's Forest, had finally arrived. C-154 Demon Forest Slaughter. The Strange Devil's Forest was vast and wide. It covered an area of thousands of miles. It wasn't an exaggeration to call it a forest or a sea. However, the creepy thing was that the entire forest was silent. It was like a dead land without any signs of life. Yang Fann's figure moved. He slowly stepped into the Strange Devil's Forest. He was not someone who would give up halfway. The Demon Spirit Secret Realm would open once every 10 years. After this village, there would be no more shops like this. If he didn't make a trip to the Wanling Mountain, then his trip to the Demon Spirit Secret Realm would be in vain. Legend has it that the Strange Devil's Forest is filled with a mysterious force and has the effect of restricting the air. I wonder if this is true. With a thought, Yang Fann's figure moved, and he soared into the sky. However, he had just flown less than 150 meters into the sky, and he felt as if he had crashed into an invisible wall, making it difficult for him to rise an inch higher. With this, it eliminated the possibility of flying across the Strange Devil's Forest. In the entire Strange Devil's Forest, there were even a lot of towering ancient trees that were 300 meters tall, let alone 500 meters tall trees. Looks like I can only pass through this Strange Devil's Forest honestly. Fortunately, I was prepared for this. With a flip of his hand, a palm-sized bronze plate appeared in his hand. On the plate, there was a lively and lifelike black tortoise made of bronze. Lying on it, the compass turtle was a support-type treasure weapon. It only had one function, and that was to identify the direction of the bronze tortoise. The direction the head was pointing at was the south. The Strange Devil's Forest was vast and boundless, and within the forest, there were towering ancient trees everywhere. Without the compass turtle's guidance, it was very easy to get lost in the dense forest. Legend has it that the mysterious force has the effect of suppressing the spiritual sense. Yang Fann murmured. His terrifying mental energy swept out, causing countless high-level martial master warriors to tremble in fear. Immediately, a solemn expression flashed across Yang Fann's face. When Yang Fann first entered the secret realm, the spiritual sense was able to cover an area with a radius of dozens of miles. Along with the advancement of his bloodline, the spiritual sense was able to cover an area with a radius of dozens of miles. His mental energy had increased dramatically once again, and he was now comparable to an ordinary first-layer Marquis. With his full strength, he could sweep across an area with a radius of 100 miles. However, in the Strange Devil's Forest, his spiritual sense only covered an area with a radius of 2 miles. It was only slightly stronger than some third-grade martial master. It could be said that he had been suppressed by more than 9 layers all of a sudden. However, very quickly, that solemn expression was replaced by surprise. This doesn't seem to be a bad thing. This mysterious force was not only suppressing his spiritual sense alone, it was also suppressing all the martial artist's spiritual sense. Even his spiritual sense, which was comparable to a Layer 1 warrior, was suppressed to this extent. What kind of scene was this? Even the spiritual sense wouldn't be able to find anything within a 30-meter radius. It could be said that all martial artists' spiritual sense were in Strange Devil's Forest. All of them were destroyed. They could only see with their eyes. Although martial artists' vision was far better than ordinary people's, they could only see with their eyes. However, apart from those martial artists who were cultivating eye techniques, most of them were at the martial master. With just their eyes, they could see a distance of 300 meters. It was considered not bad, but in the Strange Devil's Forest, trees were growing everywhere, and the light was dim. The visibility was even lower. Could you see what was happening 30 meters away? It was a huge problem. It seems like it's not an exaggeration to say that this Strange Devil's Forest is my home ground. Should I stay in this Strange Devil's Forest for a few days? Yang Fann was slightly moved. It was only the 6th day. With his speed, he used all his strength to travel. At most, he would be able to reach the Wanling Mountain in 3 to 4 days' time. Even if he stayed in the Strange Devil's Forest for a few days, it would be more than enough time. Ma Wuyi grass is not fat, and no man can make a fortune without it. Bitch it's done. Suddenly, a flash of ruthlessness flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Those who could enter the demon spirit secret realm were all the elites of the young generation of the 3 major sects. Each of them had a high social status, plus the fact that they had been earning money in the dead swamp for the past few days. Those who were able to enter the Strange Devil's Forest were worth less than 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones. They might not be much worse, but they were all good fat sheep. Furthermore, he had already been listed on the hunting list of the disciples of the 3 sects, not to mention, the more they died, the more beneficial it would be for the 7 Stars Sect. It seemed like there was no reason for them to let them go, whether it was for public or private reasons. With an evil smile, Yang Fann's figure flashed, and he quickly shuttled back and forth in the Strange Devil's Forest. Very quickly, he disappeared into the dense forest. It's a disciple of the Iron Sword Sect. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Yang Fann's figure slightly paused. In front of him, dozens of feet away, there was a young swordsman wearing white clothes, surrounded by sword chi, and sword intent flickering in his eyes. The robe worn by the disciples of the major sects had the symbol of sect on it. On the left side of the chest of the disciples of 7 Stars Sect, there was a symbol of the Big Dipper. The disciples of Iron Sword Sect also had the same symbol. On the right side of their chest, there was an inch-long iron sword engraved. Outer Sect disciple was red in color, the disciples of Inner Sect were black in color, and the core disciples were silver-black iron swords. The young swordsman's clothes were engraved with an iron sword. Obviously, he was a disciple of the Inner Sect of the Iron Sword Sect. 3rd-level martial master. A quasi-7th rank bloodline warrior should be ranked in the 20th place on the Earth Sword rankings. Very good. Your first target is you. With a cold smile, the power of the shell in Yang Fann's body instantly reached the 5th level. He crushed the void, and in the blink of an eye, he had already crossed a distance of a few hundred feet and appeared 10 feet away from the young swordsman. Then, he threw out a punch. Rumble. Nearly 20 million cauldron strength were thrown out at once. To young giants, who was like An Ziayan and Chi Hu, this was a huge amount of force. It could be easily broken. Even Han Chuyu, who was ranked 10th in the Earth Sword rankings, could easily take it, but to the young swordsman, it could be said to be terrifying, even if he was asked to be prepared. Even if he used all his trump cards, he had no confidence that he could withstand the punch. Furthermore, it was under a surprise attack. One could imagine the outcome of this. He only had enough time to let out a miserable scream before the young swordsman was swallowed by the violent fist force. With a movement of the spiritual sense, the broken body of the young swordsman was sucked into the universe bag. The help of a quasi-7th rank bloodline warrior was very little, but no matter how small the mosquito was, it was still a piece of meat. Right at this moment, Yang Fann's expression suddenly turned cold, trying to launch a sneak attack. You're courting death. He immediately threw out a punch that exceeded the strength of 10 million cauldrons, swallowing the black shadow behind him in an instant. It was a monster that was shaped like a lynx. However, unlike ordinary lynx, there was an ink-black horn on its head, as well as 3 black cat tails. Its entire body was emitting a thick demonic energy. This was a demon, a shadow demons. It was the most famous and largest demon in the strange devil's forest. It was best at hiding itself and could even merge with the shadows of all living things. It came and went without a trace, making it impossible to guard against it. It was a famous assassin in the demonic clan. The strength of the shadow demons clan was directly linked to the demon tail behind them. 1 tail of lower demon soldier, 2 tails of middle demon soldier, 3 tails of upper demon soldier. If it could evolve into 4 tails, it would transform into a demon general. In the strange devil's forest, where the spiritual sense was greatly suppressed, even a young giant like An Xiaoyan could be killed by a sneak attack. Bang! He kicked the broken corpse of the shadow demons to the side in disgust. The shadow demons' combat strength was not weak. In the strange devil's forest, the combat strength of the 3-tailed shadow demons wasn't any weaker than some top-tier demon soldiers. However, the blood energy contained within it was even weaker than some of middle demon soldiers. If one were to say that Yang Fann was not interested in the demon, then this shadow demons, even if it could not be called number 1, it could still steadily enter the top 3. In the next moment, Yang Fann's figure moved, and he once again disappeared into the endless jungle. 300 miles away from Strange Devil's Forest, 3 Purple Spirit Sect disciples had just killed a group of shadow demons that ambushed them. Before they could even catch their breath, an incomparably violent punch engulfed them in an instant. In an instant, all of them were shattered into pieces. The next moment, a 15 to 16-year-old black-clothed youth appeared. With a wave of his hand, he kept the universe bags that had fallen to the ground. Including these 3 people, there are already 15 people. Muttering to himself, the black-clothed youth's figure rose and fell a few times. Like a shadow assassin, he disappeared without a trace, as if he had never appeared before. C-155 Black Essence Fruit in the middle of Strange Devil's Forest. A young martial artist, who was wearing a purple robe and had a noble aura all over his body, was carefully moving forward. Young Master Ziyun, Fang Ziyun. There were 12 people in the Earth Spirit rankings of the Purple Spirit Sect, and they were all martial master early period of 4th layer warriors. His purple cloud true technique was almost at the perfection. It wasn't that they didn't have the strength to fight an ordinary 7 Empyrean martial master. However, they still didn't dare to be vigilant in the Strange Devil's Forest. The shadow demons was mysterious and unpredictable. It wasn't a joke for it to come and go without a trace. Not long ago, he had almost fallen under the sneak attack of a 4-tailed shadow demons. If he had not taken out the life-saving sword symbol that Master had given him at the last moment, he would have most likely died under the sharp claws of the shadow demons. The blood essence's brain had been completely devoured by the shadow demons. Its Yufang Ziyun 2 miles to the southwest, Yang Fann, who was wearing black clothes, had a flash of killing intent. In his eyes, he immediately urged the hidden spirit jade with all his strength to hide his aura. His body flashed and he carefully approached Fang Ziyun. In just a few breaths' time, Yang Fann had already appeared 30 meters away from Fang Ziyun. Fang Ziyun was very sensitive. When Yang Fann approached 30 meters away, as if he had discovered something unusual, he suddenly turned his head. Unfortunately, his vision was limited. The spiritual sense was suppressed by the mysterious force of the 9th layer, so he could not detect Yang Fann, who was 30 meters away. What a vigilant fellow! It's a pity that you will still die today. Rumble. Suddenly, Yang Fann unleashed his power of the shell with all his strength, and his speed instantly soared to the limit. In less than half a breath's time, he had already crossed a distance of 30 meters and appeared in front of Fang Ziyun. Then, he threw a punch at Fang Ziyun's head. The force contained in this punch was as high as 50 million ding. It was as if a star had fallen and a ferocious beast was galloping. Wherever it passed, in all directions, large patches of voids were blown into pieces. Endless air currents were exploding. It was going against the flow. An ominous feeling of collapsing engulfed Fang Ziyun's heart. In a split second, Fang Ziyun forcefully lifted the spiritual energy in his body and threw a punch. However, the difference between the two was too great. It was simply like the difference between clouds and mud. Even if he was prepared and struck out with the ultimate skill, there was almost no hope at all for him to withstand this fatal punch. Furthermore, in his haste, he had yet to unleash the full strength of a 8th layer in less than a breath's time. Puchi Puchi. Fang Ziyun's low-grade treasure weapon level robe was the first to be shattered by the violent fist wind. Immediately following that, densely packed fissured traces appeared on his fair jade-like skin. Under that skin, numerous precious bones instantly formed spiderweb-like cracks that spread in all directions. The crisp and terrifying sound of bones cracking sounded like firecrackers. Every bone in Fang Ziyun's entire body had been shattered, and his skin had also been torn apart, creating criss-cross cracks in the next moment. Bang bang bang. His entire body was like an arrow that had left the bow as he was sent flying backwards. He crashed into dozens of towering ancient trees that were hugged by several people in succession before finally landing on the ground. His gaze was unfocused and his life force dissipated. It was obvious that he could not live anymore. 26 Yang Fann casually put away Fang Ziyun's broken body into the universe bag and muttered. In less than a day, Yang Fann had gained a lot. Those who could enter the demon spirit secret realm were all the elite geniuses of the three great sects. Adding the prophets from the dead swamp, each and every one of them had their value skyrocketing. Of the previous 25 people, the one with the lowest value was not less than 10,000 spirit stones, and among them were the best. Although he couldn't be compared with young giants like An Ziayan and Qi Hu, he could still be compared to Fang Qingyu and the others. He was not the slightest bit inferior. In fact, he was even better than them. The combined value of 25 people had almost caused Yang Fann's net worth to increase by another level. The first level did not sound like a lot, but one must not forget that the current Yang Fann was no longer the same as before. After taking the An Ziayans from An Ziayan, Qi Hu, and the others, Yang Fann's net worth had now exceeded 10 million low-grade spiritual stones. It was enough to shock the first peak chief. Of course, this didn't include the peak intermediate profound artifact that he got by luck, the Black Long Blade. Otherwise, that level would be too scary. Picking up Fang Ziyun's universe bag, Yang Fann's terrifying spiritual force that was not weaker than a mark was swept out. In an instant, it destroyed Fang Ziyun's spiritual brand and counted his harvest. Fang Ziyun's luck was not bad. Not only did he collect hundreds of 100-year-old spiritual herbs, but he also collected several hundred stalks of 100-year-old spiritual herbs. He even picked up 3,000-year-old spiritual medicines and 1,000-year-old fiery sun grass. It was one of the main ingredients to concoct the top-quality pill, the 9-Sun Ardent Yang pill. This was the holy herb in the heart of countless fire element martial artists. One holy herb was equivalent to half of their 60-year cycle of cultivation. 1,000-year-old white lotus was the main ingredient of a supreme-grade healing treasure pill, the sacred lotus pill. As long as it was one pill, it would be able to heal them even if they were on the verge of death. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that there was a sacred lotus pill. The last 1,000-year spiritual medicine was a wood spirit fruit. Consuming it would allow one to attain the acquired wood spirit body and cultivate the wood attribute martial skill in the future. It would double the effort and half the effort. These 3,000-year-old spiritual medicines could be said to be worth less than 10,000 spirit stones. In addition to the other treasures in the other universe bags, the total value of these 10,000 spirit stones would not be much less than 10,000 spirit stones. But now, all of this was given to Yang Fann. Satisfied with the result, Yang Fann put away the Yang Fanns. He moved his body and once again moved through the strange devil's forest, searching for one target after another to hunt. Although the strange devil's forest was filled with a mysterious force that could suppress the spiritual sense, all martial artist warriors were still within it. However, Yang Fann's mental energy was just too terrifying. It was almost comparable to Patriarch Wu Hu, even if he was suppressed by more than 9 layers. Within the strange devil's forest, he was like a fish in water, and with the hidden spirit jade concealing his aura, he was like a fish in water. It was like the god of death from the nether hell, a disciple of the 3 major sects. He was really unlucky. Every day, a large number of geniuses would fall at Yang Fann's hands. Boom! Once again, he had turned a swordsman from the Iron Sword sect into a meat patty. Yang Fann had the thought of leaving the strange devil's forest. The thought of going to the 1,000 Demon Mountain range had been stuck in the strange devil's forest for 5 days. In the first 2 days, he could kill 20 or so disciples of the 3 major sects every day. However, in the next 2 days, he didn't kill as many disciples as he did in the first 2 days. Especially today, half a day had passed. Including this swordsman from the Iron Sword sect, he had only killed 3 people. If he continued to stay in the strange devil's forest, he was afraid that he would not gain anything after all. There were only a limited number of martial artist warriors in the demon spirit secret realm. Including the 7 Stars Sect, including those who had died in Dead Swamp, there were only 720 of them. It was already considered their limit to have 500 of them successfully enter the strange devil's forest. In the past few days, he had hunted and killed the disciples of the three major sects. Although there weren't 100 of them, there were nearly 70 of them. This was a very impressive number. If he added An, Xiaoyan, Chihu, and the others he had killed in Dead Swamp, the number of geniuses from the three sects that had fallen to his hands had reached 75. It wasn't that he didn't know, but it gave him a scare. One should know that there were only 72 people with a single earth board. If this was spread out, Yang Fann would definitely be hunted down by the three great sects. He would even send Patriarch Wuhu out. These people weren't ordinary disciples, they were all top geniuses with intermediate rank 8 bloodline at the very least. There were 42 people with Earth Spirit rankings in Lu Qin's Purple Spirit sect, and they were all rank 8 high-grade bloodline experts. He had broken through to the first level of the Martial Master, and among the 720 geniuses of the four sects, his appearance was similar to Lu Qin's, and he could barely be considered one of the best. However, his luck was quite good, and it could even be said that it was a little heaven-defying. The transportation array made a mistake, and he was teleported into the demon spirit secret realm by himself. He fell from the sky and smashed a lower-ranked general to death. After harvesting a large amount of spiritual herbs, he encountered two beast generals fighting for 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine. Both sides suffered heavy losses. In the end, he let them sit back and reap the benefits. Although he would encounter danger on the way, he would always be able to turn bad luck into good luck every time. In those idle novels, it would be like a pig's leg after killing the double-tailed shadow demons that sneaked up on him. Lu Qin's gaze was immediately attracted by an ancient tree not far in front of him that was hugged by several people. It was a large tree that was nearly 30 meters tall. Its leaves were like cattail fans, and there were strange fruits on it that looked like apples, but they were black in color. This is good. It seems to be ink blackberry fruit. Unknowingly, Lu Qin's breathing started to quicken. His eyes were filled with a blazing light, and even his heartbeat sped up, as though it was about to jump out of his chest at any moment. I didn't see wrongly. It really is blackberry fruit. C-156 meeting Xiao Tian again. The blackberry fruit was a 3-star low-grade spirit fruit. It couldn't increase the cultivation base of martial artist, and it couldn't even increase the strength of a martial artist bloodline talent. However, its effect had also caused countless martial artist warriors to go crazy, and that was to increase their spiritual energy. On the path of martial arts, one's cultivation base was good. It was hard to cultivate a realm, but in fact, it was very difficult to do so. The strength of one's mental energy usually represented the level of one's cultivation base. For those with a higher realm, breaking through was as simple as eating and drinking. As long as there were enough pills to increase one's cultivation, it wouldn't take long. It would be able to raise one's cultivation base to a new height, and those with low cultivation bases, they could only spend a great deal of time to wear down the bottleneck. A few years, or even a dozen years, might not be enough to increase his cultivation base by a small level. The gap between them was simply not something that could be measured with logic, and one blackberry fruit was enough to double the spiritual energy of a third Empyrean martial master. What was even more valuable was that this blackberry fruit was not like the other spiritual medicines. It had the ability to resist medicine. Take one. If he consumed a second blackberry fruit, the effects would be directly halved. Even if it was completely ineffective, he could continue to consume it. To put it bluntly, as long as there were sufficient blackberry fruits, it wouldn't be difficult for him to raise his spiritual energy to the Marquis stage in one go at that time. Even a person with a 8th grade bloodline would have a high chance of breaking through to the Marquis stage in one go. If his cultivation base was compared to water, then his cultivation base would be like a bucket. The bucket was big enough, and as long as he was willing to pour water into it, he would be able to break through to the Marquis stage in one go. One day, the water bucket would be filled to the brim. 1, 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 50, 100. I'm rich, old Lu, I'm really rich this time. Lu Qin could not hide the excitement in his heart. He waved his hands and feet as if he had been struck by 50 billion. His entire person was on the verge of going insane. He had completely and utterly struck it rich. One blackberry fruit was worth 5,000 spirit stones. But at this moment, there were more than 100 blackberry fruits on the blackberry fruit tree, and there were a total of 568 of them. If he sold all of them, he could sell them for at least 3 million low-grade spiritual stones. As for the average 8th and 9 heavens elders, they only had a few 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. With the 3 millions of spirit stones, his net worth would surpass most of the purple spirit sect's elders. Of course, as long as Lu Qin wasn't stupid, he wouldn't be able to sell all the blackberry fruits. He would only sell a small portion of them in the end. The most important thing in the martial artist world was one's own strength. Even if these 500+ blackberry fruits couldn't raise his spiritual energy to the Marquis stage, he would at least be able to break through to the Martial Master 9 Heavens, which would save him dozens of years of bitter cultivation. Although rank 8 high-grade warriors could cultivate to the high-level Martial Master realm, it would take them at least dozens of years to cultivate according to the routine. However, once their spiritual energy broke through to the realm of 9 Heavens realm, it would be different. At most, it would take them a few years, and he would be able to step into the high-level Martial Master realm. Lu Qin couldn't help but feel excited when he thought about how he would be able to enter the ranks of Sect Elder in a few years. After a long while, he finally managed to suppress his excitement. In the next moment, Lu Qin's body transformed into a flowing light as he leapt towards the blackberry fruit tree that was tens of meters away. However, there was a trace of vigilance flashing in his eyes. His rationality was not destroyed by the shocking joy. All spiritual roots were often protected by exotic beasts, and this blackberry fruit was no exception. However, what caused him to be puzzled was that even though he had already climbed up the blackberry fruit tree and even plucked a blackberry fruit, the blackberry fruit protecting exotic beast had not appeared. Could it be that this blackberry fruit doesn't have a guardian exotic beast? Lu Qin's thoughts moved slightly. It doesn't seem impossible. This is the Strange Devil's Forest. The Strange Devil's Forest was under the control of the Shadow Demon's clan. There weren't many exotic beasts that dared to venture deep into it. It wasn't impossible for the blackberry fruit to not have the protection of the exotic beast. As he muttered to himself, another 3 blackberry fruits were placed into the brocade box. Looks like these blackberry fruits really don't have the protection of exotic beasts. Luck, what luck! The blackberry fruits were 3-star spirit fruits, and the quantity was still so massive. If there really were any protective exotic beasts, it was very likely that it was a beast general. He was only at the first level of the Martial Master, and it was hard to tell who would win if they fought one beast general at a time. He confirmed that there were no exotic beasts protecting him. Lu Qin's raised heart immediately relaxed, and the speed at which he plucked the Martial Masters increased explosively by more than a single level. In a short period of less than 10 breaths of time, all the beast generals had been plucked clean by him. Only after the last blackberry fruit was placed into a brocade box and placed into a universe bag did Lu Qin truly feel at ease. Turning his head to look at the blackberry fruit tree that no longer had a single fruit, Lu Qin's face revealed a trace of reluctance. A trace of regret. The blackberry fruit was different from the blood spirit fruit. It needed 500 years to bloom and 500 years to bear fruit. Another 500 years to mature. It only needed 10 years. The blackberry fruit would once again mature. With the amount of fruit the blackberry fruit tree could produce, next time, the number of blackberry fruits it would produce would not be small. It would only require 3 or 4 batches of blackberry fruits. It was very likely that his mental energy cultivation base would rise to the Marquis stage. At that time, he might be able to become an old ancestor of a region and become one of the top Great Tang dynasties in the Great Tang dynasty. What a pity, what a pity! Lu Qin once again looked at the blackberry fruit tree with nostalgia. He gritted his teeth and prepared to turn around and leave. Right at this moment, rumble, the sword chi of a dignified imperial emperor directly tore through the void. This sword chi was 30 meters in size, and it was simply capable of tearing apart the heavens, cutting through everything, and obliterating all living things. The surroundings of the sword chi. There were even snakes of lightning coiling around them, and wherever they went, large tracts of ancient trees would be crushed into slag. Ah, not good! Lu Qin's expression suddenly changed. Although he did not know who the person who had come was, however, that terrifying sword chi's lingering charm made his soul tremble. The newcomer was so strong. It was absolutely not something he could match. He wanted to leave as soon as possible. However, what made him despair was an extremely terrifying aura and pressure. It had already firmly enveloped his entire body. At this moment, not to mention escaping to the other side, he even moved his body a little. It was extremely difficult. I hope it's my Purple Spirit Sect's senior brother. Lu Qin prayed silently. Even if the person who came was a disciple of the Purple Spirit Sect, he wouldn't be able to protect the few hundred blackberry fruits he had. However, Judging from the friendship between them, he would at least be able to protect his life. However, if it was a genius from the other 3 sects, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that moment the brilliant sword chi finally stopped 30 meters away from him, and very quickly. A white-robed young man walked out from the sword chi. He had handsome facial features, and he had sharp facial features. His entire body was filled with pride, and a hint of loneliness could be seen in his eyes from time to time. He was like a lonely swordsman standing at the top of a mountain. He looked around, but he could not find any opponent. It's the Seven Stars Sect's Thunder God Sword, Xianxia Audiobooks. After recognizing who it was, Lu Qin's legs went weak, and he almost fell to the ground. He felt as if his future was going to be dark. In his heart, there was only despair. The relationship between the Seven Stars Sect and the Purple Spirit Sect wasn't that good. To be exact, the relationship between the 4 sects wasn't very good. For the position of the number 1 sect in the West, it was common to fight openly and secretly. In the Demon Spirit secret realm, there wasn't much face to speak of. Basically, as long as he had the confidence to take down the opponent, he would kill him, hand over the universe bag and cut off your heart meridian. I will give you an intact corpse. That high and mighty demeanor seemed to be able to leave a complete corpse behind for Lu Qin. It was already a great kindness. No, don't kill me. Brother Xiao Tian, spare my life. Brother Xiao Tian, spare my life. Upon hearing this, Lu Qin's knees went soft, and he fell to his knees. He started crying bitterly, and he didn't have the slightest intention of resisting. To a young giant like Xiao Tian, a 42-man Earth Spirit rankings like him was no different from an ant on the ground. What a long-winded man! A trace of impatience flashed across Xiao Tian's eyes. In the next moment, Xiao Tian's body moved. It was a sword beam that was as fast as lightning, capable of destroying everything. No. Lu Qin only had time to let out an unwilling wail before he was slashed in half by the sword light. Blood and intestines splattered all over the ground. Xiao Tian swept a disdainful glance at Lu Qin's corpse that had been split in half, then waved his hand. A yellow universe bag fell into his hand. With a sweep of the spiritual sense, Lu Qin's spiritual brand was broken in an instant. When he saw the blackberry fruits in the brocade boxes, even with Xiao Tian's mental state, he couldn't help but be wild with joy. 568 blackberry fruits, a total of 568 blackberry fruits. How much wealth was this? It was almost as much as all of his belongings. Good. With so many blackberry fruits, I will definitely be able to break through to the 7th Empyrean stage within a year. At that time, even if I have to face the top 10 people of the heavenly rankings, I still have the strength to fight them. At this moment, a light round of applause came from the southeast direction of Xiao Tian, accompanied by a round of applause. There was also a slightly mocking sound. Brother Xiao Tian, what a good technique, what a good move. However, as the saying goes, those who see it will get a share. Brother Xiao Tian, should you give me half of it? C-157. Xiao Tian was shocked too. Come out. Xiao Tian's indifferent expression suddenly changed. A trace of lingering fear faintly flashed across his eyes. He had really been too careless this time. Someone had actually gotten close to him and was unaware of it. If that person had intended to sneak attack him, the consequences would be unimaginable right at this moment. A slightly thin figure walked out from the dense forest in the southeast. He was very young. It could even be said that he was a bit too young, less than 16 years old. He was wearing black clothes, and his chi was ordinary. He looked like a martial artist warrior, but more like a martial artist warrior. The wealthy young master who couldn't understand any martial arts. His steps were slow, but his speed wasn't slow at all. With every step he took, he would reach a distance of a few dozen meters. It was like the legendary ground shrink skill. In less than a breath's time, he had already reached a distance of 30 meters away from Xiao Tian. It's you, Yang Fann. Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes. Lightning flashed in his eyes, and endless killing intent boiled in his heart. The humiliation he had suffered in the central square of Xingling Peak was engraved in his heart. For more than 20 years, however, no one had ever dared to insult him like a mad dog like Yang Fann, not to mention, this Yang Fann had even crippled the little junior brother, Baili Yunfei, whom he had always been on good terms with. Suddenly, a cold smile emerged on Xiao Tian's face. Yang Fann, I never thought that you would dare to appear in front of me. It's true that there is a path to heaven, but you refused to walk it. There is no door to hell, and you insisted on walking it today, you will die for sure. No one will be able to save you. Demon Spirit's secret realm was as large as 2 or 3 counties in Great Tang Dynasty. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that finding a person within it was like finding a needle in a haystack. Now, everything was fine. This Yang Fann had actually delivered himself to their doorstep. This was truly a path of death. As for whether he could kill Yang Fann, Xiao had no doubt about it. A young man who was not even 16 years old, with a weak crown, was able to defeat Baili Yunfei, junior brother, by a fluke. This was his limit. In terms of talent, Baili Yunfei was not much weaker than senior brother, but in terms of strength, the difference was too great. There was no need to talk about comparing him to the number 1 Earth board. He was still far from being able to reach the top 10 of the Earth board. He was only barely able to enter the top 30. No matter how powerful Yang Fann was, he would never be able to enter the top 30. Whether or not he could make it into the top 20 of the Earth board was still unknown. Killing him was definitely not as difficult as crushing an ant. There is indeed a person who will stay here forever, but that person will only be you, Xiao. Yang Fann smiled confidently. Thunder God Sword and Xiao did not show any signs of weakness. At most, Thunder God Sword and Xiao were only slightly better than Black Divine Sword. However, compared to Qihu, who had ignited the Barbarian King bloodline with the forbidden arts, the difference was not small. They were totally not on the same level as Qihu. You're about to die, yet you still dare to be so stubborn. Xiao smiled coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He looked at Yang Fann as if he was looking at a dead man. He didn't believe Yang Fann's nonsense. An ant that couldn't even enter the top 20 of the Earth board. If Yang Fann could hurt him, then he, as the number 1 Earth board, would be too weak in the next moment. Rumble rumble, a terrifying aura burst out from Xiao body, wreaking havoc in the surroundings. Large tracts of towering ancient trees were uprooted and turned into dust. It was as if the land within a mile radius had been plowed. What a pity. Yang Fann sighed slightly when he saw the blackberry fruit tree being crushed by the violent aura. This was a 3-star spiritual root, a top-grade spiritual root that was enough to become the foundation of a sect. To be destroyed by Xiao just like that, it was truly a reckless waste of resources. However, he only sighed and did not stop Xiao violent actions. After all, this was the demon spirit's secret realm. Even if he saved that blackberry fruit tree, I can't take the spiritual root. Suddenly, Xiao body shook. A bolt of heavenly lightning erupted from his body. In an instant, above his head, it transformed into a miniature world of lightning. The bolts of lightning were like snakes, flood dragons, and dragons. They rolled about and entangled with each other. The sound of thunder shook and destroyed one's intestines. Rumble, a shocking sword chi soared into the sky. It was like a pillar that supported the sky and earth, and it pierced through the entire world of lightning. Although Xiao was also the direct disciple of the Tianshu branch's second elder, Zhao Qianjin, what was different from Hundred Swords Lord and Baili Yunfei was that he did not practice Zhao Qianjin's ultimate skill, Thousand Swords True Technique. He comprehended the fast sword intent, and had a fortuitous encounter. In an ancient cave, he occasionally obtained a Thunder Ling Dan, forming the acquired Thunder Soul body, comprehending the Thunder concept, and controlling the power of thunder. It's actually the sword intent of thunder, and it's a sword intent at the peak of the small completion. He is indeed worthy of being called a top figure in the young generation. He really does have some skills. Yang Fann nodded slightly. The power of thunder, since ancient times. It was the most destructive force in the world, and the sword intent of thunder that could control the power of thunder. In terms of attack power, among all the sword intents, it could be said to be at the top of all sword intents, and only a few sword intents of destruction, death, and so on and so forth could be compared to it. The 6th level of the sword insight of lightning possessed terrifying offensive power. It faintly seemed to be able to catch up to the sword intents of the mastery stage Yang Fann, at the age of 15. I have to say, your talent is higher than mine. Even in history, there are only a few people who can be compared with you at this moment. Xiao was like the ancient thunder god who controlled the 9 heavens' thunder. With a wave of his hand, the heavenly thunder rumbled and the divine might was unparalleled. His voice was like a bronze bell. It sounded like the voice of a god, but you shouldn't have crippled Baili junior brother. You shouldn't have insulted me either. Suddenly, a cruel smile appeared on Xiao face. Yang Fann, pay the price for what you did. Rumble, a flash of lightning burst out from the world of lightning. Under the enhancement of the thunder sword intent, it was as if a lightning snake had descended to the world. It was as fast as lightning. Wherever it passed, the void was like a mirror, shattered, and sent flying. There were many ravines on the ground, and dust filled the area within a few dozen feet. It happened in the nick of time. How dare you use such an insignificant skill to embarrass yourself? Break for me. Yang Fann let out a disdainful roar. His body moved, with his body as the center. A desolate and mighty energy erupted from his body. Wherever this energy went, the terrifying aura of the human-shaped real who directly destroyed the lightning sword light that was coming at him. It completely disintegrated. How is this possible? The cruel smile on Xiao Tian's face immediately froze, and his pupils constricted. His face was filled with disbelief. This sword, although it was just a casual strike, with the support of the 6th-level pinnacle lightning sword intent, it was so terrifying that it was enough to severely injure the weaker 10 Earth Board experts. Furthermore, with just a furious roar from Yang Fann, it had destroyed his lightning sword light. Such a technique, even Dongfang Bai and Queen of 100 Flowers Situ Jing might not be able to obtain. The small evil kings at this moment. Yang Fann's figure moved, he crushed the void, and in the blink of an eye, he had crossed a distance of 30 meters and appeared in front of Xiao Tian. With a move of his right arm, he threw out a punch. He was bold and ruthless, and he would strike whenever he wanted to. Yang Fann didn't hold back much from this punch. The power of the shell was raised to its limit, and the force contained within it had exceeded 50 million cauldrons. This was a fist that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. Wherever the force of the punch went, everything would be destroyed. How is this possible? How can you have such strength? Xiao Tian's heart was violently shaken, and his voice sounded like it was going crazy. He looked at Yang Fann as if he were looking at the legendary god and devil. He could not believe it. He really couldn't believe it. The strength of 50 million cauldrons. Even that human-shaped savage beast, Qi Hu, was afraid that it wouldn't be as powerful as this. However, how old was Yang Fann? A young man who was only 15 years old was already cultivating in his aunt's womb. It was impossible for him to possess such terrifying strength. Go to hell and ask the king of hell. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The violent force continued to sweep in all directions. Explosions were heard everywhere. Large patches of voids were destroyed, turning into primordial chaos. Xiao Tian, who was at the center of the explosion, was like a lone boat drifting in the ocean. He could be destroyed at any moment. C-158 fight to the death. Roar. Don't underestimate him. In the nick of time, Xiao Tian let out a furious roar. A long sword that was flashing with frightening electric arcs appeared in his hand. The Thunder Meteorite Sword, a high-grade treasure weapon forged from thunder iron, was also Xiao Tian's famous divine weapon. With the sword in his hand, Xiao Tian's aura suddenly changed. It rose steadily and crazily. The world of thunder above his head was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, it expanded by several times. Not only that, his entire body was emitting a domineering aura as if he was the king of the world. It was as if the ancient thunder god had been revived and was enforcing the law on behalf of the heavens, shaking the world. Break it. Rumble. The sword Qi that was flashing with lightning suddenly burst out. It was filled with killing intent. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a roaring thunder dragon of the 9 heavens. Wherever it passed, the vital energy of the heavens and earth would collapse, and the void would be cut into pieces. Rumble. Violent brute force versus the power of thunder in all directions. The void and the air currents were all wiped out. All the stones, plants, and leaves on the ground were swept away. Everything within a few miles was dead silent, and the marks of destruction were everywhere. What a great sword intent of thunder. It really does have some skill. After flying dozens of meters away, Yang Fann gently shook his right arm, which was slightly numb from the lightning. His facial expression changed slightly. The power of lightning not only represented destruction, but also a strong paralyzing force. If he was not careful, Yang Fann would have suffered a small loss. Yang Fann, I have to admit it, you are the only most powerful monster I have ever seen in my life, even if your ancestor's grandmaster is resurrected. In terms of talent, I'm afraid you'll have to admit defeat. After all, Xiao Tian was the one and only one in 100 million peerless evildoer. His mind has surpassed others. At this moment, he finally managed to suppress the shock in his heart. He looked at Yang Fann, and faintly, a hint of appreciation flashed in his eyes, although he didn't want to admit it. However, he had to admit that when he was at Yang Fann's age, he was far from being as powerful as Yang Fann, let alone comparing himself to Yang Fann. At that time, he didn't even have the qualifications to look at Yang Fann's back. At that time, he had just entered the level 8, and his true combat strength was. Even if he went against the heavens, he would still be comparable to Empyrean martial master. With your talent, if you can grow up, even if your future achievements aren't as great as that of our ancestor, I'm afraid you won't be too far off. Talent was very important when cultivating in the martial artist, but cultivation resources were more important. Without sufficient resources, no matter how heaven-defying your talent was, your achievements would still be limited. Compared to thousands of years ago, as the last days of martial arts, all kinds of resources were far from enough. Suddenly, Xiaotian's expression turned cold, and a hint of cruelty flashed across his face. Unfortunately, you won't have that chance anymore next year. Today will be your death anniversary. Thunderclap of the continent of the 9 clouds. With a furious shout, the thunder meteorite sword in his hand drew a profound trajectory. In the next moment, rumble, a terrifying sword beam that shook the heavens and the earth, that could make ghosts and gods weep, had always slashed out explosively. This sword beam was dozens of feet long, and it was flashing with rolling thunder. It was 15 meters wide and sharp, as if it could kill everything in the world. Its speed was more than several times faster than the speed of sound, making it impossible for people to dodge it. This sword attack could be said to have reached the peak of perfection. Even Black Divine Sword and An Ziayan could not compare to it under this sword strike. Even some 9 Heavens Elders would hate Juquan if they were not careful. This was the ultimate sword strike. In order to kill Yang Fann in one strike, Xiaotian could no longer hold back. What a fast strike! There's no way to dodge it. Yang Fann's eyes narrowed slightly. If this sword that was several times faster than the speed of sound was in the outside world, he unleashed his full speed. He might still have a chance to dodge it, but in the demon spirit secret realm, his speed had been suppressed by more than 9 layers. Dodging was just an extravagant hope. Since you can't dodge, there's no need to dodge anymore. Black Iron Battle Body, open for me. Rumble. An intense battle intent erupted with Yang Fann at the center. He soared into the sky, and his aura rose rapidly. Like a peerless evil dragon, he soared into the sky and swept across the heavens and the earth. Boom, boom, boom. 8 meters tall, he grew taller inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a 3-meter-tall Triton. He blotted out the sky and covered the earth. It gave people an undefeatable feeling, as if he was a towering mountain. What? There is still hiding. The victorious smile on Xiaotian's face immediately froze. A faint sense of unease swept across his heart. Difficult. Could it be that Yang Fann, Qi Hu, and Zhu Yishan are all special bloodline holders? At that moment Yang Fann took a step forward and threw out a punch. This punch was like ancient devil god's furious punch, an epic one. It was like a myth. The punch of 250 million cauldron strength was really too terrifying. It was enough to blow up everything. Wherever it passed, everything was destroyed. Everything turned into nothingness. Even the space began to distort. One rumble, 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 rumble. When the invincible fist struck the world-shocking sword Qi, it was like a battle between an ancient god and a 9 heavens thunder dragon. The terrifying aftertaste tore through the surroundings. Everything within a 10-mile radius was shattered. The pairs were deeply plowed. For a moment, blood dyed the ground red. This was the blood of the shadow demons. Within a 10-mile radius, no matter if it was the double-tailed shadow demons, it was still the 3-tailed shadow demons. All of them could only die a woo faintly. There seemed to be the sorrowful cry of a divine dragon. How is this possible? Suddenly, Xiaotian's pupils shrunk, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. His ultimate skill was actually broken by Yang Fann just like that. Right at this moment, Yang Fann's 3-meter-tall body continued to expand in Xiaotian's pupils. He looked like a giant god that had walked out of a myth and epic, soul-stealing and shocking. Not good. An extremely ominous feeling swept across Xiaotian's heart, causing his facial expression to change once again. He hastily increased his speed to the maximum, wanting to dodge the deadly punch. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to react at this moment. Even though he had used all of his skills, Yang Fann's punch still broke through the lightning world. In the blink of an eye, a large area of the world of lightning was destroyed. Countless lightning dragons, lightning flood dragons, and lightning snakes let out mournful cries before they died. Fortunately, the sword Qi heavenly pillar in the center of the world only shook slightly. There were traces of cracks on it, but it didn't collapse completely. One should know that this sword Qi heavenly pillar was the essence of his sword Dao, the foundation of the sword intent of lightning. Once it collapsed, it meant that the sword intent of lightning that he had painstakingly cultivated had been completely destroyed. If he didn't have any great fortuitous encounters in the future, he was afraid that he would never be able to comprehend the sword intent again. However, even so, the world of lightning was damaged. It had also caused Xiao Tian's lightning sword intent to suffer severe injuries, and it would take him at least a month or two. In fact, it would be impossible to recover from it after a long period of nurturing. Wah! Poof! Xiao Tian's intrinsic sword intent was damaged, causing him to suffer severe injuries. How can you have such strength? How can you have such strength? Xiao Tian knelt on one knee and looked at Yang Fann. It was as if he had seen a ghost. If he had been shocked earlier. Now, he was absolutely shocked. Thunderclap of the ninth heaven. But his ultimate skill was unleashed. With a single strike, his strength was close to 200 million cauldrons, and even an ordinary Nine Heavens Elder would be able to withstand it without the protection of a supreme treasure. It was very likely that he would lose it. As for Yang Fann, an outer sect disciple, no matter what kind of monster they had, they couldn't possibly possess such a terrifying power. This strength was not something that a human could possess. You want to know? Go down and ask Hell King. Yang Fann smiled coldly. He gathered the energy in his body and was ready to send Xiao Tian to hell with a punch. Yang Fann, you don't go too far. Don't forget, crippling fellow disciples was the biggest taboo in the sect. If you dare to hurt me, the sect will never let you go. A trace of panic flashed across Xiao Tian's eyes. At his peak, he was still no match for Yang Fann. Furthermore, his sword intent had been damaged, and his combat strength was not even at the 6th level of his peak. Ha ha ha! Yang Fann raised his head to the sky and let out a long roar, as if he had heard a ridiculous joke. Xiao Tian, these few days. Just now, why don't you think that crippling your fellow disciples is the biggest taboo of sect? Now that you are at a disadvantage, why are you telling me about your relationship with your fellow disciples? Xiao Tian, don't you find it funny? Or do you think that you are the only one who can kill people in this world? Others can't kill you. Yang Fann, you really have to be so ruthless. Xiao Tian's face was filled with resentment. In his opinion, he had already given Yang Fann a lot of face by giving in like this. Yang Fann raised his brows and let out a cold laugh. My ultimate move, if I were the one who lost today, would you, Xiao Tian, spare my life? They had already completely shed all pretenses of cordiality. If Xiao Tian was still alive, then Yang Fann would really be a fool. Good Yang Fann, it was you who forced me to do this, it was you who forced me to do this. A trace of madness flashed across Xiao Tian's eyes. At some point in time, a sword-shaped ancient jade appeared in his hand. It was emitting an ancient aura of history. C-159, the appearance of a middle-ranked demon general. Yes, Yang Fann frowned and felt uneasy, as if something bad was about to happen. At this moment, roar Yang Fann, if you don't let me live, then die. A hysterical roar sounded out from Xiao Tian's mouth. Then, he crushed the sword-shaped ancient jade in his hand, which was emitting an ancient aura. The next moment, rumble, a golden sword chi burst out. It lunged at Yang Fann. This sword chi was over 1,000 feet long. Multicolored light and mist were rolling in the air. It was 30 meters wide. It contained an endless will of destruction, as if it could destroy anything. Everything could be pierced through, and everything could be killed. Its speed was far faster than 10 times the speed of sound. Moreover, in this sword attack, all sorts of illusory images appeared. It was as if countless sword cultivators were chanting devoutly. There were also countless sword cultivators prostrating themselves in worship. They were practicing the way of the sword, and they were profound and unfathomable. It made people lose themselves in it. Yang Fann was able to force me to use this ancient sword symbol, and you should be able to rest in peace. The corner of Xiao Tian's mouth curled up. He revealed a cruel smile. This ancient sword symbol was just like the lightning Ling Dan. It was a trump card that he had obtained from the ancient sword cultivator cave. It had always been his trump card. The natal sword chi that contained a peerless half-step martial lord expert exploded. It was comparable to the full-force strike of a half-step patriarch Wu Hu, the 10th martial master expert. Without the protection of a supreme-grade treasure weapon, it would be hard to escape death. Its power was incomparably terrifying. Originally, Xiao Tian had planned to use this sword symbol to deal with unparalleled divine sword and Shen Wuxuang, even though his lightning sword intent had already reached the peak of the 6th level. He was only a step away from mastering the sword intent. But even so, facing Shen Wuxuang, the number 1 youth of the 4 sects, he still didn't have much confidence. One should know that Shen Wuxuang had been here 2 years ago. 2 years had passed since he comprehended the 6th level of sword intent. His sword intent would only become more terrifying. It was very likely that he had already comprehended the 7th level of sword intent. He had stepped into the mastery of sword intent. However, at this moment of life and death, he couldn't care less about that he had lost his trump card. At most, he would meet Shen Wushuang later. He could just temporarily avoid Shen Wushuang. Although he wasn't a match for Shen Wushuang, if he wanted to leave, it would be very difficult for Shen Wushuang to keep him. But if he lost his life, then everything's over. I didn't expect Xiao Tian to have such a trump card. This sword strike is probably not any weaker than the all-out attack of Qi Hu, who has ignited his bloodline. It might even surpass it. Yang Fann's expression turned serious. As expected, none of these young giants were easy to deal with. Each of them had their own trump card. Yang Fann, no matter how talented your monster is, you won't be able to escape death today. Xiao Tian's eyes were full of confidence. This was half-step martial lord, one of a peerless swordsman's attacks. Even the 10 Empyrean martial master could kill him with a single sword strike. No matter what kind of monster Yang Fann used, it was useless. Compared to a martial master huge perfection expert, there was still a big gap. Xiao Tian could even see the wonderful scene of Yang Fann being crushed into pieces by this sword strike, but at this moment, rumble, Yang Fann's body once again rose at a terrifying speed. In the nick of time, Yang Fann once again activated the spiritual energy in his body. In an instant, Yang Fann seemed to have grown a few inches taller. From afar, he looked like an ancient warlord who had just come back to life. He was invincible, and even his soul couldn't help but tremble in fear. Puchi puchi puchi. Even the four-direction void seemed to be unable to withstand the violent pressure. It first distorted, then cracked, and finally completely collapsed. There was still concealment. Is he a human or a ghost? Was he a human or a ghost? Xiao Tian was dumbstruck and almost went crazy. How could there be such a monster in this world? He was only 15, but he was only 15 at that moment. Yang Fann took a step forward, and the heavens shook and the earth shook. He suddenly threw out a punch. This punch did not seem like the power of a human. It was like the descent of an ancient god. It was as if the cosmic storm had swept across the starry sky. It was as if it could shake the sun and moon and destroy continents. Rumble, 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 rumble. In the blink of an eye, Yang Fann's violent fist landed on the dazzling sword radiance. In all directions, large patches of voids were completely destroyed. Countless black holes kept appearing and devouring everything in the surroundings. How is this possible? How is this possible? At this moment, Xiao Tian's mind had completely collapsed. His eyes were lifeless. This is half-step martial lord's natal sword Qi. It can even kill a 10th martial master. How can he defend against it? How can he defend against it? Right at this moment, Yang Fann, who was sent flying dozens of meters away by the powerful rebounding force, slightly shook his right arm, which was slightly numb. Vaguely, drops of blood could be seen dripping down from the back of his right arm. Half-step martial lord's all-out attack was not a joke, let alone the sword cultivator, which was famous for its sharpness. Although he had successfully blocked the fatal strike, he was still injured. However, it wasn't a serious injury. The defense that was comparable to a supreme-grade treasure weapon was no joke. It only managed to pierce through his skin. In less than a breath's time, the small hole on the back of his hand had healed without a trace. Not only did the black iron battle body give Yang Fann unparalleled strength, but it also strengthened his self-healing ability the next moment. Yang Fann's figure moved. He directly crushed the void and appeared 30 feet away from Xiao Tian. He looked down at Xiao Tian, who was still in shock. He was like a high and mighty god, announcing Xiao Tian's fate. Xiao Tian, it's time for you to go on your way. He touched Yang Fann's emotionless eyes, which looked like a god looking down on the world. Xiao Tian, who was in a daze, immediately trembled. An incomparable sense of despair and fear swept across his heart. Even his final trump card couldn't do anything to Yang Fann. What else could he do? Yang Fann, this is all because of Zhao Qianjun. I don't want to be your enemy. For the sake of us being from the same sect, spare me this time, I swear on my soul. From now on, I will follow your lead. If you ask me to go east, I will not go west. If you want me to kill chickens, I will not chase dogs. In order to survive, what dignity, what pride, all of them were thrown to the back of Xiao Tian's mind, and he even swore to become Yang Fann's subordinate. He didn't want to die. He really didn't want to die. He still had a great time, and he still hadn't become a sect leader. How could he possibly die here as an ancestor? You better go to hell and explain yourself to the Yama King, a young giant's level subordinate. Even some patriarch Wuhu would be tempted. However, Yang Fann did not hesitate at all. In order to live, Xiao Tian could even betray his teacher, Zhao Qianjun. There was nothing Xiao Tian couldn't do. Although the martial arts hard oath had a very strong restriction, it wasn't omnipotent. Rumble, a palm strike that exceeded 500 million cauldron strength descended from the sky, crushing the void and shattering everything. The surrounding space had long been sealed by an unparalleled force, making it impossible for Xiao Tian to face it head-on. However, at his peak, he was still unable to withstand this deadly punch. Furthermore, he was now severely injured. In less than a breath's time, the lightning sword beam that he had used all of his strength to slash out was destroyed into dust, and the fragments of the lightning arc dissipated into the surrounding voids. Rumble, 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 a mushroom cloud rose into the air, and Xiao Tian's entire body was smashed into a meat patty by the palm that was like a god. Countless bones in his entire body were shattered. With a thought, he kept Xiao Tian's broken body into the universe bag. Yang Fann let out a long breath. His 3-meter-tall body, at a speed visible to the naked eye, they began to shrink rapidly. None of these young giants were easy to mess with. If this Xiao Tian had 1 or 2 more trump cards, today, he had no choice but to reveal all of his trump cards. At that moment, rumble in the southeast direction, a black shadow cut through the void at a speed as fast as light. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Yang Fann. This was a great opportunity. It was the moment when Yang Fann's mind was at its most relaxed. Not good. Yang Fann's expression suddenly changed. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. In a trance, he only saw 5 swaying black tails. It was as if he had been struck by an ancient savage beast. Instantly, he transformed into a streak of light and flew 100 meters away. Rumble, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. A huge crater appeared on the ground. Smoke and dust filled the air, and rocks flew everywhere. C-160. He killed the 5-tailed shadow beast. A shadow of a beast appeared where Yang Fann had been standing. It was a large black cat, shaped like a fierce tiger. From a distance, it looked like a fierce black tiger, and what was even stranger was that there were 5 long black tails swaying in the wind behind its back. Furthermore, its aura was extremely obscure. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have been able to detect it with his aura alone. He was like a poisonous snake hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Kekekeka, what a good human monster. In terms of strength alone, I'm afraid Upper Demon General is much weaker than you. Unfortunately, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. In the end, the one who won was me. After devouring your blood and brain, this general's innate talent will definitely transform, and my strength will surely skyrocket. At this moment, cough, cough, cough. From the deep pit, Yang Fann could be seen crawling out from the deep pit. Currently, he was in a sorry state. The supreme-grade spirit weapon, the supreme-grade treasure robe, was broken and tattered, just like a broken beggar's robe. His face was pale, and there were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked like he was on the verge of death. You are actually not dead. The 5-tailed shadow demons is strange. Laughter paused for a moment. It was replaced by disbelief. That attack just now, he did not hold back at all, and even used the Shadow Demon's clan's inherited demonic technique. Even Upper Demon General was caught off guard. Death was the only way to survive this attack, not to mention a human martial artist who was known for his weak physique. In the next moment, a trace of fear flashed in the demonic cat's eyes. He had witnessed the battle between Yang Fann and Xiao Tian just now. Yang Fann's terrifying strength, it was like ancient devil god had descended from the heavens. In a head-on battle, he was absolutely no match for him. However, very quickly, that trace of fear disappeared without a trace. He had noticed Yang Fann's current condition. Although his thunderous strike just now didn't take the human monster's life, it had still severely injured him, causing him to be on the verge of death. Currently, he was merely a paper tiger that looked strong on the outside but was weak on the inside. There was no need to fear him. 5-tailed shadow demons, medial demon general. How is this possible? How is this possible? 5-tailed shadow demons was shocked, and Yang Fann was even more shocked. Once the shadow demons clan had 4 tails, if they could grow 1 more tail, they would be able to break through to the lower. That would be the medial demon general. In the outside world, the medial demon general was nothing. Even the higher level upper demon general was. There were many of them. According to the legends, they were in the demon caves. There was even demonic commander, who was a terrifying existence comparable to Patriarch Wu Hu. However, this was the demon spirit secret realm, and it was restricted by the law of the mystic realm. Lower demon generals were the limit of a myriad of demons. No matter what kind of talent you had, it didn't matter. Even if you possessed the legendary bloodline of Yao Jun and Demon King, it was impossible for you to break the boundary of the laws. Advancing to the medial demon general realm Kekekekeki human boy, the current mystic realm is not as simple as you think it is. Don't even mention it. It's not like upper demon general doesn't have a medial demon general like mine Kekeki. The five-tailed shadow demons started laughing strangely once more. Just like most of the demons, what he liked to see the most was the desperate struggle before death. What? There's still upper demon general. Yang Fann's body trembled. An ominous feeling swept across his heart. Something big had happened. This time, something big had really happened. If what the five-tailed shadow demons said was true, then everything would be terrible. Perhaps, all of them would die in demon spirit's secret realm. Upper demon general was not an easy person to deal with. Even the weakest of them had the strength to fight a 9th-grade martial master. The outstanding ones among them were the ordinary half-step martial lord. He might not even be a match for him, not even the current him. With all his trump cards, he could only deal with 2 or 3 upper demon general. If he was surrounded by 5 or 6 upper demon general, it would be a disaster. He couldn't even escape. Under the suppression of the law of the mystic realm, a peak lower demon general is the limit you can reach. How can you break through? Cough, cough, cough. Because he was too excited, it was as if his injuries were being affected. Yang Fann started coughing violently, and from time to time, he would cough out blood. His pale face was already inhumane. GG. Seeing that you are about to die, I don't mind telling you. All of this. GG. It's all because the old ancestor modified the law of the mystic realm with his great divine ability that we were able to transcend. The five-tailed shadow demons chuckled. Without hiding anything, it generously told Yang Fann everything. In the eyes of the five-tailed shadow demons, Yang Fann was like a fat piece of meat on the chopping board. He was a man who would definitely die if he let Yang Fann slaughter him. So what if he knew the secret behind it? What kind of great demon used his great divine ability to modify the law of the mystic realm? A bone-piercing chill struck Yang Fann's heart, causing him to feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. It was a disaster. According to the legends, the demon spirit secret realm was founded by the 4 great ancestors. In fact, there was a mistake. The ones who truly established the demon spirit secret realm were the direct disciples of the 4 great ancestral masters. But even so, they were still 4 half-step martial lord warriors. Even after thousands of years, under the erosion of the power of time, the secret realm was damaged, but the law within it, it was at least a half-step demon marquis. It was even a true demon marquis. If we let him escape from the demon spirit secret realm, hiss. Just thinking about it, demon marquis was not a marquis. He was a supreme demon beast that was comparable to a Wuzong expert. In this era of martial arts, an expert at the martial marquis stage demon could be called the ancestor of a sect, a demon marquis. It was enough to sweep across the entire Great Tang dynasty, even if it was just a half-step demon marquis who had just stepped into the realm of demon marquis. It's enough to turn the West upside down. The reason why we made a mistake in our teleportation was probably because of that big demon in a trance. A hint of understanding surged into Yang Fann's heart. Right at this moment, the 5-tailed shadow demon seemed to have lost its patience as it opened its mouth wide. A ferocious expression flashed across its face. All right, human boy, you already know what you need to know. Now, be obedient and give up everything you have. Tisk tisk. The flesh, blood, and brain of a human monster like you is definitely the best delicacy in the world. Just thinking about it makes this general salivate. As he spoke, the body of the ferocious tiger turned into a black light. In an instant, it had already appeared 3 meters away from Yang Fann. Its sharp claws were even sharper than a middle-grade treasure weapon. It tore apart the void and went straight for Yang Fann's heart. It seemed like it wanted to take out Yang Fann's heart and taste that supreme delicacy. At that moment, bitch, it's you. With a cold shout, Yang Fann, whose aura was weak and on the verge of death, suddenly exploded and threw out a punch in shock. Everything that happened just now was just a disguise of Yang Fann. A body that was comparable to a high-grade treasure weapon was not just for show. Although the fatal sneak attack of the five-tailed shadow demons just now was terrifying, it did not take Yang Fann's life. It could not even seriously injure Yang Fann. It was only a slight injury. The reason why it pretended to be on the verge of death was because of the severe injury. First of all, he was trying to get some information out of him. Second, he was trying to show weakness to the enemy. He wanted to prevent the five-tailed shadow demons from escaping. The Shadow Demons clan had always been known for their speed. The speed of the five-tailed shadow demons was even faster than many upper demon generals. If they wanted to escape, Yang Fann could only follow behind them and eat dust. Not good, this kid is cheating. An extremely uneasy feeling swept across the five-tailed shadow demon's heart. The five tails on its back moved and it wanted to escape. However, it was clearly too late for him to react at this moment. Rumble more than 50 million cauldron strength instantly sealed off his surroundings, causing him to have no other choice but to face it head-on. A wild beast let out a miserable cry before it died. Its sharp claws, which were sharper than mid-grade treasure weapons, started to crack. Then, it completely shattered. A violent force, it continued to sweep across and spread throughout its body. It completely destroyed all the bones in his body. In an instant, his body, which looked like a ferocious tiger, was sent flying backwards. Explosions kept coming out of his body. Clouds of mushroom clouds came out from the broken body of the five-tailed shadow demons. It was steaming. Zero as an assassin in the dark, hiding and assassination were his specialties. Even upper demon general could fall into his trap if he was not careful. However, if he were to face the enemy head-on, he would only be slightly stronger than some lower demon generals. Under the punch that exceeded 5,000 cauldron strength, he would not be able to resist at all. C-161 cat playing with a mouse. Five tails of shadow demons, assassins walking in the shadows. In terms of assassination alone, they were at the top of all medial demon generals. Even upper demon general had to be wary of them. If he was not careful, he would die under their assassination. However, once he walked out of the darkness and fought a magnificent battle, his combat strength would not even be comparable to some peak lower demon generals. Under Yang Fann's terrifying punch that exceeded 50 million cauldron strength, the five-tailed shadow demons could only sink into despair. It did not even have the strength to resist. In less than a breath's time, all the bones and internal organs in its body were destroyed by Yang Fann. It could not die anymore with a thought. He kept the five-tailed shadow demons into his universe bag. There was not a trace of joy on Yang Fann's face as he kept the five-tailed shadow demons. There was only a deep melancholy on his face. The words of the five-tailed shadow demons just now were too frightening. It was very likely that there was a real demon marquis hiding in the demon spirit secret realm that was a peerless great demon that was comparable to a Wuzong expert. In the eyes of such a peerless great demon, he, Yang Fann, was not much stronger than an ant on the ground. A simple move of his finger would be enough to make him die without a burial ground sigh. If we let that big demon escape, it will definitely be the greatest disaster for mankind in the past 1,000 years. At that time, people will be plunged into misery and suffering. Yang Fann's heart was filled with concern, and his eyes were filled with worry. In this martial ancestor, it had become a legend. In the era when Marquis was the ancestor of a sect, a demon marquis grade demon lord was enough to sweep away everything. Thinking about all this now is just a waste of time. The demon spirit secret realm was created by the combined efforts of the four half-step martial lord. Not only is it a trial ground for the disciples of the four sects, it is also a cage of 10 million demon. It won't be easy for that demon lord to break free. Otherwise, he would have broken through his cultivation realm a long time ago, and the sky would have collapsed. There will be a tall man to bear it. Although it was the last days of the martial arts, the martial ancestor had almost become a legend. However, there were still quite a number of Patriarch Wuhu from the sect. One or two Patriarch Wuhu were no match for that demon, but dozens of Marquis stage supreme elders had joined forces. It wasn't like they didn't have the strength to fight it, let alone the four great sect. They had been standing in the western region for thousands of years. How could they not have some trump cards? Once it erupted, even the legendary martial lord expert wouldn't dare to underestimate it. After all, the four old ancestors of the sect were all martial lord. Furthermore, none of them were weak in the martial lord. Furthermore, even if the four sect were no match for that old demon, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. The great Tang royal family and the other 5 major sects couldn't just stand idly by. The demonic clan was the mortal enemy of all humans. I think I should take care of myself first. Next, should I continue my journey to the Thousand Demon Mountain Range and the Wanling Mountain? Soon, a conflicted expression appeared on Yang Fann's face. The Thousand Demon Mountain Range was the core stronghold of the demonic clan, and it was very likely that the great demon was hiding within it. If he continued to move forward, he might end up like a sheep entering the tiger's mouth. However, Yang Fann was unwilling to leave just like that. If he didn't make a trip to Wanling Mountain, it would be too much of a pity. Furthermore, he had yet to collect the bone spirit grass that his parents needed for their cultivation. Although he had the blood spirit fruits, blood spirit grass, and other spirit fruits that could increase his parents' bloodline, as long as he could raise his parents' bloodline to the lowest of the 7th grade, he would still cultivate bitterly for 5 to 6 years. He would be able to break through to the bone forging with the condensation of spirit bones. However, Yang Fann was still unwilling to give up. After all, his parents weren't young anymore. Even though both of them had low grade 7 bloodlines, their potential was still far inferior to Bailey Yunfei and the others. If he wasted a few more years, it would be very difficult for him to open his acupoints in the future. Stepping into the Marquis stage. Moreover, the path of the martial arts is filled with difficulties and obstacles. If you encounter any danger, you will have to retreat. No matter how great your fortuitous encounter is, your future achievements will be limited. Suddenly, a resolute look flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Bitch, I'll give it my all. The Thousand Demon Mountain Range is thousands of miles long. How could it be so easy to encounter that old demon? Although the martial ancestor expert was terrifying, with just a sweep of the spiritual sense, it could cover an area of 1,000 miles, but unless it was necessary, no one would use the spiritual sense with all their strength. After all, using the spiritual sense with all their strength consumed a lot of energy. Even someone as strong as a martial ancestor wouldn't be able to hold on for more than a few days. Besides, I am a third Empyrean minor martial master, one of the disciples of the 4 major sects. There are plenty of people stronger than me, but after entering the Thousand Demon Mountain Range, if it wasn't necessary, he would meet those intermediate and upper demon general. It's better to avoid it. It wasn't because he was afraid of upper demon general, but because of his current cultivation base. If he used all his trump cards, as long as he didn't get beaten up by more than 5 upper demon general, even if he couldn't defeat them, at least he wanted to leave. There wasn't much of a problem. He was afraid that it would cause too much commotion. If he provoked that old demon, he would be in deep trouble. After thinking about it in his heart, Yang Fann's heavy heart finally relaxed a lot. In the next moment, his figure moved and turned into a ray of light. After a few breaths, he disappeared into a pile of ruins, at the border between the Strange Devil's Forest and the Thousand Demon Mountain Range. A young man was running away frantically. He was wearing a long white dress and his arms were bare. His skin was as white as snow, and his body was filled with a holy aura. It was as if a celestial being had come to the mortal world, and people couldn't help but want to take him as their exclusive property. This girl was none other than the 8th mortal board of the Seven Stars Sect, one of the 2 great goddesses of the outer sect of the Tianquan. Lu Bingling, who was also known as Fairy Bing Ling. 100 feet away from Lu Bingling was a 25-year-old young man. This person was very handsome and had distinct facial features. He had a tall nose bridge and deep eyes. It was as if there was an endless starry sky. One could not help but be intoxicated by it. However, occasionally, he would reveal a trace of lascivious light. It was unknown what kind of dirty thoughts he was thinking about. Young Master Fei Bai, Mu Fei Bai, one of the top experts of the Purple Spirit Sect's inner sect, ranked 26 in the Earth Spirit rankings compared to the other goddess of the Tianquan, the unblemished fairy Gong Wuxia, who fell into the demon cave and was hunted down by countless Gong Wuxias. Lu Bingling's luck was pretty good. Under the company of her 3 fellow disciples, she managed to pass the dead swamp safely. Moreover, they were not the kind of people who did not know what was good for them. They knew that their strength was among the 720 disciples of the 4 major sects. They could be considered to be able to squeeze into the middle ranks and be stronger than them. It could be said that they were everywhere. Therefore, after entering the Strange Devil's Forest, he had never thought of staying in the Strange Devil's Forest for too long. He just wanted to pass through the Strange Devil's Forest as soon as possible. He wanted to enter the Thousand Demon Mountain Range and the Wanling Mountain. The Strange Devil's Forest, the hunting ground for experts, the hell of the weak. These words were not meant to be said, however. Sometimes, even if luck came, it would not be able to stop it. They actually found an ancient site in strange devil's forest, and even obtained a black iron heart from it. This was the essence of a black iron that could only be born from a large black iron vein. Its value was extremely high. It was over 1,000,000 times greater than a black iron. When they were forging the treasure weapon, were fused into it, it would be enough to raise the grade of the treasure weapon by a large margin. This was a supreme treasure that even Patriarch Wu Hu was tempted by. However, before Lu Bingling and the other three could celebrate for long, a nightmare began to descend. They actually met this young Master Fei Bai outside of the ancient ruins, Mu Fei Bai. Although it was 4 against 1, among the 4 of them, the strongest was Fairy Bing Ling and Lu Bingling. Of the other 3, the strongest was only barely able to enter the top 30 of the mortal board. The remaining 2 people were even more powerful than the top 50 of the mortal board. As for Mu Fei Bai, if he placed the 26 Earth Spirit rankings on top of the mortal board, it was almost comparable to Baili Yunfei, who hadn't consumed any Earth Spirit rankingses. As soon as the 2 sides clashed, the heads of the other 3 people were sliced off by one sword. Lu Bingling, don't struggle anymore. Don't worry, I can't bear to destroy a beauty like you. As long as you obediently hand over the black iron heart and serve me well, not only will I not kill you, I will also give you benefits. Mu Fei Bai's eyes were filled with lust. Evil light kept flashing in his eyes. Forbidden Lu Bingling's heart was filled with resentment, and she wished that she could slice it into 1,000 pieces. Even though her bones were crushed and ashes scattered, she did not dare to say even a single word. In order to escape from Mu Fei Bai's pursuit, she had used all of her abilities. In the end, she had even used the forbidden arcane art at the expense of her own potential. Currently, she was almost at the end of her rope. She was completely relying on her tenacious will to persist. Once she opened her mouth, once she vented her anger, she was afraid that it would be difficult for her to persist any longer. Seeing that Lu Bingling was unmoved, Mu Fei Bai did not get angry. His handsome face flashed with the teasing of a cat playing with a mouse. He, I want to see how long you can last. Lu Bingling, don't even think about escaping my 5-finger mountain, he. C-162 horrifying Yang Fann Su. The distance between the 2 of them was dozens of meters. The 2 of them moved quickly through the dense forest. Very quickly, another half a cup of tea's time passed. Suddenly, Lu Bingling felt dizzy and her speed immediately slowed down. There was a limit to a person's will after all. It was already very difficult for Lu Bingling to persist until now. In the blink of an eye, Mu Fei Bai, who was dressed in brocade clothes, had already surpassed her and stood in front of Lu Bingling. It's over, it's over. Looking at the mocking face of Mu Fei Bai, when she was at her peak, there was only despair in her eyes. She couldn't even walk a few steps under Mu Fei Bai's hands, let alone the current her. After suffering the backlash of the forbidden arts, she had almost run out of oil. Her combat strength was less than 10%, let alone defeating Mu Fei Bai. I'm afraid he can't even take one of his blows, he. Lu Bingling, I have already said this before. You won't be able to escape from my palm. Obediently hand over the black iron heart. After that, serve me well for a night. I will naturally give you benefits. Mu Fei Bai smiled evilly. A trace of lascivious light flashed in his pitch-black eyes from time to time. Unknowingly, his heart started to race. Although he had slept with many women before, among them, there was no lack of heavenly beauty, but Lu Bingling was not only a peerless beauty. This was the first time he had slept with such a beautiful woman. In the martial artist world, although there were many female martial artists, most of the real experts were men. Out of the top 10 disciples of the 7 Stars Sect's mortal board, there were only the unblemished angel Gong Wuxia and Fairy Bing Ling. Lu Bingling, and the Earth board was the only one that made it into the top 10 disciples. This was enough to explain everything. Young Master Fei Bai, who was ranked 26 in the Earth Spirit rankings, was considered a figure in Purple Spirit Sect. As long as he was willing, there were countless girls who were willing to become his exclusive property. However, it was undoubtedly impossible for him to get close to Lu Bingling, who was a proud daughter of heaven. Mu Fei Bai, as long as you let me leave safely, I can give you the black iron heart. Clenching her teeth slightly, Lu Bingling compromised a little. She was not even 20 yet, and she was still young. She still had a great future, and she did not want to die. She really did not want to die. Although the black iron heart was heavy enough to make Patriarch Wu Hu go crazy, it was insignificant compared to his own life. He only had one life. If he lost it, everything would be over. Lu Bingling, you don't have the right to bargain with me. I want the black iron heart, and you and I are determined to get it. A duck in its mouth. If it didn't eat it, it would suffer the wrath of heaven. You, Mu Feibai, you, don't go too far. Lu Bingling's face was filled with embarrassment and anger. She was not that kind of shameless woman. Lu Bingling, this is not up to you. Mu Feibai, who had gradually lost his patience, sneered. He moved his feet and approached Lu Bingling step by step. At this moment, a resolute look flashed across Lu Bingling's beautiful eyes. Even if you die, I will not let you get what you want. There were many women in the world who could give up everything in order to live, including their dignity and even their chastity, but it definitely did not include her, Lu Bingling. Rather than being violated by this villain, she would rather die. As soon as her voice faded, Lu Bingling stirred up the few remaining inner forces, wanting to break her heart meridian. Unfortunately, Mu Feibai had long been on guard against Lu Bingling's attack. Just as Lu Bingling started to activate the inner force, Mu Feibai had already arrived in front of Lu Bingling and pointed a few fingers on her body, directly imprisoning her entire body. God, what did I do wrong? Why did you treat me so cruelly? A line of tears of despair fell from the corner of Lu Bingling's eyes. At this moment, not to mention using the inner force to cut off her heart meridian, it was extremely difficult for her to bite her tongue and commit suicide. He. Beauty, you hate me now. Wait till I let you know what it means to wish for an immortal to die, then you will know how good I am. He. The light of evil thoughts kept flickering in Mu Feibai's eyes. He couldn't help but feel excited when he thought of Lu Bingling, who was as pure and holy as a fairy in the sky, who was about to have fun under his body. The next moment, Mu Feibai waved his hand and a gorgeous tent appeared not far away. He was a man with emotions. The sky was his bed, and the earth was his bed. It was not his style. Beauty, don't worry. I will let you know what it means to live fast. An evil smile appeared on his face. Mu Feibai directly carried Lu Bingling in his arms and reported her to him. He strode towards the gorgeous tent. He could not wait to taste this rose with thorns. However, before he could take a few steps, his evil pupils shrank and his eyes began to fade. He was like a drunk person who was like mud. He collapsed and Lu Bingling, who was in his hand, fell to the ground. What is going on? A trace of confusion flashed across the despairing Lu Bingling's pretty face and there was a faint trace of hope. At this moment, a black shadow appeared in Lu Bingling's line of sight. It was a handsome young man who looked to be 15 or 16 years old. His aura was ordinary, as if he was an ordinary person who did not know any martial arts. However, by chance, the flash of a bright light made one feel as if a god had descended to the mortal world. It caused one's soul to tremble. It was Yang Fann. After a day of traveling, they were about to enter the Thousand Demon Mountain range. He did not expect to meet Lu Bingling, who was being chased by Mu Feibai, even though Lu Bingling did not have much of a relationship with him. No matter what, they were from the same sect and weren't like Xiaotian. He had a life and death grudge with her, so it was fine if he didn't meet her. Since it was such a coincidence, he naturally couldn't stand idly by. He would let Lu Bingling be humiliated by that Mu Feibai. To be honest, Yang Fann looked down on these shameless and perverted thieves the most. It was human nature to like women. The true nature of men was to talk about the saints of ancient times. It is also human nature to speak of sex. We are willing to love each other. Even if it was a transaction of money and lust, Yang Fann wouldn't care. However, with his superior martial power, he would do the same thing. It was beyond Yang Fann's bottom line. A shameless and perverted thief like this. He would kill every single person he saw, and he would never forgive them. He had thought that it was just an ordinary rescue mission, but he never expected that it would give him such a huge surprise. The black iron heart was the essence of billions of black irons. One jinn was equivalent to millions of jinn of black irons, and it might even be more than that. There was no need for too much, as long as there was a dozen or 20 jinn of black iron heart. At that time, he would be able to break through to the small success stage with just the power of the shell. He would be able to suppress some low-grade marquis. While he was thinking about what to say, Yang Fann's movements were not slow. With a flick of his finger, he removed the seal that Mu Feibai had placed on Lu Bingling. Lu Bingling, who had regained her ability to move, did not immediately thank Yang Fann. Instead, she probed Mu Feibai's breath. In an instant, Lu Bingling felt as if she had been struck by lightning and was stunned on the spot. Dead, dead, Mu Feibai, died just like that. Although Mu Feibai wasn't the top expert of the young generation, he was still a Earth Spirit rankings with 26 people. He was definitely not a weakling. Compared to Bailey Yunfei, who didn't consume any intensive explosion pill, he was only stronger. Even the top 10 geniuses of the Earth Board wouldn't be able to cause him to die so quietly. Could it be? Could it be that Yang Fann is even more powerful than the top 10 of the Earth Board? How is this possible? That day, during the battle with Bailey Yunfei, he wasted a lot of strength in order to win. All of a sudden, Lu Bingling's delicate body trembled. A hint of realization arose in her heart. Could it be? Could it be that the battle with Bailey Yunfei that day, Yang Fann didn't even use his true strength? Other than this explanation, she really couldn't think of a second possibility. It had only been 20 days since the mortal ranking war was created. This wasn't 20 months, nor was it 20 years. Even the legendary spiritual bloodline holder wouldn't be able to make such a huge breakthrough in such a short period of time. When combined with Yang Fann's endless trump cards, the more she thought about it, the more she felt that Yang Fann had always been hiding his strength. Hiss. Alright, such a terrifying person, good. What a deep schemer. Is he really only 15 years old? This scheming, this forbearance, even those century-old monsters with deep schemes are nothing more than this terrifying, truly too terrifying. How could there be such a terrifying person in this world? C-163. The heart of the Black Iron was in his hands at some point in time. Lu Bingling looked at Yang Fann as if she was looking at a legendary wild beast. Horrifying had become synonymous with Yang Fann. That scheming, that forbearance, even those century-old monsters were not as good as him. And he was only 15 this year. You can't mess with him. You can't mess with him. Even if you can't be on good terms with him, you can't make him your enemy. He kept muttering in his heart. Becoming enemies with such a monster was definitely the greatest tragedy of his life. If he wasn't careful, he would fall into an irrecoverable situation. But very quickly, a bitter smile appeared in Lu Bingling's heart. Even if she wanted to become enemies with him, she had to have the strength to do so. Even someone as strong as Mu Feibai had been silently killed by him, let alone someone like her, who had been defeated by him. She was afraid that she didn't even have the qualifications to become Yang Fann's enemy. For a moment, the bitterness in her heart was indescribable. No matter what, she was the 8th person in the mortal board, the second monster of the Tianquan's outer sect. She was the object of countless martial artists' admiration, and she had the hope of solidifying it in the next few years. She would be able to become a core disciple in the future. It wasn't that he didn't have the chance to break through to the high-level martial master, and become the dominant sect elder. But now, he didn't even have the qualifications to be Yang Fann. This blow was truly, right at this moment, senior sister Bing Ling looking at Lu Bingling's constantly changing expression, a trace of puzzlement emerged in Yang Fann's heart. But very quickly, that trace of doubt was suppressed by him. Right now, what he wanted to know the most was the news about the Black Iron Heart. This was the key to whether he could let the Black Iron battle body enter the small success stage in a short period of time. Once the Black Iron battle body stepped into the small success stage, just the power of the shell alone would be enough. He was confident that he could crush any ordinary low-grade Marquis. If he used all of his trump cards, it wasn't like he didn't have the strength to fight intermediate Martial Marquis. Even if he fought that Demon Marquis Old Demon, he wouldn't be like this. Without any strength to fight back, that old demon only needed to casually lift a finger. Hong Long. Lu Bingling was immediately shocked when she heard him. She hurriedly said, "Brother Yang, you can just call little sister Bing Ling." Little sister absolutely cannot be called senior sister in the martial artist. Experts were respected, and those who achieved it were the first. As long as one was not a close friend, age or anything else, they were nothing. Yang Fann was a top-tier expert that could kill Mu Feibai in an instant without anyone noticing. Even if he was stronger than the 10 ordinary Earth boards, he wouldn't be weaker than them. Furthermore, Yang Fann was such a deep schemer. Lu Bingling didn't dare to show any neglect to him. If this caused Yang Fann to be dissatisfied, she would not even have a place to cry at that time. Bing Ling, I wonder if that Black Iron Heart is in your hands. Yang Fann was anxious about the whereabouts of the Black Iron Heart. He did not care about being polite with Lu Bingling. Moreover, as long as he left Demon Spirit's secret realm, he would immediately be promoted to a core disciple and would be worthy of the title of senior brother, Lu Bingling. Could it be that Yang Fann also wants this black iron heart? What should I do? Lu Bingling's heart immediately trembled and a trace of bitterness appeared. That's right, the black iron heart was a top-tier equipment forging equipment. One tael was worth it. Even Patriarch Wu would go crazy over Yang Fann's, let alone Yang Fann brother Yang. That black iron heart is indeed in little sister's hands. He pondered for a moment. Lu Bingling still chose to admit it and deny it verbally. It was not that she did not think about it, but she quickly excluded it from her mind. Since Yang Fann asked about the whereabouts of the black iron heart, he must have heard the conversation between her and Mu Feibai. If she denied it, it was very likely that she would anger Yang Fann. Just thinking about Yang Fann's terrifying scheming made her shudder. Killing people to seize treasures was not very popular in the martial artist realm. When faced with a precious treasure like the black iron heart, not to mention the friendship of a fellow disciple, even if they were blood brothers, they could still draw their weapons against each other in the next moment. A sphere with a diameter of nearly half a foot and a faint silver glow, with some potholes, appeared in Lu Bingling's hands. Yang Fann's eyes flashed with a bright light. He originally thought that Lu Bingling having a dozen or 20 Jin black iron heart was already considered not bad. He did not expect that it would actually be such a black iron heart. This weight was likely not less than 50 Jin. One must know that a black iron heart the size of an egg weighed more than 1 Jin. Good. With this black iron heart, not only can my black iron battle body advance to the small success stage in one go, it can also exceed a lot. At that time, I might even be able to fight intermediate martial marquis with just my physical strength. Unknowingly, Yang Fann's heartbeat began to accelerate, and his breathing became rapid. I wonder if you can give up on Bingling. Yang Fann's voice was somewhat excited. No matter what, he would never give up on this black iron heart. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Bingling came from the same sect as him and had no grudges with him in the past. He had long ago committed the act of killing people and snatching their treasures, the path of martial arts. It was a path that defied the heavens, a path of plundering. During this period of time, there was no distinction between right and wrong. Everything was for his own sake. Facing Yang Fann's heated gaze, Lu Bingling knew that Yang Fann was determined to obtain this black iron heart. If she dared to reject it, it was likely that she would offend Yang Fann. No, she could even force Yang Fann to kill and seize the black iron heart. Enough, just treat it as repaying Yang Fann for saving my life. After a slight hesitation, Lu Bingling still chose to give up on the black iron heart. No matter how good the treasure was, one had to have the life to enjoy it. Finally, she opened her teeth. Yang senior brother, what do you mean by cutting love? If it wasn't for you, I would have been humiliated by that Mu Feibai a long time ago. You like this black iron heart. Take it no matter what, this black iron heart could not be saved. Why not give it to Yang Fann generously? If it could make Yang Fann owe him a favor because of this black iron heart would not be in vain. Whether it was his talent or potential, Yang Fann was the monster of the monster. The most rare thing was that he also had that terrifying scheming mind. Such a person would definitely become famous in the Great Tang Dynasty in the future, or even in the 13 kingdoms of the South Mountain Domain. If he could make Yang Fann owe him a favor, the benefits would be obvious. Bingling, you must not do this. Lu Bingling being so generous as to give away the black iron heart made Yang Fann feel embarrassed. The black iron heart was obtained by you through hard work. How can you give it to me for free? Here are 30,000 middle-grade spirit stones and 2 million low-grade spiritual stones. Bingling, you must not refuse. 2 million low-grade spiritual stones were prepared by Yang Fann long ago. 1 Jin of black iron hearts was worth no less than 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. 2 million low-grade spiritual stones, compared to 20 kadi of black iron hearts. It was not much different. Who would have thought? Yang Fann then added another 30,000 middle-grade spirit stones. That was 5 million low-grade spiritual stones. Compared to that black iron heart, that was. It might not be as good as that black iron heart, but it would not be much different. Luckily, Yang Fann had killed a lot of elites from the 3 sects. Even young giants had killed 2 of them. No, it should be 3 of them. Xiao Tian was a disciple of the 7 Stars Sect, so he had obtained a lot of spirit stones. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to take out such a huge amount of spirit stones. Even so, it had almost emptied the vault of Yang Fann's 6th floor spirit stone hiss. 30,000 middle-grade spirit stones, 2 million low-grade spiritual stones. This Lu Bingling was so shocked that she could not speak. She was already prepared to give out black iron hearts for free. She never thought that Yang Fann would do such a thing. 30,000 middle-grade spirit stones, 2 million low-grade spiritual stones. That was 5 million low-grade spiritual stones, and it was not a small amount. If he obtained the black market, 30,000 middle-grade spirit stones would be exchanged for 4 million low-grade spiritual stones. It might be a little difficult, but it would be 3 million and a few hundred thousand. There was absolutely no problem. This was a shocking wealth that many sect elder would go crazy over. Gulp gulp. Lu Bingling looked at the universe bag that Yang Fann handed over and swallowed her saliva. With this enormous fortune, she would no longer need to worry about spirit stones for the rest of her life. This Yang Fann can't be testing me, right? Suddenly, a thought climbed into Lu Bingling's mind and her entire body shivered. With Yang Fann's scheming, it is not impossible. I can't take it, I can't take this spirit stone. Suppressing the reluctance in her heart, Lu Bingling turned down the offer. Brother Yang, I can't take this spirit stone. If it wasn't for you making a move in time, little sister would have already been killed by that Mu Fei by Bingling. This is what you deserve. Take it. Lu Bingling was so tactful. How could Yang Fann take her black iron hearts for free? Although there were a lot of 5 millions of spirit stones, with his current status, it was nothing. Could it be that Yang Fann is not probing, but sincerely buying it? Lu Bingling's beautiful eyes turned and Lu Bingling once again rejected. No, 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 Brother Yang. I cannot repay your great kindness and kindness. No matter what, I cannot accept this spirit stone. There was nothing wrong with being careful. What if Yang Fann was still testing her? This person's scheming was so deep that even a century-old monster would feel ashamed of being inferior to him. Bingling, no matter what, you have to take this spirit stone. Before Lu Bingling could reject him again, Yang Fann forcefully stuffed the universe bag into her hands. Could it be that Yang Fann really sincerely wants to buy it? Looking at Yang Fann's serious face, it did not seem like he was faking it. After thinking it over and over again, Lu Bingling still did not push the universe bag back. Instead, she said with some shame, Brother Yang, then little sister is ashamed to accept it. 5 millions of spirit stones. Desire was not something that could be resisted by anything. If they missed this village, she has been busy for her entire life, but she might not be able to obtain the 5 millions of spirit stones. C-164 Profound Iron Battle Body. Small success. Lu Bingling got 30,000 middle-grade spirit stones and 2 million low-grade spiritual stones. Her value could be said to have surpassed most of sect elders. Yang Fann also got the black iron hearts that he wanted. It could be said that everyone was happy very quickly. The two of them parted ways and went their separate ways. Before they parted ways, Yang Fann specifically mentioned Lu Bingling. The current demon spirit secret realm was no longer the same as before. There were peerless great demons that changed the law of the mystic realm, causing the mystic realm to not only be flooded with demon generals, but there were also many upper demon general who made sect elders' expression change. After receiving this news, Lu Bingling could not help but feel a lingering fear. Very quickly, she stopped thinking about going to the 1,000 Demon Mountain range and the Wanling Mountain. A man should know his own strength. Among the 720 geniuses of the 4 major sects, she was not considered to be at the bottom. However, she could not be called an expert, even if she used all her trump cards. Even with the forbidden arts, he was still able to match an ordinary lower-ranked general. A slightly stronger top-grade demon soldier was enough for her to drink a pot of it. Any lower demon general, it was enough for her to die without a burial place, let alone those intermediate or higher-grade intermediates. She was really lucky to be able to reach this place. However, the goddess of luck could not possibly keep looking after her. There was no reason for her not to wet her shoes when she walked by the river. Of course, if Yang Fann was willing to always protect her, it was another matter. Yang Fann could kill that Mu Feibai without making any noise. He was very powerful. Even if he wasn't as strong as those young giants, he wouldn't be much weaker. With his protection, his safety was guaranteed. However, what right did Yang Fann have to keep protecting her? Between her and Yang Fann, besides having a trace of friendship as fellow disciples, there was no other friendship to speak of. Yang Fann was able to save her once when she was in danger. He had done his best to save her. Lu Bingling had thought about this very clearly. People had to rely on themselves after all. Moreover, With the 30,000 Yang Fanns and 2 million middle-grade spirit stones that Yang Fann had given her, she had already made a huge profit. Even if she did not gain anything in the next 20 days, this trip was not in vain. With such a large amount of spirit stones as support, Marquis stage was too difficult. However, it was definitely more than enough to let him cultivate to the high-level martial master. Those who knew what was good would always be happy. Too much greed would often cause one to fall into an irrecoverable state. Lu Bingling's tactfulness saved Yang Fann a lot of breath. If Lu Bingling insisted on going with him, Yang Fann really would not be able to refuse. He weighed that black iron heart, and it was not just 50 kilograms, but nearly 70 kilograms. Using 5 millions of spirit stones to obtain this black iron heart, he could be considered to have gained quite a bit. However, Yang Fann was not willing to agree to it just like that. What he needed to do next was not to enter the Thousand Demon Mountain range, but to find a place to refine the black iron heart and let his black iron battle body successfully step into the small success stage. Up until now, Yang Fann still did not know why the black iron battle body was of such a high grade. However, there was one thing that he was sure of. The grade of the skill was beyond his imagination. It was not even inferior to the legendary Earth grade skill, and it might even surpass it. Although he didn't think Lu Bingling was knowledgeable enough to see through the black iron battle body, there was nothing wrong with being careful. A man who was not guilty of having a treasure would be guilty of having it. A profound grade martial skill was enough to make Patriarch Wu Hu's heart flutter. As for a Earth grade martial skill, not to mention a Marquis, even a martial ancestor or even a martial lord would go crazy for it. After rushing for less than an hour, Yang Fann arrived at a relatively hidden cave. With a thought, he took out a huge rock, blocking the entrance. That was not all. Yang Fann also took out hundreds of spirit stones and set up 4 formations in a row. They were the hidden array with the effect of concealing one's aura, the suppressing array with the effect of suppressing spiritual energies, the illusionary array with the effect of hallucinating, and the spiritual touch array with the final warning effect. These 4 great formations were the simplest basic formations. Not to mention those formation grandmasters, even martial artists who knew a little bit about formations were nothing. However, they were the only 4 formations that Yang Fann currently grasped. In terms of combat strength, Yang Fann was not afraid of anyone below the Marquis stage. However, if it was anything else, Yang Fann was far weaker than those 10th grade martial master. After all, he was just a young man who was 15 years old, and his foundation was limited. The Tao of formation was still alright. He had mastered at least 4 basic formations, the Tao of weapons, and the Tao of alchemy. He was completely blind, not to mention refining treasure weapons and treasure pills. Even the lowest grade of spirit artifacts and Ling Dans would be difficult to bear. After laying down all sorts of measures, Yang Fann finally relaxed slightly. At that time, even if there were enemies approaching, he would have enough time to react the next moment. Yang Fann waved his hand and a white jade lotus bed appeared in front of him. White jade calming platform, high-ranked support treasure weapon, calming heart. It had the ability to resist external devils. It was a rare support treasure weapon. Its value was much higher than many top-grade treasure weapons. It was originally a treasure that Black Divine Sword, An Xiaoyan, carried with him. An Xiaoyan was able to stay true to his heart and not be affected by external devils. This white jade calming platform could be said to be a great contribution to him. One should know that those who cultivated the dark sword intent, they were the ones who could easily trigger their inner demons. If they were not careful, it was the power of chi deviation. However, since this treasure had fallen into Yang Fann's hands, it was obvious that it had been thrown into the dark. Yang Fann, whose mental state was far higher than his cultivation base, did not have to worry about chi deviation. The reason why he took out the white jade lotus bed was because the cave was too damp, and he did not want to dirty his clothes. He sat cross-legged on the white jade platform. With a thought, a silver-gray sphere with a diameter of half a foot and some irregularities appeared in his hand. It was the black iron heart that he had bought with 5 millions of spirit stones. In the time it took to breathe, the black iron battle art began circulating. In an instant, an extremely pure black iron energy entered his body through his hands and spread throughout his entire body, strengthening his bones, muscles, and internal organs. The black iron heart was indeed worthy of being called the essence of the black iron. Within 1,000,000 tons of black iron, it might not even be able to produce a kilogram of black iron heart. Its effect was so strong it was far from something that the black iron could compare with. In just a single breath's time, Yang Fann felt as though he had refined over 100 kilograms of black iron. Time slowly passed. The essence of the immeasurable iron was like a surging river that flowed into Yang Fann's body. Bang boom boom. Endless silver radiance erupted from Yang Fann's fur. It was as if there was a layer of silver armor covering his body. From afar, he looked like a god of silver armor that had descended to the mortal world. His appearance was solemn and dignified. The aura around him was rising rapidly, causing people to kneel on the ground and worship him very quickly. The silver light covered half of the cave, illuminating the area. Within several zhong, if not for Yang Fann being prepared and setting up all kinds of formations, it would definitely shake the surroundings. One day later, the black iron heart had shrunk by a size. Yang Fann's black iron battle body had entered the peak of the beginning. At this moment, his physical strength had increased by several folds. At this moment, if he were to meet An Xiaoyan and Chihu again, even if he didn't use the black iron battle body, he was confident that he could suppress them with just the power of the shell alone. For Yang Fann's defense was even more terrifying. It was even stronger than a supreme-grade treasure weapon. If an ordinary high-level martial master warrior didn't have the profound artifact to protect him, even if Yang Fann stood there and let him hit him, he wouldn't be able to harm a single hair of Yang Fann. This was a ferocious beast that was even more ferocious than the legendary ferocious beasts. Time flowed like water, and soon, another 2 days passed. At some point in time, Yang Fann had already transformed into a 3-meter-tall silver armor giant. Even if he were to sit, he would still look like an ordinary person. He was 1 head taller, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. His fingers were pointing at the sky and stepping on the ground, causing people to unconsciously have an undefeatable feeling, as if he was a towering mountain. At this moment, Yang Fann's black iron battle body had finally reached the limit of the beginning. He was only a tiny bit away from the small success stage, and his breakthrough was right in front of his eyes. C-165. His combat strength was soaring. Rumble. Yang Fann's body shook. In a trance, he seemed to have grown a bit taller, covering the sky and covering the earth. It was as if ancient devil god had awoken, making people involuntarily kneel on the ground and worship him. Boom hong boom. The Yang Fanns around Yang Fann once again shone brightly. Within these silver lights, there was an indescribable vitality and strength energizing the strength of the mountains and rivers in an instant. The aura around Yang Fann's body rose crazily, steadily, and without any restraint. Endless hurricanes burst out of his body. Inside the cave, the roars of tigers and the roars of dragons could be heard. Swirls were rising in all directions. The 4 major arrays seemed to be on the verge of collapse at any moment. It seemed that they could collapse at any moment. After all, it was just a basic array. Its function was limited. At the same time, Yang Fann's strength was soaring at a terrifying speed. 500 million cauldrons, 1 billion cauldrons, 2 billion cauldrons. 4 billion ding. 8 billion ding. He broke through after absorbing nearly 20 kilograms of black iron hearts. Yang Fann's black iron battle body had finally broken through, and he had broken through to the small success stage in one go. After an hour, with the help of the endless black iron essence, Yang Fann successfully stabilized his cultivation base, the pure strength of body. It had reached a terrifying strength of 10 billion cauldrons. It was terrifying. It was too terrifying. One should know that Patriarch Wu Hu, after opening his profound aperture, the spiritual energy in his body transformed into true qi. Controlling true qi, although one true qi could match up to 100 million ding of power, however, an ordinary Marquis Layer 1 old ancestor would be able to use all of his trump cards. They could only use dozens of true force, which meant Yang Fann was able to suppress a first-layer Marquis with just the power of the shell. He could even fight against most second-layer Marquis if he used all his trump cards. It was simply unimaginable. The slightly weaker intermediate Marquis, I'm afraid I'll be mercilessly suppressed at this moment. Unparalleled Divine Sword, Shen Wushuang, and Giant Spirit Divine General Zhu Yishan were just slightly stronger ants in Yang Fann's eyes. He could easily crush them into pieces with just a simple move of his finger. This was the difference in the level of their lives. However, Yang Fann did not come out of seclusion. Instead, he continued his seclusion to refine the remaining black iron hearts. Currently, his enemy was not Shen Wushuang and young giants, but the peerless great demon that was hidden in the dark. At this moment, although his strength had improved greatly, he had used all of his trump cards, which were enough to suppress an ordinary intermediate Marquis. With his body that was slightly stronger than the profound artifact, even some 7th-layer Marquis wanted to kill him. However, for the peerless great demon, at most, It would be slightly stronger. One should know that the demonic clan was generally stronger than the human martial artist. A half-step demon marquis was enough to fight a low-grade martial ancestor, and a lower demon marquis, not even an intermediate martial ancestor, was a match for him. A sharpening knife would not delay the chopping of firewood. There was no harm in being stronger. Even if he was no match for demon marquis, at least it would be easier for him to escape. After the black iron battle body reached the small completion, the speed at which Yang Fann refined the black iron heart suddenly increased by several times. Not only that, if the iron essence that entered Yang Fann's body previously was a small river, then now it was a huge river. It could not be mentioned in the same breath as before. In less than half a day, the remaining 50 kilograms of black iron hearts had been devoured by more than half. Soon, another incense stick of time had passed. At this moment, Yang Fann's body shook once more. The black iron battle body broke through once more, and he stepped into the small completion mid-stage in one go. The strength in his body once again soared crazily. 30 billion cauldrons, 35 billion cauldrons, 40 billion ding. 5 billion ding. 50 billion ding. Bang bang boom. Hong! A violent surge of energy rose into the sky like a peerless evil dragon. It formed a distorted and terrifying wave above Yang Fann's head. Kacha crack crack. The four great formations, which were already on the brink of collapse, could no longer withstand the overbearing pressure and shattered one after another. The hundreds of middle-grade spirit stones that were used as the foundation of the array instantly shattered into pieces. Endless silver rays instantly rushed out of the cave, illuminating the entire 9 prefectures. It was as if a supreme treasure had appeared, shaking the entire world. In just a few breaths' time, with Yang Fann's cave as the center, the area within a mile of him was glittering with silver light. It was as if it was daytime, and the brilliant silver lights were still there. It spread out in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. Southeast, 30th outside, there was a body. He was nearly 2 meters tall, and he had a muscular build. He was running at full speed, and he was about 30 years old. He wore a yellow robe, and his aura was intrepid. He was like a ferocious beast that had come from the archaic wilderness. It made people feel a fear that came from the depths of their souls. The desolate wood dragon was a desolate dragon, and although it wasn't young giants, it was still a desolate wood dragon. It was the 4th person from the Purple Spirit Sect. It was also a top-tier body cultivator that was only second to Chi-Hu in the Purple Spirit Sect. It was said that there was an ancient, ferocious beast in its body, desolate flood dragon bloodline. Their ancestor had once slaughtered an ancient desolate flood dragon. After using the blood of a desolate flood dragon as a body refinement, his ancestor possessed the bloodline of an ancient desolate flood dragon. As the ancestor married and had children, the ancient desolate flood dragon bloodline was passed down from generation to generation. However, the ancient desolate flood dragon's bloodline was extremely thin now. It was so thin that it was almost negligible. There were very few people who could truly awaken the desolate flood dragon's bloodline. Among the younger generation of the desolate family, only Desolate Dragon had awakened the Desolate Flood Dragon's bloodline. It was viewed by the entire Desolate family as the future hope of the Desolate family. 230 miles to the northwest, there was also a person who was attracted by the dazzling silver light. It was a young man, who was wearing a golden robe. He looked to be in his 30s, and his face was as clear as jade. The lines on his face were very gentle, and his hands were empty. However, each and every move he made was emitting a soul-stirring magical charm. It was as if everyone in the world had to bow down in front of him. His steps were very slow. He had a leisurely stroll, but his speed was not slow. It was as if he had shrunk the ground into inches. Usually, with a single step, he would be dozens of feet away. He Jian, Crown Prince, Li Mo, a member of the Tang dynasty's royal family. He was the son of the Duke of Hejian, Li Daoming. He was the 8th person in the Earth Sword rankings of the Iron Sword Sect. However, even Shen Wushuang and young giants did not dare to provoke him. Under the heavens, the land was the king's land, 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 the land was the king's land. As the royal family of the great Tang, the Li clan. Their strength and foundation were unfathomable. It was even faintly above the 9 great sects, and Li Mo was the only son of the Duke of the River, Li Daoming. It could be said that it was Li Daoming's reverse scale, no matter who it was. Anyone who dared to harm Li Mo would have to bear the wrath of Li Daoming's thunder. A duke, who held the power to control military and politics. His fury was not something that anyone could bear. Furthermore, how could a royal like Li Mo, crown prince, not have any trump cards that could reverse the situation. In the southwest, there was also a man who had his curiosity aroused. That man was wearing black clothes, and his expression was desolate and gloomy. His body didn't emit any powerful spiritual energy fluctuations, but it was filled with boundless killing intent. The thing that attracted the most attention was his long hair that was as white as snow. It was unknown what kind of suffering he had gone through that caused his hair to turn white. A single blade at his waist indicated his identity. This was a saber user white hair saber demon, Yang Fann. The second silver blade man in Bawangdao Palace, the Nirvana demon blade. It had an endless power and its terrifying combat strength was even higher than Black Divine Sword and Anxian. It was the indisputable young giant's grade expert. Another person also looked at the place where the silver light was blooming with a solemn expression. It was a young man in a golden robe. He looked to be 27 or 28 years old, and he looked aggressive. His entire body was emitting the cold energy of the ice soul. The energy waves of the spiritual energy on his body were very strange. It was both good and evil, and it was very powerful. This man was none other than the leader of the Tianquan's inner sect, the sheep, and the second person in the earth board, Dongfang Bai, who was also known as the Little Evil King. What a powerful treasure light! It must be a precious treasure. It might even be the legendary earth organ. Luck, what luck! C166. I guarantee you that you won't die at the border between Strange Devil's Forest and Thousand Demon Mountain Range, in a cave that could be considered a secret. Yang Fann did not listen to what was happening outside the window. He only focused on refining the black iron heart. When the black iron battle body reached the small completion mid-stage, Yang Fann's refining speed increased by a lot. In less than 5 minutes, the last pound of black iron heart was completely refined by Yang Fann. More than 1 kilogram of black iron heart contained the essence of the black iron. It was equivalent to 2 million jin of black iron, which was equivalent to 1,000 tons of black iron. One had to know that even a beginning black iron battle body only had 100 tons of black irons. 1,000 tons of black irons was enough for Yang Fann to step into the beginning mid-stage black iron battle body. But now, let alone allowing his black iron battle body to advance another level, even allowing him to consolidate his realm was somewhat difficult. It had to be said that the black iron battle body was really a 100% metal swallowing beast. It was definitely not something that an ordinary person could play around with. Especially after reaching the small completion, every tiny bit of improvement would consume a huge amount of black irons. If it wasn't for the lucky chance given to him by the heavens in obtaining this black iron heart, Yang Fann would have to spend an unknown amount of time to cultivate the black iron battle body to its current level. He had robbed nearly 100 chosen and 3 young giants. He could also afford 10,000 tons of spirit stones needed for a small completion black iron battle body, but his refining speed was limited. Even if he refined black irons for 24 hours a day without any rest, refining 20 tons of black irons was his limit. It could be said that this black iron heart was his biggest gain in the demon spirit secret realm. Who letting out a breath of foul air, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and an extremely bright golden light shot out. Wherever it passed, the void would shatter, and the air would flow in reverse. Even the space was faintly distorted, as if it could crack at any time. Terrifying, truly terrifying at this moment. If there was a martial artist standing in front of him, without the strength of 10 Empyrean martial master, his body would have already been penetrated by that sharp golden light, and a lone soul would have entered the underworld. Suddenly, Yang Fann frowned. He vaguely felt a trace of emptiness. When he looked inside his body and saw that the spiritual energy was like a tiny stream, a trace of realization flashed across Yang Fann's face. The black iron heart strengthening his black iron battle body would not increase his spiritual energy by even a little bit. As the black iron battle body stepped into the small completion mid-stage, his entire body, his muscles, bones, flesh, and internal organs, all of his cells and meridians had undergone a transformation in the level of his life. If he had been a wooden bucket in the past, then the current him. A large swimming pool, a swimming pool made of steel. But the water inside was still the same wooden bucket. It would be strange if he didn't feel weak the next moment. Thousands of spirit stones appeared in the narrow cave. In an instant, they exploded. The thick spirit of heaven and earths condensed into liquid and flowed out of the cave. If there were any other martial artist here, they would definitely scold Yang Fann for wasting them. The 1,000 spirit stones were not low-grade spiritual stones, but middle-grade spirit stones that were worth 100 middle-grade spirit stones. In fact, There was even one high-grade spirit stone inside, which was none other than those Patriarch Wu house. He didn't dare to be as extravagant as Yang Fann. At most, it would take a few days. It would be enough for him to recover, but Yang Fann, in order to save some trouble, he directly used 10,000 spirit stones. This was totally not taking the spirit stone seriously. He opened his mouth wide like a whale sucking in water. A large amount of spirit liquid was sucked into Yang Fann's body, nourishing that nearly dried up heavenly meridian less than half the time it took to make tea. The dense liquid-like spirit of heaven and earth was swallowed up by Yang Fann. The 108 dried spiritual energies in his body finally filled up. The vigorous spiritual energy was like a vast ocean, enough to scare countless martial artist warriors at the same realm to death. Abnormal, not an ordinary abnormal being. Although Yang Fann's cultivation had not changed at all, and he was still at the third grade great perfection stage, the spiritual energy in his body was so vast that it was tens of thousands of times bigger than a 7th grade high-grade warrior at the same level. Even if he was compared to an ordinary Patriarch Wu, he wouldn't be any weaker. In fact, he might even surpass him in the legends. The third-rank profound vein who had the ability to counter the power of a Marquis when he had just broken through to the martial master stage was probably nothing more than this. Suddenly, Yang Fann raised his eyebrows again, but he realized that the 4 formations he had set up had already been broken into pieces. I'm afraid many people have already noticed this place. With a thought, Yang Fann did not leave this place immediately. Instead, he walked out of the cave unhurriedly. His steps were light, and there was not a trace of worry on his face. A master of skills bold. He was talking about the current Yang Fann after the black iron battle body had entered the small completion mid-stage. Yang Fann's pure strength of body had become Yang Fann's pure strength of body. The force of 60 billion cauldrons, which was equivalent to 600 million true force, could easily kill an intermediate martial marquis with just a wave of his hand. Once he used all of his strength to activate the black iron battle body, he would be able to fight an ordinary high martial marquis. If he used all of his trump cards, even Yang Fann wouldn't know what his limit was. However, there was one thing that Yang Fann was sure of. As long as it was that big demon, it wasn't the intermediate demon marquis, but the current him. Even if he couldn't defeat it, the old demon wanted to kill him. It wasn't that simple either. Compared to the middle-grade Zon artifact, it was no joke that it had a terrifying defensive power that was 30% stronger than the middle-grade Zon artifact. If that old demon was only a half-step demon marquis. Hong Long. A few breaths later, Yang Fann had already exited the cave at this moment. Rumble, a brilliant sword chi descended from the sky and walked out from within. It was a young man wearing a white robe and a sword cultivator. He had a gentle temperament, but his temperament was extraordinary. His angular face and his aura were restrained. However, there was a flash of divine light that gave people the feeling that he was a god that had descended to the mortal world. His eyes were as deep as the starry sky of the universe, as if he was born with the ability to attract light. His back was straight like a jade pillar that held up the sky. His entire body seemed to be able to support the entire sky. The aura on his body made people prostrate on the ground and worship him. White divine sword, by Hanfeng, the last of the 5 overlords of the young generation of the Iron Sword Sect. Yang Fann, hand over the supreme treasure and I will give you a complete corpse. By Hanfeng didn't even look at Yang Fann. It was like giving Yang Fann a complete corpse was already a great kindness. However, before Yang Fann could reply, a slightly playful voice came from the northwest. Senior brother Bai, anyone who sees the treasure will have a share. It's not good to eat alone. As soon as the voice faded, a golden light fell from the sky. It was a young man wearing a golden robe. He was in his 30s, and his face was as clear as jade. The lines on his face were very gentle, and his hands were empty. However, every move he made was emitting a soul-stirring magical charm. It was as if everyone in the world had to bow down in front of him. It was Crown Prince from the river, Li Mo. Crown Prince is right, Bai Hanfeng, it is not a good habit to eat alone. The next moment, a terrifying archaic wilderness aura swept in all directions. It was the yellow-robed desolate wood dragon that looked like an ancient ferocious beast that had descended into the world in less than a breath's time. An extremely overbearing voice sounded. I'm determined to get the ultimate treasure. Whoever dares to reach out their hands, don't blame me for being merciless. Rumble, a terrifying saber chi that was dozens of meters long cut through the void. A white-haired sabersman walked out from it. The fiendish chi that spread in all directions made one's soul tremble. From afar, it looked like a supreme and ferocious god had descended to the world, causing one's heart to tremble with fear right at this moment. A disdainful sneer sounded from the dense forest in the southwest. What a big tone. Lang Feng, I would like to teach you the Nirvana Demon Blade. Let's see if your Nirvana Demon Blade is stronger or my evil king is stronger in the next moment. He was wearing a golden robe, and his entire body was emitting the cold energy of the Ice Soul. He was wearing a golden robe, and his entire body was emitting a cold aura. The spiritual energy on his body was fluctuating strangely, and Dongfang Bai was walking out from the spatial spiritual energy. Soon, Dongfang Bai turned his eyes to Yang Fann, who was surrounded by the crowd, and said, "Junior brother Yang Fann, give me that supreme treasure, and I'll make sure you don't die." C-167 crush him with one finger. Not good. When Bai Hanfeng and the other three heard this, their expressions suddenly changed. If that supreme treasure was really taken by Dongfang Bai, they would want to seize it. However, it was very difficult. Dongfang Bai was different from Yang Fann. As the second strongest Earth Board in the Seven Stars Sect, he could barely be considered as a young giant's grade expert. Although he was still far from being a match for the four of them, if he really wanted to leave, it would be very difficult for them to keep him alive. Which one of these titans did not have one or two life-saving skills? Even if unparalleled divine sword and Shen Wushuang were to come personally, they could not guarantee that they would be able to keep him alive. No, we can't let this Dongfang Bai get away with it. The treasured light covered an area of a few miles. The treasure that was unearthed was definitely not as simple as an ordinary treasure. It was at least a top-grade profound artifact, and even the legendary earth organ was hard to say. It was a treasure that even a martial old ancestor would covet, even if it was the lowest grade of low grade. Its value was below that of millions of spirit stones. That was no ordinary spirit stone. Instead, it was a high-grade spirit stone that was worth tens of thousands, a high-grade spirit stone that was priceless. Even though they were supreme-grade inferior high-grade spirit stones, they were still worth tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones. With him, he would spend the rest of his life. He wouldn't even need to worry about spirit stones in his next life. Stop him. He had to stop him. However, right at this moment, Puchi Yang Fann, who had always been regarded as a fat piece of meat on a chopping board, was the first to sneer at them. It was funny. It was really funny. This Dongfang Bai actually wanted to treasure him and not kill him. What was this? It was as if the ant on the ground was righteously standing up to protect an elephant. Furthermore, it was a mammoth that came from the archaic wilderness. The next moment, Yang Fann laughed lightly and said indifferently to Dongfang Bai, "Eastern senior brother, there is no treasure here." "Of course, I do not need your protection." Dongfang Bai, it seems like someone doesn't appreciate your kindness. Crown Prince looked at Dongfang Bai playfully. His heart was lifted and he was slightly relieved. Yang Fann did not cooperate. It was naturally the best. As long as that supreme treasure did not fall into Dongfang Bai's hands, everything would be fine. Yang Fann, don't you know what's good for you? They aren't as simple as you think. Dongfang Bai could not stand it anymore. His voice was filled with anger. It was his greatest honor to be able to protect him out of kindness. Yet, this Yang Fann refused to accept his kindness. Did he really think that without his protection, he would be able to leave this place alive? Eastern senior brother, I'll say it again. There are no precious treasures here, and I don't need your protection. Yang Fann's face turned cold. Calling you senior brother didn't mean that you really had the right to use your seniority against me. You still want to protect yourself. What a joke. If even I am no match for you, you would have died countless times already. Dongfang Bai, I already said that I don't need your protection. Why do you insist? This time, it was White Divine Sword and Bai Hanfeng who spoke. HMPH. Dongfang Bai gave Bai Hanfeng a cold glance, then turned his gaze to Yang Fann and said impatiently, "Yang Fann, hurry up and give me the precious treasure. Or else, you will be a sinner of sect in order to get the supreme treasure." Dongfang Bai immediately put a huge hat on Yang Fann's head. "Get lost, otherwise, I will take your life." The cold shines flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. "What the hell? Return the sinner of sect to me. You think you are qualified to convict me? If it wasn't for the friendship between us, I would have taken your life long ago." Good. Yang Fann, do you really think that no one can punish you just because you defeated Bai Yunfei? How dare you speak to me like that? You're courting death. Dongfang Bai was so angry that he laughed. In his life, no one had ever dared to talk to him like that. Rumble. A sky-piercing killing intent burst out from Dongfang Bai's body. In an instant, a gust of wind blew, and it was thunderclap from all directions right at this moment. Dongfang Bai, Are you in such a hurry to attack me? Don't tell me you want to monopolize the treasure. 4 faintly discernible auras firmly locked onto him and sealed off his surroundings. So long as he dared to make any unusual movements, he would surely suffer a thunderous strike. Damn it! A wisp of resentment flashed past Dongfang Bai's deep eyes. Half of his furious appearance just now had truly been infuriated by Yang Fann, but there was no way that he wouldn't seize the opportunity when the other 4 were unprepared and kill Yang Fann with lightning speed, and seize the supreme treasure in his hand. Unfortunately, Bai Hanfeng and the other 3 weren't easy to deal with. They had seen through his plan for a moment. The 5 of them were hesitating. The situation had become somewhat deadlocked. Although they wished they could kill Yang Fann with lightning speed and seize the supreme treasure, they were deeply afraid that they would be attacked by the other 4 people and fall into a dangerous situation. After all, Yang Fann wasn't an ant that could be easily killed. They weren't confident that they could kill Yang Fann in an instant. As long as there was a slight delay, they would surely be killed by the other 4 expert. I don't have that much time and energy to waste with you all. Since you all aren't going to attack, then all right. His cold gaze swept across Bai Hanfeng and the others, and Yang Fann curled his lips. There was a trace of impatience on his face. He was ready to go to Wanling Mountain, picking bone spirit grass, picking all kinds of spiritual medicines. However, he did not have the time to stay here and play around with them in the next moment. Yang Fann's cold gaze stopped on White Divine Sword, who was the closest to him, Bai Hanfeng. It's you. His body moved and crushed the void. In the blink of an eye, he had covered more than 30 meters. What? This brat dares to make the first move? Li Mo and the others were shocked, and their faces were filled with disbelief. In their hearts, Yang Fann was the fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. If they didn't find trouble with him right now, he would have said, Amitabha. Never would they have thought that this kid would dare to attack first as the person involved. Bai Hanfeng was also shocked. But soon, the shock on his face was replaced by joy. This was simply a golden opportunity bestowed by the heavens. As long as he could take this opportunity to get rid of this reckless kid, the supreme treasure would surely belong to him. At that moment, too, rumble. Bai Hanfeng raised his eyebrows. A sword light suddenly rose from his body. As soon as the sword light appeared, it transmitted a terrifying sword intent that was almost supreme above the 9 heavens. It tore apart the sky and destroyed the ages wherever the sword light passed. Wherever the sword light passed, even the 4 directions space seemed to have cracks on it. It seemed like it could collapse at any moment. Bai Hanfeng, how dare you! At this moment, Li Mo and the other 3 also reacted. This was not the time to be in a daze. They wanted to surround and kill Bai Hanfeng. A terrifying scene happened. Chicken and dog Yang Fann let out a loud shout, and a majestic energy that seemed to come from the archaic wilderness burst out from his body. Wherever this energy went, the surrounding void started to crack. The terrifying aura of the human-shaped real who directly shattered the peerless sword light that Bai Hanfeng had created, and completely destroyed it. Arg, how is this possible? Bai Hanfeng was even more shocked, as if he had seen a ghost. In order to kill Yang Fann in one strike, he did not hold back at all. With the support of the 6th layer of destruction sword intent, it could be said to be terrifying. Even the top 10 people in the 7 Stars Sect's Earth board would be severely injured by the brilliant sword light even if they did not die right at this moment. Yang Fann had already arrived in front of Bai Hanfeng. His body continued to expand in Bai Hanfeng's pupils. He was like a god that had emerged from the legends and legends. In an instant, he had taken away all of Bai Hanfeng's mind. At that moment, rumble. Yang Fann raised his right hand and retracted his 4 fingers. One of his fingers was aimed at Bai Hanfeng. Although it was only a single finger, the current Yang Fann was extremely terrifying. It was just like the resurrection of the legendary ancient ferocious beast. The pure strength of body had the strength of 60 billion cauldrons, and it could easily blow up an intermediate martial marquis. This casual finger strike still had the power to destroy the heaven and earth. The power contained within it was far beyond the strength of 1 billion cauldrons. Thinking back to that day, the strength of 25,000 cauldrons was enough to kill Black Divine Sword and An Xiaoyan, and Bai Hanfeng's ranking was even lower than An Xiaoyan's. The result was already decided. Rumble. Yang Fann pointed his finger at Bai Hanfeng's chest. In an instant, Bai Hanfeng's chest felt like it had been crushed by a huge mountain. His sternum, heart, and half of his body had been crushed by Yang Fann's finger, and so after Black Divine Sword and An Xiaoyan, another giant of Iron Sword Sect had fallen in Yang Fann's hands, but he was still killed by Yang Fann with a single finger. He had died a cowardly death. C-172 breaking through to the 4th level of the martial master realm. The 4 upper demon general had combined their strength of over 100 lower demon generals and launched a joint attack. Even some of the low-grade patriarch Wu who were in despair, not to mention. In order to kill Yang Fann in one fell swoop, they didn't hesitate to burn their natal demon powers. The natal demon power was their strength of origin. Once it was used up too much of their energy, it's enough to shake their roots. At the worst, their cultivation base would drop. From now on, it would be difficult for one's cultivation base to advance any further. Of course, the greater the price, the more difficult it would be for one's cultivation base to advance. The more powerful it was, the more powerful it would be under the control of the life demon power. The power of the demonic arts they cast suddenly increased by more than 2 times. There were dozens or even hundreds of terrifying demonic arts. They gathered together and launched an attack with all of their strength, which was more powerful than an ordinary intermediate martial marquise's attack. It was not the slightest bit weaker, and it was even more powerful than that. Even a 3rd Empyrean Marquis would not have the protection of a defensive profound artifact. All will be mercilessly killed by them. Never would he have thought that such a shocking strike would be so hard to injure even a strand of hair on his body. How old was he? How could there be such a monster in this world? Compared to him, what kind of demons did these fellows count as? They were just like sheep reared in captivity. Collapse from the 4 great upper demon general to the ordinary demon soldiers. They completely collapsed. He was not a human, he was a demon. It was devil god. Undefeatable, undefeatable. Rumble, 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 rumble. Yang Fann, who had reached the 8th layer in an instant, felt like devil god had descended from the heavens. With a slight movement of his body, the surrounding space seemed to have condensed. The spatial crystal wall was like a mirror with cracks all over its surface. Endless streams of air were raging, flowing against the current, and caving in. The game ends here. All of you, go to hell. Yang Fann licked his lower lip with the tip of his tongue. His voice was like the sound of a copper bell, like the call of the god of death. He sentenced all the demons to death the next moment. Yang Fann moved his right hand and slapped down. This palm was a violent strike. Its strength far exceeded the strength of 40 billion cauldrons. The area several miles in front of it was completely sealed. Wherever the strength passed, large patches of spatial crystal wall were like glass, completely shattering. Countless black holes appeared in midair, devouring everything in all directions. The Inkhorn General, the Fierce Wolf General, and the group of lowers in front of Yang Fann all let out miserable howls before they died. As for the hundreds and thousands of demon soldiers, they didn't even have the right to wail. Just the aftershock of the aura alone had killed all of them, and their demon bodies had been turned into powder to the current Yang Fann. The demon soldiers were too weak. They didn't even have the right to struggle on the brink of death. Roar, netherworld, demon claw, death, demon blade, falling star, come down from the sky, death storm, doomsday, tribulation. Of course, the demon generals were not much better. They only had the chance to struggle on the brink of death. Unfortunately, it was useless. The gap between the two of them was too great. It far exceeded the attack of 40 billion cauldrons. Even a 4th layer Marquis wouldn't be able to escape death if he didn't have the protection of a supreme treasure in just a breath's time. Poochie, poochie, poochie. What blade radiance, falling star, demon claw, storm, everything exploded and evaporated, as if it had never appeared before. In addition, from upper demon general to the ordinary lower demon generals, all of the bones in his body had exploded. Countless mushroom clouds continuously erupted from their bodies, and their life force was rapidly diminishing at a terrifying speed. This was only because Yang Fann had controlled his strength. Otherwise, they would have had a hard time keeping a corpse. Dead, dead, they are all dead. The remaining 2 lightning demons and the rest of the demons were in despair. They could not muster up any thoughts of resistance. Those were 2 upper demon general and dozens of medial demon generals. They were all killed by a single punch. Was he still human? There were many cowardly demon soldiers and demon generals. They were so scared that they were pissing their pants and crying out loud. Woo woo woo. Sir, please spare my life. Sir, please spare my life. Woo 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 woo. Die. When humans begged for mercy, he might still feel pity for them. Towards these mortal race's longtime enemies, demons, he would kill them all whenever he saw them. He would never forgive them. Rumble. Yang Fann once again struck out with his palm. The 40 billion cauldron strength shattered the space within a few miles. Large amounts of demon soldiers were crushed into powder. Under Yang Fann's intentional control, Apart from a few unlucky ones who were blown to pieces, most of the Yang Fanns were preserved: 5 upper demon general and 32 medial demon general. 138 lower demon generals should be enough for me to break through. After counting the gains from this battle, Yang Fann's eyes lit up. Each of upper demon generals' blood essences. It was equal to 100 intermediate beast generals, and each medial demon general. As for the 138 lower demon generals, apart from a few intermediates like the shadow demons that grew in the Tao of assassination, they were basically comparable to 1 or 2 intermediates. Combining these intermediates, their harvest this time had almost surpassed 1,000 intermediate beast generals. With such a huge amount of resources, if he didn't have the black iron battle bodies to cultivate, even if Yang Fann had a grade 7 high-grade bloodline, it would still be enough for him to step into the high-level martial master in one go. It wasn't impossible for him to break through to the 9 heavens. But now, it only gave him quite a bit of confidence. Breaking through the bottleneck of the 3rd Empyrean. It had to be said that sometimes, accumulating too much strength was also a big problem. Although the black iron battle body allowed him to obtain combat strength that far exceeded his cultivation base, it also increased the difficulty of his breakthrough by several hundred to 1,000 times. Luckily, Yang Fann had the heaven-defying heaven and earth-devouring method. If it was anyone else, they would cultivate it step by step. They would possess a grade 7 high-grade bloodline, or even a true spiritual bloodline. In this lifetime, he might not be able to break through to the Marquis stage. Although martial master longevities were stronger than ordinary people, their strength was limited. They were merely 200 longevities. With a sigh, Yang Fann's figure flashed and disappeared under the bright moonlight. This place had already been exposed. Who knew what kind of demons and devils would come later? It was not a good place to cultivate in seclusion. At the border of Thousand Demon Mountain Range, there was a rather hidden cave. It looked ordinary on the outside, but there was an entirely different world inside. The space inside the cave, under Yang Fann's initiative, had a radius of 1,000 feet. As usual, he first set up 4 basic formations to prevent himself from leaking out his breakthrough aura. At the same time, he also suppressed the demon generals that were overflowing with demonic energies. When a centipede died, it would not freeze. Normally, after upper demon soldier died, the upper demon soldiers would not scatter for several days. The demonic energies were even more terrifying. A few months, or even longer, would not cause too much of a change. He sat down cross-legged to support the treasure weapon, white jade calming hard lotus bed. In the next moment, 10 ferocious-looking lowers with soaring demon generals appeared in front of Yang Fann, covering more than half of the spacious cave in an instant. Boom hong boom. The heaven and earth devouring method was activated. A mysterious gray airflow with Yang Fann as the center burst out and swept in all directions. In just a few breaths' time, it had covered an area with a radius of 300 meters. In the time it took to breathe, a terrifying scene appeared once again. The 10 ferocious demon generals in the cave began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if something was devouring their flesh and blood essences. Almost at the same time, Yang Fann's aura on the white jade calming lotus bed began to rise at a terrifying speed. Endless bewitching light appeared on the surface of his body. From afar, it looked like the resurrection of an ancient evil god, causing people's souls to tremble uncontrollably. Half an hour later, all 10 lower demon generals were devoured by Yang Fann. His demon body, which did not have any blood essence, immediately turned into powder and turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. Another batch of 10 lower demon generals appeared in the empty cave. Half a day later, there were only 5 ferocious exotic beasts left in the cave. They were the 5 upper demon general. Many parts of these 5 upper demon general had dried up, and all the blood essences in them had been devoured. And at this moment, Yang Fann's body trembled slightly. Rumble. The spiritual energies in his body were like 9 Empyrean star waves as they flowed down. Under the endless barrage of spiritual energies, the 109 bones finally underwent a qualitative transformation, blooming with an extremely dazzling golden light, like indestructible divine bones that filled the heavens and Buddhas. The bottleneck of the 3rd level of the martial master shattered with a loud bang. C-174. The dumbfounded Situ Jing. The person at the front was a young woman in her late 20s. She was gorgeous and devastatingly beautiful. Between her brows, there was an unconcealable peerless dignity. Her entire body was filled with a terrifying aura, as if she was a high and mighty queen who controlled the mountains and rivers for tens of thousands of miles. This lady was none other than the 3rd person in the Earth Board of the 7 Stars Sect, Situ Jing, who was also known as the Queen of 100 Flowers. However, At this moment, Situ Jing seemed to be in a sorry state. A perfect face. She was a little pale and powerless, as if she had just recovered from a serious illness. Behind her, there were several black lights emitting terrifying demonic energies. All of them were ferocious big demons. The first one was a human-shaped demon general. It was not very tall, about 1.9 meters tall. Its skin was green, and it was covered with snake scales. He reflected a cold light, and his snake tail was over 10 meters long. The snake tail was flashing with electric arcs. With a casual movement, it seemed as if the void could explode. His hands were very long, and the muscles on his arms were bulging. It was filled with an indescribable explosive force, and his nails were 1.5 feet long. The flashing cold shines were like sharp daggers. A brutal, bloody, and brutal aura continuously erupted from it. It swept through the voids in all directions, causing the air to emit rustling sounds. It was as if the air was trembling in fear. Demon General. Furthermore, it was not an ordinary lower demon general, but a medial demon general that was several times more terrifying. Dozens of feet away from the snake scale demon general, there were also two great demons. Their imposing auras were not any weaker than the snake scale demon general. They were also first-grade great demons with medial demon generals. One of the demon lords was also not very tall. It was even a head shorter than the snake scale demon in the future, just a little over 1.7 meters. It was also in human form, and its skin color was almost no different from an ordinary person's. At most, it was slightly darker. What was different from an ordinary person was, behind him, there were barbs growing. They were like sharp knives that could pierce through everything. Horrifying demonic energies burst out from his body like smoke. Everywhere they passed, wails and howls could be heard. The heart-wrenching cries were so miserable that it could not be described with words. The last great demon was 1,000 miles away from the human form. It looked like a tiger or wolf. Its head was as big as a vat, its eyes were like two copper bells, and its mouth was like a bloody mouth. With just a slight breath, it emitted a violent and bloody aura, as if it wanted to eat people at any time. Horrifying waves kept rolling around his body, turning into ferocious beasts that came from the archaic wilderness. They were roaring, and crying. The cries of the cuckoo blood-weeping apes could be heard, and they were crying out blood bang bang boom. With a casual twist of his body, the sound of mountains collapsing and tsunamis erupted. It was as if his body contained a terrifying power that could tear apart everything. Yang Fann, run! He saw Yang Fann standing firmly on the ground, as if he was trying to help him. Situ Jing's pretty face changed again, her eyes were full of anxiety. What was chasing her was not an ordinary demon, but the extremely terrifying medial demon general. Even she, the third person in the Earth Board, could only barely deal with one. Although she knew that Yang Fann had good intentions and wanted to help her, Situ Jing could not help but silently curse in her heart. If she wanted to help, it would depend on the situation. Didn't you see that even I was being chased by them until I fled in panic? You came to join in the fun at this time. Isn't this adding more trouble? Just like the others, Situ Jing didn't think that Yang Fann would be a match for the medial demon general. Even if he really won against Bai Yunfei, who had swallowed the intensive explosion pill, he would at most barely make it into the top 20 of the Earth Board. Compared to the top 10 of the Earth Board, he was much weaker. As for the medial demon general, every single one of them was a terrifying existence comparable to young giants. She nodded slightly at Situ Jing and Yang Fann. At such a critical moment, she still wanted to remind him to escape. Compared to Dongfang Bai and Xiao Tian, senior sister Situ was much better. The next moment, Yang Fann smiled brightly and said, "Senior sister Situ, just a few amphioxus, leave them to me." He could even easily destroy upper demon general. In Yang Fann's eyes, these Yang Fanns that were one level lower were no different from amphioxus. However, sometimes, the truth was the hardest to believe. Yang Fann, those are medial demon generals. It's not the time for you to show off. Hurry up and leave. Situ Jing almost cursed out loud when she heard this. Was this the time to joke? Open your eyes wide and see clearly. Those were not some middle demon soldier, but medial demon generals that were tens of millions of times scarier. Kekeki human boy, you are very good, really good. I will definitely break all the bones in your body and devour your flesh and blood bit by bit. Hehehehe. Strange laughter that caused one's hair to stand on end rang out from the mouth of the snake scale demon general. Ever since they had advanced to the demon general realm, when had they ever received such a great humiliation? And he was even a lowly human ant. However, right at this moment, A tiny aphid dares to bark randomly. Die for me, Yang Fann roared out loudly. He directly crushed the void and pounced towards the snake scale demon general. Not good. Situ Jing's beautiful face instantly turned pale. She never would have thought that after she made it clear that it was a medial demon general, Yang Fann would still dare to force himself. Reason told her that she should just leave at this moment. Once she was surrounded by those 3 demon generals, she would not be able to leave even if she wanted to. However, the conscience in her heart prevented her from leaving just like that. Although Yang Fann was a bit reckless, he had started it to save her. In the end, all of this had happened. It was all because of her. If she hadn't brought those demon generals to this place, Yang Fann would never be in danger. While he was hesitating, Yang Fann had already arrived in front of the snake scale demon general. He raised his hand and slapped down. It was as if he was slapping a headless fly. It was indescribably casual and didn't have any profound moves to speak of. However, the power within was still incomparably terrifying. It far exceeded the 1 billion cauldron strength. When the palm landed, it caused the heaven and earth to tremble. The 4-direction space was extremely distorted, as if it could collapse at any time. An extremely despairing aura immediately enveloped the snake scale demon general's soul, causing him to let out a despairing wail. All the demon powers on his body crazily rushed towards the sharp claws that were sharper than the middle-grade treasure weapons, and he unleashed a deadly strike. Unfortunately, under this terrifying force that could even severely injure upper demon general, he was so weak and powerless. Pucci, the nail that was sharper than a middle-grade treasure weapon, was the first to break apart. After that, both of his arms, as well as all the bones in his body, were completely shattered. The densely packed snake scales exploded one after another. Countless mushroom clouds rose continuously. Explode. It's going to explode. Explode just like that. Am I dreaming? Situ Jing was extremely shocked. Her pure white hands kept rubbing her eyes. That was a medial demon general. They were not any weaker than Young Giant's medial demon generals. In fact, they were even better than his medial demon generals. Dead. Old Snake died just like that. How could this be? Maybe. The 2 demon generals that were dozens of meters away suddenly paused. Their eyes were wide open as if they were looking at a ghost from the legends. In the next moment, the 2 demon generals immediately turned around, hating his mother for not giving them 2 extra legs. Revenge? What kind of joke was this? Were they such great demons? Not to mention, Old Snake, who was stronger than them and not weaker than them, was slapped to death by Human Boy with a single slap. If they went forward, it would only be a matter of 2 slaps. However, they were fast. Yang Fann was even faster. In the blink of an eye, Yang Fann had already surpassed them. With a wave of his hand, he sent a slap down. Argah. Amidst the cries of the wild beasts before they died, the 2 demon generals followed in the footsteps of the snake scale demon general. He died again. Dream on. This old lady must be dreaming. I must be dreaming at this moment. Situ Jing was deeply convinced. She must not have woken up. Bitch it. That was the medial demon general, not middle demon soldier. Even the number 1 youth of the sect, unparalleled divine sword Shen Wushuang, couldn't possibly kill a medial demon general with a single strike, let alone a young man like Yang Fann, who wasn't even 16 years old. C-185 discovered bone spiritual grass. The clouds are hidden, the spirits are dispersed. This was an ancient proverb that was passed down from ancient times. Every day when the multicolored light on the summit of Wanling Mountain faded away, the restriction on the mountain would disappear, and everyone would go up the mountain. It's time to go up the mountain, Yang Fann muttered in his heart. He did his best to conceal his aura. Like an inconspicuous shadow, he silently hid in the Wanling Mountain. After entering the Wanling Mountain and finding the bone spirit grass, Yang Fann didn't want to complicate things. It wasn't because he was afraid of these demons, but because he was afraid of the mysterious demon behind them. Once that demon was lured out, even if it was him now. His cultivation base and strength had improved once again, but he was still not confident that he could defeat that peerless great demon. Demon Marquis was a great demon beast, not Green Flood Dragon Great General. One should know that the lowest level lower demon Marquis was dozens of times stronger than Green Flood Dragon Great General, who had transformed into a flood dragon if those great demons were still within the rolling demon clouds. If Yang Fann wanted to secretly move to Wanling Mountain, he might need to spend some effort. None of those great demons were weak. There were even a few of them that gave him a sense of danger, and their auras were terrifying. Even if they were not as strong as Green Flood Dragon Great General, they were not much different. But now, everything was simple. These medial demon generals, which were the strongest amongst them, were only at the level of medial demon general. They wanted to find Yang Fann, who was hiding his aura with all his might. He was simply daydreaming swoosh. As Yang Fann leapt towards the Wanling Mountain, many figures turned into specks of light. They were as fast as shooting stars as they headed towards the Wanling Mountain. As the core of the demon spirit secret realm, half of the essence of the demon spirit secret realm was condensed in the Wanling Mountain. The density of the spirit of heaven and earth was almost solid. It turned into a fog, not to mention comparing it to a remote place like the Dead Swamp. It was at least several times thicker than the 1,000-demon mountain range. The spiritual medicine could grow for a day inside, which was equivalent to 10 days in the secret realm. Even longer, the spiritual medicine was a rare 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine that could only be found once outside the mountain. It could not be said to be everywhere in the Wanling Mountain, but it was definitely not rare either. Even the legendary high-grade spiritual medicine spirit fruit was not unheard of. Businessmen were after profits. How could martial artists not be like this? The mountain of spiritual medicines was enough to make countless martial artist warriors go crazy. How could a mere demon stop their burning passion? Unfortunately, the cruel reality had given them a blow to the head. Although most of the big demons had gone to the Wanling Mountain, the remaining demons were still not to be underestimated. Young Giant's S grade was still alright as long as he wasn't too unlucky. He could easily climb the mountain after being surrounded by a large number of demon generals. After all, the strongest person left in the outer region was the medial demon general. Furthermore, there weren't many of them. The Earth Board was one of the top 10 levels. If he wanted to go up the mountain, he would have to rely on his luck. Usually, it would be considered pretty good if one of them could go up the mountain. As for the geniuses of the other 4 sects, it was a hopeless situation. Not even one of the 10 could make it up the mountain. More than 10,000 lower demon generals were not just for show. Furthermore, there were also countless demon soldiers accompanying them. Those were top-grade demon soldiers. Many of them had the power to challenge martial master warriors who were stronger than them. Don't kill me. Hate. I hate. Kekekeka. Delicious indeed. Human flesh is the most delicious. Gggia. Mine. That arm is mine. Whoever dares to snatch it, I will take his life. What a fat thigh. What a delicious brain. Hehehehe. Countless desperate cries before death, accompanied by the reckless roars of demons, echoed in the sky. There were also traces of noisy roars mixed within. Those were the quarrels between demon generals over a piece of flesh and blood. There were even battles and killings. For these bloodthirsty demon, the most delicious thing in the world was the flesh and blood of humans. For people like them who were imprisoned in a mystic realm, they would only be able to see a human figure after 10 years. It was still the demons of a few hundred people, and it was even hungrier. What dense spiritual energy, cultivating here for a day. It might even be able to last a few days, or even longer. Even lower grade rank 1 bloodline experts who practice cultivation here for dozens of years will be able to do so. I'm afraid he'll be able to break through to the high-level martial master. At the foot of Wanling Mountain, there was an empty space. The space was like a curtain. It was torn apart by someone, and a man with an average chi walked out from it. He was a handsome young man in black clothes, and he was none other than Yang Fann. This is 100-year-old golden ginseng, and this is 100-year-old wood lingzi. This is 100-year-old fine jade spirit fruit. Although he already knew that the Wanling Mountain was a great treasure land with countless spiritual medicines. However, after entering the Wanling Mountain, Yang Fann couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. With just a glance, he actually saw over 100-year-old spiritual medicines. Even the wood lingzi was nearly 300 years old. These were all 100-year-old martial artists that many high-grade martial artists had broken through to the next level. They were not cabbages on the side of the road. It was too exaggerated, too much of an exaggeration. Furthermore, this was only the foot of the mountain. What kind of appearance would the peak of the mountain be like? Could it be that the 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine was like a huge carrot in the field, grabbing a bunch of them? One had to know that in the vast Wanling Mountain, the closer one got to the peak, the more precious the spiritual medicine would be. He let out a long breath. Yang Fann calmed his somewhat excited heart, and then his body moved. He arrived in front of the wood Ganoderma and plucked it. As for the other 100-year-old spiritual medicines, they did not move. This was already the last day before he entered the demon spirit secret realm. if he were to waste his limited time on these ordinary 100-year-old spiritual medicines. He was afraid that he might not even be able to reach the halfway point of the mountain even if he was transported out of the demon spirit's secret realm. There was no other way. There were simply too many spiritual medicines. There were so many of them that it was hard for him to deal with them. 6 hours later, Yang Fann had arrived at the mountainside of the Wanling Mountain. Along the way, he had reaped a pleasant harvest. Just the 1,000-year spiritual medicine alone, Yang Fann had obtained over 30 of them. The 100-year spiritual medicines were even more numerous. Later on, all spiritual medicines that were less than 500 years old. He could only endure the pain and give up. He really did not have the time. Sometimes, there were too many spiritual medicines. It was also a huge problem, however. What made Yang Fann somewhat disappointed was that he did not see the bone spirit grass he was hoping for during this period of time. Yang Fann also encountered many attacks from demons. There was even no lack of upper demon general, but without exception. All of them had been casually destroyed by Yang Fann as if he was swatting a fly. After half a month of secluded cultivation, Yang Fann didn't care about his own bloodline. Both his bloodline and cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds. More importantly, the black iron battle body had improved by leaps and bounds. With just a wave of his hand, he had the strength of tens of billions of cauldrons. An ordinary upper demon general struck out with his palm. It could instantly blow up a large group of people. No casually slapping a medial demon general that ambushed him into a meat patty. A look of impatience gradually flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. They were almost at the top of the mountain, but they still couldn't find a single bone spirit grass. Although with the resources he had accumulated, even if he didn't have a bone spirit grass, he was confident that he would be able to train his parents to become martial masters. However, this would consume a lot of unnecessary resources. His parents were no longer young. They would have to use the condensation of spirit bones earlier. In the future, it would be easier for him to open his acupoints and become a marquis. Moreover, with the bone spirit grass, it wasn't that Aunt May and the others didn't have the chance to break through to the martial master stage. The spiritual medicine that could improve their bloodline was too precious. Even if he had thousands or tens of thousands of spiritual medicine in his universe, the number of spiritual medicine that could be used to improve his bloodline could be counted on one hand. His parents didn't even think that it was enough, so they naturally wouldn't give it to others. 5 As long as it was a person, he had his own selfish motives. In Yang Fann's heart, his parents were undoubtedly the first, followed by Aunt May. Only after ensuring that his parents needed them would he consider other family and friends. Don't tell me I have to use the spiritual sense with all my strength. A trace of hesitation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. For the past half a day, he spent most of his time searching with his naked eye, even if he used the spiritual sense. However, once he unleashed the spiritual sense with all his strength, if he swept across the Wanling Mountain, he was afraid that he would explode all the demons. He might even attract the attention of the peerless great demon. Let's search again. If we still can't find it, we can only use the spiritual sense to search. What's that? It seems to be a space abyssal tree. In the blink of an eye, another hour had passed. Yang Fann suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked at the quiet stream in front of him and saw an ancient tree about 3 meters tall. It looked like a osmanthus tree, but it also had many tangerine-like dark green fruits. His eyes suddenly lit up. The high-grade 2-star spiritual root of the cosmic Hades tree had the effect of nourishing one's mind. It was an excellent supplementary spiritual fruit. However, more importantly, the bone spirit grass was its accompanying spiritual herb. Usually, the place where the cosmic Hades tree was located would have the bone spirit grass. In next to no time, Yang Fann's gaze subconsciously swept towards the bottom of the void underworld tree. C-186 instant kill shui wuxing. Its entire body is golden, its color is like a spirit bones, and it has a hidden fragrance. Bone spirit grass, it really is a bone spirit grass. A hint of excitement flashed across Yang Fann's face. With this bone spirit grass, it would be enough to save his parents a few years of hard work. In the future, opening his acupoints and breaking through to the marquis stage would definitely be much easier. 1, 5, 10, 20, 30, 43, 43, a total of 43 bone spirit grass. Yang Fann's breathing started to become rapid. Although the bone spirit grass was only a 2-star intermediate spiritual medicine, its value was extremely high. Compared to many 3-star high-grade spiritual medicines, it was not the slightest bit inferior. In fact, it was even better than that. In the martial artist world, there were only a few geniuses. Even if he didn't need them, as long as it was a person, he would have some family and friends with ordinary aptitudes. In this era where resources were scarce, the spirit bones was the only treasure pill that could be refined to advance to the martial master. It was naturally sought after by the people in the world, and the value of its main bone spirit grass had also risen. Up until now, every single bone spirit grass was practically a sky-high price. However, it was also because of this that the bone spirit grass in the outside world were nearly extinct. It was also because of this that there were still some demon spirit secret realms left in secret realms like the demon spirit secret realm. 43 bone spirit grass. Even if I fail, it should be able to refine a dozen or 20 bone spirit grass. Although he had never practiced alchemy before, Yang Fann also understood that there was a risk in refining Yang Fann's. It was not possible to succeed every time. It was common for a furnace to explode. However, the grade of the spirit bone pill was not high after all. It was only an intermediate treasure pill. With the help of those master alchemists in the sect, the success rate should be higher than the 4th level. If they could invite the chief of the Ling Dan Hall to help them personally, the success rate would be even higher. At that time, not only will my parents be able to successfully use the condensation of spirit bones, Aunt May will also be able to do it. Grandfather and the others will also be able to break through to the martial master stage. Yang Fann kept thinking in his mind. Normally, rank 9 high-grade bloodline warriors, he only needed 3 martial master stages. At most, he would need 5 Yang Fanns to break through to the bone forging. More than 10 spirit bone pills could easily increase the number of bone forging martial master warriors in his family. At that time, even without him, the Yang family of Fengyang City would have become the Nanyang County. It might even be a first-class family in the West Shu Road. At this moment, rumble, a horrifying bloody light descended from the sky. In an instant, a figure appeared, who was around 30 years old. He was dressed in bloody clothes and had a slender figure. His entire body was wrapped in a thick murderous aura. He looked like a peerless asura from the nether blood sea. The death knife intent around his body was condensed and revolving. Just a glance was enough to make one's courage crumble. It was as if his soul was going to fall into the Avachi infernal realm. It was Blood Kill, Shui Wuxing, the peerless god of slaughter. You can actually go to the Wanling Mountain. It seems like the old ancestor and the others have underestimated you all of a sudden. Dozens of medial demon generals. Under the blockade of over 10,000 lower demon generals and millions of demons, not many of the top 10 geniuses of the Earth Board could sneak into the Wanling Mountain. Any ordinary geniuses who were ranked lower would die without a doubt. No matter how many of them came, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that many of them would die. As for Mortal Board first, the gap between him and the top 10 of the Earth Board was not small. There was almost a qualitative difference the next moment. A cold glint flashed across Shui Wuxing's eyes. His voice was extremely cold and did not carry any emotions that a human should have. Yang Fann, I don't want to kill anyone today. Get lost. If it was in the past, he wouldn't mind taking Yang Fann's head in exchange for the high reward. But this place was obviously not the place to attack. If Yang Fann could enter the Wanling Mountain, it was very likely that he had the combat strength of a top 10 Earth Board. Even if he had the strength to fight him, he wasn't absolutely confident. If he could kill Yang Fann in one go, then the battle would drag on for a long time, causing the attention of those demons. The consequences are unimaginable. Although he was the top expert amongst young giants, aside from the publicly acknowledged #1 monster amongst the young generation of the 4 sects, unparalleled divine sword, Shen Wushuang, as for the rest of the young giants, he didn't fear anyone. He was confident that he could fight even giant spirit divine general Zhu Yishan, who looked like an ancient god that had descended from the heavens. But even so, compared to those ferocious upper demon general, there was still a big gap between them, not to mention they were the overlords of the demon race who were on par with Green Flood Dragon Great General. Once they attracted the attention of those peerless great demons, he was afraid that he wouldn't even have the chance to escape bloodlust. It didn't mean that he didn't care about the occasion or the right time to kill without thinking. Shui Wuxing's gaze turned and focused on the bone spirit grass behind Yang Fann. Unknowingly, his bloody eyes flickered with a blazing light. A total of 43 bone spirit grass. This was definitely a huge treasure that even Patriarch Wu Hu would be tempted by. However, at this moment, Shui wuxing, you really don't want to walk the road to heaven, but you insist on going to hell. Since you have come, leave your life behind for me. Rumble. A terrifying killing intent burst out from Yang Fann's body like a peerless evil dragon, soaring into the sky. In an instant, the temperature around him dropped by more than 10 degrees, as if he had entered an extremely cold ice prison, causing people to tremble from the depths of their souls. Blood Kill Shui Wu had already been listed on Yang Fann's must-kill list. Even if the 3 old ancestors hadn't given him the order to kill, he wouldn't let Shui wuxing go. In order to cultivate the devil art, he had actually killed millions of people in a city. He had slaughtered all of them, regardless of gender or age. He was absolutely insane. It was the demon that was wearing the outer skin of a human. Such a person. I don't deserve to live in this world. Yang Fann, you better not challenge my patience. He had been kind enough to let him go, but this Yang Fann did not appreciate it. He even dared to speak such arrogant words. He truly deserved to die 10,000 times over. In an instant, raging killing intent rose in Shui wuxing's heart like a great river. It was endless, and the murderous aura around him was rolling like a tide. It seemed like it could explode at any time, but in the end, Shui wuxing held it in. This place was really not a place for battle. I'll let you live for a while longer. As long as you leave Demon Spirit's secret realm, it will be the time of your death. Challenging your patience. You are worthy. A trace of deep disdain flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He said coldly, Shui wuxing, no one can save you today. Be obedient and repent in hell. Yang Fann, you are courting death at this moment. Shui wuxing could no longer suppress the killing intent in his heart. It had completely erupted. Rumble, rumble, rumble. An endless amount of blood chi burst out from Shui wuxing's body. In an instant, the area within 100 zhang radius seemed to have turned into an ocean of blood. The flowers, trees, rocks, and earth all decayed and withered the next moment. A bloody light flashed and a demonic blood moon curved blade appeared in Shui wuxing's hand. This curved blade looked like a crescent moon, and it was indescribably bewitching. Its entire body was blood red, as if it had just been fished out from a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood. Vaguely, one could hear countless living beings wailing in despair, and it shook one's heart and soul. It was a supreme-grade treasure weapon that Shui wuxing had spent a huge amount of money to hire the head of the Bawangdao Palace's refining hall to refine. The day the saber was formed, it would be sacrificed with the blood of 100,000 martial artist warriors. This was also the reason why the 10,000 slaughter was named. It was a peerless saber, a world-destroying devil saber. With the blade in his hand, Shui wuxing's aura changed drastically. The world-shocking saber chi was surging like a 9 Empyrean star way, sweeping across the starry sky of the universe. Yang Fann, pay the price for your ignorance. Shui wuxing smiled hideously. The 10,000 human slash in his hand was swung at high speed. In an instant, thousands of saber chi were slashed out. It was a blood-red curved saber chi. It was extremely strange. Every blood-red saber chi was supported by a terrifying quasi-upper-tier death knife intent. It was like the scythe of the god of death, harvesting the souls of all living beings. Blood dragon slash. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of blood-colored saber chi suddenly gathered together, and in the end, it transformed into a blood-red flood dragon that was several dozen feet long and had a ferocious dragon head. In order to kill Yang Fann in the shortest time possible, Shui wuxing had no intention of probing. The first attack was his most powerful killing move. Every blood-red saber chi was enhanced by the quasi-completion death knife intent. Hundreds and thousands of blood-red saber chi gathered together. The power of this punch was more than 10 times stronger than the punch of barbarian king, Chi Hu, who had burned his bloodline. It wasn't much weaker than the punch of Chi Hu. It was at the lower realm of half-step martial lord. Without the protection of a supreme-grade treasure weapon, it would be impossible for him to break through to the 10th martial master. Even if you don't die, you must be severely wounded. The saber chi blood dragon was majestic, like an ancient blood dragon that had descended from the heavens. Its dragon's aura was unparalleled, sweeping away everything in its path. Wherever it passed, the world would be thrown into chaos. All the matter was sucked dry, and the traces of death could be seen everywhere. Quasi-completion death knife intent. I have to say, your strength is much stronger than An Ziayan and the other useless fools. Yang Fann's eyes slightly narrowed. There were even quite a number of 10th level martial master. He might not even be able to comprehend the 7th level of the concept and step into the great perfection of the true meaning. Shui wuxing was able to step into the mastery of the knife intent at the age of 30. No one could deny that he was a true blade Dao genius. What does Yang Fann mean by this? Could it be that he had met Xianxia and the others before? Faintly, a trace of uneasiness surged in Shui Wuxing's heart. Right at this moment, Yang Fann suddenly changed the topic, but even so, you still have to die. Before he finished his words, Yang Fann waved his right arm and struck out with his palm. C-187 5-star fruit wind and thunder fruit rumble. This was just a casual strike from Yang Fann, like a normal person slapping a fly. There was not the slightest bit of gaudy or profound meaning to speak of, and he did not even activate a layer of power of the shell. However, the power contained within it was far beyond the imagination of the world. After half a month of bitter cultivation, he had absorbed and refined the nearly 50 Jin black iron heart and the 1 ton of black iron essence. Although Yang Fann hadn't broken through to the small completion late-stage black iron battle body, there was only a slight gap between them. The pure strength of body had exceeded the terrifying strength of 100 billion cauldrons, even if it was only half of its strength. Hong long. Boom boom boom. As the palm landed, large tracts of space in all directions shattered. It was as if chaos had exploded. Earth, fire, wind, and water had sealed the area within a radius of 1 mile. The saber-chi blood dragon was like a small snake trapped in a cage. It was being toyed with in the palm of someone else, and it had no ability to resist at all. In less than a breath's time, faintly, a miserable howl that sounded like the flood dragon was on the verge of death could be heard. Then, the several dozen Zhong-long bodies suddenly exploded, turning into specks of bloody light. Before absolute strength, the quasi-success stage death knife intent, the ultimate skills that had been tempered repeatedly, were all fabricated. How is this possible? How can you be so strong? How can you be so strong? Shui Wuxing's voice was so hysterical, he was on the verge of going mad. The blood dragon slash was his ultimate skill. With the help of the quasi-large success knife intent, even half-step martial lord, who had just broken through to the Marquis stage, could be killed by him. Even the publicly acknowledged number 1 youth of their generation, Shen Wushuang, was killed by his blade. He would have to use all of his skills, but Yang Fann was like a fly that was being swatted by Yang Fann, breaking his ultimate skill with just a wave of his hand. How ridiculous was this? What the fuck, go to hell and repent. Yang Fann's expression was cold. The invincible force continued to press down. The air in all directions was completely sucked dry. All the matter was turned into nothingness. Don't. There was a great terror between life and death. At this moment of life and death, Shui Wuxing finally knew fear. He had killed countless people. Even if there were not 10 million of them, there would still be a few million of them. However, it did not mean that he could face death calmly. Compared to others, he, Shui Wuxing, was even more afraid of death at this moment. Shui Wuxing seemed to see countless evil creatures baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Their faces were full of ferociousness. They were surging towards him from all directions like surging tides. Don't come over, don't come over. Yang Fann wasn't moved by it at all. A frenzied man like blood kill who could slaughter millions of lives in a city just for the sake of practicing his devil art. He didn't deserve to live in this world. If it wasn't for the fact that the situation wasn't right, Yang Fann wasn't prepared to kill him so easily. He was a devil in human skin. Even if he suffered countless punishments in this world, it would still be difficult for him to wash away the sins he had committed. He just killed him with a single palm. It was too easy on him. Rumble. At the peak of Wanling Mountain. Rumble. A bloody light cut through the void. When it landed on an open space, a figure appeared. The figure was around 30 years old and was over 1.8 meters tall. He was wearing the same blood-red clothes as Blood Kill and Shui Wuxing. His chi was extremely dangerous, like a peerless god of slaughter who had just walked out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Vaguely, one could see countless evil spirits looming around him. They were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, howling in grief. This man in blood-red clothes was none other than the number 1 youth in the Purple Spirit Sect's younger generation. Among the 4 great sect, Butcher of the Bloody Hand, who was also known as the 2 great killing gods of the youth generation alongside Blood Kill and Shui Wuxing, Tu Mie. However, at this moment, Tu Mie's breathing was somewhat rapid. His demonic blood eyes were constantly circulating, and there was a faint trace of panic, as if he was dodging something at this moment. Tu Mie, you can't escape. An ethereal voice that sounded like the voice of a god came from in front of Tu Mie. As soon as the voice faded, a brilliant sword light descended from the sky. A floating young man in blue robes walked out from it. An invisible saber chi surrounded him, continuously cutting the voids in all directions. His eyes were like blades, shattering the voids. A powerful fighting spirit rolled up and down his body, sweeping across all directions. The life-severing blade master. He was Jing Wuming, the third genius among the young generation in Bawangdao Palace. He was also the third genius of Bawangdao Palace, young giants. Jing Wuming, with just you alone. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across Tu Mie's eyes. As young giants, there were also differences between them. Unparalleled divine sword, Shen Wushuang, was indisputable. He was the #1 monster of the 4 sects. He was able to suppress his peers, but he was inferior to him. They were Blood Kill, Shui Wuxing, Giant Spirit Divine General Zhu Yishan, and Butcher of the Bloody Hand. Although Jing Wuming was also part of Young Giants' group, he had barely stepped into the top class. Among the 15 young giants from the sect, he was not even in the top 10. He was much weaker than the others. What about me? A voice that sounded like the voice of an ancient devil god came from behind Tu Mie. Bang bang bang. Almost at the same time, the ground began to shake violently, as if countless wild giant beasts were running on it. Very quickly, a person appeared 1,000 feet away from Tu Mie. He had his hands behind his back, and his eyes were like gods. His aura was like the descent of an ancient god, and no one was without him. Who could compete with him? It was as if Emperor was born with an aura that looked down upon the world too. Every step he took was like 10,000 tons of giant beasts moving forward. The sky shook and the earth shook, and layers of cracks appeared on the ground. It was the giant divine general who possessed the bloodline of an ancient giant, an unusual being of the Iron Sword sect. He faintly had the title of the #1 body cultivator among the young generation of the 4 great sect. Zhu Yishan. Unknowingly, Tu Mie frowned. One Jing Wuming was nothing, but with the addition of Giant Spirit Divine General Zhu Yishan, who was not any weaker than him and was even slightly stronger than him, there was no way he could be a match for the two of them. However, right at this moment, another figure appeared in Tu Mie's line of sight. This person was around 30 years old. His handsome face was enough to make all men jealous. His aura was noble and imposing. He should be covering his face, but he didn't have the aura of a martial artist. He looked so ordinary and ordinary. Instead, he looked like the wealthy young master who did not understand the martial arts. He walked with light steps, and there were a few servants and maids by his side. He was just like the wealthy young master who came out to have fun. However, following his appearance, Tu Mie, who was originally frowning slightly, suddenly showed a trace of fear. Because he was Shen Wushuang, the indisputable #1 youth of the sect. His strength was mysterious and unpredictable. No one below Patriarch Wu Hu was a match for him. If it was only Jing Wuming and Zhu Yishan, even if he wasn't a match for them, he was confident that he would be able to break out of the encirclement. But now, with Shen Wushuang, it wouldn't be the same as 1 + 1 = 2. Unconsciously, Tu Mie's heart sank to the lowest point. Tu Mie, hand over the anemone fruit and I will let you go. Shen Wushuang's voice was very calm, but there was a kind of determination that could not be resisted. Shen Wushuang, the anemone fruit was obtained by me with great difficulty. Don't tell me you want to snatch it by force. Tu Mie's voice was filled with deep resentment, and his eyes were spitting fire. It was as if he was an enraged beast. The anemone fruit was a legendary 5-star spirit fruit. Its value was so high that it even bloomed in those 500 years. The result of 500 years was another blood spirit fruit that had only matured after 500 years. Not only did it have the effect of increasing one's bloodline, but it could also allow one to attain the acquired wind lightning true body. As long as he swallowed that anemone fruit, he would immediately be able to surpass Shen Wushuang. He would become the #1 genius amongst the young generation of the 4 sects, and he would even become the first grade 6 spirit pulse warrior in the last 1,000 years in the western region. It wasn't impossible now. Shen Wushuang had actually asked him to hand over the anemone fruit. This was completely cutting off his destiny and preventing him from achieving his Dao in the martial artist world. Stopping someone from becoming a Dao was no different from killing one's parents. It was an irreconcilable hatred in an instant. Endless killing intent surged in Tu Mie's heart. Hand over the anemone fruit, or else, you will die. All of a sudden, Shen Wushuang's voice turned cold. The anemone fruit was a matter of whether he could advance to the grade 6 spirit pulse or not. He was determined to get it. If it wasn't for the fact that he was still in Wanling Mountain, he would have seized the anemone fruit long ago. How could he be so polite to Tu Mie? Although they were all young giants, no one, whether it was Zhu Yishan, Tu Mie or Shui Wuxing, had ever been taken seriously by him. His opponents had never been them. The top 3 Heavenly Sword rankingses of the Heavenly Sword rankings, and even the high and mighty Patriarch Wu Hu, were his targets. Shen Wuxuang, don't go too far. C188 I killed him at the peak of Wanling Mountain. Butcher of the Bloody Hand, Tu Mie. At some point in time, both of their hands had been tightly clenched together. Blue veins were popping out of their veins, and their chests were like drums, violently rising and falling. Ever since he became famous, he had never been humiliated like this. He would die if he didn't hand it over. What a big tone. He really thought that Tu Mie was an ant on the ground, that Shen Wuxuang could control his life and death at will. However, the remaining rationality in his heart told him that he had to endure it at this moment. He had to endure it. One Shen Wuxuang was already troublesome enough. In addition, Giant Spirit Divine General Zhu Yishan was no weaker than him, and Jing Wuming was not much weaker than him. He had no chance of winning. If he was not careful, even running away would be an extravagant hope. Of course, it was also impossible for him to hand over the anemone fruit just like that. The 5-star spirit fruit had practically become a legend. It was already his lifetime's luck to be able to obtain one by luck. If he wanted to get another one, he would have to step on dog shit every day. It was useless. This was the only thing he could do to surpass Shen Wuxuang. No one was willing to be stepped on by someone for the rest of their lives. Besides, it had always been Tu Mie's wish to defeat Shen Wuxuang. Furthermore, once he lost the anemone fruit, he was afraid that he would never have the chance to break through to the senior martial master stage in his entire life. As long as there were sufficient resources, a 7th grade high-grade bloodline warrior would be able to break through to the senior martial master stage. He was willing to put in a lot of effort to cultivate and break through to the Marquis stage. Among the 10 of them, there were usually 7 or 8 who could take that step. However, it was almost impossible to reach the senior martial master stage. It was those who had low grade 6 spiritual bloodlines, and among the 10 of them, there were only 1 or 2 people who could successfully step into the senior martial master stage. Among the 100 people, 1 could step into the martial ancestor. Then, it would be considered a green smoke coming from their ancestors' graves. It would be considered an ordinary grade 7 high-grade bloodline. Not to mention breaking through to the martial ancestor, could he even break through to the Marquis huge perfection? It was still a big mystery to Mie. Don't make a mistake. Shen Wuxuang's cold voice had a hint of impatience. If Tu Mie did not know what was going on, even if he risked being discovered by those demons, he would still attack in shock. 5-star spiritual fruit, anemone fruit. He was determined to obtain it. Whoever dared to snatch the anemone fruit from him would be his sworn enemy. Shen Wuxuang, you don't force me. Tu Mie's voice trembled slightly. The fury in his heart had almost reached its peak. Suddenly, Tu Mie's eyes shifted. As if he had thought of something, he swept his gaze across Zhu Yishan and Jing Wuming. Are you sure you want to join hands with Shen Wuxuang? Don't forget, there is only one anemone fruit. Kill me. Do you think you can win against Shen Wuxuang? Why don't we join hands to get rid of Shen Wuxuang first, then decide the ownership of the spirit fruit? Bichit. Shen Wuxuang's expression changed slightly, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. Tu Mie's move was really ruthless. If he really instigated Zhu Yishan and Jing Wuming to rebel, it would be difficult for him to obtain the anemone fruit again. Tu Mie and Zhu Yishan would fight one-on-one. No one was his match, but the two of them were working together. They seemed to be on par with him, and Jing Wuming, who was not considered weak, was added to the mix. Even if he could win, he would need to put in a lot of effort. He might even have to pay a heavy price. The most important thing was still the Wanling Mountain where Demon ran amok. No way, he absolutely could not let him succeed. Giant Junior Brother, this anemone fruit must belong to our Iron Sword Sect. Let's get rid of this Tu Mie first, and then we can decide the ownership of this anemone fruit based on our strength. What do you think? With a thought, Shen Wuxuang turned to Zhu Yishan and asked. Zhu Yishan pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, God Senior Brother, you are right. This anemone fruit must belong to the Iron Sword Sect. Competition between fellow disciples was fine. However, when faced with external enemies, they still had to unite and fight against external enemies. Zhu Yishan still had his own principles on this point. Who seeing Zhu Yishan nod in agreement, Shen Wuxuang immediately felt relieved. Then, he said to Jing Wuming, who was not far away, Brother Jing, the Iron Sword Sect will definitely get this anemone fruit. Please give me some face, Brother Jing. I am willing to thank you with 30,000 middle-grade spirit stones. This. Jing Wuming pondered for a moment. He was naturally unwilling to give up on the anemone fruit just like that. However, if he did not give up, Shen Wuxuang would definitely not be willing to part with him. At this moment, Brother Jing, could it be that you don't even give us some face? A muffled voice sounded from Zhu Yishan's mouth. His copper bell-sized eyes were filled with warning. You, Jing Wuming was furious. Do you really think I, Jing Wuming, am a dish? Do you think you can knead me as you please? But when the words reached his mouth, he swallowed them. The combination of unparalleled divine sword, Shen Wuxuang, and giant spirit divine general Zhu Yishan was truly too powerful. Even if he and Tu Mie joined forces, they would still be no match for them. Even if they were lucky enough to retreat Shen Wuxuang and Zhu Yishan, he alone was enough. Forget it. Withdraw now. After some hesitation, Jing Wuming still chose to compromise. With 30,000 middle-grade spirit stones, it was not too much of a loss. Although 30,000 middle-grade spirit stones were far less valuable than anemone fruits, it was not a small amount. It was almost half of his net worth. This was even after he had collected a large amount of spiritual medicines in the past month. If he had sold him a month ago, he would not have been able to produce 30,000 middle-grade spirit stones. A few miles away from Shen Wuxuang and the other three, there was a man rapidly approaching them at a speed several times faster than the speed of sound. This black shadow was none other than Yang Fann. Just a moment ago, he discovered Shen Wuxuang, who was flying across the sky, and immediately chased after him. He was ready to take this opportunity to get rid of young giants, but he never thought that this was going to happen at any time. There was actually such a huge harvest anemone fruit. I must get him no matter what. Yang Fann's eyes flickered with a brilliant light. With the anemone fruit, there was no need for him to waste time dividing the blood spirit fruit into two. After all, only the complete spirit fruit could be fed to his parents. Only by consuming it separately would it be able to fully utilize its medicinal effects. The medicinal effects would more or less be lost. If his parents were able to absorb the medicinal effects of the fourth level of the blood spirit fruit, it was worth celebrating. One blood spirit fruit, one anemone fruit, and the few blood spirit grass he had collected would be enough to raise his parents' bloodline to the middle grade rank 7. He could even reach the 7th grade high grade. Furthermore, his father was cultivating a wind attribute cultivation technique. After consuming these anemone fruits, he would be able to form a Hautian body of wind and lightning. The wind and lightning great technique would complement each other, and his future achievements would definitely not be any worse than young giant's S. Tu Mie, let me ask you one last time. Do you want to hand over the anemone fruit or not? After dealing with Zhu Yishan and Jing Wuming, Shen Wuxuang's gaze shifted. His cold gaze swept towards Tu Mie once again. His killing intent was boundless, and he had already reached the limit of his patience. A trace of disappointment flashed across Tu Mie's eyes. If he could instigate Zhu Yishan and Jing Wuming to rebel, with the combined strength of the three of them, they would deal with Shen Wuxuang first. At that time, only Zhu Yishan and Jing Wuming would be able to solve the problem. Unfortunately, all of their efforts were in vain. In next to no time, that wisp of disappointment was replaced by ruthlessness. HMPH Shen Wuxuang, if you want the anemone fruit, then you have to step over my corpse. Shen Wuxuang's repeated coercion had finally ignited Tu Mie's ferocity. Since this battle was unavoidable, he would fight to his heart's content. Shen Wuxuang was powerful, but Tu Mie wasn't someone to be trifled with. Anyone who wanted to snatch his anemone fruit would have to pay a painful price, however, right at this moment. Then go and die. An unfamiliar voice sounded by their ears. In an instant, they saw a black shadow cut through the void at lightning speed and charged towards Tu Mie. Ignorant thing, die for me. When they saw Yang Fann's young face clearly, the fury in Tu Mie's heart instantly exploded. It was one thing for Shen Wuxuang to bully him. After all, he was the publicly acknowledged #1 person amongst the young generation, but what the heck was this kid in front of him? Did he really think that he was invincible because he was lucky enough to seize mortal board first? Or did he really think that Tu Mie was easy to bully? Die blood slaughter palm. With a furious roar, Tu Mie struck out. Countless blood chi erupted from his body. In an instant, it formed a huge palm that blotted out the sky. This huge hand was a few acres of farmland. Countless strange runes were blinking on its surface. There were also countless devils flashing in it. Its chi was terrifying, bloody, and mysterious. As the huge hand descended, terrifying howls resounded in the surrounding space. It sounded like the wails of evil ghosts. The roars of a devil made one's hair stand on end. It made one's heart tremble. It made people tremble from the depths of their soul. They could not summon the slightest will to resist. Moreover, its speed was 10 times faster than the speed of sound, making it impossible for one to dodge at all. Moreover, its power was terrifying to the extreme. It could easily blow up a planet, and wherever it passed, the void would explode layer by layer like a mirror in the blink of an eye. How dare you be so impudent in front of me? Yang Fann sneered disdainfully. The power of the shell vibrated slightly, and then he shouted, "Break for me!" Rumble. A terrifying power that seemed to come from the ancient era burst out with Yang Fann as the center. Wherever this power went, the spatial crystal wall was like a piece of paper, and instantly cracked. The terrifying aura of the human-shaped reel who directly shattered the heaven-sheltering big hand into pieces and completely disintegrated it. Ah! How is this possible? How is this possible? Tu Mie's voice was filled with disbelief. It was as if he had seen a ghost from the legends. This was his furious strike. Although the blood slaughter palm was not his strongest killing move, it was still one of his ultimate moves. Even the high and mighty patriarch Wu Hu couldn't just roar, "Hong Long!" Right at this moment, Yang Fann's body kept enlarging in Tu Mie's pupils. It was as if an ancient god had been revived. His divine might was like a prison, sweeping away everything in its path. In an instant, he had taken away all of Tu Mie's mind. Die! Rumble, rumble! Yang Fann's palm struck down. A force that exceeded 10 billion cauldrons exploded out in an instant. This was an invincible force that could even kill a top-grade demon general. Although Tu Mie was powerful, he could barely fight upper demon general, let alone when he was in a trance state. The result could be imagined. Bang! Tu Mie's huge head exploded like a watermelon. Fresh blood and brain splattered all over the ground. The headless corpse powerlessly fell to the ground. However, before he could fall to the ground, he was sucked into the universe bag by Yang Fann. Dead, dead, Tu Mie, died just like that. How could he be so strong? How could he be so strong? Killing Tu Mie with a single palm, even some first-layer Marquis wouldn't be able to do it. How old is he? How can he have such strength? The three men who were about to watch how Tu Mie killed Yang Fann were struck by lightning. They were extremely shocked. Even Shen Wuxia, the strongest young man, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Butcher of the Bloody Hand, Tu Mie wasn't a weakling. Even if he used his trump card, he wouldn't be able to kill him with a single strike, let alone someone like Yang Fann, who could easily kill him with a single strike. Jing Wuming, the weakest of them, was on the verge of collapsing. Roar! Old ancestor, you tricked me, you tricked me! C-189. The group wiped out the top young men. Yang Fann's age was too much of a lie. Even if he knew that Yang Fann had taken mortal board first, Shen Wuxia and the others had never really put Yang Fann in their eyes. A 15 to 16-year-old kid, even if he was in the monster. There was a limit to it. Perhaps a few years later, Yang Fann could fight them, but not now. As long as they were willing, they could easily wipe them out from this world. However, the truth had taught them a lesson. Not only was Yang Fann not a weakling in their imagination, but he was also not a weakling. Instead, it was the prehistoric berserk beast that was thousands of times more ferocious than the tiger butcher of the Bloody Hand. Tu Mie was one of the best among the young generation. Apart from unparalleled divine sword, Shen Wuxia, who was able to suppress him, the rest of them were at most on par with him. However, such a monster had actually been casually destroyed by Yang Fann with just a slap. That casual manner was like slapping a buzzing fly to death. Ferocious, it was so brutal that it made people's hair stand on end at this moment. If the old ancestors of the various sects were in front of them, Shen Wuxia and the other two old men would really want to spit on their faces. They had seen people who cheated others, but they had never seen someone who cheated people like this. Such a monster. Motherfucker, is this what we can kill? This is totally thinking that we didn't die fast enough. At this moment, Yang Fann's gaze shifted and his cold gaze swept across Shen Wuxia and the other two. His tongue licked his red lips and a trace of bloodthirsty light flashed on his face. There was a faint trace of a cat toying with a mouse on his face. Who's next? Bitch it, do you really think you can defeat us? Hearing this, the shock on Shen Wuxia and the other two's faces was instantly replaced by anger. Shame, this was the shame of their lives. Thinking about the three of them, which one of them wasn't the rare peerless evildoer of 10 million martial artist warriors? Especially Shen Wuxia, who was the #1 monster amongst the young generation. Even some big shots of the sect showed him some respect. When had he ever been looked down upon and toyed with by others? And he was not even a weakling like hair-raising boy Yang Fann. You have to pay the price for what you just said, all of you. Attack together, take out your ultimate skill and send this kid on his way. Yushin, who had the fiercest temper, exploded in an instant. A terrifying killing intent burst out from his body all of a sudden. A gust of wind rose into the clouds, and thunderclap appeared in all directions. It was as if the Thunder Lord was furious. Although you have blown 2 Mie up with a single palm strike, you are still not qualified to trample on my dignity. Alright, use your ultimate move to finish off this kid, Shen Wuxuang echoed. If it was any other time, as the #1 monster of the 4 sects, he would never have bothered to besiege a single person. Furthermore, it was a kid from the outer sect. However, right now, he could not care less about that. Although he did not want to admit it, he had to admit that Yang Fann's strength had already surpassed his. 2 Mie was confident that he could suppress him, but he definitely could not be as casual as Yang Fann. Absolute Saber, the life extermination saber user, Jing Wuming, did not waste any time. He immediately took out his ultimate skill. This was not the time to be pedantic about fairness and fairness. Losing face was better than losing one's life. In an instant, his entire body was covered with saber chi. The knife intent instantly reached its peak. The high-ranked treasure weapon saber in his hand drew a profound arc in the air and slashed toward Yang Fann. Rumble, a terrifying saber chi that was dozens of meters long and the size of a door cut through the void in an instant. It contained incomparable sharpness, as if it could cut through anything in the world. Its speed was almost 10 times faster than the speed of sound, making it impossible for people to dodge it. Moreover, in this slash, there were all sorts of illusions, causing people to be intoxicated by it. This slash was Jing Wuming's strongest saber, the ultimate saber strike. With this saber strike, Jing Wuming had killed countless powerful enemies almost at the same time. Giant Spirit Divine General Zhu Yushin also moved. The ancient giant bloodline in his body surged rapidly, and the aura around his body rose wildly. His body rose steadily, and his body, which was 30 feet tall, started to expand at a visible speed. In an instant, he turned into a 30 meters tall wild giant. It was as if the ancient giant had come back to life, pointing at the sky and stomping on the ground. It made one feel as if a mountain was towering, and it was impossible to defeat it. Giant Spirit Battle Fist. Compared to Shang Kuohai, who was ranked 3rd in the 7 Stars Sect's mortal board, the bloodline of the ancient giant in Giant Spirit Divine General Zhu Yushin's body was much richer, and he had even awakened part of the ancient giant's inheritance. The gigantic divine battle fist was an ancient giant's martial skill, and it was extremely terrifying. It wasn't any weaker than the ultimate martial skill, and in an instant, it had expanded Zhu Yushin's strength by more than a few times. This punch was aimed at Yang Fann. It was like the angry strike of the ancient giant god. It swept across the world, shattered the starry sky, and destroyed everything. Wherever the fist wind passed, the airflow in all directions would distort and collapse. Finally, it would turn into a primitive chaos. In the blink of an eye, unparalleled divine sword, Shen Wuxuang took out his quasi-profound artifact, unparalleled divine sword. He also took out his ultimate skill. The sword chi, sword intent, and sword moves all over his body kept flashing and merging with his body. Finally, he swung his sword at Yang Fann. In an instant, a golden sword chi broke through the sky. This sword chi was over 1,000 feet long, and it was filled with endless rays of light and divine light. Illusions were everywhere, and flowers bloomed and fell. The wind blew and clouds surged, and heavenly thunder shook the earth. All of the dragon and tiger black tortoises were revealed. Dragon and tiger black tortoises, 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 dragon and tiger. The gods were splitting the yi. The aura of this sword was extremely powerful. Under the release of the sword intent, it devoured the mountains and rivers, and swept across the 9 prefectures. However, what was strange was that within this sword attack, the killing intent was not very strong. It was as if it was completely restrained. Wherever the sword chi passed, all the light rays in the space and time were subdued, and the space caved inward. This was the large success sword intent. It was worthy of being called the #1 monster among the young generation of the 4 sect. As expected, it was not something that young giants could compare with. One should know that many 1st and 2nd grade marquis could only barely step into the true meaning mastery. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The 3 strongest killing moves merged together. It was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Its power increased exponentially. If an ordinary 1st layer marquis didn't have a supreme treasure protecting him, he would have been struck by this attack. It's usually just a matter of life and death. This kid should be dead, right? Looking at Yang Fann, who was swallowed up by the saber chi sword light, this attack of theirs was extremely terrifying. However, Yang Fann wasn't a weakling either. He was a freak who could even kill two Mie with a single palm strike. Ying, he should be dead by now. Zhu Yishan gulped, but very quickly, his copper bell-sized eyes widened and he gasped, "What? How is this possible?" He saw that in the place where Yang Fann was destroyed, a majestic aura that seemed like it came from the ancient era suddenly rose up. Then, he saw a figure walking out from the chaotic area. It was a dragon and a tiger. It was Yang Fann. At this moment, Yang Fann's body was completely spotless, as if he wasn't affected by their ultimate skill at all. How could this be? Are you a human or a ghost? Are you a human or a ghost? Shen Wuxuang and the other two were extremely shocked, and their voices were on the verge of collapsing. This was a deadly strike that could even kill a Layer 1 Marquis, even if it was a second layer or a third-grade Marquis. If you're not careful, you'll be severely injured. However, Yang Fann had no injuries on his body. It was as if the ultimate skills of the three of them were a joke in the next moment. Monster, he is a monster, run, run. Including Shen Wuxuang, the three of them were completely and utterly crushed. They couldn't summon any more resistance thoughts. They were only humans, so how could they possibly be a match for this monster? Right now, the only thing they hated the most was that their parents had given them two legs. Didn't the three of you want to kill me? Why did you leave just like that? Yang Fann curled his lips and played the game of cat and mouse. Alright, the game ends here. Go to hell now. Rumble. The world shook. The entire sky seemed to have turned dark all of a sudden. It was as if the whole world had been plunged into the dreadful hell of the 9 underworlds. All of a sudden time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Suddenly, a heaven-sheltering big hand the size of dozens of acres of farmland descended from the sky, crushing down on Shen Wuxuang and the other two who were fleeing in all directions. It was this huge hand that blocked all the light, causing the surrounding land to fall into the limitless darkness and panic. The power contained within it was difficult to describe with words. It was like the claw of a god, and wherever it passed, the space would collapse. Don't do it, spare me. Rumble, rumble, rumble. C-190, you want to eat me? I'll kill you first. Unparalleled divine sword, Shen Wuxuang, giant spirit divine general Zhu Yishan, and the life-severing saber artist, Jing Wuming, were all top-tier monsters among the young generation. Each and every one of them. Their combat strength was no less than that of the ordinary 10 Empyrean martial master, especially Shen Wuxuang. It was almost impossible for anyone below the Marquis stage to be a match for them. If the three of them joined forces, it wouldn't be impossible for them to fight an ordinary patriarch. Woohoo! This lineup was really powerful, but unfortunately, they had met the wrong person at the wrong time. If it was a month ago, when the three of them joined forces, even if they couldn't kill Yang Fann, they would still have severely injured him. But now, Yang Fann's strength had increased by more than 10 times. He had only used 3 layers of power of the shell to suppress the 3 great monsters. Life is truly as lonely as snow. Putting the broken bodies of Shen Wuxuang and the other two into the universe bag, Yang Fann sighed slightly. Currently, he was really too strong. Looking at the great Tang dynasty, in fact, in the entire South Mountain domain, who amongst the young generation would be a match for him? But soon, Yang Fann shook his head and smiled bitterly. Hee, what kind of loneliness is this? Let's not talk about anything else. That concealed great demon is already much stronger than me. A random martial ancestor might be able to suppress me. When he stepped into the martial lord realm, he might even become the true body of the legendary martial king. It's not too late to sigh again. Including these 4 people, it seems like all of these young giants have been harmed by me. Suddenly, a strange smile flashed across Yang Fann's delicate and pretty face. It wasn't that he didn't know about it. He was shocked by what he saw. In the beginning, An Ziyan and Qi Hu. After that, Dongfang Bai and the other 3, and Wu Xingkun from the Azure Dragon Mountain Range. Previously, Blood Kill, and these 4 people. There were a total of 14 young giants. One should know that the 4 great sect were together. There were only 15 monster giants, with the exception of the Queen of 100 Flowers, Situ Jing, who was on good terms with them. As for the rest of them, it could be said that he had caused all of them a disaster. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they had been completely wiped out. A typical killer of giants. Still here. Suddenly, Yang Fann's eyes narrowed slightly, and a trace of a cold smile appeared on his face. In an instant, rumble. A terrifying demonic energy swept across the eastern horizon. It blotted out the sky and blotted out the sun. Its might was overwhelming. Countless densely packed ancient demon patterns flickered within it. It was strange and unpredictable, and it shook one's heart and soul in just a few breaths of time. A massive creature walked out from within the terrifying demonic energy. It was actually a lion-shaped jinni covered in golden scales. This jinni was nearly an acre in size, and his aura was extremely terrifying. His entire body was covered in a layer of golden divine light, as if he had been carefully carved out of a gem. Every scale was engraved with numerous profound runes. Dazzling and dazzling, it was truly too terrifying. Both of his eyes were constantly deducing an ancient desolate world. With just a glance, it will cause you to fall into the endless wilderness and be unable to extricate yourself. This was a fierce peerless great demon general Jinni, the ruler of the forest of 10,000 lions and 1,000 demon mountain range. He possessed the bloodline of the divine beast Suani. His strength was so strong that even if he was not as strong as Green Flood Dragon Great General, he would not be much weaker at this moment. Screech! A high-pitched phoenix cry was heard from the southern horizon. In the blink of an eye, flames surged in the sky. The demonic energies rolled like tidal waves and surged violently. One of its wings was over 1,000 feet wide and faintly resembled the legendary divine beast Phoenix. The flaming divine bird that was covered in dense flames was like an aurora as it flew over. Its aura was so terrifying that it was not inferior to that of General Jinni at all. It was even slightly stronger than Jinni's General Ling Feng, the master of the Red Maple Valley and 1,000 Demon Mountain Range. He was the descendant of the legendary divine beast, the Phoenix. Pucci! The space was torn apart like a curtain, and a middle-aged man in white clothes walked out from it. His appearance was no different from a human's. Besides the vertical eye between his eyebrows, which was tightly shut, he was no different from an ordinary person. His footsteps were extremely calm and there was a sense of leisurely strolling. However, his steps were steady, slow and dignified. The sky and the earth were suddenly filled with a huge pressure. It made people feel that this man in white was casually walking around like an emperor patrolling the world. The three-eyed great general. It was rumored that he was the descendant of the ancient demon race's three-eyed clan in ancient times. The three-eyed clan was a powerful race among tens of thousands of demons. The three-eyed clan had 3 eyes between their brows, capable of observing the 9 heavens above and the netherworld below, and possessed unfathomable abilities. A human genius. Moreover, it was the smell of a top genius. Kekakekaki. This general loved to eat geniuses the most. An extremely evil voice came from the northern sky. In the next moment, an obscure pressure instantly spread out. Very quickly, this pressure covered the sky and covered the earth, causing one's teeth to ache as the sound of squirming could be heard. It was as if a peerless monster was about to be born. In an area of several kilometers, the light directly distorted, completely entering a state of complete darkness. A few breaths later, a peerless great demon finally walked out from the limitless darkness. It was a huge creature that was 15 meters tall, in human form. However, its skin was a strange green color. On its skin, it was covered with the demon races of the ancient demon race, shining brightly. It was extremely strange. There was a huge tail that was dozens of feet long. It was covered with barbs and dark green scales. It twitched back and forth as it crushed the void. Strangely, it looked like a human. It was a face that was extremely handsome. It was enough to cause all the men to be jealous of it. It was as white as snow. However, other than its snow-white color, it also faintly revealed traces of a clear and gentle luster. It was like being grinded, like jade, vivid and bright. A pair of demonic eyes was crystal blue, crystal clear, and indescribably beautiful. Demonic light curled around it, and the rune flashed and flashed. Within both of his pupils, in a world that was clearly visible to the naked eye, numerous ancient devil whale were drifting along with the waves, devouring all things in the world, erupting with a roar that could destroy the ages. The general of the devil whale, the peerless overlord of the spirit demon lake in the 1,000 monster mountain, possessed the bloodline of the primordial ferocious beast, the blood devil whale, and commanded the tens of millions of aquatic creatures in the spirit demon lake. The summit of the Wanling mountain was neither small nor large. The battle between Yang Fann and Shen Wuxuang had almost plowed the land within a few miles. Large areas of the space had been destroyed and turned into ruins. It would be difficult for them not to attract the attention of the demon. Although there were only 4 demons, these 4 demons were the top existences in the 1,000 Demon Mountain range. Each of them was no weaker than Green Flood Dragon Great General. They were extremely terrifying. If the 4 of them joined hands, Top Marshal Marquis would be ruthlessly suppressed by them. It would be much more terrifying than 10 million demons. Good 2 descendant of a divine beast and 2 ancient bloodline descendant. If I devour them, my bloodline and cultivation will surely rise to another level. Strong enemies were surrounding them. Not only was Yang Fann not afraid, he even had an excited expression on his face. From time to time, he would lick his lower lip, as if he had encountered some fat prey. At this moment, it had been several hours since he had killed Shui Wuxing. In the time it took to make a cup of tea, he would be transported out of Demon Spirit's secret realm. Furthermore, he had already obtained the Bone Spirit grass he wanted. The current him, he no longer had any scruples. So what if he really lured out the peerless great demon that was hidden in the dark? Although he was no match for that big demon, he could hold on for the time it takes to make a cup of tea. Yang Fann was confident that he could do it. The body that was comparable to a high-grade profound artifact was not just for show. If he used all of his strength to unleash the black iron battle body, his defense would increase tenfold. The body defense was so terrifying that it almost caught up to the earth organ. Even an ordinary martial old ancestor with a low-grade earth organ would find it hard to tear apart his body. Right at this moment, Kekaki, smells good. It was simply too fragrant. It's even more fragrant than all the geniuses that Ben Zhong had eaten in the past. Ben Zhong was going to eat you, so he must eat you. The general of Devil Whale stared straight at Yang Fann. He kept swallowing his saliva, and his eyes were shining. It was as if he was looking at the most delicious food in the world. You want to eat me? I will kill you first. A trace of ferociousness appeared on Yang Fann's face. He moved his body and sent a palm strike towards the general of Devil Whale. It was swift and decisive. Rumble C-191. This kid has a trick. Jin Ni, the Spirit Phoenix General, the Three-Eyed General, the General of the Devil Whale, which one of them weren't the top leaders of the demonic clan? Even if they weren't as strong as Green Flood Dragon Great General, they were only slightly weaker. With the 4 of them joining forces, even a slightly weaker Marquis would have to retreat. What was shocking was that Yang Fann didn't show any signs of fear. Instead, he attacked first and waved his right arm. It was a palm strike aimed at the general of Devil Whale. It was a swift and decisive strike. Yang Fann did not hold back much from this palm strike. After all, he was a half-step demonic commander realm demon, and he also possessed the blood of the ancient vicious beast king, the blood of the Devil Whale. His combat strength was so strong. Compared to many demonic commander, he was even stronger. The power of the shell had been raised to the 10th level by Yang Fann, surpassing 100 billion ding of divine strength. Hong Long, it could break through all illusions and go straight to one's heart. The palm strike seemed to be able to collapse the 9 heavens. It was so powerful that it shook the sky and the earth. The sound of the stars exploding was endless under Yang Fann's palm strike. Large tracts of space were shattered inch by inch. The palm force was overflowing in all directions. It was like a hot knife cutting through butter, sweeping through everything in its path. How is this possible? How do you have such strength? Looking at the figure that was constantly expanding in his pupils, the pupils of the Devil Whale's general immediately shrunk. The handsome face that was enough to make countless men jealous twisted into a ball and was filled with disbelief. It was as if he had seen the legendary god and devil. This strength, it was extremely terrifying. It was the most powerful demonic technique he had ever used. It was completely unleashed, and it was nothing compared to it. Who kid, don't underestimate him. An unwilling roar was heard. In a split second, the general of Devil Whale was forced to face the attack with his fist. Rumble S had collided. A terrifying sound of planets colliding immediately erupted between the heavens and the earth. The heavens shook and the earth shook, and the spatial crystal wall series collapsed inch by inch. Yang Fann did not move at all. Even his expression did not change at all. However, the Devil Whale's general was in a bad situation. He threw his head back and spat out a mouthful of crystal blue blood. His huge body, which was 15 meters tall, crazily retreated backwards. His body was covered with horrifying and spiderweb-like cracks. The general of Devil Whale was not as strong as Yang Fann to begin with. In addition to his hasty attack, he didn't even have the strength of a 8th layer warrior. So, it was perfectly normal for him to be severely injured by Yang Fann's palm attack. If it wasn't for the fact that the Devil Whale had thick skin and a body defense that was far stronger than most of the demon race, they might have already been destroyed by Yang Fann's fist. Of force that exceeded 100 billion ding of divine strength was not something ordinary. This was a terrifying force that was enough to blow up High Marshal Marquis. He's not dead. Then take another palm from me. Yang Fann had severely wounded the general of Devil Whale with just one palm strike. He did not spare anyone when he got the upper hand. He was like a bug that kept following him closely. His terrifying spiritual force, which was much stronger than many intermediate marquis, was boiling. It was crazily stimulating the strength of every single cell in his body. Yang Fann waved his right arm again, and with a twist of his head, he sent a palm strike towards the Devil Whale general. Under the enhancement of his incomparably terrifying mental strength, Yang Fann's strength directly increased exponentially. This strength was not something a human could possess. It was like ancient devil god's furious strike was an epic. It was like a myth. Even Green Flood Dragon Great General was able to suppress more than 200 billion cauldron strength without mercy. Although the general of Devil Whale was strong, he was still stronger than Green Flood Dragon Great General. There was still a gap between them. Furthermore, the general of Devil Whale was severely injured at the moment. Could he unleash the strength of the 6th level of the 10th level? It was an unknown number. In an instant, an ominous sign of collapsing swept across the mind of the general of the Devil Whale, causing him to let out a miserable cry before the beast died. No, it was at that moment the demonic energy in the body of the Devil Whale general surged and burned crazily. A ferocious ancient beast, Bloody Devil Whale, appeared in his body. It directly rose from the top of his head in the blink of an eye, the stench of blood, ferocity, brutality. All kinds of negative auras soared into the sky, wreaking havoc in the world right at this moment. Bang! An incomparably violent fist force smashed onto the Bloody Devil Whale in less than a breath's time. An extremely mournful wail drifted out from the body of the Devil Whale. Tiny and dense cracks appeared on the enormous Bloody Devil Whale, and finally, it exploded. If he had taken out this natal demon's skill before he was injured, he might have been able to fight Yang Fann. Now that he was seriously injured, the strength of his natal Devil Whale had been greatly reduced. How could he have been able to resist this killing blow? The natal demon's skill was broken. The general of the Devil Whale spat out a mouthful of demonic blood once again. His injuries were aggravated, and his aura was dispirited. He tried his best to dodge to the side. Although he had escaped the fate of being punched in the head, the violent and invincible fist force still struck his chest. Puff puff, puff. The sternum instantly ruptured and a bowl-sized opening appeared. Densely packed cracks spread out from the opening in all directions. It happened in the blink of an eye. Bang! Yang Fann threw another punch. The general of Devil Whale, who was severely injured and on the verge of death, did not have the strength to resist. He could only watch in despair as Yang Fann forcefully smashed his own skull. It took a long time to describe the situation. In fact, it only took a short moment for Yang Fann to explode the general of Devil Whale. When the other 3 demons realized that something was wrong and wanted to rescue him, how could they have the time? You killed the old Devil Whale. The 3 demons were extremely shocked as they looked at Yang Fann. It was as if they were looking at the legendary devil god. It was not 10 years ago. Without the suppression of the law of the mystic realm, the general of Devil Whale had already stepped into the demonic commander realm. In addition to the ancient king of vicious beast and the blood of the Devil Whale, his combat strength far exceeded that of a demon of the same level. It wasn't like he didn't have the strength to fight an ordinary high martial marquis. How could a mere human junior have such strength? Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, it was impossible for him to be so abnormal the next moment. General Jin Ni let out a hysterical roar. Roar! This kid is cheating. Don't hold back. Use all your strength to kill this kid. Rumble! The right claw that was filled with dragon scales moved and crushed the void. It turned into a huge claw that covered the sky and charged at Yang Fann. In an instant, the huge hand that covered the sky sent out a surging and terrifying intent. It was an indescribable brutality that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Wherever the giant claw passed, large areas of space would be filled with strange phenomena. Demonic clouds covered the sky and the earth. It was as if a world-destroying calamity was about to descend, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. It was a massacre of all living beings. Kree the spirit phoenix general spread his wings and countless golden spirit flames burst out from his body. Countless profound ancient demon patterns flickered and vanished. The magnificent land within a mile radius seemed to have turned into a flame world in an instant. Meteor shower. Boom boom boom. Countless fist-sized spiritual fires cut through the void like meteors, bombarding Yang Fann with a speed that was 10 times faster than the speed of sound. Each ball of spiritual fire was no less powerful than a full-powered strike from an ordinary top-grade demon general. In an instant, it could burn a high-level martial master into ashes. With tens of thousands of spiritual fires gathered together, the power of the attack increased by more than 100 times. Even if High Marshal Marquis didn't have a supreme treasure to protect him, even if he didn't die, he would still be severely injured. It was so powerful that it was as if Fire God had destroyed the world, crushing everything in the world. Roar Divine Eyes, activate suddenly. The vertical eye on the forehead of the three-eyed general opened up slowly the next moment. Boom bang boom. Dense demonic clouds began to gather from all directions. With it as the center, the area within a mile radius suddenly turned dark. The rays of light disappeared bit by bit. Die forbidden divine beam rumble. A dazzling and demonic light burst out from the limitless darkness. It was the light of a heavenly god. It was like the only light that illuminated everything. When the universe was born, it swallowed everything. It contained boundless divine power that could sweep across the 3,000 great worlds, suppress the universe, condense the sun and moon, destroy the ages, destroy the 9 heavens, and destroy the netherworld. Countless spaces exploded with the sound of glass exploding. Wherever the divine beam passed, it would cut through everything and destroy everything, causing everything to shatter into pieces. C-192 Old Ancestor save me. Yang Fann's strength had far exceeded the imagination of the 3 demon lords. The general of Devil Whale was a demon lord that wasn't any weaker than them, but he was instantly killed by Yang Fann. At this moment, they no longer cared about losing face. All of them attacked with all their strength, unleashing their ultimate skill, preparing to kill Yang Fann in one strike. General Jin Ni possessed the Suani bloodline of one of the 9 sons of the ancient divine beast dragon, and the power of the dragon. Strength could break the sky. A death dragon claw's power exceeded 100 billion cauldrons of divine power, and it had the power to shatter the sky and destroy all eternity. The spirit phoenix general's hand rained down like a meteor shower. It was as if Fire God had destroyed the world, burned mountains and boiled seas, and covered thousands of miles. There were traces of destruction everywhere. The most terrifying thing was still the 3-eyed general. The divine eye between his brows was like the eye of a god, and it had unparalleled divine power. The divine light was unpredictable, and the killing intent of the forbidden divine light flowed for thousands of miles. Nothing in the world could not be broken, and nothing could not be killed. The 3 greatest killing moves merged together. The power wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, but directly increased exponentially. The slightly weaker top Marshal Marquis, if he didn't have the protection of a supreme treasure, would have been ruthlessly killed. No matter what kind of monster you have, you won't be able to escape death today. A wisp of ruthlessness flashed across General Jin Ni's eyes that were even larger than lanterns. You're able to force us to attack at the same time. Human Jr., you can rest in peace once you're in the netherworld. The Phoenix Spirit General's phoenix eyes flashed with a wisp of ferociousness. In the blink of an eye, as expected of a top demon who possesses an ancient god-beast bloodline. I'm afraid that even an ordinary lower demonic commander is no match for you guys. If you join hands, even an ordinary High Marshal Marquis would have to retreat. Unfortunately, you guys have met me. As he spoke, Yang Fann moved. Bang bang boom. Boundless silver radiance burst out from all the hair on his body. The black iron battle body was pushed to its limit. He was 1.8 meters tall. It grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a 10-meter-tall silver light giant. It pointed its finger at the sky and stamped on the ground. Its divine might was unparalleled. Rumble rumble rumble. With a slight movement of his body, a terrifying aura swept across all directions. The voids in all directions could not withstand the violent pressure and collapsed into pieces, turning into a vortex. Yang Fann. At this moment, the rice bowl was like a silver light god that came from the archaic wilderness, sweeping across the endless wilderness and suppressing the entire world. Ah, how is this possible? How is it possible for him to still be hiding? General Jin Ni's huge pupils instantly shrunk. In his eyes, other than disbelief, there was also disbelief. The power that Yang Fann displayed just now had already surpassed theirs. There was actually a hidden power. How could there be such a monster in this world? Break for me! With a loud shout, Yang Fann threw out a punch in shock. The power of this punch was beyond words. Even the higher demonic commander would feel despair under this punch. The wind from the punch was like a peerless evil dragon. Wherever it passed, a large number of spatial barriers shattered like a mirror, turning into powder. Countless black holes appeared in the sky. The flames and divine light were like floating clouds under this punch. An extremely intense dragon roar erupted from Jin Ni's mouth. Under the cover of the golden Jin Ni's claw's defense was comparable to some high-grade profound artifacts. They were not much weaker, but under the attack of the billions of ding of divine power, in just a breath's time, Jin Ni's right claw was shattered. The golden blood of Jin Ni was like a stream of water. It kept gushing down with invincible power. It continued to sweep into Jin Ni's body. It shook him so much that his internal organs almost turned upside down, and his meridians began to distort with a single punch. General Jin Ni was seriously injured right at this moment. Yang Fann's figure moved. In an instant, he crushed the void and appeared in the sky above General Jin Ni. In shock, he threw out a punch that surpassed the billions of ding of divine power and poured down like a river of stars. In an instant, an ominous feeling of extreme despair enveloped General Jin Ni's heart, causing him to let out an unwilling wail on not good. The Spirit Phoenix General and the Three-Eyed General, who were still shocked by Yang Fann's terrifying strength, finally reacted. Their three-demon general had joined hands. Once Jin Ni's great general died, with just the two of them alone, how could they possibly defeat this monstrous kid who came out of nowhere? Just as they wanted to save General Jin Ni, they were too late. Yang Fann's iron fist had already destroyed General Jin Ni's left arm. The invincible fist, which was enough to make countless high-level demonic commander despair, continued to sweep across, bombarding General Jin Ni's mountain-like head. Rumble, the stars exploded and the terrifying sound of comets colliding shook the whole world. The shocking sound wave turned into a human-shaped reel that swept in all directions. Large tracts of space collapsed and turned into slag. It exploded. General Jin Ni's huge head exploded with a loud bang. Although the head was the hardest part of it, and it was not any weaker than the top-grade profound artifact, it was still strong in its own way. There was a mountain that was as tall as a mountain. Yang Fann's body was even more terrifying, and it chased after the earth organ. When the two collided, it was as if a wooden log had collided with a rock. Dead. Dead. Gold old man Jin Ni is dead. The remaining Spirit Phoenix and Three-Eyed Great Generals were horrified, as though they had seen a ghost. Among the four of them, although General Jin Ni was not the strongest, with his powerful defense and life-saving ability, he was worthy of being called the #1 demon. At this moment, Yang Fann, who had kept General Jin Ni's broken body, had already crushed the void and appeared at Spirit Phoenix University. In front of the general, he raised his hand and struck down with his palm. The flying beast was faster than speed, and the Spirit Phoenix General was the king amongst all flying beasts. If he really wanted to leave, Yang Fann couldn't guarantee that he would be able to keep him alive. Rumble, the power of this palm was enough to destroy an area. Wherever the fist wind passed, the sky would shatter, and the surroundings would turn into pieces of chaos. A large amount of space would be vaporized. Pucci, the Spirit Phoenix General, possessed the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, Fire Phoenix, and was skilled in flying. He had the ability to control fire with one hand, and his attacks were unparalleled. However, his defense was his weakness. Although the body defense was slightly stronger than a greater demon of the same level, when compared to a descendant of a divine beast like General Jin Ni, it was much worse. It was barely comparable to a low-grade profound artifact. There was no doubt about the result. He only had enough time to let out an unwilling wail before his phoenix head exploded. Dead, dead, all dead, run, run. At this moment, the remaining Three-Eyed Great General's mind completely collapsed. He could no longer muster up any thoughts of defending himself. The Devil Whale Great General, Jin Ni Great General, and none of the Spirit Phoenix's Great Generals were weaker than him. In the end, in just a short period of time, all of them were slaughtered. He was absolutely no match for them. This was the difference between their levels of life and death. It was absolutely not something that could be made up for by some kind of demonic technique. However, there was no time for him to escape at this moment. He had surpassed the billions of ding of divine power like a peerless evil dragon. He had already crushed the void and swept it down. The area within a few miles was sucked into a vacuum. It wrapped around the Three-Eyed General and prevented him from moving, causing him to fall into a tight encirclement. At this moment, there was no other way for the general to resist Yang Fann's shocking palm strike. No break for me. Forbidden divine radiance. The collapsing aura of despair deeply enveloped the Three-Eyed General's heart, causing him to not care about the backlash. The vertical eye between his eyebrows opened once again. A forbidden divine light shot out from the hole. The quasi-commander realm was in the demon spirit secret realm. That was a top demon, but in the ancient times. In the Three-Eyed Demon race, it was just a weak child. He could barely use the forbidden divine beam once a day. Pucci, in an instant, wisps of blue blood seeped out from the vertical eye between his eyebrows. It was obvious that he had suffered a backlash from the forbidden power. Unfortunately, this was only a struggle for his life. The combined strength of the spiritual Phoenix General and Jinni General had been easily broken by Yang Fann, let alone him. In just a breath's time, poochie poochie poochie. The dazzling and demonic forbidden divine light was destroyed, shattered, and turned into bits and pieces. The incomparably violent fist force continued to rush down like a surging 9 Empyrean star way, wanting to destroy everything in the world. No, I don't want to die. At the moment of life and death, the three-eyed general could no longer care about anything else. He started to howl hysterically, "Old ancestor, save me, save me." C-193 The final battle against the three-eyed demon ancestor. Could it be? Yang Fann's facial expression changed slightly, and a trace of vigilance flashed across his eyes. The three-eyed great general was already the strongest demon amongst the 10 million demon in Demon Spirit's secret realm, and the identity of the person who could make him call himself the old ancestor was already obvious. At that moment heaven and earth shook violently, and the entire sky began to darken. It was as if the entire world had suddenly fallen into the darkness of the 9 underworlds. Time seemed to have stopped flowing all of a sudden. From the horizon behind the three-eyed general, a terrifying giant hand appeared, crushing towards Yang Fann. This giant hand was bigger than anyone could imagine. It blotted out the sky and covered the sun. On top of it, there were countless words of the demon race. The rune was flickering, and there were demonic energies that were as heavy as mountains. The huge hand kept moving in all directions, shattering large areas of space. The demonic energy was extremely terrifying. Compared to the three-eyed great general, the spirit phoenix great general, and the other great demons, it was like comparing a small stream to a vast ocean. There was no comparison at all. It was as if it could kill a patriarch woohoo with just a little bit of effort. Demon Marquis. This was definitely a Demon Marquis realm. Peerless great demon. Boom boom boom. The fists and claws collided. It was as if the collision of ancient stars had caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to collapse. The sound of exploding stars could be heard everywhere. Puff. Yang Fann spat out a large mouthful of blood towards the sky. His entire body retreated at a terrifying speed that was several times faster than the speed of sound. On his body, thin and dense cracks that looked like spider webs were formed. It was just a single exchange, but it had already caused Yang Fann to suffer a considerable amount of damage. If it wasn't for the fact that the body defense was a low-grade earth organ, the rebounding force alone would have been enough to shatter his body. What a terrifying power! I'm afraid I've underestimated that old demon. Yang Fann's expression was unprecedentedly serious. With just a single strike, his body cracked. This was not something an ordinary lower demon marquis could do. It was highly possible that this old demon was an intermediate demon marquis. At the same time, an even more terrifying superior demon marquis. The black iron battle body circulated with all of its power. Boundless silver light shot out from his body. It nourished the fine and dense wounds on his body. He's not dead yet. An ethereal voice that sounded like the voice of a god sounded. It came from all directions. The next moment, the space beside the three-eyed great general was torn apart like a curtain. A golden-robed middle-aged man walked out from within. This was the name of a middle-aged man in his 40s, with sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes. He had handsome features, and his facial lines were very gentle. However, his skin was a bit pale, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. His hands were empty, but his body was covered in. He was emitting a soul-stirring magical charm, as if someone was standing in front of him. They have to bow their heads in submission just like the three-eyed general. There was also a tightly shut vertical eye on the middle-aged man's forehead, paying respects to the old ancestor. The old ancestor's immortal blessing is eternal. His lifespan is the same as the heavens. In an instant, the three-eyed general knelt down and praised loudly. Get up! The middle-aged man in golden clothes casually nodded at the three-eyed general and looked at Yang Fann, who had just stopped moving. The closed vertical eye on his forehead opened slightly. In an instant, Yang Fann felt that his entire body was wrapped by a mysterious force. He felt that there was no secret at all, and not bad, not bad. 15 years old, 5th level of the martial master. Not only can you defeat a useless junior like me, but you can also take one of my attacks. Such talent, even in my era, I couldn't find many people. Suddenly, the golden-clothed middle-aged man's eyes, which were as deep as the starry sky of the universe, shone with a bright light, and his voice was faintly trembling. Good, as long as I devour you, not only will I be able to compensate for my damaged origin, I will also be able to devour you. It could even allow me to take a step further and truly step into the upper demon marquis realm. Kakakakaka. It's just an intermediate demon marquis. It's still alright, it's still alright. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan's tensed heart relaxed slightly. Although Intermediate Demon Marquis and Upper Demon Marquis were only one realm apart, if this man in golden clothes was an Upper Demon Marquis, he would definitely run as far as he could. There was absolutely no chance of him winning. However, this Intermediate Demon Marquis had used all of his trump cards. It wasn't that he didn't have the strength to fight. Also, from what he said, it seems like he still has some internal injuries on his body. Furthermore, those injuries are probably not light. Yang Fan's eyes became brighter and brighter. No matter what kind of injury it was, once it affected one's origin, it would not be simple. Thinking about it carefully, if this old demon's injuries were not too severe, it would be impossible for him to remain hidden forever. It was only in recent years that he came out to stir up trouble and alter the law of the mystic realm. Yang Fann was right, Demon Lord of the Three Eyes. 3,000 years ago, one of the 12 Demon Marquis subordinates of the substitute Yao Jun. He was the last man 2,500 years ago. The Great Demon War. Although he was not killed by the human expert like his master and the other 11 Demon Marquis, he was on the verge of dying. In the end, he had no choice but to seal himself and sleep to heal himself. It was only 10 years ago that he managed to stabilize his injuries. He had awakened. Right at this moment, boom 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 boom, glory-colored demonic energies burst out from Demon Lord of the Three Eyes' body like dragons in the 9 heavens, enveloping Yang Fann. In an instant, the entire spatial zone was sealed, making it impossible for Yang Fann to escape in any direction. All his escape routes were sealed. Kakaka. Human Jr., this spatial zone has been sealed by my demon power. You have absolutely no chance of escaping. I will give you a chance. Surrender and surrender. Obediently let me devour you. I'll let you die a quick death. His figure flickered. Demon Lord of the Three Eyes had already arrived 1,000 feet away from Yang Fann. He extended his blue tongue slightly. He licked his lower lip, and the sound of swallowing came from his throat. His voice was filled with greed and fanaticism. He was a 5th-level martial master at the age of 15. His combat strength was even stronger than demonic commanders. A peerless evildoer like him. Even 3,000 years ago, there weren't many people who could be found. In the past, except for Lord Yao Jun, the other great demons, including the 12 Demon Marquis, he had absolutely no right to devour this monster genius. You want to devour me? Let's see if you have such good teeth. Yang Fann's face was calm and composed. It was as if he was not facing a Demon Marquis realm demon, but an ordinary demon soldier. He was not afraid at all. Good state of mind. I'll give you some time. In the future, you will surely become a great figure. You might even surpass the old ancestor of 7 Stars Sect, 7 Stars Monk. It's not impossible. A hint of appreciation flashed in Demon Lord of the Three Eyes' deep demonic eyes. He could see that Yang Fann was not pretending to be calm, he was truly fearless. This was truly rare. Under his brilliant demonic might, even many top martial marquis were shivering. He couldn't do it himself, but very quickly. Demon Lord of the Three Eyes' expression turned cold. What a pity. You won't have that chance anymore. Today next year will be your anniversary of death. The next moment, Demon Lord of the Three Eyes' right hand made a grabbing motion, grabbing towards Yang Fann. Demon Lord of the Three Eyes didn't use any killing technique in this grabbing motion. It was a direct and direct grab. He didn't even use the demon power in his body, but it was still extremely terrifying. It was comparable to the full force of many half-step Demon Marquis' attacks. The power contained within it far exceeded 50,000 true force, which was equivalent to 5 trillion ding strength. It's not that easy to kill me. Break for me. Rumble. The Yang Fanns on Yang Fann's body were surging like a great river, surging like a tide. The aura around his body was rising steadily and crazily. He met the attack with his fist in shock. Under the activation of the majestic spiritual energy, which was almost comparable to an upper Marquis, Yang Fann's strength had increased by more than double. At the same time, it had also surpassed the 5 billions of ding of divine power. Rumble. The fist and claw collided. It was simply the collision of the ancient gods. The enormous 10,000 spirit peak seemed as if it was going to explode. Ye to actually be able to block my attack, it seems like I have underestimated you. A dual body, spirit cultivator, each and every one of them possessed extremely high attainments. Not even an ordinary half-step martial ancestor is a match for you, and your talent is extremely high. This is definitely the first time in my life that I've seen it, even in the ancient era. You can be considered a Heaven's Pride expert, but this is your limit. Alright, the game is over 3 levels of demon powers. I'll send you on your way. C-194 Yang Fann's true strength. Demon Lord of the Three Eyes was like a high and mighty god, proclaiming Yang Fann's life and death. He had completely and utterly regarded Yang Fann as the ant and the aphid that could be destroyed with a casual wave of his hand. That was true. Half-step martial ancestor might be strong, but, in this era of martial arts' last days, they could be said to be the strongest in almost every large sect. However, for Demon Lord of the Three Eyes, who was at his peak, he could casually use a finger. Even if his old injuries had not healed yet, the demon power had suffered a great loss, but he had only made a slight move. He would be able to crush him to death. An elephant was an elephant, even if it was heavily injured. It's not something an ant can provoke. As soon as he finished speaking, Demon Lord of the Three Eyes struck out with his palm. Although he had only used one of his 3 layers of demon powers, the power of this strike was far beyond the imagination of the world. It was like ancient devil god's attack. The demonic energy was vast and majestic, like a surging tide, sweeping across the world. Boom, boom, boom. In a radius of several tens of miles, mushroom clouds kept rising and large patches of voids were destroyed. There were traces of destruction everywhere. Human Jr., you can be considered to have died a worthy death for allowing me to use 3 layers of demon powers. The corner of Demon Lord of the Three Eyes' mouth tilted, and a cruel sneer appeared on his face. He looked at Yang Fann as if he was looking at a dead man. At that moment, swoosh, a brilliant blade light cut through the void, and a long black blade fell into Yang Fann's hand. The murderous aura that had almost materialized surrounded the long blade, causing people to only take a glance at it. They felt as if they had fallen into the nether hell. With a slightly weaker mental cultivation base, he was good at using this blade. If he wasn't careful, he would be eternally trapped within it. One would be reduced to a devil that only knew how to kill. It was precisely the intermediate high-grade profound artifact that Yang Fann had obtained from the dead swamp. If Yang Fann was still at the early stages of the demon spirit secret realm, then, if he wanted to refine a middle-grade Zon artifact, he would need several months or even longer to refine it. It was simply an extravagant hope, but the current Yang Fann, the spiritual energy in his body was so vast that it was comparable to many High Martial Marquises' High Martial Marquis. It was not the slightest bit inferior. In just one day, this intermediate high-grade profound artifact was completely refined by Yang Fann. With the saber in his hand, Yang Fann's aura suddenly changed drastically. The world-shocking saber chi was boiling, as if a 9 Empyrean star way was soaring into the sky. It formed a twisted and violent wave above Yang Fann's head, and it was filled with endless fighting intent. Rumble, the space above shook, and a vague shadow with a blurry face appeared behind him. The supreme dominance, the power to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. With Yang Fann as the center, it exploded. At this moment, Yang Fann was like the devil god who had destroyed the palm. The void that had destroyed the ages, the voids from all directions. It seemed like the void couldn't withstand the unparalleled pressure and shattered into pieces. They turned into pieces of chaos. Saber. Knife intent, large, mastery destruction. Knife intent. How is this possible? Demon Lord of the Three Eyes' smile froze, and he cried out in shock. The body was comparable to a top-tier demonic commander, and the spiritual energy was comparable to High Martial Marquis. This was a rare occurrence in this world, even in the ancient era where Heaven's Pride evildoer had appeared frequently. It was actually a sabersman. Furthermore, he had comprehended the mastery's knife intent of destruction. It was his mother's. Was he really only 15 years old? At this moment, Demon Lord of the Three Eyes began to doubt whether his divine eye had made a mistake. The bone age of this brat in front of him was not 15 at all. It was 150. He had seen abnormal beings before, but he had never seen such abnormal beings. Break for me. Rumble, with a slash of his saber, the saber chi spread out for thousands of feet. Compared to the number 1 genius of the 4 sects, unparalleled divine sword, Yang Fann's knife intent was much more condensed. He was only a step away from the 8th layer destruction knife intent. Purely in terms of attack. In terms of destruction concepts, no concept would dare claim to be number 1. Under the enhancement of the peak 7th level of the destruction concept, Yang Fann's saber. It was truly a strike that could kill gods. A Buddha that blocked it would kill Buddha. A devil that blocked it would kill a devil. It was extremely terrifying. The speed was dozens of times faster than the speed of sound. Wherever the saber chi passed, the world would be thrown into chaos. Not a single blade of grass would grow. Everything would be sucked out. Everything would be turned into nothingness. The airflow would be chaotic, collapsing, and all directions would be filled with traces of destruction. Not a bad slash, an ordinary lower demon marquis. If he is not careful, he would suffer a small loss. Demon Lord of the Three Eyes was indeed worthy of being a peerless great demon that had lived for thousands of years. His willpower was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Very quickly, he returned to his calm state and did not dodge or evade. He directly punched the terrifying saber chi. Rumble, the heavens shook and the earth shook. The terrifying saber chi that was powerful enough to heavily injure or even kill a first-layer martial ancestor was first cracked, then shattered. Finally, it completely collapsed, turning into bits of debris that drifted in the air. This is the power of an intermediate demon marquis. It's truly terrifying. Yang Fann's expression was unprecedentedly serious. He did not forget that Demon Lord of the Three Eyes had only used 3 layers of the demon power, but he had already used almost all of his strength. Furthermore, Demon Lord of the Three Eyes was still injured. If he was at his peak, he would not be a match for Demon Lord of the Three Eyes. Young man, if I give you a few more years, you might still have the strength to fight me, but not now. You are definitely not my match. Surrender obediently and become my nourishment. I can give you a quick death. I still don't know who the nourishment is. Yang Fann did not show any weakness and confronted him. Take another attack from me. 8 trigrams 6 joint slash. Although Yang Fann did not lack top-grade saber arts like the White-Hair Devil Cold Blade's Nirvana Demon Blade, it was a top-grade saber technique, and its power was not any weaker than the ultimate martial skill. The Blood Dragon Slash of Blood Kill Shui Wuxing was a true ultimate martial skill. Unfortunately, Yang Fann had only obtained these saber arts for a very short period of time, so he didn't have the time to comprehend them. The true weapon he could use now was the high-grade sword technique Tang Feiyu had obtained, 8 trigrams 6 joint slash. Of course, the power of the same 8 trigrams 6 joint slash was the difference between heaven and earth, the difference between clouds and mud. In an instant, Yang Fann had slashed out 3,000 times, each of which was nearly 1,000 feet long. It was comparable to the full-strength strike of some top martial marquis, and it could easily kill a high martial marquis. All of a sudden, the 3,000 brilliant saber chi merged together and formed a 30,000 feet long terrifying blade light. It was like a true dragon had descended from the heavens and swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earth. The pressure was so great that there were even terrifying electric arcs flashing on the saber chi, as if 10,000 dragons were coiling around it. It was a shocking sight. In an instant, the terrifying saber chi had sucked away all the air in the space in front of it. Not a single drop of air was left, and it had almost turned into a vacuum without any resistance. A cruel smile emerged on Yang Fann's face. Once again, his chi soared wildly. The surrounding air was lowered, and the sound of thunder could be heard. The wind was howling, and the cranes were frightened. Rumble, the 30,000 feet long terrifying blade light was like a tyrant that had gone on a rampage. It was arbitrary, and it swept through everything. Even the heaven and earth seemed to be mercilessly cut off. Wherever it passed, the space shattered like a mirror, and deep ravines appeared on the ground. Sandstorms were everywhere within a few dozen miles, as if it was the end of the world. There's actually a killing move. Unfortunately, it's still just a last-ditch struggle. Demon Lord of the Three Eyes was slightly stunned. His head of black hair was blown by the terrifying saber chi, but his movements were not slow. The demon power in his body had been raised to 8th layer in an instant, and he struck out with his palm. A huge palm could cover the sky. It was so huge that it was beyond the imagination of the world. It was as big as 100 acres of farmland, like a divine mountain that could suppress a true dragon, and it pressed down on the terrifying saber chi. Rumble, 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 rumble. The saber and palm collided, and the sound of explosions could be heard without end. Clouds of mushroom clouds rose continuously, and a large number of voids were completely shattered, leaving nothing behind. The saber chi and demonic energy kept colliding in the air, entangling each other. However, it was obvious that the saber chi was fading away faster than the others. To Yang Fann, a first-grade expert, the power of a superior martial skills was indeed a little weak. It was as weak as a chicken's egg, even if he had cultivated this 8 trigrams 6 joint slash to the great perfection stage. If he used the ultimate martial skill at this moment, absolutely not. Bang, the last trace of saber chi was also destroyed. This is your strongest attack, right? All right, don't struggle anymore. Be obedient and become my food. Once I eat you, my origin will definitely be restored, allowing me to take another step forward. At that time, I will break the cage of the secret realm and lead the demon army to sweep across the great Tang dynasty and establish my own Hu kingdom. Kakaka. Boom boom boom. The demon lord of the three eyes on demon lord of the three eyes' body began to rage. Glory-colored demonic energies, like peerless evil dragons, burst out from his body and swept across the world, destroying everything. The next moment, his right arm waved and grabbed at Yang Fann. He didn't hold back at all. The demon power on his body had been raised to the 10th level, and he was going to capture Yang Fann in one go. Rumble wherever the huge hand passed, a loud rumbling sound could be heard. The airflow in all directions started to go berserk, reversing and collapsing, giving rise to a terrifying suction force that pulled Yang Fann towards the center of his claw. C-195 life and death were on the line in the void. Demon Lord of the Three Eyes was no longer playing around. He unleashed the full power of the demon power in an attempt to suppress Yang Fann. This strike was too terrifying and earth-shattering. It was like the claw of an ancient god that could shake the sun and moon and destroy the stars unknowingly. A proud smile appeared on Demon Lord of the Three Eyes' face. He was full of confidence. No matter what kind of monster Yang Fann had, this full-strength claw of his would definitely suppress him to death. After that, he would be able to pierce through Yang Fann's skull and devour his brain. It would nourish his damaged origin and break through the bottleneck in one go. After stepping into the upper demon marquis realm, he would lead tens of millions of demon marquis. He slaughtered his way out of the secret realm and swept across the four great sect. He devoured billions of humans and established his own supreme empire. Demon Marquis wonderful, truly wonderful, it happened so fast. Rumble the demonic god phantom on Yang Fann's back shook, and a full moon that represented absolute darkness rose from Yang Fann's back. In an instant, a terrifying power of devouring burst out and swallowed the sky and earth. It was like a black hole that swallowed everything in the world. Everything in the world, including time, light, space and stars and matter, everything in the world, 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 everything in the world. Nothing could not be swallowed. Boom bang boom. The endless saber chi was centered around Yang Fann's body. It exploded, tearing apart the voids. In the blink of an eye, the space within a radius of a few miles. It was cut into pieces and turned into chaos. As for Yang Fann, who was in the center of the chaos, at this moment, it was like a chaotic devil god that was born from the chaos and was about to split the heaven and earth. His divine might was like a prison that devoured the world right at this moment. The dark full moon had finally reached its peak, and Yang Fann's aura. He was bathed in endless silver light. It was as if God Sovereign had come to the mortal world, making the people of the world worship him. At this moment, a quasi-general as strong as the three-eyed general. Unable to stand, he knelt down. He was crushed by Yang Fann's terrifying aura and was forced to bow down to him. Roar double concept. You actually comprehended double concept. Are you a human or a ghost? A human or a ghost? Demon Lord of the Three Eyes' heart was wildly shaken, and he was so shocked that even the attack in his hand paused for a moment. Shock. It was too shocking. This was not the first time he had seen a dual concept in his long years of cultivation. However, those who had comprehended dual concepts were all old monsters who had cultivated bitterly for hundreds of thousands of years. Even the weakest of them was at the high-level martial ancestor. How old was this brat in front of him? And what was his cultivation base? He had actually comprehended two types of concept, and both of them were the 10 most powerful concepts. He had even comprehended two types of concepts, and both of them were at the mastery. There was no need to talk about seeing such a monster. He had never even heard of it before. The difficulty of comprehending an additional concept would increase exponentially, especially the 10 strongest concepts. Being able to comprehend one, it was extremely difficult. Even if Demon Lord of the Three Eyes racked his brain, he wouldn't know that there was a heaven-defying mystic art in this world. As long as he cultivated it step by step, he would naturally be able to comprehend the devouring concept. In fact, what Yang Fann truly comprehended was the destruction concept. Of course, even so, it was still heaven-defying. Break for me 8 trigrams 6 joints / the dark long blade in his hand danced, and in the blink of an eye, he slashed out 3,000 times, using the same 8 trigrams 6 joints / However, there was a qualitative difference between the two concepts. There were many difficulties, but once one comprehended it, under the amplification of two concepts, it was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Not to mention, compared to the destruction knife intent that Yang Fann had comprehended on his own, With the help of the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique, Yang Fann naturally comprehended the devouring concept. It was even more terrifying, as he had already steadily stepped into the 8th layer. In an instant, the power of this 8 trigrams 6-joint slash had increased by several times. It was like a death god's blade. Wherever it passed, countless spaces were divided and turned into devils. Countless black holes appeared in all directions, devouring everything in all directions. This was a deadly strike. It was not weaker than the full-force attacks of many intermediate martial ancestor warriors. In an instant, it would severely injure or even kill a low-grade martial ancestor. Rumble. The 100,000 feet long blade light slashed at the heaven-sheltering big hand, and large pieces of demonic energy were crushed into pieces. Drip, 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 drip. Drops of crystal blue blood that were as heavy as mountains continuously dripped down from the void, smashing out bottomless sinkholes at the top of Wanling Mountain. Injured under Yang Fann's shocking killing blow, Demon Lord of the Three Eyes' heaven-sheltering big hand was slashed with a knife so deep that the bone could be seen. Roar. Human Jr., you dare to hurt me? Good, you have really angered me now. Demon Lord of the Three Eyes' voice was like the roar of a malicious ghost from the depths of hell. He was furious. He was completely and utterly furious. He was the high and mighty old ancestor Demon Marquis, but he was actually injured by a puny human martial master. This was the shame of his life. Accept my fury. Great demon art, slaughter. Palm imprint. The demon power within his body surged wildly. In an instant, a heaven-sheltering big hand that emitted an endless aura of slaughter appeared in the sky above him. This huge palm was bigger than anyone could imagine. It blotted out the sky and blotted out the sun, as if it could cover the entire Wanling Mountain in an instant. It was like the ancient god and devil's palm that could destroy the heavens and earth, causing all living beings to fall into endless despair. Wherever it passed, the space would collapse. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Demon Lord of the Three Eyes started coughing violently. He even coughed out blood. Bitch, that absolute sword. Old ghost, once I break free, I will definitely destroy your Iron Sword sect. Cough, cough, cough. And this little brat, he actually forced my old injuries to relapse. He truly committed a heinous crime. A heinous crime. What a terrifying demonic art. Just a trace of the lingering aura alone killed a patriarch. Woohoo. Terrifying, terrifying to the extreme. Yang Fann's gaze was unprecedentedly solemn. Bitch, let's go all out. Boom, boom, boom. The invincible saber chi, like a peerless evil dragon, rose from Yang Fann's body. All of a sudden, at this moment of life and death, Yang Fann didn't care about the consequences. He ignited his natal saber chi. In an instant, the chi around his body increased crazily and steadily. Even the destructive devil god behind him seemed to have become much more solid. In an instant, the terrifying knife intent rolled like a tidal wave, covering the sky and covering the earth. The shiny knife light cut through the sky and cut through the space in all directions. The knife intent was like a god. It cut down the galaxy. The mighty saber chi was like a 9 Empyrean star way. It rushed down and destroyed everything in front of it. At this moment, Yang Fann's temperament changed once again. It was as if Devil God had descended from the heavens. His body was motionless like a mountain, but in his eyes, the knife light was cold. He was the ruler of the world. In the blink of an eye, he was able to unleash a terrifying saber light that could destroy the heaven and earth. In an instant, he had killed all the gods and Buddhas in the world. Destroy without any hesitation. The 8 trigrams 6 joints slashed out. Under Yang Fann's burning of his natal saber chi, the power of this strike had increased by several folds. The power contained within it had far exceeded the 500 billions of ding of divine power. It was as if Devil God had descended from the heavens, the birth of heaven, the beginning of chaos, and the end of the world. Wherever it passed, everything turned into nothingness. Under this powerful slash, even an intermediate martial ancestor would not be able to withstand it. If he didn't have the protection of a supreme treasure, he would be severely injured even if he didn't die. Unfortunately, Yang Fann wasn't facing an intermediate martial ancestor, but an intermediate demon marquis who could challenge a higher realm or even top martial ancestor. Under Demon Lord of the Three Eyes' relentless assault, this huge palm strike. However, there wasn't the slightest bit of exaggeration in it. It was the terrifying power of a peak intermediate demon marquis. It had completely erupted. Rumble, 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 rumble. It only lasted for a few breaths of time before the 100,000 feet long blade light was destroyed by the slaughter palm. Like glass, it was smashed into pieces. The speed of the reduced slaughter palm did not decrease at all. It continued to crush towards Yang Fann with the momentum of suppressing the heavens and the earth. Not good. Yang Fann's heart skipped a beat, and his facial expression changed dramatically. His speed suddenly soared to the limit, and he wanted to dodge this killing blow. However, the speed of the killing palm was just too fast. It was dozens of times faster than the speed of sound. Moreover, the range was also so huge. Even though Yang Fann had used all his skills, he still could not escape. Yang Fann felt as if he was being crushed by a huge mountain. Blood spurted out from his mouth as he rushed towards Wanling Mountain. His body was covered with horrifying cracks that looked like spider webs. There were even mushroom clouds that kept rising from Yang Fann's broken body rumble. It was as if a comet had fallen to the ground. The ground trembled, the mountains collapsed, rocks flew, and dust filled the air. C-196 he escaped. Cough, 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 cough. Cough, 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 cough. Cough, 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 cough. Intermittent coughing sounds came from the bottomless human-shaped hole. A few breaths later, a large hand covered in blood and scars stretched out from the hole. The next moment, Yang Fann climbed out of the hole with great difficulty. At this moment, Yang Fann was in an extremely sorry state. His clothes were ragged, and there were barely any intact spots on his body. His skin was torn open, and there were crisscrossing cracks all over his body. His bones were covered with cracks that spread in all directions like spider webs. The severity of his injuries was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. If not for the fact that the black iron battle body was strong enough to allow him to possess a tenacious life force that far exceeded that of an martial ancestor, old ancestor, any other spiritual cultivator or wuzong would have died a long time ago. The great demonic technique that demon lord of the three eyes did not hold back was too terrifying. The power contained within it far exceeded the 1,000 billions of ding of divine power. Even though half of the power was neutralized by Yang Fann's concentrated attack, it was still extremely terrifying. It was enough to crush an ordinary intermediate martial ancestor. He's not dead yet. What a powerful body! Even when compared to my true form, Demon Marquis, he's not any weaker. Demon Lord of the Three Eyes' slightly surprised voice came from above Yang Fann's head. No one knew when, but he had stopped 1,000 feet above Yang Fann. He looked down at Yang Fann from above, as if he was looking down from the sky. All of a sudden, the heavenly god who controlled the fate of all living beings. A hint of cruelty flashed across Demon Lord of the Three Eyes' demonic eyes. This is good too. A peerless evildoer like you would only taste good if you ate it alive. Kakaka. Hearing this, the cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. However, he didn't say anything. Instead, he used all of his strength to activate the black iron battle body. Streams of silver light that contained an endless amount of life force turned into warm currents that continuously washed over those shocking wounds. He hoped that he would be able to recover from his injuries in the shortest amount of time. Unfortunately, the injuries he suffered were too heavy and too heavy. No one knew how many bones in his body had been broken, even if the healing ability of the black iron battle body was considered abnormal. He was unable to recover in a short period of time, and he couldn't help but cough out a mouthful of blood. Kakaka, Human Jr., do you think it's better for me to eat your hand first? Or should I eat your thigh first? Demon Lord of the Three Eyes' eyes flashed with a hint of a cat teasing a mouse. The current Yang Fann was already the fat on the chopping board in his eyes. He would let Yang Fann be slaughtered as he wished, and he wouldn't be able to stir up any waves. For a moment, he wasn't in a hurry to kill Yang Fann. Furthermore, these martial artist warriors were getting more and more panicked. Their flesh became more tender and delicious. Or, I can go down from the top. Eat your ears first, then dig out your eyes. Boom boom boom. Yang Fann acted as though he did not hear anything. He frantically activated the black iron battle body and tens of thousands of silver rays of light shot out from his fur, quickly nourishing the shocking scars on the body. What Yang Fann lacked the most right now was time. As long as he was given another half an incense stick of time, even if he couldn't fully recover, he would at least have 5 or 6 layers of combat strength, barely having the strength to fight again. However, Demon Lord of the Three Eyes obviously wouldn't give him too much time. A cruel smile could be seen on his fair face. Since you don't want to choose, I'll make the decision for you. First, give me a taste of your right palm. The next moment, the Demon Lord of the Three Eyes around Demon Lord of the Three Eyes' body began to surge. Lori-colored demonic energies that looked like peerless evil dragons started to converge and act independently. With a wave of his right arm, he grabbed at Yang Fann. With a rumble, the boundless airflow in the vast space collapsed inwards in an instant, producing a terrifying suction force. It pulled Yang Fann and flew towards him. Bitchet veins popped out on Yang Fann's forehead. Endless silver radiance. It was extremely bright, and he exerted all his strength. He wanted to break free from the suction force, but unfortunately, he had been seriously injured, and was unable to unleash his full battle prowess. Under the terrifying suction force, it was futile. At most, he could barely slow down the rising speed. 10 meters, 5 meters, 30 meters, 30 yards 50 jong, 800 jong. Could it be that I, Yang Fann, am going to fall at the hands of this demon today? Heavens, I am not willing to accept this. I am not willing. Seeing that there was only 30 meters between him and Demon Lord of the Three Eyes, an extremely unwilling roar burst out from Yang Fann's heart. He still had a bright future ahead of him, and he had yet to reach the peak of the martial arts. How could he die here just like that? Vaguely, there was also a hint of regret that he shouldn't have been knocked out by the consecutive victories. If he had been arrogant before Demon Lord of the Three Eyes showed himself, he would not have let go of such an opportunity. He would not have fallen into such a hopeless situation. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit it. Recently, he had indeed swelled up quite a bit. He had the guts to say, "Big boss, second bro." In the end, he was the third in power. In the end, he was just a teenager who had achieved great things. It was inevitable that he would lose his heart, even though he had always warned himself that old demon wasn't someone to be trifled with. Only heaven knew how much he had heard. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to know that the old devil was a peak intermediate demon marquis. If he chose to run away at that time, with his ability and Demon Lord of the Three Eyes' contempt for him, he was confident that he would be able to escape with his life. Today Demon Lord of the Three Eyes had taught him a lesson, waking him up from his dream of being invincible under the heavens. Compared to these old demons who had lived for thousands of years, he was still far from being able to escape. Unfortunately, the price was too great. The big Yang Fann couldn't bear it. Kakaka. Aroma, it was really too fragrant. I can't wait to enjoy the delicious food. In the blink of an eye, rumble, a beautiful green light burst out from Yang Fann's chest and covered his entire body in an instant. There's still a chance. Yang Fann, who was in despair, felt a glimmer of hope in his heart. Not good, this is the power of teleportation. Suddenly, just a moment ago, the month of training had finally ended. Rumble Demon Lord of the Three Eyes no longer cared about torturing Yang Fann. All the demon powers on his body erupted crazily. Unfortunately, he was still a little slow. A bright green light flashed and disappeared. Yang Fann's figure was nowhere to be seen in the air. Roar, roar, roar. Demon Lord of the Three Eyes raised his head and let out a long roar. The anger in his heart was unbearable. The fat in his mouth was sent flying just like that. The grievance in his heart could be imagined. Of course, he was still feeling regret. He regretted that he had made an unnecessary move to toy with that brat. If he swallowed that brat, wouldn't everything be fine? Too, without that brat, when would he be able to recover his injured origin? How could he advance further and break through to the upper demon marquis realm? Rumble, rumble, rumble. A terrifying sound wave swept out with Demon Lord of the Three Eyes at the center. It gathered and did not disperse. It shook intensely, and the concept that contained the sharp and divine punishment seemed to burst out from his mouth like the roars of billions of people, the roars of thousands and millions of ancient ferocious beasts, and the eruption of countless volcanoes. It was as if millions of people were roaring from his mouth, the roars of millions of ancient ferocious beasts, and the eruption of countless volcanoes were bursting out from his mouth. The thunder god was furious. Devil god roared furiously. Roar, roar, roar. This voice rumbled like thunder, and numerous terrifying human-shaped real house roared out, wreaking havoc in the heavens and the earth. Wherever the sound waves passed, space, time, light and matter would appear. Everything was destroyed into dust the next moment. Bang bang. With the Wanling Mountain as the center, the land within a few hundred miles began to shake violently. The ground shook and the mountain rocks shattered. It was as if a huge earthquake had occurred. All of a sudden, a large area of the mountain began to crumble. Countless ancient spiritual medicine trees were uprooted, and they were obliterated into nothingness. The ancient spiritual medicine trees were dozens of miles long, and each of them was dozens of miles long. A huge crack that was dozens of meters deep. The cracks spread in all directions like lightning, crisscrossing, and ravines were everywhere. Within it were countless demons. From upper demon general to ordinary demon soldiers, there were countless casualties. When the emperor was enraged, corpses littered the ground and blood flowed like rivers. Although Demon Lord of the Three Eyes was not the emperor of the mortal world, he was furious. Compared to the emperor, he was definitely more powerful. There was almost no complete land within a 100-mile radius. C-197. I'm the one who harmed him in the Twin Dragon Desert, in front of the 4 pillars of light. The 4 of them were standing in 4 different directions, facing each other from a distance of 300 meters in the east. There was a man who looked to be in his 40s. He was dressed in a green robe and looked like an immortal. The chi on his body was unfathomable. Besides, he looked like an ordinary man who had never cultivated the martial arts. There were traces of him returning to his original self from head to toe. Strangely, although there wasn't a trace of martial artist chi on this middle-aged man's body, however, the surrounding was filled with a mysterious chi. It was extremely mysterious, and, between his brows, there was a peerless dignity that could not be concealed. His every movement was accompanied by a tremendous aura. It was as if as long as he was willing to, with a single thought, it will suppress all things in the world. The man in the south was a middle-aged man wearing a black armor. The terrifying aura of the archaic wilderness burst out from his body. In just a breath's time, a terrifying force that could destroy mountains exploded out. His eyes were as desolate as the ancient era. It was as if he would be trapped in the archaic wilderness if he took a second look at it, forever unable to extricate himself from it. The man in the west was wearing a white robe that fluttered in the wind. His eyes were empty, and his pupils contained traces of the myriad returning swords concept. His entire body was like an unsheathed supreme divine sword, brimming with a supreme dominance. Humans were swords, and swords were humans. When one became one with the sword, they were invincible. The last person in the north was an old man in his 60s. He wore a purple robe, and his face was slightly sallow. There was a faint smile on his face, and he looked so harmless. He looked like a kind rich man. At first sight, people could not help but have a good impression of him. These 4 people were none other than 7 stars, Violet Spirit, Iron Sword, and the 4 Marquis stage-old ancestors of the sect. It's almost a month's time. I wonder how many outstanding geniuses will be able to come back alive this time. Raising his head to look at the sky, the old ancestor of the Purple Spirit sect, Old Man 9 Spirits, narrowed his eyes as if he was talking to himself. Hee. It's already considered not bad to have 400 people back this time. The Supreme Elder of Bawangdao Palace, Taoist Judao, smiled coldly. Although the demon's secret realm had been continuously cleansed, there were very few true great demons in it. Even now, they might not be able to find the future of 100 demons, but that didn't mean that the danger in the secret realm would be much lower. On the contrary, it had increased by quite a bit. In the outside world, for the sake of their respective sect, the disciples of each sect would usually restrain each other, even if it was a fight. But in the secret realm, however, it was a different story. There were no restrictions. Once the disciples of the various sects saw each other, it was usually either you die or I die. Suddenly, Taoist Judao's gaze turned towards Patriarch Qingyun, who was in the east, and he seemed to be deep in thought. Old man Qingyun, I'm afraid that less than half of your 7 Stars Sect will be able to come back alive this time. Compared to the other 3 major sects, the 7 Stars Sect, which was once the number 1 sect in the West, had clearly declined a lot. For example, the Iron Sword Sect had 5 major powers in their youth generation. Shen Wushuang's prestige was even greater than the others, and he had become the center of attention for the time being. Although the Purple Spirit Sect and the Bawangdao Palace were slightly weaker, Butcher of the Bloody Hand, Tu Mie, and Blood Kill, Shui Wuxing, both of them were second only to Shen Wushuang, peerless evildoer. On the other hand, the 7 Stars Sect, although there were also 3 great geniuses, their quality was still not satisfactory. The strongest expert, Thunder God Sword, Xiao Tian, could barely make it into the top 10 of the young generation. Little Evil King, Dongfang Bai, and 100 Flower Queen Situ Jing could barely make it into Young Giant's threshold, not to mention Unparalleled Divine Sword and Shen Wushuang, the number 1 monster in the 4 sects. Even Giant Spirit Divine General Zhu Yishan, Butcher of the Bloody Hand, and Tu Mie, who were all at the first tier, had the ability to fight 3 opponents at the same time. Old Man Absolute Saber, it's too early for you to say all of this now. Although he said this, Blood Kill's voice clearly gave people a feeling of weakness. In recent years, their 7 Stars Sect had really declined. Although Shui Wuxing's potential was heaven-defying, his potential was still his potential, not his actual combat strength. It's fine if the others died, but don't let anything happen to Yang Fann, kid, he prayed in his heart. The others, even Xiao Tian. In the end, he would only grow up to be a patriarch. Woohoo. Whether or not he would be able to surpass him was still unknown, but Yang Fann was different. His potential and talent were profound. He was definitely not below the old ancestor of their sect, Seven Stars Monk, even in this era where resources were scarce. He was at least a martial ancestor, old ancestor, the future hope of Seven Stars Sect. As long as Yang Fann could grow, sect would regain its former glory. It was only a matter of time before he regains the position of the #1 sect in the West. Old man Qing Yun, let's not talk about the others first, but Yang Fann, it's going to be difficult. As if he had seen through Patriarch Qing Yun's thoughts, the Heavenly Sword spiritual master who was not far away gave a sinister smile and spoke in a somewhat eccentric manner. Senior Sky Sword, what do you mean by that? Patriarch Qing Yun's face instantly turned cold. Boundless killing intent was flashing in his eyes. The air around him was making rustling sounds, as if they were trembling in fear. Yang Fann was the hope of Seven Stars Sect, the opportunity for them to rise. No matter who it was, anyone who dared to hurt Yang Fann would be the sworn enemy of Seven Stars Sect. Old man Qing Yun, don't be agitated. Don't be agitated. As the saying goes, don't be agitated. Peerless evildoer, who was like Yang Fann. The heavens will be jealous. The Heavenly Sword spiritual master chuckled and gave the order. When the disciples of the Iron Sword sect saw Yang Fann, they would kill him without hesitation. Of course, he couldn't say it out loud. There were some things that he wouldn't admit even if he was beaten to death. Although the four great sect were filthy, on the surface, they were still friendly. If he didn't really tear off all pretenses of cordiality, he would honestly put a bounty on Yang Fann's head. Then, he would really have to fight the Seven Stars Sect to the death. Although Iron Sword Sect was the #1 sect in the West region, as the oldest and most powerful sect, even if it had declined, the Seven Stars Sect was still the #1 sect. The war between the two sects was not to be underestimated. It was very likely that both sides would suffer heavy losses. Patriarch Qing Yun glared fiercely at the Heavenly Sword Genren, but he still suppressed the anger in his heart. Although he knew that the Heavenly Sword Genren might have issued some kind of order to deal with Yang Fann, without any evidence, he wouldn't be able to act out. The Iron Sword Sect wasn't someone to be trifled with, and now, they were firmly suppressing the Seven Stars Sect. If the sect were to start a war because of this, he would be a sinner of the sect. What a pity, what a pity. Reverend Judao and old man Juling, who were watching from the side, secretly shook their heads. Why didn't these two fight? It would be even better if they could fight to the death. Whether it was Patriarch Qing Yun or Reverend Heavenly Sword, they were the top sects of their respective sect. Once they died here, it would be a great loss to the Seven Stars Sect and Iron Sword Sect. It's definitely a huge loss, enough to shake the foundations of both sects. The four great sect looked harmonious on the surface, but they were full of competition inside. Everyone wanted to destroy the other party in one fell swoop. They wanted to dominate the western region of the empire. The greater the losses of the Seven Stars Sect and Iron Sword Sect, the greater their chances of winning would be. Roar! Right at this moment, the Eastern Azure Dragon raised its head and let out a dragon's roar that shook the entire area. In the next moment, a green dragon-shaped token shot out from the Azure Dragon's mouth, shooting toward Patriarch Qing Yun with lightning speed. In a split second, bang bang bang, the ancient Azure Dragon, which was over 1,000 feet long, exploded with a loud bang. It transformed into a 10 feet tall green ball of light that fell from the sky. Vaguely, one could see that there were human figures flashing within the ball of light. They're out. 1, 5, 10, 28 of them are gone. Gone? How could this be? How could this be? Patriarch Qing Yun's heart trembled. His face was filled with disbelief. Every single ball of light. It represented one person, 28 balls of light. This also meant that only 28 people had left Demon Spirit's secret realm alive. One should know that in the past 2,000 years, at least once, there were nearly 100 people. This time, there were less than 30 people. The death rate was almost half of the 8th layer, which was far beyond his bottom line. Yang Fann, please don't let anything happen to you, please don't let anything happen to you. Very quickly, a deep sense of unease swept through Patriarch Qing Yun's heart. Right at this moment, the 28 balls of light finally landed on the ground, revealing 28 young men and women. There were 12 Earth-born people and 16 mortal-born people. And no. When he saw the 28 young men and women clearly, Patriarch Qing Yun's footsteps shook and he almost fell to the ground. Among the 28 people, he did not find Yang Fann's figure. It was obvious that he was in dire straits. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. I know that they are evil, but why did I let Yang Fann take the risk? It was me who harmed him, it was me who harmed him. C-198's dead patriarch Qing Yun's face was pale, and there were traces of tears in his eyes. Those were tears of regret. If he knew this would happen, he would never let Yang Fann enter the demon spirit's secret realm. Even so, it would cast a shadow in Yang Fann's heart. Even if he couldn't understand it, he would still give it his all. He only had one life. If he didn't have it, then he wouldn't have it. His thoughts wouldn't be clear. At most, it would affect his potential. And with Yang Fann's monster talent, even if his talent and potential were to be depleted, he would still have a great chance of breaking through to the senior martial master stage in the future. After 7 Stars Monk, he would become the second martial lord expert since the establishment of the 7 Stars Sect, but now, everything was over. Yang Fann had died in demon spirit's secret realm. A sinner, he was a sinner of the sect. He had let down his ancestors. Some people were happy, while others were worried. Sky Sword Ancestor and the other two were overjoyed, and almost burst out laughing. Good, he died well. Good dying mortal board first, who was 15 years old, had never heard of such a thing before. His talent and potential were so high. Even unparalleled divine sword, Shen Wushuang, who was called the #1 monster among the young generation of the 4 sects, could not be compared to him. If he was allowed to grow, he would definitely become a huge threat to the sect. If something went wrong, the 7 Stars Sect might prosper in his hands and dominate the entire western region. Now, everything had become a cloud of smoke in the past. Furthermore, out of the 180 geniuses of the 7 Stars Sect, only 28 of them had successfully left the demon spirit's secret realm. It could be said that they had suffered a great loss, and it was even enough to shake the foundation of the 7 Stars Sect. Those who could enter the demon spirit's secret realm were all top geniuses. In the future, they would be at least an intermediate martial master, and the most outstanding of them would have the chance to open their acupoints and break through to the Marquis stage. Every single one of them was a pillar of talent. Brother Qingyan, don't be too sad. Everything is the will of the heavens. Regarding the matter of Yang Fann, I hope you can forgive me. Sigh, the heavens are truly jealous of talented people. Such a monster actually died prematurely here. How lamentable. Sigh, the heavens are unfair. The heavens are unfair. Ah, you guys, you, old man Zhu Ling and the other two were filled with regret. They kept saying that the heavens were unfair. When Patriarch Qing Yun heard them, it was no different from spraying salt on his wounds. He was so angry that he was about to explode. He had harmed his own Yang Fann, and now he was crying in front of him, pretending to be merciful. He had gone too far. He had gone too far. What? Brother Yang Fann has fallen. At this moment, Situ Jing and the others finally came back to their senses. Their hearts were instantly shaken, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Others might not know how powerful Yang Fann was, but Situ Jing knew it all too well. That was a man fighting against a mountain, and Upper Demon General was regarded as an ant. How could he possibly die in Demon Spirit's secret realm? However, when he looked around, he couldn't find any trace of Yang Fann. Could it be that Brother Yang Fann, he really, how is this possible? How could those demons be a match for Brother Yang Fann? He couldn't accept it. He really couldn't accept that even Green Flood Dragon Great General, who had transformed into a dragon, was easily destroyed by Yang Fann. He really couldn't remember what happened in Demon Spirit's secret realm. There was nothing that could threaten Yang Fann, who was like a monster. Right at this moment, screech the cry of a phoenix resounded through the heavens. It's here. I wonder how many people from my Bawangdao palace have returned. 100 or even more. Taoist Judao narrowed his eyes. A hint of expectation flashed across his eyes. The Bawangdao palace was different from the declining 7 Stars Sect. This year could be said to be the most powerful batch in the past few hundred years. The blood fiend Shui Wuxing was the second strongest among the young generation. The white-haired devil, Leng Feng, was also one of the top 10 disciples of the young generation. The life-severing saber artist, Jing Wuming, was slightly weaker, but he could still be ranked 11th or 12th. With the protection of the 3 great monsters, the trip to the demon spirit's secret realm this time would be. He would definitely return with a bountiful harvest, but very quickly, the smile on Taoist Judao's face froze and was replaced with deep disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. 13 people, why, how could this be? What made him even more unable to accept was that the 3 great monsters that he was proud of, there was not a single person. Even the 10 great silver saber wielders, who were inferior to him, were nowhere to be seen. Among the 13 people, the best one was actually the 18th person in the silver blade board, Mo Rufeng. What exactly was going on at this moment? Even the faces of Taoist Heavensward and Old Man Nine Spirits turned solemn. A trace of ominous omen surged into their hearts. If it was only the Seven Stars Sect, then it could be said to be an exception, and it was the same in Bawangdao Palace. If it was even more miserable, then it was definitely not an exception. One should know that Blood Kill, Shui Wuxing, was the second most powerful youth in the young generation. He was called Shen Wushuang. It was easy to defeat him, but if Shui Wuxing really wanted to leave. Now, even Shui Wuxing was trapped in that secret realm. There must be something unexpected happening in this secret realm. Just as he was about to ask what had happened in the secret realm, a heaven-shaking tiger roar swept through the world. Wushuang, you must not let anything happen to you. Unknowingly, Heavenly Sword Zhenren's heart was in his throat. It was fine if it was the other geniuses, but Shen Wushuang was the hope of Iron Sword Sect, the key to the Iron Sword Sect monopolizing the western region. If anything were to happen to him, it would be a devastating blow to Iron Sword Sect. Rumble, the incomparably domineering white tiger, exploded with a loud bang, and turned into a 3-meter-tall ball of light that fell from the sky. However, the number of white tigers that fell from the sky made Heavenly Sword Zhenren almost go crazy. 8 heavenly swords. Even the Bawangdao Palace was inferior to them, and no, they're all dead, all dead, all dead. Wah. When he saw the 8 of them clearly, the Heavenly Sword Spiritual Master could no longer bear the huge blow. He threw his head back and spurted out a mouthful of blood. The 5 overlords of the young generation of the Iron Sword Sect. None of them were still alive. In fact, they were in the top 20 of the Earth Sword rankings. They couldn't even find a single one of them. Ancestors, please bless us. To Mie and the others, please don't let anything happen to them. Please don't let anything happen to them. If it was somewhere else, he would have laughed heartily and applauded when he learned that the young generation of the 3 great sects had almost been completely wiped out. However, at this moment, he didn't have the leisure to do so. He only hoped that Tu Mie and the others could return safely. However, it was obvious that all the ancestors had fled to their sects, and they hadn't heard his pleas. Although it was slightly better than the Iron Sword Sect, which only had 8 people left, it wasn't much better. Only 12 people had returned, and the strongest among them was the 15 Earth Spirit rankings people. What exactly happened? What exactly happened? Taoist Master Judao, who had finally managed to calm himself down, flashed and appeared in front of Mo Rufeng and the others. He asked with a voice that was on the verge of insanity. In the blink of an eye, the attention of Taoist Master Heavenly Sword and the others had been drawn over. This was not the time to feel aggrieved. Finding out the cause of the unforeseen event was the most important thing. Old Ancestor, inside the secret realm. Old Ancestor, inside the secret realm. Very quickly, Mo Rufeng and the others told them everything they knew. What? There's a peerless great demon that modified the law of the mystic realm. Within the secret realm, there's not only a medial demon general. Even upper demon general has appeared. There's even a top demon. The more Taoist Master Judao spoke, the worse his expression became. The demon spirit secret realm was created by the combined efforts of 4 top martial ancestor, and they were able to modify the law of the mystic realm. It was very likely that the big demon was an intermediate demon marquis, or even an upper demon marquis. What should we do? How can we send our disciples into the secret realm in the future? The current demon spirit secret realm. It could be said that it was a true secret realm of the demon race, and there were countless upper demon general in it. There were also demon marquis realm peerless great demons guarding the place. It was these old men who were guarding the place. Usually, it was a situation where the odds were against them, let alone the young generation whose cultivation base and strength were far below theirs. However, they were extremely unwilling to give up the demon spirit secret realm just like that. The demon spirit secret realm was one of the biggest spiritual medicine bases of the 4 sect, and there were many extinct spiritual medicines in the outside world. But only the demon spirit secret realm had it. Let's not talk about this for now. I'm worried that the great demon won't be lonely. What should we do if he breaks through to the next realm? At this moment, Taoist Heavenly Sword couldn't be bothered to continue mourning the death of Shen Wushuang and the others. Twin Dragon Desert was the territory of Iron Sword Sect. Once that demon lord led tens of millions of demons and broke through to the next realm. The one who bore the brunt of the attack was definitely the Iron Sword Sect, a demon marquis. Thousands of years ago, it was nothing, but in this era where Marquis was revered as their ancestor, the last days of martial arts. He was definitely the strongest man in the world, and he had the power to destroy an entire sect. Demon Spirit Secret Realm was created by one of the 4 great ancestors. Without the guidance of the 4 Saint Token, even a top-grade demon marquis wouldn't be able to break through to the next realm so easily. It's absolutely not an easy task for that big demon to break free, that's right. If that great demon really had the ability to break free, I'm afraid he would have broken through a long time ago, but even so, we should inform the sect as soon as possible and make preparations to prevent any mishaps. C-199 injured and unconscious. It was unknown when the peerless great demon had broken through with tens of millions of demons. The deaths of the monster geniuses seemed insignificant. Reverend Heavenly Sword and the other 2 Patriarch Woohoo quickly flew away with their men. They had to inform the sect about this matter as soon as possible if a demon marquis realm demon was really able to break free. In this cultivationless age, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was invincible under the heavens. If he was not careful, the thousands of years of inheritance of the sect would be destroyed very quickly. In the center of the huge twin dragon desert, only Patriarch Qing Yun and Situ Jing were left. Yang Fann, it was me who harmed you, it was me who harmed you. Patriarch Qing Yun's eyes were lifeless, and he was still deeply blaming himself. If he had been more determined that day and not allowed Yang Fann to enter the demon spirit secret realm, he would not have let Yang Fann die like this. Old ancestor, this isn't your fault. You don't need to blame yourself, and there is always a good fortune in the world. Brother Yang Fann is definitely not that person who died early. Situ Jing still could not believe that Yang Fann had fallen in demon spirit secret realm. Thinking back to that day, she thought again and again that he would not be able to escape death, but the result was. Every time her understanding was refreshed, even Green Flood Dragon Great General who had transformed into a Flood Dragon was blown up. This time, it was no exception. Perhaps Yang Fann accidentally lost his Azure Dragon Jade. He was not transported out of the secret realm in time just now. Every disciple of the Seven Stars Sect would be given a dragon-shaped jade pendant before entering the demon spirit secret realm, which was the Azure Dragon Jade. There was a trace of Azure Dragon token aura on it. This was the key to the secret realm. I accidentally lost the Azure Dragon Jade. Hearing this, Patriarch Qing Yun's eyes lit up. For thousands of years, it wasn't as if no one had lost the receiving jade pendant. After being trapped in the secret realm, 10 years later, he snatched the guiding jade pendant from the next trial challenger and successfully left demon spirit secret realm. Such examples were rare, and they might not even appear in a few hundred years. However, it was not like there were none. However, very quickly, that trace of bright light dimmed down. The current demon spirit secret realm was no longer the same as before. It was a place where true demons ran amok. Lower demon generals were everywhere, and there were as many as dogs. There was even a demon marquis realm peerless great demon guarding the place. Even Marquis stage patriarchs like them would find it extremely difficult to live in there for 10 years. Not to mention, it was extremely difficult to live in there for 10 years. Yang Fann was just a junior old ancestor, you can rest assured. Brother Yang Fann's strength was not simple within the huge demon spirit secret realm. Besides that demon marquis realm demon, I'm afraid no demon is his match. It was as if he had seen through Patriarch Qing Yun's thoughts. Situ Jing smiled faintly, and then, she briefly told him about Yang Fann's valiant battle record of fighting a mountain by himself. What? He destroyed Upper Demon General with a single palm. Green Flood Dragon Great General, who had transformed into a Flood Dragon. He didn't say anything in his sleep, did he? This is Yang Fann. What? He destroyed Upper Demon General with a single palm. He destroyed Green Flood Dragon Great General, who had transformed into a Flood Dragon. He didn't say anything in his sleep, did he? Apart from Zhu Feng and the others who already knew about this, most of the geniuses from the Seven Stars Sect, Mortal Board and Earth Board took a deep breath. It was as if they were listening to a legendary story, Upper Demon General. Even an ordinary Patriarch Wu who might not be able to blow him up with a single palm strike. And Green Flood Dragon Great General, who could suppress all demons. His strength was definitely far greater than Upper Demon General's. In fact, he wasn't any weaker than Patriarch Wu Hu. Compared to the martial artist humans, the demonic clan respected the expert even more. What they did was the law of the jungle. Without sufficient strength, no matter how noble your bloodline was, there wouldn't be any demon that would submit to you. As for Yang Fann, a new disciple who was not even at the age of a weak crown, how could he possibly possess such terrifying strength? Good, good, good. Upon hearing this, Patriarch Qing Yun excitedly said, good, 3 times. He did not doubt Situ Jing's words. He did not believe that Situ Jing had the courage to play with him. He had also heard of Green Flood Dragon Great General's name. He could transform his body into a flood dragon, even if it was fake. Even if he couldn't unleash 1/10,000th of the power of the divine beast Flood Dragon, it was still incomparably terrifying. It definitely had the power to suppress Patriarch Wu Hu, even if it was him, a 6th-layer Marquis. Since Yang Fann was able to defeat Green Flood Dragon Great General, his strength wasn't any weaker than his old ancestors. In fact, it was even stronger than his old ancestors. As long as he didn't run into that demon Marquis, he wouldn't be in too much danger. A mere 15 years old and he already possesses such terrifying strength. Yang Fann must be a man blessed by the heaven and earth. He won't die so easily here. He must have accidentally lost the Azure Dragon Jade. It must be like this. After comforting himself, the despair in Patriarch Qing Yun's heart eased up a lot. The next moment, Patriarch Qing Yun's gaze swept across the 28 people present and warned them. The matters of Yang Fann are all rotten to my stomach. Whoever dares to spout nonsense, don't blame me for being ruthless. A 15-year-old intermediate martial Marquis's combat strength. Not to mention seeing such a monster, he had never even heard of it. Even if 7 Stars monk and founding ancestor came back to life, it would be difficult for them to look up to him. Once it was exposed, the other 8 sects, and even the great Tang royal family, would not be able to tolerate him. They would want to get rid of him as soon as possible. Human nature is dark. Since a monster that defies the heavens cannot be used by me, I will destroy him as soon as possible. For thousands of years, the geniuses who died prematurely were like carps in a river, innumerable. Cloud Dragon Dao, one of the 12 paths in the west of Great Tang Dynasty. At the same time, it was also the most chaotic place in the west because of its unique geographical location. The Wandering Cloud Path governed by the Iron Sword Sect in the north and the Luo He Path in the Bawangdao Palace in the east. In the south, it was near the Heavenly Sect, one of the 9 great sects, although it was technically under the jurisdiction of the Purple Spirit Sect. However, what was truly under its control was less than half of the land. Whether it was the Iron Sword Sect or the Bawangdao Palace, or the Heavenly Sect, in the Cloud Dragon Dao. Because of this, the Cloud Dragon Dao was in a state of chaos, and there were endless fights. This was the true expert heaven, the weak hell. There was no law to speak of, and human lives were like grass. The Hermit Plains was the largest plain in the Cloud Dragon Dao. It covered an area of 10,000 miles, and it was as wide as a county. According to the legends, 3,000 years ago, there was a martial lord warrior who lived in seclusion in this plain, and the informant's name was the informant of the informant plain. A spatial fissure suddenly appeared on a vast grassland in the middle of the plain, and a man in ragged clothes and covered in blood fell down from it. When Yang Fann woke up, he found himself on a vast grassland. Wherever he looked, he could see green grass around him. The green grass that was as tall as his knees swayed in the wind. It was like an ocean of grass, boundless and endless. Where is this place? A trace of confusion flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. In Twin Dragon Desert, at a glance, he could see a patch of red and yellow. There was yellow sand everywhere, but he couldn't find any sea of grass. Could it be that due to the influence of the old demon's demon power, there was an error in the teleportation? Vaguely, Yang Fann seemed to have understood something. Since it was safe, Yang Fann instinctively wanted to move his body. In an instant, an endless pain erupted from his body and engulfed his entire body. 1,000 cuts, 1,000 cuts, 1,000 cuts, and a death sentence. That was all. Even with Yang Fann's steel-like will, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. At this moment, he finally realized. Although he had successfully teleported out of the demon spirit's secret realm in the end, however, there was still a portion of the demon power that had struck Demon Lord of the Three Eyes' body. It had caused him to be injured even more, if it wasn't for the fact that his body was strong enough. Hong Long. But even so, the current him. On his skin was full of criss-crossing cracks, and his entire body was covered with 360 bones. All of them exploded, but not a single piece was intact. Without a month or 2, or even longer rest, it would probably be difficult to recover to its original state, which was him. The black iron battle body was incomparably profound and full of vitality. If it were any other martial artist, they would have been seriously injured. Not to mention that they had recovered in just a few months, they would have been reduced to cold corpses by now. Phew, I'm fine. The universe bag is fine. Sensing the intact universe bag in his arms, he said, I'm fine. Yang Fann felt a little relieved. Luckily, he had already put on the top-tier universe bag that Green Flood Dragon Great General had carefully collected, as well as the fact that he had subconsciously protected it. Only then could he survive. If it was still the original universe bag, at this moment, he was afraid that he would have been reduced to a fragment. If that was really the case, he would definitely regret it. This was all he had. It was also the key to whether his parents could embark on the path of longevity in the next moment. A strong sense of tiredness filled his heart, causing Yang Fann's eyes to become extremely heavy. He could not help but close his eyelids at this moment. Vaguely, Yang Fann heard some noise. There were also some screams. C200 Wake up! Yang Fann's injuries were too severe this time. With just a slight relax of his mind, he could no longer resist the strong tiredness. His eyelids were as heavy as 10,000 kilograms, and he fell into a deep sleep after an unknown amount of time, perhaps a day. Or perhaps it was a year before Yang Fann finally woke up from his deep slumber. He could feel that his body was constantly shaking, as usual. A little bump was nothing, even if the space collapsed. Even if the mountains and rivers were destroyed, they would not be able to hurt him in the slightest. However, at this moment, it made him feel as if his entire body was about to collapse. It was a terrifying pain that was not much weaker than being sliced into pieces by 1,000 cuts, and being dismembered to death by 1,000 cuts. It made him sober up a lot in an instant, and his eyes turned slightly. Yang Fann started to look around. What he saw was a huge dome. In the time it took for him to breathe, Yang Fann unleashed his spiritual sense, even though he had just fought Demon Lord of the Three Eyes. It had consumed a lot of his energy, and he was almost at the end of his life. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fainted so easily in the vast wilderness. However, after a long period of sleep, he had recovered quite a bit of his mental energy, although it was still not at the third level of his peak. However, it was not something that an ordinary first and second grade Marquis could compare with. In an instant, Yang Fann understood that he was in a galloping carriage. In a trance, a hint of understanding flashed across Yang Fann's face. Before he fainted, he vaguely heard a human voice. Someone must have saved him. It's actually the 1,000-mile wind-chasing horse. Looks like the person who saved me. His background isn't small. He looked at the handsome horse in front of the carriage, which was as white as snow and untainted by any color. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. Although the 1,000-mile wind-chasing horse was not as expensive as the flood dragon horse carefully cultivated by the sect, it was still worth a lot of money. Each of them, it was an ordinary family in power. We can't afford it, let alone use it to pull a car the next moment. Yang Fann's gaze shifted and swept across his body. He discovered that the bloodstains on his body had been wiped clean. Even the tattered black shirt on his body had been replaced by a set of thick blue robes. In an instant, Yang Fann frowned, and there were faint traces of cold shines flickering in his eyes. After a while, he slowly calmed down. Fortunately, his blue universe bag was still lying quietly in his arms. Otherwise, Yang Fann would have gone mad. The universe bag was of great importance, and it was the key to whether his parents could live forever. He could not afford to lose it. If anyone dared to have designs on his universe bag, Yang Fann would definitely not be willing to part with them. Although he was currently seriously injured, there was not a single complete piece of land on his body, and it was impossible to tell how many of his 360 bones had been broken. However, it didn't mean that he was a cripple, and that he would allow others to slaughter him as they pleased. He had just barely recovered 3 levels of his mental energy, and it was enough for him to sweep away most of the martial master experts. Even some of half-step martial lords. Spiritual energy hadn't reached the Marquis stage. Usually, he would be mercilessly suppressed by Yang Fann. Fortunately, the worst thing did not happen. Of course, there was a large part of the reason why Yang Fann's universe bag was unknown. Whether it was a top-tier universe bag or the trashiest small universe bag. As long as he did not open it, but looked at its outer appearance, there was almost no difference. At most, it was just the difference in color. If they knew that the universe bag in Yang Fann's arms was a top-tier universe bag, they might do something, killing people to steal their treasures in the martial artist world. That was a normal thing, but a top-tier universe bag was a top-tier universe bag. Even Patriarch Wu Hu was tempted by it right at this moment. The curtain was suddenly lifted by someone, and dazzling sunlight poured down. Then, a middle-aged man in leather armor, who was as strong as a black bear, entered the carriage. The middle-aged man swept his gaze over him. Finally, it landed on Yang Fann. He saw that Yang Fann had actually woken up. He could not help but be stunned for a moment before he gave a simple and honest smile. "Little brother, it has been 3 days. You've finally woken up. I didn't think that I would sleep for so long." Yang Fann's heart skipped a beat, and he rolled his eyes. He sized up the person, and with just a glance, he had thoroughly mastered the rank 9 high-grade bloodline. It was nothing in the sect, but in the mortal world, it was considered not bad. 108 heavenly meridians were linked to 96 heavenly meridian. An 8th level huge perfection was located in some remote small cities. It was enough to dominate a region. Hehe. Our convoy discovered you 3 days ago. Look at your injuries. I thought that I wouldn't be able to live much longer, but I didn't think that I would be able to wake up. I have to say, it's a miracle. When the sturdy man saw Yang Fann looking at him, he opened his mouth wide. He chuckled and said, "My name is Chu Shang. My brothers call me Black Bear. I am a general of the Chu family in the Liang city of Shanglong County. You are lucky to have met our caravan. Otherwise, you will be in danger." Besides the various cities in Great Tang Dynasty, there was also the law. It was common to kill and loot in the wilderness. Furthermore, there were also those ferocious beasts, exotic beasts. For someone like Yang Fann, who was injured and left alone in the wilderness, he would definitely not be able to live for more than a night. Hehe. Chu Shang laughed in his heart, but he did not deny it. What Chu Shang said made some sense. If an injured person were to faint in the wild, they would definitely die. However, not including Yang Fann, the black iron battle body was not just for show. With his terrifying body that was comparable to a high-grade profound artifact, there was no need to talk about some wild beasts. Even if it was an ordinary Patriarch Wu Hu, if he did not have the profound artifact in his hand. In the era when Patriarch Wu Hu was called the Patriarch, it was very difficult to injure him. It was not easy to meet a Patriarch Wu Hu. However, he said with gratitude, "Many thanks to Chu Shang, eldest brother, for saving my life." Yang Fann. Speaking of which, Chu Shang had helped him a lot by saving him in the caravan. Although he was not afraid of any danger, he was not sure what would happen in 3 days. If someone couldn't do anything to him, he would just take away the universe bag in his arms. At that time, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Therefore, Yang Fann was quite grateful to him. "Little brother, you don't have to worry about it. When you go out, you need to rely on your friends." "Who wouldn't have a problem?" Chu Shang waved his hand and laughed lightly. His gaze swept across Yang Fann. In the end, he said apologetically, "Unfortunately, my strength is limited, so I can only do this. But with your cultivation base, I'm afraid." At the end of his words, thousands of words turned into a helpless sigh. Yang Fann's injuries. He was very clear about it. He had lost count of how many bones in his body had been broken. Even if he was saved, he would still be a cripple in the future, and he would never be able to practice the martial arts again. Unless there was a Marquis stage-old ancestor who was willing to exhaust his own true chi to reconstruct his bones, was that even possible? In this world where experts were respected, what kind of fate would a cripple face? Just thinking about it made one feel despair. "Chu Shang, eldest brother, you don't need to do this. All of this is fate." Yang Fann smiled freely, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. If it was anyone else, they would naturally become a cripple, and they wouldn't be able to practice the martial arts for the rest of their lives. However, with the black iron battle body's heaven-defying skill, it was only a matter of time before they could recover. In the next moment, Yang Fann immediately changed the topic and said, "That's right. Chu Shang, eldest brother, may I know where this place is?" Regarding the Great Tang Dynasty, Yang Fann only had some impression of the West Shu Road he was born in. As for the rest, even the Jiating that was under the jurisdiction of the Seven Stars Sect. The 2 paths of the Longgong only had some impression of them. He roughly knew which counties there were in the 2 places. As for the other places, it was a complete mess. He didn't know anything. He had never heard of the Shanglong County or the Liang City. "This is the Cloud Dragon Dao's Hermit Plains." Chu Shang looked at Yang Fann with some doubt. "Is Yang brothers from Cloud Dragon Dao?" "Vaguely. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Yang Fan's age was obvious. Even if hair-raising boy's talent was outstanding, he could at most reach the 6th level of the martial artist. With this kind of strength, he could only hang around in the county for a while. He really wanted to conquer the world by himself. It was because he felt that his life was too long. Great Tang Dynasty had never lacked killing. I never thought that I would actually come to Cloud Dragon Dao. Yang Fann was slightly stunned. Yang Fann had heard of the most chaotic one among the 12 paths in the west of Cloud Dragon Dao. Of course, it was limited to this. This demon lord of the Three Eyes' last attack has a huge impact on the teleportation power. Cloud Dragon Dao was not close to Twin Dragon Desert. It was not less than 100,000 miles away from Twin Dragon Desert. 10 to 20,000 miles was definitely not a small distance. Young brothers, you just woke up. Your body is very weak, so I won't disturb your rest any longer. If you need anything, just call me. Yang Fann was silent. This caused Chu Shang to think that Yang Fann's injuries were too severe, and that he did not have the energy to answer his own question. He immediately smiled apologetically at Yang Fann and did not continue to disturb him. He retreated 5 very quickly. The carriage fell silent once again. This time, I really overestimated myself. I absolutely can't do this in the future. The luck goddess would not always favor him. This time, he was able to escape from danger. Next time, he might not be so lucky. He had to act according to his abilities. He could not be arrogant. However, I, Yang Fann, will find this place sooner or later. Three-eyed old devil, wash your neck and wait for me. All of a sudden, ever since he used the condensation of spirit bones. However, he had never suffered such a huge loss. If it wasn't for the timely teleportation, he had already become the food in Demon Lord of the Three Eyes' stomach. This grudge was irreconcilable. Only fresh blood could wash his face and rinse his mouth. However, before this, it was more important for him to recover from his injuries. Although he didn't think that he would be so unlucky to meet Patriarch Wu Hu, he didn't think that he would place his life on some imaginary luck. It wasn't Yang Fann's character. It's alright, I didn't sleep for nothing during these 3 days. Yang Fann felt the condition of his body and smiled in relief. The black iron battle body did not disappoint him. Even if it did not circulate on its own, it had healed his injuries by quite a bit. The criss-crossing and terrifying wounds on his body had completely healed. If it was just his appearance, it would not be possible to tell that he was still seriously injured the next moment. Yang Fann gathered his thoughts and actively circulated the black iron battle body. Streams of silver radiance erupted from his pores, illuminating the huge carriage. It continuously washed the wounds and reconstructed the shattered heavenly meridian bones. C201 The proud daughter of heaven. Chu Bingxin. Time is the son of a bitch. If you want to stay, stay. He could not stay any longer. Soon, it would be 7 days later. Inside the carriage, Yang Fann, who had his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them. Rays of brilliant light flashed in his eyes. For the past 7 days, he had not left the carriage for a single moment. Even if he ate, he would settle it in the carriage. Of course, his 7 days of secluded cultivation was not in vain. His injuries, on the other hand, had recovered quite a bit. He had barely managed to recover 3 levels. Even though he looked extremely weak right now, it felt like a gentle breeze could blow him to the ground. In fact, that was not the case. He did not have High Marshal Marquise's cultivation base. If he wanted to cause trouble for him, it was purely because he was an old man who ate arsenic. He was tired of living. Yang Fann opened his mouth and let out a breath of foul air. He slowly stood up and stretched his body. He had stayed in the carriage for 7 days. Yang Fann was really tired of it. After tidying up his clothes, Yang Fann took a light step forward and slowly lifted the curtain. The first thing that entered his eyes were large vehicles filled with goods. There were many of them. There were probably no less than 100 carriages, and each carriage was pulled by 3 wind-chasing horses. It had to be said that it was extravagant. One had to know that the number 1 family in the Hengyang city, like the Ma family, only had a dozen or so thousand miles of wind-chasing horses. In the past, it was never used to pull a carriage. Even if it was an ordinary disciple of the Ma family who wanted to ride a carriage, it would be an extravagant hope. On the 4 sides of the huge caravan, there were quite a number of wind-chasing horse knights. Each of them was wearing leather armor like Chu Shang, and their auras were incomparably fierce. There were no less than 1,000 of them, and they were obviously the family guards of the Chu family. Although most of these people were weaker than Chu Shang, their cultivation bases were still weaker than Chu Shang's. But they're all at the 7th level of the pulse opening stage. Many of them had reached the level 8, and Yang Fann could even sense the chi of a few bone-forging martial master warriors. The strongest one among them had already stepped into the intermediate martial master. It seems like this Chu family isn't simple. It's very likely that it's a first-class family that has been passed down for hundreds of years. It might even be a top-tier family. Yang Fann nodded thoughtfully. 7th layer martial artist. If it was a small city like Fengyang City, it could be considered as a first-class expert. Even in the Yang family, he could be regarded as an elder. The Chu family could easily produce over 1,000 people. One could imagine how powerful they were. Especially that bone-forging martial master. It was not something that an ordinary family could possess. One should know that any unknown small family, as long as a bone-forging martial master emerged, he would immediately be able to enter the ranks of second-rate families. His name would shake the entire county right at this moment. The gazes of the people near the carriage were immediately cast over. After all, they were all high-grade martial artists. If they were placed in some remote towns, they would be able to dominate their own territory. The keen senses of the 5 senses were far from what ordinary people could compare with. When they saw Yang Fann sticking his head out, they couldn't help but be shocked. Many of them even started to curse. Wow, what did Laozi just see? This brat is actually alive. What the hell? 10 days ago, when Chu Shang had rescued Yang Fann from the convoy, many people saw it, and some even helped. They all understood Yang Fann's situation. He was no different from a dead man. He was just a step away from finishing his last breath. It was already a miracle that he could hold on for so long. He was actually able to stand up and walk. It was really a dog. After a while, a muscular man, who was 2 meters tall and had a much stronger aura than Chu Shang, urged his horse to come to Yang Fann. He grinned and said, "Little brother, you are really lucky. When Black Bear and I found you, we thought you would die. It was all thanks to you and Chu Shang, eldest brother. If not, I'm afraid that kid would have already abandoned his corpse in the wilderness. I, Yang Fann, am extremely grateful." Yang Fann smiled gratefully at the brawny man and took the opportunity to sit by the side of the door. "My name is Chu Lai, just like that Black Bear. I am a general of the Liang City's Chu family. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Lai." "Brother Lai," Yang Fann shouted happily without any hesitation. Good, good, good. Just because you call me Brother Lai, along the way, Brother Lai, I will definitely protect your safety. But to be honest, you want to roam the world by yourself at your age. It is still too early. In the future, you must not be so reckless." Yang Fann called him Brother Lai without any pretense. He hurriedly said, "Good," 3 times. However, the words at the end made Yang Fann not know whether to laugh or cry. Although Chu Lai was a little stronger than Chu Shang, there was a limit to how strong he was. In other words, he was only a 9th layer martial cultivator who had broken through 100 heavenly meridian, and the grade of his bloodline was not high either. He was only a rank 9 high grade, if he didn't have any fortuitous encounters. A martial artist with such strength. Before he even stepped into the martial master stage, he could kill a few of them with a single palm strike. Now, even if he was severely injured, his strength had yet to recover to the 3rd level of his peak, but just a breath of air. And now, he was actually being lectured by him. If Situ Jing and the others knew about this, they would definitely laugh to death. Thinking back to that day, Yang Fann was so powerful that he had single-handedly destroyed a mountain and destroyed a million demons. Old Lai, with your little strength, you still dare to preach to Yang brothers? Aren't you afraid that the wind will blow your tongue?" Just as Chu Lai was speaking excitedly, the sound of horse hooves could be heard from the front. Almost at the same time, Chu Shang's laughter and cursing also followed. "What a good Black Bear. You look down on me, right? Do you want me to find a place to practice with you?" Chu Lai frowned, and his eyes widened. He seemed like he was going to go all out with Chu Shang. "HMPH, practice, practice, practice. I'm not afraid of you." Chu Shang did not show any signs of weakness, but his voice gave people a feeling that he was not confident enough. Suddenly, he changed the topic. "However, Yang Brothers has just recovered from his injuries today. It's not good to use force. Consider yourself lucky." "What a good Black Bear, you actually dared to play this game with me." Chu Lai smiled, but he did not continue to entangle with him. The two of them were life and death friends. They were used to playing around and were already accustomed to it, but they would not really get angry. "Yang Brothers, you can get up so quickly." Chu Shang did not seem to hear what Chu Lai said. He turned his eyes and looked at Yang Fann in surprise. He knew Yang Fann's injuries very well. Even if he was lucky enough to keep his life, he would need to lie down for at least a year and a half before he could get out of bed. Maybe it's because my constitution is special. This matter was not easy to explain, so he could only make a vague remark. Yang brothers, you really have a special constitution. If it were someone else, after suffering such a serious injury, I'm afraid they would have lost their lives long ago. Chu Shang nodded in realization. Other than this explanation, there was no other possibility. The medicine he gave Yang Fann was just some ordinary medicine. There was nothing special about it. Yang Fann was able to recover so quickly. It could only be because his constitution was different from ordinary people. Very quickly, Chu Shang turned his head and announced loudly, "Ahead is the Forbidden Beast Forest. Eldest Miss has ordered the convoy to set up camp on the spot and cross the Beast Forest tomorrow." As he spoke, a trace of deep fear flashed across Chu Shang's eyes. The Forbidden Beast Forest was one of the major forbidden areas in Shanglong County. There were countless exotic beasts in it, including a lot of beast generals. Entering the forest at night was definitely not a wise decision. If they were not careful, the convoy would suffer heavy casualties. After announcing the order, Chu Shang looked at Yang Fann with a concerned expression and said, "Yang brothers, how is it? Can you walk on the ground?" "Chu Shang, eldest brother, I'm fine." Yang Fann waved his hand gently. Currently, he just could not fight intensely, but other things, such as walking normally and running, were not a big problem. In the next moment, Yang Fann took a step forward and jumped off the carriage. "Looks like you have recovered a lot, Yang brothers, but you still need to rest." After warning Yang Fann again, Chu Shang began to instruct everyone to set up camp. Of course, Yang Fann was injured, so he did not need to be busy. Since he had nothing to do, he casually found an empty space and sat on the ground. His eyes looked around, and he casually shot around. It was not difficult to tell that these people were experienced at spending the night in the wild. They did things in an orderly manner, and very quickly, the prototype of the camp was built. Unknowingly, Yang Fann's gaze had already swept across the large horse carriage in the middle of the camp, which had 8,000 miles of wind-chasing horses pulled on it and was decorated in the most luxurious manner. Vaguely, he could see that there was a large horse carriage in the middle of the camp. A delicate fragrance assailed his nostrils. It should be the carriage of a woman. Perhaps it was the carriage of the young lady that Chu Shang had mentioned at this moment. The front door of the carriage was pushed open. Very quickly, a pair of long and beautiful legs appeared in Yang Fann's line of sight. The next moment, a young and beautiful woman walked out from within. She was 9 years old, with skin as white as snow and delicate as a painting. Her tall and curvy body was wrapped in white clothes, which made her indescribably graceful and moving. It was as if a fairy from the heavens had come to the mortal world, causing people's hearts to palpitate. What a stunning beauty! It was not that Yang Fann had never seen a beauty before, Fairy Ling Mei and Lan Ling Mei. The unblemished angel Gong Wuxia, Fairy Bing Ling and Lu Bingling. The Queen of 100 Flowers, Situ Jing, was a beauty who fell in love with the world, even if it was a few personal maids in his mansion. She was also one of the few beauties in the world, but at this moment, looking at the beautiful woman slowly walking out, she couldn't help but be stunned. "Yang brothers, this is my family's eldest Miss Chu Bingxin. How is it? Isn't she beautiful?" Without knowing when, Chu Shang had already arrived in front of Yang Fann. He lightly patted Yang Fann's shoulder and said, Yang Fann subconsciously nodded. In terms of looks, among the women he had seen, Chu Bingxin was definitely one of the top 5, or even the top 3. Chu Shang smiled playfully, "Are you tempted?" Yang Fann was slightly stunned and was speechless for a moment. It was true that Chu Bingxin was a stunning beauty in the mortal world, but if he were to say that she was tempted just like that, it was still a little lacking. Still shy, a fair and graceful lady is easy to catch, a heaven's proud daughter like my family's young miss. It's normal to like her. Yang Fann's silence was in Chu Shang's eyes. But you're a young man, thin-skinned. He was too embarrassed to admit it, but very quickly, Chu Shang changed the topic and said in a self-deprecating manner, "Yang brothers, there are some things that you can think about. But you must not treat it as real. A proud daughter of heaven like the young lady. It is not something that ordinary people like you and me are worthy of." C2021 must know the truth. The night gradually shrouded the earth. In the distant horizon, the lunar star hung high up like a silver plate, rays of dazzling moonlight scattered across the land. Under the busy work of over 1,000 guards, the camp had already been completed. Tents covered in oil were scattered everywhere, and around the camp, there were also many sentries in the open and in the dark, guarding the safety of the camp. Although they didn't think that there was any thief who dared to touch the tiger whiskers of the Chu family, one should know that in this huge convoy, there were more than 1,000 high-grade martial artist warriors, and there were even several bone-forging martial master warriors guarding it. Even the famous 10 pirate lords in Cloud Dragon Dao wouldn't dare to have any idea about the Chu family's fleet. However, they were not afraid of 10,000 of them, just in case. The necessary guards were still necessary. After that, a bonfire was built. Apart from some of the necessary guards, the rest of the people sat around the bonfire, drinking wine and eating meat in big gulps. The meat was good. It was the meat of a ranked 6 exotic beast, the black-back yak. It was hard for an ordinary martial artist to eat it a few times. Every piece of the black-back yak meat contained rich blood energy, which was very beneficial to a martial artist. An ordinary low-level martial artist could eat 1 or 2 pounds of meat, and that was enough for them to cultivate for several days. The wine was also not bad. It was the famous high-grade wine in Cloud Dragon Dao, Burning Saber wine. After drinking it, it was as if the wine was on fire, and the mellow fragrance was endless. It was the favorite of countless martial artist warriors. Each jar was worth 32 grains of silver. A big bowl of it would be enough for 1 to 3 mouths for half a month. The foundation of a first-class family could be seen from this. Yang Fann did not do anything special. Like the others, he sat around the bonfire, holding a piece of black-backed yak meat that weighed several kilograms. He ate it heartily, and occasionally drank a mouthful of boiling blade wine. The burning sensation stimulated his throat, and it was an indescribable heroic feeling. An undetectable smile appeared on his handsome face from time to time. He faintly swept his gaze across the guards of the Chu family who were somewhat drunk. His heart was filled with emotion. As his cultivation base continued to rise, it was no longer common for him to eat meat and drink big mouthfuls of wine like this. Perhaps this was the feeling of being lonely at the top. Shaking his head, Yang Fann smiled bitterly. It was a little too early for him to sigh about all this with just this little bit of strength of his. Putting aside everything else, just Three-Eyed Old Devil alone. The world was so big. Compared to Three-Eyed Old Devil's expert, there was more than 1 or 2. When he reached the Martial Lord realm, even the legendary Martial Emperor realm, it's not too late to think about it at this moment. At the center of the camp, the largest one, like a big house, the most magnificent tent was torn open. Immediately, a charming figure walked out with graceful steps. It was the young mistress of the Chu family, Chu Bingxin. At this moment, Chu Bingxin's silky black hair was hanging down her waist with traces of water vapor. It caused her perfect face, which looked like a fairy, to have a different kind of charm. In an instant, many of the guards' faces turned red with embarrassment. Even Yang Fann couldn't help but look at her a few more times, but very quickly, Yang Fann came back to his senses and no longer looked at Chu Bingxin. He picked up a large bowl filled with wine and knives and continued drinking. His mental cultivation level, which was not much weaker than many high martial marquises, wasn't just for show. Furthermore, it wasn't like he had never seen a beauty like Chu Bingxin before. Under the moonlight, Chu Bingxin quietly stood in front of the tent. She turned her eyes and casually looked around the camp. Those guards in the carriage of goods immediately smiled with satisfaction. Vaguely, there was a trace of confidence in her. It was as if everything here was under her control. Suddenly, Chu Bingxin's eyebrows slightly raised. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light, but she saw Yang Fann's unusual behavior. Faintly, there was a trace of dissatisfaction. However, very quickly, she returned to being as calm as an ancient well. She had also heard about the matter of Chu Shang saving Yang Fann. A useless person who would never learn the martial arts even if he was saved. If she were to argue with him too much, it would only cause her to lose her status as the young mistress of the Chu family. With light steps, she sat down beside a bonfire not far away from Yang Fann and the others. With a wave of her hand, the sword Qi broke through the air. A piece of fat and juicy front leg meat was cut off by her. Then, her red lips moved slightly. She took small bites of the meat and started to eat it elegantly. It was completely different from all the other big bites around her. However, he had to admit that Chu Bingxin at this moment. She was so attractive that she could do it. She was like a fairy that had fallen into the mortal world. Flowers could not be matched by green leaves. After all, Chu Bingxin's arrival was indiscernible. It had brought a lot of constraints to the crowd. They were not as casual as before. Her voice had become much softer, but she had also brought along some dirty jokes. They even disappeared without a trace. It was not like hair-raising boy, who had just come out to mingle with the crowd. It wasn't like they didn't know what this beautiful young lady was up to. She really dared to talk about those things in front of her. Even though it wouldn't cost them their lives, they would definitely be skinned alive. Hee. Yang Fann's gaze swept across the beautiful young lady and the group of guards, and he could not help but feel that it was somewhat funny. Just now, each and every one of them nearly blew the sky apart. That cow was totally the boss of the heavens. The second brother of the earth, the posture of third brother. In the end, when this beautiful young lady arrived, she immediately became as obedient as a quail. Just thinking about it made people laugh. Young brothers, could it be that you really like my young lady? Yang Fann's gaze fell on the beautiful young lady. When it landed on Chu Shang, it immediately became another meaning. He put his hand on Yang Fann's shoulder and said worriedly, Yang Fann was speechless. What was this old man thinking? What happened just now, and now it was the same again. He had only looked at the young lady a few more times. Why did he take a fancy to her? Sigh, it's no wonder that my family's eldest miss is so beautiful and beautiful. She is the #1 beauty in Liang City and has a good family background. No matter who it is, I will marry her. It's enough to work for less than 30 years and have extraordinary talent. He is the #1 heaven's pride in the Liang City, less than 20 years old. He had already broken through to the martial master stage with just a single step. Such a proud daughter of heaven. Who would be able to remain unmoved after seeing her? Hearing this, Yang Fann slightly nodded his head. Chu Bingxin was indeed talented and had the bloodline of a rank 8 high grade. She was a half-martial master warrior amongst the younger generation. She could be considered a peerless genius in the outer sect of the Seven Stars Sect. Apart from him, who was a heaven-defying monster, only Mortal Board First, 100 Swords Lord, and Baili Yunfei were able to suppress him. The rest of them were at most on par with him. Thinking of this, Yang Fann couldn't help but worry about Xianxia and the others. He didn't know if senior disciple brother and the others had already safely left Demon Spirit's secret realm. Unwittingly, a trace of melancholy climbed onto his face. Although he did not have a deep friendship with Xianxia and the others like Meniu and Qinhu, they were not blood brothers, but even blood brothers. No matter what, they were still friends that he rarely had in the sect. However, this melancholy was seen by Chu Shang. He thought his words had hurt Yang Fann and made him feel inferior. A trace of reluctance flashed across his rough face, but he gritted his teeth in the end. He continued, Young brothers. Don't blame eldest brother for his unpleasant words. One must know the truth. The young lady is not what you and I can ask for. You are still young. One day, I will meet the person you like. It was better to have a short and painful time than a long time. Chu Shang secretly made up his mind. He must make Yang Fann stop that unrealistic idea. In Liang City, those who pursued his eldest daughter could line up from the east side to the west side of the city, and there were many ruthless characters among them. If they knew that Yang Fann liked their young lady, the one who would suffer in the end would only be Yang Fann. If they were not careful, they might not even be able to keep their lives. Those young masters could do anything. It was as if they were playing with Yang Fann, who had his cultivation base crippled. Yang Fann did not know whether to laugh or cry. What was this all about? Furthermore, if he really wanted to take advantage of the young lady of your family, how could the Chu family stop him? Not to mention the young lady of the Chu family, as long as he was willing, he would want the princess of the royal family. That old emperor had to happily give his daughter to him. The actual combat strength of the 15-year-old Empyrean martial master was comparable to an ordinary low-grade martial ancestor. Such a peerless evildoer was definitely not something that the world could imagine. In the future, as long as he took care of them a little, it would be enough for them to benefit for the rest of their lives. Young brothers, listen to my advice. The young lady is not someone you can think of. Otherwise, you will only be the one to suffer. Chu Shang tried his best to persuade him again. It was not easy to save Yang Fann. He did not want Yang Fann to be harmed by those useless princes at such a young age. Yes. Chu Shang, eldest brother. I know. Young lady, it's not something that a small figure like me can pursue. Yang Fann responded repeatedly. Seeing that Chu Shang seemed to be about to say something, he hurriedly changed the topic and said, Chu Shang, eldest brother, let's drink. For if he continued, he would not be able to wash away the fact that he was coveting the young lady of Chu family. C203. It was not a peaceful night. Yang Fann couldn't help but smile bitterly. Did he really look like that perverted person? Although Chu Bingxin was beautiful and moving, he still treated her. However, she did not have any evil thoughts. At most, she only had some admiration for her. Furthermore, if he really liked beauty, how could he still be alone now? With his status in the Seven Stars Sect, as long as he was willing. What kind of woman couldn't get it? It was Lu Bingling and Gong Wuxia. Even a peerless genius like Situ Jing would not reject him after drinking for a while more. Yang Fann hurriedly took his leave and returned to his tent. To be honest, Yang Fann was really a little afraid of Chu Shang. He was deeply afraid that Chu Shang would continue to speak. At that time, his reputation would be ruined because of his injuries and Chu Shang's special care. Yang Fann was able to enjoy a tent by himself. The tent was not very big, and it was only about 10 feet in diameter. There was a bed in the tent, and there was nothing inside. It could be said that it was simple and crude. Of course, compared to ordinary guards and servants. After all, they had 4 or 5 people in a tent in a flash. Yang Fann climbed onto the wooden bed. After sitting cross-legged, he immediately circulated the black iron battle body with all his might. In an instant, countless silver rays erupted from his body. They turned into warm currents that washed over his broken body. One by one, the broken heavenly meridians were destroyed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this rate of recovery, in a month at most, they would be completely healed. Scary. It was truly too scary. If it was anyone else, even if they consumed a top-grade profound core, top martial marquis would not hesitate to use up his life's true chi to cleanse his meridians and reconstruct his bones and bones. He would be seriously injured. Without a year or a half, or even longer, it would be impossible to recover. Moreover, even if they were healed, their cultivation base would usually be less than 1 in 10, and they could only start over again. It had to be said that the black iron battle body was not a skill from the mortal world. The legendary divine skill that God and devil practiced was only so-so. This was only a small completion late stage. Once the black iron battle body was fully mastered, it would be hard to imagine how heaven-defying it would be. An injury like this would probably take less than a day, and it would be as good as new. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. In an instant, an incomparably terrifying aura erupted from his body. It was as if an ancient god had descended upon the world, crushing everything. The void shattered in all directions, and the air flowed in reverse. Even the space itself was faintly distorted, as if it could crack at any moment. Terrifying, truly terrifying. At this moment, if a martial artist were to barge into Yang Fann's tent, even if it was half-step martial lord, without the protection of a supreme treasure, he would be crushed into pieces by the violent aura, and a lone soul would be sent straight into the underworld. He opened his mouth and exhaled a mouthful of foul air. A wisp of joy flashed across his handsome face, and he recovered. His damaged mind had finally completely recovered. In this way, his recovery speed would increase by another level. In at most half a month's time, he would recover to his original state. In the next moment, the terrifying aura that felt like the descent of an ancient god was withdrawn, and he once again returned to normal, like an ordinary young man. He could not pass through any martial arts. Returning to simplicity. This was the realm of returning to simplicity that countless martial artists yearned for. At the same time, in a large tent in the center of the camp, a green-robed old man sitting cross-legged suddenly opened his eyes, his face filled with shock and terror. Good, what a terrifying aura! Who is it under that terrifying aura? He felt like a lowly ant. His life and death was not under his control at all. As long as the other party was willing, he could easily crush him to death. Fortunately, that invincible aura came and left quickly. However, even so, the green-robed elder was still in a state of shock, and his face was pale as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. Strong, he's really too strong. It's a complete suppression on the level of life. I'm going all out. He is not a match for that man. After a while, the green-robed elder finally realized that his back was completely drenched, as if he had just been fished out of the water. Not good, eldest miss, she. His figure instantly transformed into a streak of green light and shot out. In a small tent near the periphery of the camp, the corner of Yang Fann's mouth curled up, and a hint of surprise flashed across his face. A mere half-step fourth-layer martial master can actually sense my aura. You do have some ability. Although the chi that he had just unleashed was incomparably terrifying, any ordinary half-step martial lord that came within 3 meters of him would be crushed to the ground. However, under his intentional control, unless one entered his tent, even a high-level martial master wouldn't be able to detect the terrifying chi that had flashed past. What was a mere quasi-4 Empyrean martial master? However, Yang Fann soon ignored it. So what if the old man's perception was different from ordinary people? It had nothing to do with him. It was the right way to continue recovering from his injuries. Chu Bingxin was the young mistress of Chu family and the person in charge of the convoy. Her tent was naturally not something that others could compare with. The entire tent was several feet in circumference and there were tables and chairs on the bed. There was even a dressing table. It was called a tent, but it was more like a bedroom at this moment. Chu Bingxin was sitting cross-legged on the trembling wooden bed that was emitting a faint fragrance. She was working hard to cultivate and was able to step into the martial master stage before she was 20 years old. On one hand, it was because of her outstanding talent, and on the other hand, it was also because she was working hard enough. Otherwise, if she did not know how to work hard, she would have to work hard to cultivate. No matter how talented she was, her achievements would be limited at this moment. Boom! A figure swiftly charged in like a gust of wind. While she was cultivating, Chu Bingxin did not lose her vigilance. In an instant, she jumped up from the bed. With a flash of the sword light, a 3-foot-tall green peak with a cold light was held in her hand. Her pretty little face was full of vigilance. When she saw the face of the person who came, she felt relieved. "Grandpa Ming, why are you here?" The person who came was none other than that green-robed elder Chu Ming, the chief steward of Chu family, could be said to have watched Chu Bingxin grow up. He had always taken good care of Chu Bingxin, the young lady. In Chu Bingxin's heart, Chu Ming was not much worse than her own grandfather. He was deeply respected and loved by Chu Bingxin. At the same time, Chu Ming was also one of the several experts in the Chu family. He was a third-level bone-forging huge perfection. In the Chu family, and even in the entire Liang city, he rarely met a worthy opponent who. "Young lady, it's great that you're alright." Looking at Chu Bingxin, who was safe and sound, Chu Bingxin was the eldest miss of the Chu family. She was deeply loved by the old man and had an extraordinary status in the Chu family. In his heart, he had always regarded her as his granddaughter. If anything were to happen to him, he wouldn't be able to absolve himself from the blame even if he died 10,000 times over. Seeing Chu Ming's nervous look, Chu Bingxin's pretty face immediately changed. Her heart, which had just been relieved, was immediately lifted up again. "Grandpa Ming, what exactly happened?" Looking at the young lady, it seems like she didn't notice the terrifying aura at all. Thinking about it again, the family guards and generals didn't seem to have any reaction either. "Looks like I was the only one who felt it." Vaguely, a hint of understanding surged into Chu Ming's heart. He had a perception that was different from ordinary people. He was clear that he had used it more than once to escape. "It seems like that senior wasn't trying to cause trouble for our convoy. He just happened to pass by this place." "Grandpa Ming, what exactly happened?" Chu Bingxin asked again. "It's not a big deal. It is just that." Waving his hand slightly, Chu Ming recounted his guess. Just a trace of aura was enough to make Grandpa Ming unable to resist. That person is very likely to be a Nine Heavens expert, or even a martial master huge perfection expert. Chu Bingxin couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when she heard this. A great expert like this was someone who had gone to the Chu family several times. As Grandpa Ming thought, that person should be just passing by, and not looking to cause trouble for our convoy. But there is no big mistake in being careful. It's better to let the big guys prepare well. "Grandpa Ming, I would like to trouble you to do something so that everyone will be on their guard." Soon, another 2 hours passed. Suddenly, Yang Fann opened his eyes and looked out of the tent thoughtfully. He muttered to himself, "Those who come with ill intentions will not come. It seems that tonight will not be peaceful." C204 Tiger Leopard Wolf under the bright moonlight, several riders were galloping towards the Chu family's camp. Their speed was very fast, almost at the speed of sound. In less than 10 minutes, they were less than 100 miles away from the Chu family's camp. Behind the riders, there were faint roars of tigers and beasts, as if there were thousands of beasts galloping. The Chu family's camp was close to a small tent in the outer perimeter. "Should we inform the people of the Chu family to prepare?" A trace of hesitation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He didn't come with good intentions. Judging from the way he looked, it was obvious that he was coming for the convoy of Chu family, but he just informed the higher-ups of Chu family. It was a little inappropriate. In the eyes of the people of the Chu family, he was seriously injured. A useless man whose cultivation base had been crippled had recklessly gone to find him. It'll only arouse suspicion. After pondering for a moment, Yang Fann still decided not to warn them in advance. There were hidden sentries within a 10-mile radius of the camp. Those bandits, as long as they dared to approach a 10-mile radius of the camp, they would definitely not be able to escape the eyes and ears of the hidden sentries. As Yang Fann had expected, after the time it took to make a cup of tea, the sound of enemy attack erupted the next moment. Swish shoo swish, a figure flashed. The Chu family guards were indeed elites who had experienced hundreds of battles. In less than 10 breaths' time, they had already successfully laid down their formation and were ready to fight. It had to be said that Yang Fann had contributed a part of it. If it were not for the trace of aura that he had inadvertently revealed that had alarmed Chu Ming and caused the convoy to have a trace of vigilance, the speed at which they gathered would at least be a little slower. A few breaths later, 4 ferocious knights with powerful auras appeared in front of the campsite. They stood at a distance of 1,000 feet from the Chu family's guards, facing each other from afar. The one in front was a middle-aged man wearing a purple-gold two-headed tiger king armor. His aura was tyrannical and wild. His entire body was filled with an ancient and terrifying aura. His aura was so powerful that it sent chills down one's spine. Even the surrounding air seemed to be unstable. It seemed like he would collapse at any moment. Every cell seemed to be hibernating with a sense of danger. Slaughter, savagery, ruthlessness, brutality, and the mount beneath him was similarly not an ordinary object. It was a ferocious tiger that was over 30 meters long and had a golden horn on its head. The big word, King, was written on his forehead. It was majestic and awe-inspiring. Golden-horned white tiger, lower-ranked general, possesses a trace of the ancient exotic beast, golden-horned lightning-winged tiger's bloodline. Although that trace of bloodline had been slightly maintained, it was enough to make it one of the best lower-ranked generals in the lower-ranked general. The 3 riders and the middle-aged man behind him. There was a slight similarity between the 3 riders and the middle-aged man. Anyone with discerning eyes could tell that the 4 of them were the brothers of the same mother. However, their mounts were different. One of them was riding a leopard, the other was riding a jackal, and the other was riding a wolf. Of course, those 3 mounts were not ordinary either. The leopard was a cloud-piercing gold leopard, the jackal was a bloodthirsty devil jackal, and the wolf was the dark night howling sky wolf. Although the golden-horned white tiger had the bloodline of an ancient exotic beast, they were all genuine lower-ranked generals. These 4 people were none other than the famous tiger, leopard, wolf, and wolf brothers of the cloud dragon Dao. Although they were not like the other bandits who stood at the top of a mountain, they took in little brothers, but the tiger, leopard, and jackal brothers were very famous. They were not inferior to the 10 most famous pirate lords in the cloud dragon Dao, and even surpassed them. The eldest brother, Gao Tianyu, was at the peak of the 3rd grade martial master. His second brother was a tall heavenly leopard, and his second brother was at the 3rd grade early stage. Third brother and the 4th was a heavenly wolf, both of them were at the martial master's 2nd layer late stage. In addition to the 4 exotic beast mounts that were connected to them, the 4 men and 4 beasts joined forces. Even an ordinary intermediate martial master would have a hard time dealing with them. Right at this moment, Chu Ming, who was wearing a green robe, took a step forward and appeared in front of the Chu family's guards. Leader Heavenly Tiger, the Chu family of Liang City has never interfered with the business of the 4 of you brothers. Can you please step back for my sake? Chu Ming's voice was neither humble nor humble. However, there was a trace of fear in his eyes from time to time. None of the 4 brothers were weak. They were all martial master experts, and their mounts were also beast generals comparable to martial masters. That wasn't all. Although the 4 brothers didn't accept subordinates, each of them controlled an exotic beast unit. Their strength was no less than those 10 great pirate lords. Here are 500 spirit stones. Just treat it as me treating the 4 leaders to a drink. As he spoke, a low-grade universe bag was tossed over by Chu Ming. To a genius of the sect like Yang Fann, 500 spirit stones was nothing. But to a secular family, it was not a small amount. The entire fortune of an ordinary second-rate or third-rate family. That was all. However, if they were able to get rid of the 4 brothers, it wouldn't be too much of a loss. Great Yin-Yang Han Chu Ming, you are considered a top expert in our Cloud Dragon Dao, and you know the rules so well. Logically speaking, this leader shouldn't continue to make things difficult for you all. Grabbing the flying universe bag, Gao Tianyu grinned. With a bright smile, he suddenly changed the topic. It's a pity that someone paid a huge price to invite us 4 brothers. Chu Ming, for your sake, hand over the spirit transformation grass, and I will immediately turn around and leave 2-star high-grade spiritual herb, spiritual transformation grass. Could it be? Someone from the Chu family is trapped by that strange spiritual energy. Yang Fann, who was still in his tent, felt his heart tighten. A 2-star high-grade spirit herb, spirit transformation grass. Just as its name suggested, it had the effect of neutralizing the spiritual energy. Bitch, it just who leaked the news. Chu Ming's expression changed. In order to obtain this spirit transformation grass, they had put in a lot of effort and even made all kinds of confidentiality measures. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have been leaked out. However, they denied it verbally. Leader of the Heavenly Tiger, you must be mistaken. Our convoy doesn't have any spirit transformation grass. Chu Ming, do you dare let us search it? Gao Tianyu, don't go too far. Chu Ming's face instantly turned cold. Putting aside the fact that the spirit transformation grass was in his hands, there was no spirit transformation grass. He couldn't just let Gao Tianyu and the others search it. If this was spread out, Chu Ming, the Chu family behind him, would become the laughing stock of the world. How was he going to gain a foothold in Great Tang Dynasty in the future? Chu Ming, it's fine if you hand over the spiritual transformation grass obediently today. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across Gao Tianyu's eyes. Gao Tianyu, do you four really want to become enemies with our Liang Chu family? The cold shine sparkled in Chu Ming's eyes. This Gao Tianyu had gone too far. Did he really think that their Chu family was a vegetarian? Liang Chu family is one of the top families in Great Tang Dynasty. Their strength is far above our four brothers. Gao Tianyu sneered, but he didn't deny it. The Chu family had been passed down for 1,000 years, and among the millions of families in Great Tang Dynasty, their strength was definitely considered strong. They were only slightly weaker than those top families. There were countless experts in his family, and there were more than 20 bone-forging martial master warriors in his family. It was said that the old ancestor of Chu family had already broken through to the high-level martial master. But so what? The Great Tang Dynasty is so big. Can your Chu family still cover the sky with one hand? At most, the four of us can just leave the Cloud Dragon Dao. The Chu family was strong, but their influence was mainly in the prefecture of the Shanglong County. If they left the Shanglong County, their influence would be limited. If they left the Cloud Dragon Dao, it would be nothing. Gao Tianyu, you must not make a mistake. It's still not too late to retreat now. Chu Ming suppressed the anger in his heart. He said in a deep voice, the strength of the Chu family. They were far above the four Gao Tianyu brothers, but their family was their family. However, it didn't mean that their fleet had the strength to crush Gao Tianyu and his brothers. Now, the entire fleet. Besides him, who was a half-step 4th-layer martial master, there were also 5 martial master elders. One of them was a 3rd Empyrean, and the other 2 were 2nd layer. Although there were still over 1,000 elite family guards, there were still 2 1st-layer elders. Gao Tianyu and the others also had the exotic beast army. If they really wanted to fight, the outcome of the battle would be 50-50. Even if they could win in the end, they would also suffer heavy losses. If it wasn't necessary, Chu Ming really didn't want to fight a bloody battle with Gao Tianyu and the others. 5. The spirit transformation grass was related to their ancestors' injuries, and they absolutely couldn't afford to lose it. Since the other party had already found out about the spirit transformation grass, they didn't hesitate to spend a large sum of money to hire the 4 Great Dark Star. It was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't have any other plans. Currently, the convoy was still several days away from Liang City. If they lost too much of their strength here, and encountered any unforeseen circumstances, it would be bad. Gao Tianyu's tiger eyes turned, and a hint of impatience flashed across his eyes. He said coldly, Chu Ming, I will ask you one last question. Are you going to hand over the spirit transformation grass or not? C205 Danger Rumble. Gao Tianyu, who was on top of the golden horned white tiger, puffed out his chest, and an incomparably violent aura burst out from his body. Terrifying hurricanes tore through the sky and earth, crushing the voids in all directions, causing them to let out rustling sounds, as if they were about to shatter at any moment. The might of a peak 3rd-tier martial master was completely revealed in an instant. Gao Tianyu, I don't have any spirit transformation grass. All of you, retreat now. Forget it. Otherwise, I, the Chu family of Liang, will never forgive you all. Chu Ming did not back down at this moment. He took a step forward and his terrifying aura was not any weaker than Chu Ming's. He just did not want too many casualties to occur in the fleet, but it did not mean that he was afraid of the four brothers. The four brothers were strong, but their fleet was not soft and easy to deal with. If they were to really fight, it would still be a matter of who would win and who would lose. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Violent wind kept colliding with each other, forming a huge vortex of chi between the two of them. Large patches of voids were shredded into pieces like mirrors. At this moment, if a martial artist recklessly charged into the vortex, even a half-martial master who had just stepped into the martial master stage would not be able to escape the fate of being torn into pieces. Chu old ghost, don't refuse a toast and drink a forfeit. Gao Tianbao, who had been silent all this time, suddenly smiled maliciously. In an instant, a terrifying chi that was not much weaker than Gao Tianyu's rushed out from his body, crushing towards Chu Ming. What a good Chu Ming! He was indeed a famous expert in Shenglong County. He was able to fight two opponents at the same time, and he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. HMPH, I have lived for such a long time. I've drunk everything, but I've never drunk a punishment wine. Today, I'll have a taste of what this punishment wine tastes like. The four brothers were obviously determined to make things difficult for the Chu family. Chu Ming naturally wouldn't tolerate it any longer. If they wanted to fight, then they would fight. The Chu family never feared any challenges. Good Chu old ghost, since you want to die, this leader will fulfill your wish. Gao Tianyu's eyes turned cold and he said, good, 3 times. The killing intent in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Kill in the next moment. Bang bang boom, waves of killing intent rose from the top of Gao Tianyu's head like a great river, soaring into the sky. The air in all directions began to lower, emitting a trembling sound, as if it was morning and trembling. Roar, roar, roar. Horrifying beast roars erupted from the back of Gao Tianyu and the other 3 brothers. It was like the roars of 10,000 beasts, shaking the entire world. In just a breath's time, the ground trembled. It was fierce, brutal, and the stench of blood spread in all directions. The exotic beast troops that the Gao Tianyu brothers had carefully trained were finally mobilized. There were not many of them. There were only a few hundred of them, not even 1,000. There were not many types, only 4 types of tigers, leopards, wolves, and wolves. However, that aura was abnormally terrifying, as if 10,000 beasts were galloping. Their auras were monstrous. In the back of the Chu family's camp, those servants and maids who didn't have much cultivation base were instantly frightened to the point that their faces turned pale. In their eyes were filled with despair. Many of them even fell to the ground. Their eyes were dull and their minds were scattered. However, the guards of the Chu family were worthy of being called the elite warriors that the Chu family had carefully nurtured. All of them were veterans who had gone through hundreds of battles. In their eyes, there was not a single trace of fear. There was only the soaring fighting spirit in their eyes. The brave ones who meet on a narrow path will win. Boys, follow me and kill. With a loud shout, Chu Ming's figure moved like a gust of wind. He directly pounced towards Gao Tianyu. As the indisputable number 1 expert of the Chu family's fleet, Gao Tianyu, the leader of the 4 pirate lords, he naturally would not let it go. Chu old ghost, let my leader teach you the power of the great yin-yang hand. A bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes. With a flash of the golden knife light, a 10 feet long golden long blade appeared in his hand. This was his famous weapon, the intermediate treasure weapon, Roaring Tiger Slash. In an instant, his entire body soared into the sky and rushed towards Chu Ming. The Roaring Tiger Slash in his hand suddenly cut across the sky. A 30 feet long golden blade light shot out from the blade and turned into a golden light, slashing towards Chu Ming. Puny tricks, break for me, Chu Ming shouted coldly. The yin and yang spiritual energy in his body surged and he suddenly struck out with his palm. Rumble, the half-acre wide heaven-sheltering big hand fell down with a loud bang. It easily shattered the golden blade light into pieces in the next moment. Chu Ming and Gao Tianyu stood together in all directions. Clouds of mushroom clouds kept rising. 2 of them were half-step 4th layer martial master. The other was at the peak of the 3rd grade. The gap between their cultivation bases was not big. As for the concept, both of them had comprehended the first level of the concept. Even if they were just at the beginning, there was not much of a difference. For a moment, both sides felt as if they were evenly matched. They were about to meet a good talent, and they were going to fight until they were inextricably locked in battle. Almost at the same time, hundreds of exotic beast armies under the leadership of the 3 brothers began to charge. Roar, roar, roar. 400s of exotic beast army surged towards the Chu family's camp like a tidal wave. They were aggressive, and they kept roaring like beasts. Evil creature, you're courting death. Kill all of these beasts, kill. The thousands of guards did not show any signs of weakness. Under the lead of eldest Miss Chu Bingxin, they drew their sharp blades out of their sheaths and charged forward. In a small independent tent at the back of the camp, Yang Fann's spiritual sense was vast and boundless. He was like a bystander, watching everything coldly. Although if the Chu family was no match for the enemy, he would definitely not stand idly by. In any case, the Chu family had shown him some kindness. He wasn't the kind of person who didn't know how to repay kindness, but if the people of the Chu family could rely on their own strength, it would be great if they could defeat the enemy. To be honest, a battle like this, he truly couldn't arouse much interest. A person wouldn't be interested in a fight between two ants. In Yang Fann's eyes, no matter if it was the ferocious tiger, leopard, wolf, or wolf brothers or the people from the Chu family, they were just a bunch of lowly ants. Now, there were only some patriarch Wu who could slightly arouse his fighting spirit. However, Yang Fann did not really do nothing. He purposely put a bit of his attention on Chu Shang and Chu Lai to ensure their safety. With Chu Shang and Chu Lai's cultivation, this kind of battle was still a little dangerous. If they were not careful, they might lose their lives. Yang Fann could ignore the life and death of the rest of the people, even if Chu Bingxin was the proud daughter of heaven. He did not care too much about the martial artist world. The thing that he didn't lack the most was slaughter. Since he had already done this, he wouldn't hesitate to kill her. However, he couldn't ignore Chu Shang and Chu Lai. It was them who saved him. And along the way, they also took good care of their own patient. Yang Fann had seen everything that had happened. Roar, 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 kill. The battle continued, and from time to time, there would be people dying. They would be devoured by the frenzied exotic beasts, and they would die without a complete corpse. From time to time, exotic beasts would be mercilessly dismembered and turned into minced meat. However, the scale of victory did not tilt to any side. On the side of the tall heavenly leopard, compared to the weak human martial artist, the combat strength of an individual was much higher. The exotic beast usually had the strength to crush martial artist warriors of the same level. Adding on the 3 men and 3 beasts of the heavenly leopard's group, with the help of 6 martial master warriors, the exotic beast was even more ferocious. However, it wasn't like the Chu family's guards didn't have the advantage. In terms of cooperation, they were a few streets ahead of the exotic beast army. Beasts were beasts. How could they know how to cooperate in battle formations, especially the young mistress of the Chu family, Chu Bingxin? She was even more ferocious. Although she was only at the half-martial master, fighting the heavenly leopard alone was equivalent to fighting the gold cloud-piercing leopard. Not only was she not at a disadvantage, she also had the upper hand. Geniuses were geniuses. Challenging those who were stronger than them was as easy as eating and drinking. If it wasn't for the fact that the 5 elders were not powerful enough, the 5 of them would have ganged up on 2 people and 2 beasts. They were actually being suppressed by the 2 brothers of the High Heaven Jackal, causing Chu Bingxin to be distracted from helping out from time to time. Perhaps the scale of victory had already fallen on their Chu family. In the air, Chu Shang and Gao Tianyu, the 2 strongest fighters, were fighting to the death. With each palm strike, with every slash, the combined force of 1,000,000 cauldrons was enough to blast the void in all 4 directions. Like glass, the void was shattered layer by layer. Boundless air currents surged, like 3 calamities and 9 calamities. It was at this moment that a heaven-shaking tiger roar was heard. The golden-horned white tiger, who had been roaming outside the battlefield, finally caught onto one of Chu Ming's weak points. Without any hesitation, it activated the innate ability of their golden-horned white tiger clan. Golden light penetrates the sun. Rumble C206. The old ancestor has arrived. Rumble. The golden light tore through the sky. It was incomparably sharp, as if it could pierce through the stars and destroy everything. Wherever it passed, the world would be thrown into chaos, and not a single blade of grass would grow. The void was like a mirror, exploding layer by layer. On not good. How could I have forgotten about this evil creature? Chu Ming's wrinkled face immediately changed. The yin-yang spiritual energy in his body surged crazily. His speed was raised to the extreme in an instant. He wanted to dodge this fatal strike. However, the golden-horned white-browed tiger's attack was too fast, almost 10 times faster than the speed of sound. Even though Chu Ming had used all of his skills, he could only barely dodge the fate of his heart being pierced through. The golden light struck his left shoulder. Pucci. The golden light pierced through the sun. As the golden-horned white frontal tiger clan's innate divine ability, it was also its strongest killing move. How could it be ordinary? Although Chu Ming's green robe could be considered extraordinary, it was a rare low-grade treasure robe. Unfortunately, it was useless. It was like a piece of paper that was easily pierced through. Chu Ming threw his head back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His left arm was hanging limply. It was obvious that he was crippled, but it was not too late. At some point in time, Gao Tianyu had already arrived in front of him. The intermediate treasure weapon in his hand, the Tiger Roar Slash, carried with it a force that could destroy the heavens and earth. It carried a force that could destroy all ages, and it ruthlessly struck Chu Ming's back. In the next moment, blood and flesh flew everywhere. Chu Ming was sent flying backwards. There was a terrifying blade mark on his back that was so deep that one could see his bones. Looks like I still have to make a move. In the small independent tent at the back of the camp, Yang Fann, who had been paying attention to the battlefield, sighed helplessly. Chu Ming's heavy injury had caused the scale of victory to fall towards Gao Tianyu and his brothers. If he did not make a move, the Chu family convoy would not be able to escape the danger of being destroyed. A battle between martial artist warriors wasn't something that could be decided by the number of people. The real deciding factor was the number of top-tier experts. For example, if Yang Fann was at his peak, as long as he was willing, he could use his full strength to blow up a small city and slaughter all the hundreds of thousands of living creatures in it. Although Gao Tianyu was not as powerful as Yang Fann, he was still a peak third-grade martial master. With just a casual slash, he could slaughter dozens of high-grade martial artist warriors. Once he was freed, and with the help of the golden-horned white tiger, the Chu family's guards would collapse right in front of him. Chu old ghost, go to hell! Obediently with a movement of his body, Gao Tianyu immediately caught up with Chu Ming, who was flying backwards. With a ferocious expression on his face, he looked like a Shira from the nether hell, wanting to send Chu Ming to hell with a single slash miss. I can't wait on you anymore. Gao Tianyu looked at the deadly strike. Chu Ming closed his eyes in despair. First, he was severely injured by the golden-horned white frontal tiger, and then he was struck by Gao Tianyu's full-powered strike. At this moment, he was on the verge of death, and his combat strength was less than 100%. He had no way of dodging this deadly strike. Grandpa Ming Chu Bingxin's beautiful face lost all color, and she let out a heart-wrenching cry, as if she was mourning for her grandfather. Although Chu Ming was just a servant of the Chu family, in her eyes, he was no different from her grandfather. He was one of the people closest to her, and just as she was about to go and rescue him, the heavenly leopard would never give her such a chance. Little girl, with this leader here, don't even think about taking half a step away from me. Gao Tianbao let out a hideous laugh. On his hideous face, as long as eldest brother killed that Chu old ghost, he would win. These people would still be at their mercy. This little girl was quite pretty. When the time comes, leopard grandpa might. Hee. At some point in time, the leopard eyes of the heavenly leopard flickered with traces of lasciviousness. Evil light. Ming Lao lost. He lost. How did this happen? How did this happen? Countless Chu family guards widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. Ming Lao was a half-step fourth-layer expert. He had the great yin-yang hand in his hand. He had swept across the Shanglong County and rarely met his match. Even an ordinary fourth-layer martial master wouldn't be a match for him. How could he possibly lose to such a bandit? In the next moment, endless panic spread among the Chu family's guards. Their morale instantly fell. Without Ming Lao restricting Gao Tianyu, what right did they have to fight against the four pirate lords? On the other hand, the exotic beast army was roaring continuously. Their morale was greatly boosted and their combat strength was bursting at that moment. Cough, 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 cough. Cough, 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 cough. He coughed. It suddenly came from all directions. In an instant, it swept across the entire battlefield. The cough was not very loud, but it was barely audible. There was even a faint smell of air, but above the battlefield. Whether it was a martial artist or an exotic beast, it was as if their souls had been struck by a heavy hammer. It was as if all the beasts had been struck by the legendary body stabilizing technique. They were unable to move. It was as if time had stopped all of a sudden. What exactly is going on? Countless people. The beast's pupils shrank, flickering with fear. Even the tiger, leopard, wolf, and wolf brothers, who had always been known for their ferociousness, were helpless like ordinary people at this moment. They feared everything that was unknown. This was the instinct of humans at this moment. Cough, Cough, cough. Are you all from the Chu family of Liang City? An old and hoarse voice came from all directions, making it hard to tell where it came from. Yes, yes, Senior Chu Bingxin was very nervous, but she still admitted it. The flags of the Chu family were still fluttering in the wind. She could not deny it at all. For Junior, do you recognize Chu Zhengyang? After a moment of silence, the hoarse voice sounded again. Chu Bingxin was slightly stunned and did not understand why the mysterious senior would ask such a question. How could she not be familiar with Chu Zhengyang? That was the sixth-generation ancestor of the Chu family. He was also the greatest pride of the Chu family. It was because of him. Only the Chu family could develop from a small family to the biggest family in Liang City. If it wasn't for Chu Zhengyang's ancestor, the Chu family wouldn't have become what it was today. However, he still admitted it hastily. Senior. It's our ancestor. Since it's the descendant of an old friend, I should take care of him. Could it be? Could it be that Senior is acquainted with the ancestor of our Zhengyang? Is with this thought, Chu Bingxin could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. One must know that his ancestor Zhengyang was a figure from 600 years ago, even if that mysterious senior was still young at that time. One should know that an ordinary martial artist had lived for at least 600 years. A mere 100 years, a martial master. At most, he would live for 200 years. Only Patriarch Wu Hu, the longevity, could live for more than 500 years. In other words, the mysterious old man. He must be a Patriarch Wu Hu, the best expert in the world. He was the ultimate master of all sects. How could this be? How could this be? However, the tiger, leopard, wolf, and wolf brothers were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Endless regret surged into their hearts. If they had known that the Chu family was related to such a big shot, what would the four brothers have said? They wouldn't have accepted this order and offended the Chu family. As long as they could escape to other places, they would still be able to eat and drink as much as they wanted. However, if they offended a Patriarch Wu Hu, the world would be huge. There would no longer be a place for the four of them to stay, and they wouldn't even need to make a move personally. As long as the word was passed down, there would be plenty of families and powers. They were willing to use the heads of the four brothers as a tribute to curry favor with Patriarch Wu Hu. Vaguely, there was a hint of disbelief. The high and mighty Patriarch Wu Hu, even those top families with 10th martial master cultivation bases, might not have any connection with him, let alone a small first-rate family like the Chu family right at this moment. The bodies of the tiger, leopard, wolf, and wolf brothers along with their mounts, the exotic beast, suddenly stiffened. Their eyes turned white, as if a pair of invisible hands had grabbed their necks in the next moment. Rumble, 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 rumble. The four of them, together with the hundreds of exotic beasts, exploded with a loud bang. The most dazzling fireworks erupted in the dark night, burning their sinful lives. C-207. It's better to keep a low-profile silence for a moment. The entire camp was silent. This strange scene was too frightening. After a long while, there was a slight sound of people gasping from the mouths of the Chu family's people. Dead, dead, the infamous tiger, leopard, and wolf pirate lords. Just like that, they died. I didn't see wrongly, right? This is Patriarch Wu Hu's power. His terrifying. This is too terrifying, powerful, truly too powerful. This is the difference in the level of life. At this moment, including Chu Bingxin, the young mistress of the Chu family, Patriarch Wu Hu's illustrious reputation. It could be said that his name was like thunder in their ears. They also knew that the martial master expert was no match for Patriarch Wu Hu. However, they had never thought that it would be such a terrifying technique. He hadn't even used a single attack. It had actually caused the ferocious tigers, leopards, wolves, and wolves to explode and die. Such a technique. It could be said to be a marvelous technique. One must know that the tiger, leopard, jackal, and jackal brothers, none of them were weak. Every one of them was a martial master warrior who had condensed the spirit bones. In addition, there were 4 beast general, great exotic beast, and hundreds of exotic beast army. Even some high-level martial master warriors would have to spend a lot of effort to deal with them. If they were not careful, they would have to pay a price after the shock. Chu Bingxin remembered that she had not even thanked the mysterious senior for saving her life. This was very rude. She hurriedly raised her head and knelt towards the sky. Junior Chu Bingxin thanks the ancestor for saving my life. Since that person was a good friend of their ancestor Zhengyang, he was naturally the ancestor of Chu family. If they could invite this ancestor back to their family, then the crisis that their family was facing right now would be nothing. Very quickly, Chu Bingxin's heart became lively. The deterrence of a patriarch Wu Hu was not a joke. At that time, not to mention some top families, but even the 9 great sects. They had to give the Chu family some face. Since you are the descendant of an old friend, how can I not save you? Alright, I will go now that this matter has been resolved. Ah, old ancestor, old ancestor. Hearing that, Chu Bingxin immediately became anxious. Bitch it, why didn't this old ancestor play according to the rules? She hadn't even invited him to the Liang city yet. How could he leave just like that? Unfortunately, no matter how hard Chu Bingxin shouted, that old and hoarse voice never sounded again. Clearly, he had already left this place. Eldest miss, the old ancestor should have already left. Chu Ming, who had barely stabilized his injuries, came to Chu Bingxin and said, "Sigh, what a pity." Upon hearing this, a deep sense of disappointment flashed across Chu Bingxin's eyes. As long as the old ancestor was willing to sit in the Chu family, no other family would dare to have any designs on the Chu family in the future. What a pity everything had been missed just like that. Miss, let fate decide everything. If we are fated to meet the old ancestor, then we will be fated to meet him. In the future, of course there will be a day for us to meet. Chu Ming had naturally underestimated Chu Bingxin's growth. How could he not understand what she was thinking in her heart? He consoled her. Furthermore, it is already our fortune that the old ancestor was able to protect our lives today. It is not good to ask for too much. Grandpa Ming, you are right. It is our fortune that we are able to survive today. Chu Bingxin nodded thoughtfully. If the old ancestor did not make a move, they would definitely not be able to escape this calamity. The man was still all right. At most, he would just die. Women, especially beautiful women like her, once they fell into the hands of the 4 brothers, it would be even more miserable. They would definitely not be able to escape their ravaging and becoming their plaything. Just thinking about it made one shiver with fear right at this moment. Cough, cough, cough. Chu Ming started coughing violently. In the end, he even coughed out blood. Gao Tianyu and the golden-horned white tiger's attacks had left him with a difficult time. Especially Gao Tianyu's deadly blade, it had almost taken half of his life. Grandpa Ming, are you alright? Chu Bingxin's heart immediately tightened, and she couldn't care less about what she was thinking as she anxiously asked. Cough cough, eldest miss, I am fine. Just rest for a period of time will do. Chu Ming forced out a smile and shook his head. He indicated that he was fine. The martial master system was not a joke. Furthermore, he had just consumed the healing holy herb, the 3 solar spring pill, and had barely managed to control his injuries. Of course, he did not need to think about fighting for a short period of time. Chu Bingxin's tensed heart relaxed slightly when she heard this. However, she still immediately sent Chu Ming back to the tent and let him recuperate properly. Once again, they exited the tent and commanded the uninjured guards to clean up the battlefield. They had treated the wounded in time. In this battle, the tiger, leopard, and jackal pirate gang, as well as the exotic beast army under their command, did not escape. However, the Chu family's guards also suffered heavy casualties. Over 1,000 generals were guarding them. More than 100 of them had died, and there were hundreds of them who had sustained minor injuries. At the same time, his eyes were constantly scanning the surroundings, as if he was searching for something. It was obvious that he was still unwilling to give up. Although the mysterious ancestor was on good terms with their ancestor Zheng Yang, he had died like a lamp that had been extinguished. His ancestor Zheng Yang had been dead for hundreds of years. No matter how deep his feelings were, they had all faded away. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to deepen his relationship with the mysterious ancestor, he would never have the chance to do so in the future. Haha, old ancestor, I didn't see that this Chu Bingxin is quite good at climbing up the ladder. In a small independent tent at the back of the camp, Yang Fann chuckled lightly. How could there be such a coincidence in the world that they just happened to fall into a hopeless situation? A patriarch Wu Hu came out, and he happened to be a good friend of the Chu family's ancestor. They really thought that Patriarch Wu Hu was a cabbage by the roadside, so they casually pulled it out. A big one. Everything was because of Yang Fann's secret help. As for that old friend of his, it was purely because Yang Fann did not want to expose his identity. That Chu Zhengyang was mentioned by Chu Shang when he was chatting with Chu Shang. Otherwise, how would he know what Chu Zhengyang was? Yang Fann did not want to have too much contact with Chu family. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they were from 2 different worlds. If it wasn't for the fact that he was saved by Chu Shang by chance, Yang Fann was afraid that he wouldn't have any connection with the Chu family for the rest of his life. And now wasn't the time for him to reveal his identity. During his trip to the demon spirit secret realm, his relationship with Violet Spirit, the Steel Sword, and the three major sects of the Bawangdao Palace had changed. It could be said that he had completely shed all pretenses of cordiality. In the Cloud Dragon Dao, the Seven Stars Sect did not have any decent forces. On the other hand, the three major sects of the Purple Spirit Sect were different, especially the Purple Spirit Sect. They were the undisputed local snake of the Cloud Dragon Dao. Their eyes were all over the Cloud Dragon Dao. Once Yang Fann's identity was exposed, the three major sects wouldn't mind. They would take the opportunity to kill him, to eliminate the biggest threat in their hearts. If he was at his peak, Yang Fann would not bother with them. With the terror-fighting power that could catch up to an intermediate martial ancestor, the people of the three great sects. As long as they dared to come, they would kill every single one of them. If two came, they would slaughter two. However, he couldn't do it at this moment. He could just kill any one of them, including High Martial Marquis. Or perhaps a few intermediate Martial Marquis would be enough for him to drink a pot of wine. The three great sects might not have a martial ancestor guarding them. However, Patriarch Wu Hu was not a small number. For example, the Seven Stars Sect had 8 old ancestors on the surface. Adding the ones who were hiding in the dark, even if there weren't 20 of them, the number of 12 or 13 old ancestors would only increase by a lot and within the 4 great sect in the west. Currently, the Seven Stars Sect was barely able to hold the second position, not afraid at 10,000. He was just afraid that it would be better to keep a low profile before his injuries were fully healed. He only had one life, no more life. Everything was over. Not every single time he was lucky enough to turn misfortune into fortune in the next moment. Yang Fann closed his eyes and stopped paying attention to Chu Bingxin, who was still unwilling to give up. He used all of his strength to move the black iron combat art and fully recover his injuries. C208 Chu Shang's envy. 10 miles away from the Forbidden Beast Forest, at the Chu family campsite in the battle with the 4 pirate lords, the Chu family had suffered a great loss. Over 1,000 guards had lost over 100, and the number of injured people had doubled. Their comrades had fallen just like that, and it was inevitable that they would be sad. However, since the dead were gone, no matter how sad they were, it would be useless. Furthermore, as a guard general, he had already prepared himself to die in a foreign land. After calming down the grief in his heart, the guards shook their minds and started cleaning up the battlefield. Compared to the other families, the Chu family in Liang City was still kind. Chu Bingxin had only collected the 3rd floor of the spoils of war. The rest of the spoils were spread out. The 7th floor did not seem like a lot, but it was actually not the case. One had to know that the tiger, leopard, and wolf pirate lords were different from the 10 great pirate lords. They had their own territory and mountains, and most of the treasures. They were all in the treasury of the stronghold. All of their collections were basically kept with them. The 4 brothers had roamed the Cloud Dragon Dao for more than 10 years and had robbed countless families and forces. It could be said that they were extremely rich, especially their boss, Gao Tianyu. Their value was so high that they were converted into spirit stones. There were nearly 3,000 of them, and the 4 brothers were together. Although there were not more than 10,000 spirit stones, it was close to 8,000. The wealth of the 7th level was over 5,000 spirit stones. Even if the guards were the weakest, to a top-tier expert like Yang Fann, 2 or 3 experts were equal to 2 or 3 experts. A mere 2 or 3 spirit stones was nothing, let alone 2 or 3 low-grade spiritual stones. Even if it was a high-grade spirit stone worth 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, it would not be taken seriously. However, to these guards who were at most at the 9th level of the pulse opening stage, it was a huge fortune. Some of the guards might not even have 2 spirit stones even if they had all their belongings. As for those dead people, Chu Bingxin would not treat them unfairly. Without exception, all of them received 5 spirit stones as compensation. These 5 spirit stones would be accurately distributed to their relatives and descendants when they returned to Liang City. Compared to those ruthless families who would be brutally expelled from their families as long as they were crippled, the Chu family was indeed more humane, and it was precisely because of this that this caused the guards of the Chu family to be willing to fight to the death, even if it was before. Seeing that Chu Ming was about to fall under Gao Tianyu's hands, the convoy was about to lose. Although they were in a panic, none of them fled without permission. In the center of the camp, in a small, independent tent, suddenly, the endless silver glow was all over his face. Yang Fann, who looked like a god that had descended to the world, suddenly became ordinary again, like an ordinary person who had just recovered from a serious illness. In the next moment, the tent was lifted up and Chu Shang, who was covered in blood, walked in from the outside. Yang brothers, did I scare you? As soon as he entered the tent, Chu Shang said with a caring look. Combined with his bloody face, he looked very ferocious. However, in Yang Fann's eyes, it warmed his heart. He really didn't save the wrong person this time. Chu Shang really did put his little brother in his heart. However, he smiled casually and said, Chu Shang, eldest brother, I have experienced a lot of hardships as well. This small group of people is nothing. But Chu Shang, eldest brother, you are not injured, are you? Ha ha ha, Yang brothers, you are looking down on me too much. How can a few mere evil creatures injure a single hair of mine? Don't think that eldest brother's body is covered in blood, it is the blood of those evil creatures. Chu Shang laughed heartily. He looked like a bull soaring into the sky, like those savage exotic beast troops. He was like a fat pig that could be slaughtered and slaughtered at will. Chu Shang, eldest brother, you are so generous. How can a few beasts be a match for you? Yang Fann praised him. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not expect Chu Shang, who was usually honest, to have such a side. As expected, everyone had vanity and knew how to brag. He forced himself to do so in a radius of dozens of miles. However, everything that had happened within the range of dozens of miles was enveloped by his spiritual sense. He could clearly see the battle just now. If it wasn't for him taking care of Chu Shang, even if Chu Shang didn't die, he wouldn't have died. One should know that the one he just fought was a level 9 exotic beast. And amongst all the level 9 exotic beasts, it was one of the best. Its combat strength was stronger than many half-martial masters. They were not the slightest bit weaker, perhaps even stronger. Although Chu Shang's strength wasn't weak, he was just an ordinary 8th grade huge perfection. Martial artist. Compared to a half-martial master, he wasn't just a little bit weaker. Even if he had the help of his companions, he could still compete with the level 9 exotic beast. There's a difference. Ha ha ha. Young brothers did not need to be envious. You are still young. As long as you are willing to work hard, you will surpass eldest brother in the future. It's only a matter of time before I surpass eldest brother. Yang Fann's words had struck a chord in Chu Shang's heart. No matter how much he tried to flatter him, no matter how much he tried. This was also a famous saying in the martial artist. This. Yang Fann was stunned. He was speechless in his heart. Let's not talk about it. What was this? Was an ant showing off its strength like an elephant? A martial artist from the level 8 like Chu Shang. Not to mention now, even before he entered the demon spirit secret realm, he could kill a large number of people with a single slap. However, Yang Fann's silence didn't seem to have the same meaning in Chu Shang's eyes. This stinky mouth of his was really asking for trouble. Knowing that Yang brothers' cultivation base had been crippled, he would never have the chance to practice the martial arts again. Why did he say such a thing? In the end, he smiled apologetically at Yang Fann. He said awkwardly, Yang brothers, old Shang, I don't know how to speak. Don't take it to heart. And in life, anything could happen. Yang brothers, you are not a lucky man. Perhaps one day, you will be favored by Patriarch Wu Hu. I will help you rebuild your bones. However, these words sounded powerless. There were billions of martial artists in Great Tang Dynasty, and he had never seen Patriarch Wu Hu in his entire life. Furthermore, he had gotten the favor of the old ancestor, causing him to exhaust his true chi to reconstruct his body. Chu Shang, eldest brother, it's fine. Whether or not you can cultivate the martial arts, everything will be decided by the will of the heavens. Yang Fann said with a carefree smile. He knew his own situation very well. He had never been crippled before, and he would never stop practicing the martial arts. However, there were some things that he couldn't tell Chu Shang. Speaking of which, this battle is really dangerous. If it wasn't for the fact that the mysterious old ancestor acted righteously for the sake of ancestor Zheng Yang, if not, we would be in danger. Hearing this, he secretly thought to himself that Yang brothers was rather carefree. However, his mouth hurriedly changed the topic. He didn't want to continue provoking Yang Fann. In the end, at that time, it was really dangerous. It could be said that all of them had made a trip to the gates of hell, but very quickly. That trace of fear was replaced by deep respect. Patriarch Wu Hu is indeed worthy of being the highest grade expert in Great Tang Dynasty. His strength is terrifying, just like God and Devil. Without even seeing how he attacked, the 4 pirate lords, including their exotic beast army, all exploded and died. Yang brothers, you're not from the Cloud Dragon Dao, so you might not know the scariness of the 4 pirate lords. Those are the famous pirate lords in the Cloud Dragon Dao, and all of them are martial masters that have condensed the spirit bones. He died just like that, terrifying, truly terrifying. It was a complete suppression on the level of one's life force. If one day, I can also be as powerful as that old ancestor. How good would that be? No, as long as I have half of it, or even a layer of power, I will be satisfied. Chu Shang, eldest brother, diligence can make up for your incompetence. As long as you persist and work hard in your cultivation, in the future, I'm sure I'll be as strong as that old ancestor. That was what he meant. However, Yang Fann understood what he meant. In the martial artist, resources were the most important. The second place was the bloodline talent. With Chu Shang's rank 9 high-grade bloodline, if he didn't have any fortuitous encounters, not to mention breaking through to the Marquis stage, he would call himself the ancestor of the sect. Even if he had the condensation of spirit bones, he would still be able to break through to the martial master stage. It would be extremely difficult for him to do so. Yang brothers, let me borrow your auspicious words. Chu Shang was also optimistic and did not dwell too much on this issue. Since Yang brothers is fine, then I will not disturb your recuperation. Very quickly, Chu Shang withdrew from Yang Fann's tent. As a general of the Chu family, he was considered a middle-level figure in the entire convoy. There were still many things waiting for him to deal with. C209 When enemies see each other, their eyes turn red. At noon, on the main road leading to the Liang city in Shanglong County, a huge convoy of carriages that stretched for several miles, under the protection of nearly 1,000 elite guards wearing red leather armor, was like a continuous flood dragon, advancing towards the Liang city at a speed of nearly 300 miles per hour. Behind the convoy, in a very inconspicuous carriage, rumble, 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 rumble. The violent and violent, arbitrary and arbitrary. A terrifying aura of supremacy erupted from the body of a young man dressed in black. It was as if a peerless evil dragon had swept across the 9 heavens and the earth. The aura was so terrifying that it was simply appalling. Even an ordinary patriarch who didn't have the protection of a supreme treasure would be severely injured by the violent chi. However, that terrifying chi had just left the area about 3 meters away from his body. It immediately dissipated as if it had never appeared. It made one feel as if they had fallen into a dream. After letting out a breath of impure air, Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. Rays of brilliant golden light burst out. It was incomparably sharp and seemed to be able to pierce through everything in an instant. Finally, I have recovered 6 layers of my injuries. Time flew by, and it was now time for him to rescue the Chu family convoy. It had been a week since he killed the 4 pirate lords with lightning speed. The Chu family convoy had finally passed through the Forbidden Beast Forest, which was known as the Shanglong County's Forbidden Beast Forest. This Forbidden Beast Forest was worthy of its name. It was extremely dangerous inside. Grade 7 or 8 high-grade exotic beasts could be seen everywhere. There were even a lot of beast generals, especially in the center of the beast forest. Yang Fann could faintly sense the auras of a few exotic beast leaders, even the aura of an ordinary low-grade patriarch woohoo. If you're not careful, you might die here. Fortunately, the people of Chu family had already explored a relatively safe passageway. Although there were some dangers along the way, even though Chu Ming, the strongest expert, had temporarily lost the ability to fight, however, the 5 martial master elders were not to be trifled with. There was also the Heaven's Pride, Chu Bingxin. In addition to nearly 1,000 elite guards, as long as they did not encounter the high-grade beast general, there was no need for Yang Fann to worry about it. Yang Fann was also happy to be idle. He made the best use of his time to treat his injuries. He continuously circulated the black iron battle art for a week, causing Yang Fann to recover 3 more layers of his injuries. At this moment, although he was still not a match for a martial ancestor expert, however, when he faced an ordinary half-step martial ancestor old ancestor, he was no longer the same as before. He had no ability to resist. At least, if he couldn't defeat the old ancestor, he wouldn't have much of a problem escaping. At this moment, his safety was finally guaranteed. Even if his identity was exposed, he was confident that he could compete with the 3 great sects. That's right. I'll have another week at most. My injuries will be fully healed. Yang Fann smiled with satisfaction. His recovery speed was truly unparalleled. If it was anyone else, even a true martial ancestor. Even a higher martial lord was severely injured. Without that year and a half, or even longer, it was impossible for him to recover. I wonder if that three-eyed old devil has already broken through. It shouldn't be that easy. Given Demon Marquise's cultivation base and internal injuries, it wouldn't be easy for him to break the seals of the four great top martial ancestor. Suddenly, Yang Fann frowned slightly. 8 Empyrean martial master looking at the situation. 8th layer is coming for the Chu family's convoy in a flash, boom boom boom. A terrifying aura that was as deep as the ocean rolled out like a tidal wave. In an instant, it completely covered the area within 10 miles of the Chu family's convoy in the next moment. Rumble 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 rumble. Wave after wave of extremely powerful spiritual energies descended from the sky, causing the surrounding air to tremble. It began to lower down, as though it was worshipping the legendary god and devil Puff Puvark Puvark. The servants and maids who were only at the middle and low martial artist realm were the first to be unable to withstand the violent aura and pressure. They spat out blood and fell to the ground. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. The nearly 1,000 guards were not much better. They only managed to hold on for a few more breaths of time before they were all crushed to the ground. In the end, there were less than a few dozen people who could still stand in the huge convoy. Even if these people weren't true bone-forging martial master warriors, they had only one foot in the martial master stage. Half martial master. A few martial master warriors were still fine, but their faces were flushed red. As for those half martial master warriors, besides Chu Bingxin, who was heaven's pride, the rest of them were all sweating profusely. Their chi was in disorder, and their faces were pale, as if they were going to fall down at any moment. So scary, just their chi alone. It has completely suppressed us, making us unable to put up any resistance. Terrifying. Truly too terrifying. This is an opponent on the level of life. I am absolutely not a match for him. Even if I am at my peak, I will definitely not be a match for him. After 7 days of recuperation, with the help of a large amount of treasure pills, Chu Ming, who had just recovered from his injuries, turned pale. His eyes were filled with deep fear and uneasiness. High-level martial master. This man is definitely a high-level martial master, and he is definitely not an ordinary 7th layer martial master. Rumors had it that the old ancestor of Chu family had broken through the bottleneck and stepped into the 7th Empyrean stage. As the core figure of the Chu family, Chu Ming clearly knew about it. This wasn't a rumor, but a fact. 3 years ago, his old ancestor had successfully broken through. However, his patriarch could not rely solely on his aura and pressure. It was so overwhelming that he could not even catch his breath. It made him unable to muster up any thoughts of resistance. Those who come with ill intentions will not come. A touch of deep worry flashed across Chu Bingxin's pretty face. She wasn't an innocent little girl. She wouldn't naively think that the high-level martial master came with such an aggressive momentum, and specifically came to find them to chat and have a heart-to-heart talk. Of course, not everyone was trembling under the terrifying aura. A mere 18 Empyrean martial master was not qualified to pretend in front of him. Even if he had just woken up and his injuries had yet to recover, killing an 8th grade martial master like this was not much harder than pinching an ant to death. Forget it, I'll help them again. Just treat it as repaying their life-saving grace. From today onwards, we don't owe each other anything. Yang Fann's eyes, which were as deep as the starry sky of the universe, turned slightly. He had a plan. After all, he was not the nanny of the Chu family, and it was impossible for him to protect them for the rest of his life. He had saved them twice to repay the favor of saving their lives. He had done his best just at this moment. 5 Rumble. A brilliant sword light that shook the heavens and earth pierced through the void and descended from the sky. It surged like a tidal wave and connected the heavens and the earth. It was as if the heavenly pillar was standing between the heavens and the earth, supporting the universe. The next moment, a middle-aged man walked out from the brilliant sword pillar. He was around 40 years old. His expression was cold and indifferent. With his hands behind his back, his white clothes fluttered in the wind. His entire body was spotless, and his bearing was as if Sword Immortal had come to the mortal world. The sword chi swept across 90,000 miles, and its sword shone upon the 19 continents. His body was shining with a divine light, and his eyes were filled with the sword chi that could topple cities. With just a glance, it seemed like it could unleash the terrifying sword chi that could slaughter gods and devils. It could cause a person's body to explode with a single sword strike. With a single step, the void exploded. Boundless air currents raged and fell towards the center of the collapse. It's you. All of a sudden, Chu Bingxin burst out with a heart-wrenching cry, like a mourning scream. Her eyes were bloodshot, like a completely enraged wild beast that wanted to eat people. C210 Jr. How dare you! Chu Bingxin's eyes were bleeding as she stared at the sky. A peerless swordsman, who looked like Sword Immortal who had just arrived, growled in a low voice. He was like an enraged beast that wanted to eat someone. His voice was like the cry of a cuckoo, a blood-crying ape. It was heart-wrenching and filled with hatred. It was this person who challenged the old ancestor, who loved her and severely injured the old ancestor, causing the old ancestor to suffer the pain of the sword chi, causing him to be in imminent danger. If it wasn't for this, the Chu family wouldn't have fallen into such a dangerous situation. Now that they had met, it was truly a meeting of enemies. Their eyes were filled with envy. Eldest miss, calm down. Calm down. When Chu Ming heard this, he immediately became anxious. Regarding this white-clothed sword cultivator, how could he not hate it? But at this moment, it wasn't the time to be impulsive. He could easily injure the old ancestor of his family. His strength was far from what they could imagine. Once they angered him, they would only be at a disadvantage. Little kid, what, you want to take revenge on me? The cold face of the middle-aged man in white slightly twitched, and a trace of a cat toying with a mouse flashed across his face. You. A surging killing intent surged within Chu Bingxin's heart. If she also had the ability to kill with Yang Fann's gaze, the white-clothed sword cultivator would have been sliced into thousands of pieces by him at this moment. Young miss, don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. Chu Ming tried to persuade her. No matter how angry he was, he had to endure it. Otherwise, all of them would have to die here. Although their fleet wasn't weak, and there were several martial master warriors guarding it, to a peerless swordsman, they were just a bunch of ants. It wouldn't take much effort for him to kill them. Who? Chu Bingxin suppressed the anger in her heart. Her remaining rationality told her that this wasn't the time for her to act on impulse. Senior, I wonder why you stopped us. Little child, you are quite shrewd. A bright light flashed from the sword light of the middle-aged man in white. He had such a cultivation base at such a young age. It was rare for him to have such a cultivation base at such a young age. He could take him into the sect and cultivate him properly. It wasn't like he didn't have the chance to step into the high-level martial master in the future. In the next moment, the middle-aged man in white's face turned cold as he said, "Little kid, why did I come here? You should know very well why. Hand over the spirit transformation grass and I'll spare your lives." That tiger, leopard, wolf, and jackal were found by you. Suddenly, Chu Bingxin seemed to have understood something. HMPH, that bunch of trash is really useless. To think that I spent so much money to invite them. I can't even handle such a small matter, so I have to personally make a trip. When the white-robed middle-aged man heard this, of course, he didn't want to lie to a group of ants that weren't even intermediate martial master. The sword cultivator of level 8, in this era where Patriarch Wuhu was almost invisible. He was almost among the top experts, and he had his own pride. Little kid, what do you think? Should I hand over the spirit transformation grass or not? Bichit. Chu Bingxin bit her lower lip and her hands unconsciously clenched together. Her heart was filled with unwillingness. The spirit transformation grass was related to the safety of her family's old ancestor. If the spirit transformation grass could dissolve the sword chi in her body, she would not be able to hold on for long. Once something happened to his old ancestor, the Chu family would be in danger. Liang City wasn't a peaceful place. Many families wanted to replace the Chu family. The only reason they could become the biggest family in Liang City was because of the old ancestor, the #1 expert of the Shenglong County. That was all. Just now, she suspected that those few families had spent a large sum of money to hire the 4 pirate lords to snatch the spiritual transformation grass from their hands. However, if they didn't hand it over, then the white-robed sword cultivator would definitely not let them off easily. In fact, it might even start a massacre. Little kid, don't challenge my patience. Hand over the spirit transformation grass at once. Otherwise, HMPH. The middle-aged man in white raised his eyebrows, and a trace of impatience flashed across his face. If it wasn't for the fact that the Chu family still had some uses for them, and the sect wanted to subdue them for their own use, why would they need to go through so much trouble? Did they really think that swordmaster, who had a cold face, Xiao Leng, wouldn't kill people? What should we do now? What should we do? It was a mess, and Chu Bingxin's heart was completely in a mess. Although the middle-aged man in white did not say it clearly, the meaning behind his words was obvious. If they did not hand over the spirit transformation grass, everyone in the convoy would likely die immediately. However, this spirit transformation grass was related to their old ancestor's life, and their old ancestor was the ultimate ruler of Chu family. If they fell, they would at least give up the throne of the number one family in Liang City. In the worst case, their Chu family's 1,000 years of foundation could be destroyed, but very quickly. A trace of a bitter smile climbed onto her pretty face. So what if I don't hand it over? When that dark star kills us, the spirit transformation grass will still be unable to escape from his grasp. Weaklings, sometimes, don't even have the right to choose. This is the sorrow of the weak at this moment. A slightly aged and hoarse voice rolled over from all directions. What a good junior, to actually bully my junior. What a daring dog. Who is it? Come out. The previously majestic white-robed sword cultivator's expression suddenly changed. A deep sense of unease flashed across his deep sword eyes. His heart was immediately covered with a layer of gloominess. With his cultivation, he actually didn't notice anyone approaching him. The person who came was extremely powerful. It could be seen that he was at least a high-level martial master who wasn't much weaker than him. And the most terrifying thing was that if this person took advantage of the fact that he wasn't prepared at all, and if the opponent wanted to kill him, he wouldn't die even if he was alive right now. I'm afraid he's already severely injured. With this thought, the cold-faced swordmaster, Xiaoleng, immediately felt a lingering fear in his heart. Without realizing it, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. It's the old ancestor. The old ancestor has come to save us. Compared to Xiaoleng's fear, Chu Bingxin and the others were immediately delighted. That was the joy of surviving a disaster. Although they had only heard that old and hoarse voice once, they were sure that they would never forget it for the rest of their lives. The next moment, everyone looked at the white-clothed sword cultivator with a gloating expression. Many of them looked at it as if they were looking at a dead person. It was as if they were saying, "Bastard, you're dead this time." Although the white-clothed sword cultivator was powerful, Chu Bingxin and the rest were clear about it. It was only a first high-level martial master, and it was even possible for it to have the cultivation of a 9 heavens. One must know that on that day, he had fought dozens of rounds with his own old ancestor. He had just severely injured his old ancestor with a single sword strike, while his old ancestor had only barely entered the high-level martial master. The old ancestor was the real patriarch Wu Hu. A mere high-level martial master was like an ant on the ground in the old ancestor's hands. He could easily kill a large number of them with a single strike right at this moment. That ethereal voice that was filled with vicissitudes of life and resentment once again rolled over from all directions like a tide. "Junior, kneel down and kowtow to my junior obediently and admit your mistakes. Perhaps I can spare your dog life." Mice who hides their heads and tails, do you dare to come out and fight me? Endless killing intent flickered in Xiaoleng's eyes. It was like a great river, flowing without stopping. As the peerless swordsman of level 8, his combat strength was comparable to the top expert of Zhu Empyrean martial master. In the Shenlong County and even within the 3 hectares of the Cloud Dragon Dao. When had he ever been humiliated like this? He was actually forced to kneel down and apologize to those ants. He had truly eaten the guts of an ambitious leopard. He was going to die. That rat had to die today. Only fresh blood could wash up the humiliation he had suffered today. "Junior, how dare you!" A furious roar that sounded like the wrath of the Thunderlord and the roar of a god was heard. In the next moment, a terrifying spiritual force that made Xiaoleng despair instantly enveloped his entire body. In the face of that terrifying spiritual force, he only felt that he was so tiny, so weak, like an ant that could be easily killed on the ground. Insignificant crack. Something seemed to have shattered. The sword intent was the death sword intent that he had been training hard for dozens of years. Under the bombardment of the terrifying mental energy, it was completely crushed into pieces. Xiaoleng was seriously injured after his natal sword intent was destroyed. He looked up at the sky and spat out a mouthful of blood. Like a shooting star, he fell down from the sky like a falling star. C-211 finished speaking. "Then let's go on our way." Cough, 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 cough. Cough, 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 cough. Amidst intermittent coughs, a large bloodied hand appeared, extending out of a human-shaped pit. Very quickly, Xiaoleng climbed up from the pit. However, how could Xiaoleng still have the peerless demeanor of a top-grade sword cultivator? His clothes were ragged and tattered, and his face was in a sorry state. Blood was dripping from his face. A beggar that came even more than a beggar. It was also his luck that was merely over 30 meters from the ground. If he was 1,000 feet above the ground, he would have probably been smashed to pieces at this moment. There was only air that he could emit and no air that he could enter. The sword cultivator was different from the body cultivator. Although its attack power was extremely high, it was still a very powerful weapon. However, the body, not to mention comparing it with the body cultivators that were called human-shaped body cultivators. Even if it was compared to spiritual cultivators of the same level, it was still inferior. It could be said that it was very fragile. HMPH, you will have this day as well. Retribution. This is retribution. You dare to act like a big-tail wolf in front of us, now you regret it. Looking at Xiao Leng, who was so arrogant just now, as if he was a god, crushing them, and falling into this state in the blink of an eye, Chu Bingxin and the others could not help but feel relieved in their hearts. Old thing, I told you to act. B. You have kicked a steel plate. The Chu family of Liang City is not so easy to mess with. Half-step martial lord. No, it's the real patriarch Wu Hu. How could this be? How could this be? However, at this moment, Xiao Leng no longer cared about the ear-piercing ridicule of the people from the Chu family. He didn't even dare to hate them, his eyes were filled with fear. It was panic, terror. It was really too terrifying. He was the 8th Empyrean martial master, who had been nurtured for 100 years. The death sword intent was close to the mastery, and it could rely on one's mental energy alone. This was not something that half-step martial lord could do in the next moment. Senior, please spare my life. Junior is willing to apologize, I am willing to apologize. Xiao Leng shouted crazily. What dignity and pride did he have to beg for? The glory of the sword cultivator had been thrown to the back of his mind at this moment. He didn't want to die. He really didn't want to die. He had only barely passed the age of 100 years, even if his cultivation base did not improve by even an inch in the future. He still had 100-year-old longevity. How could he die so early? Almost at the same time, waves of resentment rose continuously in his heart. It was resentment towards the sect's intelligence department, the bastard from the intelligence division. They should all be sentenced to death. This is what you call a weakling. Even if you want to cheat, you can't do it this way. Are you blind? The Chu family has such a supreme expert. If you don't even know about it, why the FK are you still trying to get information about it? I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Now that you're willing to apologize, what were you doing just now? An extremely cold voice came from all directions. Senior, Junior knows that I was wrong, I know that I was wrong. I am the 6th elder of Windy Sword Sect. Senior, please spare this Junior for the sake of Junior's sect. What? He's the 6th elder of the Windy Sword Sect. Chu Bingxin's body trembled when she heard this. Although the Windy Sword Sect was not like the 9 major sects, it was a power that shook the entire empire. However, in the Shanglong County, which was 1.5 acres of land, it had a resounding reputation. It had a great reputation and was faintly known as the #1 power in the Shanglong County. Compared to the Chu family, the #1 family in the Liang City, there was a huge gap between them and the Chu family. The experts in the sect were as numerous as the clouds, and the expert rained down like rain. Just the high-level martial master alone was more than the number of hands he had. It was rumored that there was still a Marquis stage sword immortal in charge right at this moment. A slightly contemptuous voice came from all directions, Windy Sword Sect. What the hell is this? I've never heard of it before. What? Initially, he thought that the mysterious Marquis would be brought out of the sect. Never did he expect that. He actually received such a promise. Very quickly, a trace of resentment surged into Xiao Leng's heart. In his mind, that mysterious Marquis was pretending to be ignorant. As the #1 sword sect in Shanglong County, the Windy Sword Sect. From the ancestors of the major families to the ordinary people, who didn't know about their Windy Sword Sect? How could he know that Yang Fann wasn't from the Shanglong County? This was the first time he had heard about the Windy Sword Sect. To be honest, with Yang Fann's current cultivation base, apart from the 9 major sects, no other sect in the Great Tang Dynasty could enter his eyes. There's nothing else to say. Let's go on our way then. No senior, please don't kill me, don't kill me. Xiao Leng's body quivered. He finally realized that this was not the time for him to be angry. Suddenly, in his eyes that were faintly stained with blood, a wisp of resolution flashed past, and he gritted his teeth as he spoke. Senior, the Windy Sword Sect actually secretly surrendered to the Iron Sword Sect 100 years ago. This matter was only known to the sect master and the few elders of the Windy Sword Sect. It was the biggest secret of the Windy Sword Sect. However, at this moment of life and death, Xiao Leng couldn't care less. The world was bigger than his own life. What? The Windy Sword Sect had already surrendered to the Iron Sword Sect 100 years ago. Chu Bingxin was shocked. No one knew about this. But soon, a flash of understanding appeared on her pretty face. No wonder the Windy Sword Sect had developed so quickly all these years. In just 100 years, they had the power to rule all the major powers in Xianglong County. One should know that the Windy Sword Sect was a third-rate small sword sect 100 years ago. The strongest person in the sect was a low-grade martial master. Not to mention comparing it to a first-rate family like the Chu family, it was even comparable to some second-rate families. It turned out that everything was supported by the Iron Sword Sect. In the next moment, Chu Bingxin's heart slightly froze. The Windy Sword Sect has always kept it a secret. The motive is probably not small. At this moment, are you done? Then let's go on our way. That hoarse and ancient voice once again swept over. However, it vaguely contained traces of a frightening chillness that caused one's soul to tremble. It would be fine if Xiaoleng didn't mention the Iron Sword Sect, but mentioning the Iron Sword Sect would only make Yang Fann want to kill him even more. 1 month ago, it was that Sky Sword ancestor of the Iron Sword Sect. He was trying to sow discord between the two. He schemed against him in the demon spirit secret realm. It was also the people from the Iron Sword Sect who first drew their swords at him, wanting to take his head. In exchange for a high reward, Iron Sword, Violet Spirit, and the 3 major sects of the Bawangdao Palace. If one were to say that the person Yang Fann hated the most was the Iron Sword Sect, how could this be? This wasn't how the script was played. Wasn't he afraid of offending the Iron Sword Sect? One should know that the Iron Sword Sect was the #1 sect in the West. It was one of the top 3 sects in the Great Tang Dynasty. On the surface, there were as many as 12 Marquis stage sword immortal. Even the high and mighty Patriarch Wu Hu wouldn't dare to offend the Iron Sword Sect unless it was absolutely necessary. I didn't hear you clearly. I'm sure you didn't hear me clearly. After comforting himself, Xiaoleng spoke once again. Senior, this junior is a disciple of the Iron Sword Sect. I don't have an ear disease, so what if I am a disciple of the Iron Sword Sect? Others might be afraid of your Iron Sword Sect, but I am not. The hoarse voice sounded impatient. All right, junior, go to hell and repent in demon spirit secret realm. Had Yang Fann killed too few disciples of the Iron Sword Sect? Even the #1 monster of the Iron Sword Sect, unparalleled divine sword Shen Wushuang, who had the future reputation of the Iron Sword Sect, had died under his hands. Using the Iron Sword Sect to threaten him was really ridiculous. As senior, please spare my life, spare my life, spare my life. Junior knows that I was wrong. I really know that I was wrong. At this moment, Xiaoleng finally understood that this mysterious Patriarch Wu Hu really wasn't afraid of the Iron Sword Sect behind him. In an instant, endless panic enveloped his heart. He shouted at the top of his lungs and begged for mercy. All of a sudden, Xiaoleng stopped crying. The next moment, rumble, a brilliant firework bloomed. C213 full recovery. The Liang City, the prefecture of Xianglong County, was the focus of Xianglong County's economy and politics. It was one of the most important cities in the western region of Great Tang Dynasty. It might not be ranked in the top 10 among the 12 or 300 cities in the western region, but it was definitely ranked in the top 20. It was bustling with activity. It was self-evident the most spacious street on the 8th and 9th streets was more than 30 meters wide. Cars and carriages filled the large ring, and they were lined up in rows. The pedestrians shuttled back and forth as if they were woven, and they joined together to form a wall that rubbed against each other's shoulders. The tea shops, restaurants, inns, and stores in the city, and so on and so forth. The shops were specially run by silk, jewelry, incense, and horses. Other than that, there were all sorts of pill shops and artifact shops. Most of the pedestrians on the streets were not ordinary people. Any one of them was usually a martial artist with some cultivation base. Among them, there was usually an intermediate martial artist. One should know that even in a major economic town like the Hengyang City, an intermediate martial artist was considered a small expert. He had quite a high status in a remote city like the Fengyang City. He could be considered an expert, and some of the patriarchs of the smaller families only had such a cultivation base. Although the higher grade martial artist was a little rare, the higher grade martial artist was still somewhat rare. However, out of the hundreds of people present, there were only 1 or 2 of them. Only a half martial master who had just stepped into the martial master stage could be called an expert. As for the top warriors, They were all bone-forging martial master warriors who had condensed the spirit bones. One had to admit that the strength of the Liang city was far beyond what an ordinary city could compare with. The huge Liang city was divided into the outer city and inner city. Although the inner city only had a small area of 30 miles, it was not even 1/10 of the entire Liang city, but it was the true essence of the Liang city. All the major families and powers in Liang city, as well as the residences of the dignitaries, were located here. Compared to the outer city, the people in the inner city were obviously much stronger. Apart from those infants, almost none of them were below the pulse opening stage 4th layer. As the indisputable number 1 family in Liang city, the Chu family's mansion was located in the inner city, and it occupied a huge area of land. It was almost 10 miles in circumference, and it occupied almost half of the inner city. One should know that in this inner city, where every inch of land was valuable, the mansions of many small families were only the size of a few acres of farmland. The gap between them was more than 10 million times. The entire Chu prefecture had a myriad of meteorological phenomena, and it was magnificent and huge. It was far from what the other clans could compare with. Putting aside the terrifying size of the residence, just the area at the entrance was enough. All sorts of ancient exotic beasts and divine beasts were placed at the entrance of the mansion, making it impossible for a large number of people to enter. What was even more rare was that the various palaces and residences of the Chu manor, they faintly formed a defensive array formation, although it was only a very ordinary defensive array formation. One should know that formation masters were different from ordinary martial artist warriors. They could be seen everywhere, and usually, there were millions of martial artist warriors. There were hundreds of millions of martial artist warriors in the Great Tang Dynasty. However, there were no more than 1,000 formation masters among them, and among them, most of the 9 levels were controlled by the royal family and the 9 major sects. Whether or not there were more than 50 of them was a big problem. Even some of the top families might not have any array formations protecting their gardens. The entire Chu manor could be roughly divided into 2 large regions: the direct line disciples, residences, and the residences of the branch disciples. Within the Chu estate's branch line of descent disciples, residences, there was an inconspicuous and independent courtyard. A handsome youth with a somewhat cold and handsome forehead, wearing a long black robe, sat cross-legged on the pine wood bed. Streaks of resplendent silver light erupted from within his body, and it shone with a brilliant radiance. From afar, it looked like an ancient god had descended into the world. His appearance was solemn, and it caused one to involuntarily kneel on the ground and worship him. Suddenly, the handsome young man's tightly shut eyes opened and 2 extremely bright lights erupted. Wherever they passed, the space in all directions shattered, and endless streams of air collapsed within, flowing in reverse and raging. The next moment, the handsome youth exhaled a mouthful of foul air and muttered, "It's been almost a month, my injuries have finally completely healed." This handsome young man was none other than Yang Fann. When he had just arrived at the Liang city 3 days ago, Yang Fann had already prepared to leave the Chu family's convoy. After all, he wasn't a member of the Chu family, and his injuries were already at the 8th layer. Even if he were to face an ordinary 1st-2nd layer martial ancestor, he would still have the strength to fight them. Even without the protection of the Chu family's fleet, he wouldn't be afraid of any risks. However, only Yang Fann knew all of this. In Chu Shang's eyes, Yang Fann was a seriously injured patient, a cripple who was even weaker than a weak scholar. How could he be at ease to let him leave by himself? In the end, it was difficult to persuade him. Yang Fann could only stay for the time being, and wait until his injuries were fully healed. Say goodbye to Chu Shang. Luckily, Chu Shang, who was at the 8th level of the huge perfection, was there. He could barely make it into the middle level of the Chu family, so he was allocated a separate courtyard, unlike the other guards, who only had 1 small room. Otherwise, even if Yang Fann wanted to stay, it wouldn't be good for him to stay. "If I don't break it, I won't be able to build it." Good. Suddenly, a hint of surprise flashed across Yang Fann's cold face. The serious injury this time was not entirely a bad thing. His body was broken and reconstructed, allowing him to step into the late-stage black iron battle body. The power of the body suddenly increased by tens of billions of cauldrons. The body defense had risen by more than 1 level. The body defense from before, a high-grade profound artifact that was barely comparable to a high-grade profound artifact, had now surpassed an ordinary high-grade profound artifact. It was not any weaker than an ordinary high-grade or middle-grade profound artifact. Once the black iron battle body was fully activated, the body defense would once again increase by tenfold. It was likely that it had already reached the highest and most inferior low-grade earth organ, an ordinary low-grade martial ancestor. If he did not have the earth organ by his side, Yang Fann would just stand there and let him fight. He would not be able to harm even half a strand of Yang Fann's hair. Very quickly, Yang Fann's thoughts flew. If he had this kind of defense back then, even if he was still not three-eyed old devil's match, he would not have been in such a sorry state, and would not have been on the verge of dying. The next moment, murderous intent surged in Yang Fann's heart. Three-eyed old devil, wash your neck and wait for me. One day, I will enter the secret realm and slash you under my blade. Li Huang Palace, one of the 10 main palaces of Chu family. It was also the meeting place for the upper echelons of the Chu family at this moment, in the luxuriously decorated Phoenix Hall. A man in his 60s with white hair and a youthful face. His face was slightly pale, and he looked like he had just recovered from a serious illness. He sat on the seat of honor. His aura was ordinary, like an old man from the mortal world who did not know anything about martial arts. Inadvertently, the hint was. The aura he emitted was like the descent of God and devil. It made people feel suffocated. This old man was none other than the strongest person in the Chu family who had not been born for a long time. He was also the spiritual pillar of the Chu family. He was the only remaining ancestor of the Chu family. Chu Ling. As soon as she returned to the family, Chu Bingxin sent the spiritual transformation grass over. The spiritual transformation grass was indeed a high-grade 3-star spiritual herb that specialized in curing rare spiritual energies. The sword chi that Chu Ling was unable to help with was easily melted by the spiritual transformation grass. On both sides of Chu Ling Hei's lower head, there was a person sitting on each side of him. The person on the left was about 50 years old. Chu Ling, who was sitting on the main seat, had some similarities between his eyebrows. There were traces of the scent of books, but he was not an ordinary person who did not know the martial arts. He was a martial master 6th Empyrean, and he was in the entire Liang city. It was definitely worthy of being called a top-tier expert. There were very few martial masters that could contend against it. Chu Yangming, Chu Linghei's son, the acting head of the family of Chu family, was also Chu Bingxin's grandfather. 5. The person on the right was also less than 60 years old. He wore a long purple robe with green stripes and had a small, sexy goatee. His face was somewhat similar to Chu Yangming's. Although his aura was not as good as Chu Yangming's, it was not much different. Chu Yangcheng, Chu Linghei's second son. Chu Yangming was Chu Yangming's first blood brother, and he was now the Chu family's great elder. He was a 5th grade huge perfection martial master, and he was undoubtedly the 3rd person in the Chu family. He was only below the old ancestor, Chu Ling, and family lord, Chu Yangming. Below the two of them stood several middle-aged men with powerful auras. All of them were at the bone-forging martial master, and none of them were not core figures of the Chu family. No, there was an exception. One of them was only a half-martial master warrior. He was young and beautiful. He had 9 years of age, and his skin was as white as snow. His eyebrows were like a painting, and his tall and curvy body was wrapped in a white robe. He was indescribably alluring, as if he was a fairy from the heavens who had come to the mortal world. This girl was none other than the number 1 young man in the Chu family. She was the eldest daughter of the Chu family, Chu Bingxin, who was doted on by the ancestor of the Chu family, Chu Ling. However, at this moment, there was an inexplicable melancholy in the huge hall of the Phoenix Leaving Palace. The heavy atmosphere was like a huge mountain, pressing down on everyone in the hall until they could not catch their breaths. Sigh. All of you are clear about the news that Bingxin has brought. Tell me, where should we, the Chu family, go?